Welcome, everybody, to the 2026 Pokemon International Championships for North America. Welcome here to New Orleans. We can already see a full crowd in front of us and people pouring into the event center. This is going to be a fun one. What's up, everybody? We are here going to be doing your countdown show, talking about all the games represented. I'm here with Rosemary talking about VGC, Chip talking about TCG, and of course we got Caleb talking about Pokemon Go. I'm Zoinks, and I'm going to be talking about Pokemon Unite. It's going to be a whole lot of fun this weekend. We have so many players, teams, and of course Pokemon trainers competing for that championship spot. So we're going to start with some major storylines that are going to be going on all weekend long. I'm going to kick things off with Pokemon Unite, of course. We'll take the wheel on this one. Pokemon Unite, this is the final stretch. The final world spot available in San Francisco later this year is going to be earned at this tournament. It is the only one left both in the east and the western parts of the world. So this is a very, very exciting moment. One more team will lock up their chance to fight for a world championship title here on the NAIC stage. How about you, Rosemary? What's going on in VGC?
I think that's the same vein for the rest of the games competing here this weekend. We only have a handful of slots left and a couple of championship points for our competitors to lock in their spots in the leaderboard to make it to the World Championships. And if you showed up this weekend and you don't have any championship points or you're outside of that realm, then you could earn a direct invite by placing in the top 4 of your respective games. So those are also spots that our competitors are fighting for. But I think the biggest thing for the Pokemon video game is that this is the first international championship on Pokemon Champions, and that is so exciting. We're gonna have so many Mega Evolutions, so many new Pokemon, and I hope that the trainers are really going to get creative with what they bring to this final tournament of the season.
That's right, and speaking of first too, for Pokemon Go, this is the first season where we've had unique metas for every international. So this is actually a first time meta in overall for Pokemon Go as well, where you got Kecleon, Grumpig. Pokemon Go metas are already weird, and it's about to get a little bit weirder in this final tournament of the regular season.
And for the Pokemon trading card game, we've of course got a brand new expansion, Legal Chaos Rising. Certainly going to mix things up. Special red card, a brand new powerful trainer card added into the mix. Also Mega Greninja potentially floating around out there. Cannot wait to see what these players have brought for the event this weekend.
Interesting. All right, so we got Mega Evolutions, brand new metas, some really interesting decks, and even tech cards. There's a lot to look out for in a tournament, but of course, one major thing you got to be watching out for is these incredible players that have traveled from all around the world to be competing in this event. We got some really exciting ones picked out that we think you should all have an eye on to be watching over the weekend. Rosemary, why don't you start with some of our VGC players?
I would love to. I think this first player needs no introduction. Wolfe Glicke is the 2019 NAIC champion, also won the World Championships in 2016, and just got second at the Indianapolis Regional Championships, our first regional in Champions, with one of the most off-meta picks we could have expected, Mega Steelix. Definitely not on anyone's radar heading into that event. So can he make it to a second NAIC championship title? That's to be left question for this weekend. Federico Camporesi is also one of our competitors coming over from Europe that has a shot to win a second NAIC as well, being our reigning NAIC champion from 2025. He's coming back and hopefully able to show us what he's got for champions. And finally, last but not least, from Argentina, we've got Juan Salerno. He is the player that is at the top of the global championship point leaderboards right now. So really proving us this season that he's the best in the world. Hopefully he can get that IC title he's been really striving for it.
All right, players from all around the world competing at NAIC too, a very international players to watch. Interesting. Now, you picked just 3. Pokemon Unite, I get to cheat a little bit. I have 15 players to watch, so buckle up, everybody. We did narrow it down to 3 teams, though, that are going to be competing at this event that I think everybody should have their eyes on. Root Dignitas, IX Gaming, and Deep Cross Gaming. Root Dignitas, out of that team of 5 players. 4 out of 5 of those players have won the NAIC title already. 1 player left on that roster looking to get that accolade added to their closet. But IX Gaming and Deep Cross Gaming are in a very interesting spot where they have not yet earned their World Championship invite. So these are 2 teams with a lot on the line that they are going to be playing for at this event. IX Gaming, in fact, was able to earn their world spot at this event last year.
That's right, and you know, this is what I love about internationals, because people come from all around the world. Even as a North America international, it is indeed an international, and that's no different from Pokemon Go as well. Leading it off, we have its accent, a 2-time North America international champion, the defending and reigning international champion, as well as the World's 2023 world champion. Definitely looking to repeat his success here, where his claim to fame really started. And of course, we got Boy, the reigning world champion, coming from India. Already has his qualification locked for this year, but he's been traveling around the world competing. He got top 8 at EUIC this year as well, and looking to improve that finish in the final tournament before Worlds. And we have Pokémon, one of the craziest stat line I've ever seen. So 2-time EUIC champion. He's gone on 5 championship Sundays in a row. I call him Mr. Grand Finals. It's 5 and counting, and can extend that incredible stat line here this weekend too. And of course, we have so many other players that we can't even name, and these players to watch, to look out for.
Yeah, of course, tons of storylines in the trading card game as well. Nearly 4,000 players competing this weekend. Going to be incredible to see.
You can do 15 players to watch then.
Yeah,
If you have 4,000 players, you can do 15 players
and
to watch.
I could talk about them for a while, but we've narrowed it down to just 3 here for this pre-show. Pedro Pertusi leading this charge, the Latin America International Champion from earlier this season. Him and his testing group always seem to come up with a couple unique tech inclusions for whatever given metagame we approach. So I cannot wait to see what they've landed on for their 60 cards this weekend. Riley McKay from Canada, one of the breakout stories from last year's North American International Championships. He came in basically as an unknown player, made it all the way into Top Cut. He defeated Tord Reklev in Top 4, did lose in the finals, but then propelled that momentum into the World Championships, where he was able to take the World Champion title. So I'm very much looking forward to seeing what Riley has in store this weekend, how he can back up last season's incredible run. And then for the TCG, a man who needs no introduction, Tord Reklev, 5-time international champion. He won the Las Vegas Regionals earlier this season. One of the best players in the history of the game. Someone who, when there's a brand new card pool to work with, always seems to find something unique. Cannot wait to see what he's got in store.
All right. Yeah, the Tord Bag of Tricks is going to be real interesting to see what shows up. That's awesome. There's a lot of amazing players to watch, like we mentioned. But how about all of you watching, especially at home? We got a whole lot of rewards you can earn just by tuning into the stream. So if you want to link your account, you can earn a lot of really cool things for each of our individual games. So we'll start with VGC. Rosemary, what can people earn by watching your stream?
Well, after watching NAIC for only 60 minutes, you get to earn a special Blastoise and a Cherish Ball. There have been a couple of different Pokemon distributions for Pokemon Champions, including Charizard, so now you get to add a Blastoise to your collection, and this is going to be really fun. It can Mega Evolve, you can get a really powerful ability with a Mega Launcher, and hopefully someone gets to show us what Blastoise can do. If it's not at NAIC, maybe it's you next season.
Ooh, all right. Make sure to get in there and get some early distributions for champions. Exciting. For Pokemon Unite, we got some classic drops as well. We got a 2026 sticker you can add to your player card, as well as a Platinum Blastoise emblem. So make sure to be tuning in to NAIC to get those rewards for Pokemon Unite. How about Pokemon Go, Caleb?
A lot of great rewards for Pokemon Go. You can see Pokémon, one of the players to watch. You can get his exclusive Seeking with Icy Wind exclusive move, which he used to win EUIC, but also it's relevant for this tournament and it's relevant in the Open Great League meta, where he just won in turn a couple of days ago. So really cool Pokemon to claim there. Of course, you get the Elite TM as well to get those very exclusive moves you can't regularly get with regular TMs, and then you get rare candy XLs, and of course a lot of fast and charged TMs. So you get a little bit of everything to help build your perfect team for the next tournament.
And for the Pokemon trading card game, there are lots of incredible rewards in the Pokemon trading card game live. Watching for just 30 minutes gets you 4 booster packs from the newest expansion, Chaos Rising, legal this weekend. 45 minutes gets yourself some special illustration rare cards, the Mega Dragalge EX and Roxy's Performance cards that synergize well together. So if you're thinking of building a Mega Dragalge deck, these are 2 nice ways to pick up a couple cards for that. And then what I'm most excited about are those sweet cosmetics. We've got the Mega Blastoise deck box, Mega Blastoise card sleeves, the coin, and that avatar jacket. For tuning in for 60 minutes, I think I'm going to go backstage and make sure I have my laptop open so that I can collect these rewards myself this weekend.
Yeah, not a bad call. I mean, when there's that many really cool giveaways, you got to make sure to get in on it, and here is how you earn those Twitch drops. So follow these steps, make sure to link your account, and make sure you don't miss out on these really cool distributions for each one of the competitive games that are happening here live at NAIC, but we want to make sure people watching at home will also have something to earn for these awesome events that in person are truly so fun. I know people saw us on camera for a moment earlier on. We are dressing the part for this event today. Already a lot of festivities. Don't worry, the energy is going to turn up to 11 here very soon with the opening ceremonies. But with this countdown show, we get the chance to talk about our games a little bit before. We talked about players to watch. We made sure you all know what distributions you have in the game. But some of the major storylines, let's face it, we got some analysts on here. Let's get nerdy. Let's talk about some of the fun stuff that maybe people aren't expecting to see this weekend. A sleeper pick, a rogue deck maybe. What could be some fun stuff to look forward to? Rosemary and VGC, what's maybe a sleeper option in this Champions meta we can look forward to?
Well, I feel like I've got to set the stage a little bit in terms of what we've seen so far in the Pokemon Champions meta. And so if you haven't tuned in to Turin or Indianapolis, then this is definitely your primer for the weekend. Charizard Y, Mega Floette, those have been the 2 standout Mega Evolutions, and the rest of the meta has really centralized around those Pokemon. Basculegion, Kingambit, Sneasler, Incineroar, those are all been some of the more popular Pokemon in Pokemon Champions. So when I think about sleeper picks that I'm really excited to see, it's definitely those underutilized Mega Evolutions. Seeing some Mega Crabominable out in the field, or maybe we get a chance to see another Mega Steelix. Just those Pokemon that I think just will stand out amongst that field when we have seen the meta be so top heavy.
All right, interesting. Some cool options. I personally am vouching for Mega Crabominable. That would be so much fun
Crab.
to see early success, especially at a tournament this big at NAIC. Pokemon Unite is in an interesting spot when it comes to rogue picks, just due to the rapid release we have had of new Pokemon added to the game, and now finally being tournament available for the first time here at NAIC. Pokemon like Feraligatr and Typhlosion, even Articuno having its first tournament of competitive availability. There's some really interesting options that these competitive teams, when they're practicing, often in secret, with their own strategies, will be able to showcase on stage. So that will be really exciting. But if we want to get really in the weeds, there is some fun Pokemon that I think have maybe been asleep for too long. I'm always a huge fan of Mimikyu when it comes to these top tier events. Sometimes that on-stage environment that we have in Pokemon Unite opens up to these high skill expression Pokemon that maybe aren't metagame defining, but sometimes a player is just that good while playing that Pokemon. So I could see some availability there. Would love to see that. Not exactly rogue, but it could be a really fun option. But how about Pokemon Go? You certainly have some spice in your game when it comes to these, creative team builders.
Yeah, definitely. And like I said, this is the first time ever meta, maybe the only time ever meta for this tournament. So even though there are some theoretical meta to it, no one's ever seen any of it put into practice in an actual tournament. But there's a lot of top meta picks. However, there's a lot of sleeper picks as well that people have been trying in practice tournaments. And the real question is, will it really rise to the top, or is it, an actual, not performing well Pokemon? But Shadow Pidgeot is one that really stands out that a lot of players have really tapped into. We got Wilmer as well, Satsu. These are weird Pokemon, even for Pokemon Go, and Pokemon Go already has a weird meta. And I'm very excited to see the creative spin that these players do, because usually some of the top players are really in the lab cooking something special, and it's really cool to see them play it on stage.
All right, Chip, you can't say Dragon Bolt.
Yeah, well, it's going to be hard not to this weekend. It is the card that is the most powerful in the metagame. But when it comes to new cards from Chaos Rising, I'm really hoping to see a little bit of just B-Drill EX, a new card added into the mix, does more damage for each B-Drill you have in play, something that can ramp up very, very quickly. You can theoretically do 440 damage and KO literally whatever your opponent has in the active spot, so I would love to see some of that this weekend. But you do mention Dragapult. Our metagame has become pretty centralized around that card. It has separated itself as the most powerful attacking EX in the metagame. And usually when that's the case, even though it's a new expansion, there's kind of like a solid 55, 56 card framework that players are working with. Some of the players at the top end will make note of those things and find ways to exploit the way that people have ironed out their baseline deck list. Disruption, control options, always seem to be things that pop up at these largest events.
Okay, I like it. Some interesting picks across the board. Now, us as casters, sometimes we have to make these calls. Sometimes we have to make predictions about what will happen in our tournament. And a conversation at these ICs always is what region is gonna get the international championship, right? Let's earn our paycheck here a little bit. Rosemary, what region is winning the VGC title here?
Oh gosh, this is gonna be unpopular. I'm gonna say Europe.
All right, okay. In Unite, I'm gonna say Pokemon Unite will be won by a North American team. I'm going with the hometown crowd this time around. How about Pokemon Go?
I gotta go with the hometown crowd as well. A lot more North American players coming here, but there's some heavy hitters coming from outer region as well, so they definitely have to bring their A game to keep the title back on home soil.
Ever since 2022, this event has been won by a North American player, and I'm thinking that trend is going to continue this weekend. NA defends the home turf, takes it home once again.
All right, I like the home turf love. I mean, we are sporting the New Orleans festive spirit right now on this hometown stage, and I know a whole lot of people are, including this opening ceremonies that is going to be happening very soon. This stage is going to be a takeover, so it's about time we get out of here and set the stage for NAIC to begin. So thank you so much. We'll see you later.
DJ Solid Gold.
Welcome, Pokemon trainers and fans from around the world. Welcome to New Orleans. Before today's battle began, we start with a sound that represents the modern heartbeat of this city. I am DJ Solid Gold, blending my beats with past music from past events to set the tone for this weekend. Here we go. We now turn to the deep musical roots of Louisiana. Today, you'll experience the sound that defines the region, from smooth rhythms of jazz born right here in New Orleans, to the powerful spirit of gospel, to the vibrant tradition of Cajun music. This is the sound of Louisiana. Jazz was born here in New Orleans, and it remains one of the city's greatest gifts to the world. Please welcome one of its celebrated voices, Anais St. John, alongside her New Orleans Jazz Quartet.
Hello, Pokemon friends. My name is Anais. Are you ready for some jazz? Hit it, guys. A tisket, a tasket, a green and yellow basket. I wrote a letter to my mommy. On the way I dropped it. I dropped it, I dropped it. Yes, on the way I dropped it. A little girlie picked it up. She put it in her pocket. She went to trucking on down the avenue without a single thing to do. She went pecking all around. Then she dropped it on the ground. She took it, she took it. She took my yellow basket. And if she doesn't give it back, I swear that I will cry. All right, y'all, I want you to put your hands together. Yeah! Here we go, here we go! I got a girl in Baltimore, Eliza Jane. Streetcar runs right by her door, Eliza Jane. I got a gal in New Orleans, Eliza Jane. Sweetest little thing you ever seen, Eliza Jane. Oh, Eliza, Eliza Jane. Oh, Eliza, Eliza Jane. Come on now. Oh, Eliza, Eliza Jane. Oh, Eliza, Eliza Jane. Thank you very much.
That's what I call a good time. Next, we turn to gospel music. Music of spirit, strength, community that thrives across Louisiana. Please welcome with me one of the city's most dynamic ensembles, the Joyful Gospel Choir.
I'ma tell you about the gospel. I learned the name. Every time I face, I learned the name. Nobody said it was easy going for the goal. Gotta take risks, gotta be bold. But I'm here to run a race, here to run for, here to make names, here to be a star. And when I finally make it, I'll be at the top, the best of the best. Yeah, I'll be walking victory road. I'll be walking victory road.
my finger
Pointing to the sky, I'll be a legend, and I'll never grow. Here on Victory Road. Road.
Yeah. On Victory Road.
Victory Road.
Would you meet me there? Pokemon Fast House. Yeah.
I'll be walking Victory Road. I'll be walking Victory Road.
I'ma walk the road of pride. Gonna hold my head up high. Gonna stop and stare till you find me there with my finger
Pointing to the sky.
I'll be a legend, and I'm finally home here on Victory
Road.
I'll be a legend on Victory
That's right. As we keep walking down Victory Road, our journey continues with the sounds of Cajun heritage. The French Acadians brought this vibrant music tradition from Canada. It features a live fiddle and guitar rhythm. I want you to welcome with me fiddle prodigy Amanda Shaw and guitarist Tim Robertson.
One, two, three, four.
As you can see, in New Orleans, rhythm starts early. Many say here, children learn to dance before they can walk. Rhythm lives on through its world-class drum lines in a city like this. And now, as our Pokemon trainers prepare to begin their journey, we send them forward the only way New Orleans knows how. Through rhythm, energy, and for unforgettable sound, please welcome the electrifying Black Magic Drumline. you have enjoyed a taste of Louisiana music. We'd like to bring all our performers back to the stage to share with you something we only do in New Orleans. Pokemon fans, we gotta catch them all, and right now, I want you to catch this vibe with us. This is called a second line parade, so join Pikachu, join me, and we're gonna parade out of here. Here we go.
Set the stage, and now it's time for our Pokemon trainers to do the same.
That's right, Joe. Trainers from around the world have come here with one goal today.
To prove they have what it takes to rise to the top.
I like that, rise to the top. Very good. Over the next few days, we'll witness strategy, skill, and unforgettable moments that you only see at a Pokemon International Championship.
Our trainers are competing for a prize pool of over $500,000, Pokemon TCG booster packs, and of course, a direct invite to the Pokemon World Championships and PXP in San Francisco this August.
That's why every match matters, every decision counts.
And it all starts right now. Welcome to the North America International Championship!
Welcome to the 2026 Pokemon North America International Championships. We're back in the Big Easy, where thousands of the world's best trainers have come to battle for the title of NAIC champion. Last year, two-time world champions Luminosity Gaming completed their IC sweep after a tense 4-game set against Revelation.
One of the best to ever do it, Luminosity Gaming!
Its Axon battled tirelessly through the loser's bracket, resetting the bracket in the grand finals and winning his second NAIC title.
Race for its Axon. He is your 2025 North America International Champion!
After coming up short in the past finals, Isaiah Bradner pulled it all together to claim his first NAIC trophy in the Masters division.
Isaiah takes the KO, and he is the North American International Champion.
And Federico Camporisi claimed yet another champion title for Italy in an exciting 3-game match against teammate Marco Silva.
Federico Camporisi is your 2025 North America International Champion. Here we go.
Welcome to the 2026 Pokemon North America International Championships. Let the games begin.
As you can see, the North America International Championships have been a place of legacy where trainers get to prove they are the best of the best and stamp their mark in Pokemon history. My name is Rosemary Kelly, and I'm joined by Len Duell. And Len, I'm so excited excited because we get another first here at NAIC.
The first IC on Pokemon Champions. It's going to be so exciting. So many players have spent the last couple of months learning this game. We've seen a couple of regionals play out. Some of these new strategies coming to the forefront. It's going to be so exciting to see what players have in store for the first IC on this game.
ICs are so exciting because we get a chance to see the competition take a global stage, where we see the melding of regions, where we get a chance to see those region differences clash. And that's why we are so pumped to see over 1,000 trainers have traveled here from all across the globe to claim the title.
Yeah, so many players out there from all over the world. Top players from Japan, Latin America, North America, Europe, all vying to try to take home the trophy this weekend.
And it's not just the trophy. There's also prize money on the line for our competitors, depending on where they finish. Juniors and seniors, they get a nice $5,000 for first place, but our Masters Division trainers, that's where the money's at.
$15,000 for coming out on top this weekend, and money all the way down to the top 32 finishers.
And there's also something else on the line. Alongside the money, our competitors are competing for championship points. This is the primary qualification method for our competitors to make it to the world stage in San Francisco, California later this year. And at the ICs, this is where you get the most points.
You get the most points, and so crucially at this point in the season, this is the last chance to earn championship points and move up that leaderboard with just a couple of months left before the World Championships. Players, I know a lot of players out there are feeling like 900 points is maybe enough to get themselves into the World Championships safely, and there's a lot of players who are just outside of that window trying to earn the last bit of points. We show how many down to top 64 here, but the points go much deeper than that. So for every player out there, there's some level they're trying to hit, some number of points they're trying to earn to make sure they lock in a chance to compete in August.
But if you came into NAIC and you have no championship points, or you are very outside that qualification realm, then if you get top 4, that is a different way you can qualify to the World Championships. A direct invite if you can make it to that coveted top 4 spot here at NAIC.
Top 4 gets you straight into the World Championships. We see it every once in a while, a player who wasn't yet in that qualification window. We just saw a couple weeks ago in Indianapolis, Arsal Puri was not in the top 80, but won the World Regional Championship and will now be competing in August in San Francisco.
We have a ton of amazing competitors here, though, this weekend, and we only get a chance to highlight a couple of those, but let's start out with North America. These are some of the best trainers that we've got competing here, and maybe with the best chance to win.
Yes, these are some of the top players in the field. And of course, we'll start with what a lot of people out there are probably watching. Wolfe, always a threat to take home a tournament like this. Of course, won an IC fairly recently, the European International Championship in 2025, and then took second place in the Indianapolis Regional Championship in Pokemon Champions just a couple weeks back.
Yeah, he only one of a handful of trainers that can say that they've even won 2 international championships in the Masters Division. Maybe he can make it a 3rd here this weekend. Zachary Weed, though, this is another player we're highlighting because, well, Zach doesn't have that title just yet. He's gotten so close. Second, twice this season alone, getting second at the Las Vegas Regional Championships earlier this year, and got second at EUIC in this season. So maybe this 3rd time is the charm. He can make it to another 2nd place and maybe even get that 1st.
Trying to pull it together all the way to the top. Justin, another player trying to pull it together for this season. Already has 2 semifinals appearances at regionals this season. And of course, a player that burst onto the scene in Scarlet and Violet, now trying to carry that into Pokemon Champions as well. So definitely a player to be looking for on Sunday.
These are just 3 of our competitors, though. As you take a look at the championship point leaderboards for North America, these are going to be some of the other competitors that are hoping to keep their standing, as there's still travel awards on the line and travel stipends for our competitors towards the top.
Right, of course, all 16 of these players comfortably qualified for the World Championships already, but still lots to play for in terms of travel, and then lots to play for all the players just off this list, trying to make sure they stay in the World Championships.
Now let's turn our attention to Europe. There are so many heavy hitters coming over from there. We've got 2 Italians to feature on this page. First up, Federico Camporesi, the NAIC 2025 champion, our reigning champion. Maybe he's able to string together a 2nd IC win for himself. And this is after in Pokemon Champions' new game, right? won a very large online tournament and just came off the back of a top 32 at Turin. So already proving success.
Such a strong player. Another player who, of course, had a lot of success in Turin was Marco, who came away winning that tournament and achieving the rare feat of winning 2 regional championships in one season, winning Lille in the fall as well. A player who also has the rare honor of having won back-to-back international championships in the past, one of just a few players who's ever won more than one at all, so a huge threat to win the tournament this weekend.
And then we've got Victor Medina. Unfortunately, feels like he's always been the runner-up, but never the winner. He's been able to make it to the second place of 4 regionals, and one of which was actually an international championship last year, LAIC. Got so close to being able to make it to the finals. Got second at 2 regionals, actually just this season, if you think about that. Maybe this one could be the one for him.
Trying to get it together all the way to the top. It's still so impressive to make it to those finals, but you have to know in his shoes you want to come away with the trophy and that first place finish.
But proving that consistency is so important, especially when in Europe, they are also competing for travel awards as well as those travel stipends. You can take a look at the leaderboard for them to see where all of the competitors stand for their championship points. And it's going to be a similar story to what we saw at the North American Championship point leaderboard, where these are the competitors. They've already locked in their spots for the World Championships, but of course they are hoping to get even more out of this weekend.
There are some huge championship points numbers there. Marco over 1,800, showing how impressive of a season he's had.
Now let's turn our attention to Latin America. We have a couple of amazing players that are coming over from here. And of course, again, this is just a small snapshot of all the amazing trainers that are about to take the stage here this weekend for the North America International Championships.
Yeah, Gabriel Legati, always a player to watch. Got top 8 at this tournament last year in New Orleans, and then is coming off a semifinals appearance at the regional just last month. The second to last regional in Scarlet and Violet, so hasn't had that finish in Pokemon Champions yet, and is looking to achieve that this weekend.
Juan Salerno had a lot of success in Scarlet and Violet, ended up winning several regional championships, and even this season alone got second at LAIC. So another competitor, he's been so close to being able to get that title, but just falling short at that final hurdle.
Sebastian Rodriguez, a former regional champion, won in Lima a couple years back, got a top 8 finish at the Merida Regional Championships this season, and is looking to prove it more in New Orleans this weekend.
And I think Peru as a region has just been so standout this season for the Latin American circuit. I think there are so a large handful of players that you could look at and say any one of those really is a threat to be able to win this entire tournament. But can they show up on this international stage and do that? That is going to be the question that hopefully we will see answered later this weekend.
Yeah, certainly some big threats out of Peru, out of Latin America in general. It'll be fun to watch how it plays out.
Here's a couple more competitors that you can keep your eyes on as we turn to the Latin American Championship point leaderboard. Juan Salerno, over 2,000 points, is also the global championship point leader. And so that's another reason why he's a player to watch out for this weekend.
2,000 points. You gotta come pretty close to maxing out all of your best finish limits to get up over that number. So impressive.
We're also going to look at, of course, the Oceania and APAC regions. Don't want to forget about them. We've got Henry Rich, one of our competitors. I feel like we get a chance to see him on the global stage a lot.
Yeah, a player who competes in different regions. We see him at the North American regionals pretty frequently, and so good player to watch out for this weekend. Yo Reuven, also a player to watch. Took home a special championship in Auckland this season, and also got top 16 finish at the Latin American International Championship back in the fall.
And very exciting to see some of our competitors from the Asia Pacific region come all the way here to compete for a direct invite. Wonjae Kim is the second place competitor at the Korean Nationals in 2025, is not yet qualified for the World Championships through the Asian National Circuit. So he's trying his luck here. Maybe he can make that top 4 and direct invite happen.
Yeah, this is the last chance to make it happen. Of course, the Korean region doesn't use championship points, so you can't qualify over the course of the season. It's make it or break it at that one tournament, but this is a second chance here at the North American International Championship for Wonjae.
And the same thing to say for the Japan circuit. They have the Japan Nationals that just took place last weekend. Congratulations to the Nationals winner, but Shohei, Tsukide, and Shoma Honami. They do a lot of international travel to come to these events. Truly have become breakout stars of the Japanese region, and all three of which are actually qualified for Worlds. They're just hoping to come away with more than that this weekend.
Yeah, just doing it for the thrill of competition and for the prizing at stake this weekend, but all successfully qualified through the Japanese circuit. Ko got top 8 at the Japanese National Championship just last weekend, is immediately coming off of that in Pokemon Champions and trying to get more this weekend. And of course, got top 8 at Worlds last year as well, so really a player to watch.
Fantastic performance after aging up from the seniors division and just really dominating some of the circuits. Shohei Kimura, also a player that I feel like after winning the World Championships in 2023 on home turf in front of a Japanese home crowd, has truly flown the coop and done amazing at these international championships. Maybe he's able to get the title here.
Yeah, consistent traveler who always is ending up at the top of the finish. And another player who's no stranger to being at the top, Shoma, a former world champion at the 2015 World Championships. Of course, that tournament famously dominated by the chalk archetype, and Shoma came out on top as the #1 player there, but has stayed a major threat in the intervening decades since, and will be a huge threat this weekend.
This is just, again, a handful of competitors to keep your eyes on. There's going to be even more that we get a chance to showcase to you while we are going through our Phase 1 of the North America International Championships here today on day 1. And we'll continue to narrow down to our top competitors this weekend as we get closer to that championship Sunday. But if you're tuning in, hopefully you've connected your accounts because you can earn a Blastoise in-game for Pokemon Champions. Also comes in that cute little Cherish Ball. That's going to be a great addition to add to your roster of Pokemon. And maybe you get to show us how Mega Blastoise works.
Yeah, we might see a Mega Blastoise this weekend. A Pokemon with a little bit of power behind it. Can throw out some big water spouts.
Or maybe even just some Aura Spheres, some Dark Pulses. Mega Launcher ability is pretty strong with all of those bomb and ball moves, as they are categorized as.
Yeah, can definitely pump out some huge damage with those cannons.
But that's not all. We also have a bunch of other drops that you can get from our other titles competing at the North America International Championships. If you are a TCG player, there's lots of booster packs for you there for Chaos Rising. Some beautiful illustration rares for that set as well. And you've got some cool cosmetics there with the deck box, the deck sleeves, as well as that jacket.
I know I'm going to be having to figure out how to watch the Pokemon Go stream while here to make sure and get those drops. The Elite TM and some Rare Candy XL sounds pretty good to me.
Yeah, and also if you want to see King for your collection, then you can do that. Of course, commemorating Padomon's win at the IC just a little bit ago, and then Pokemon Unite. You've got the 2026 logo sticker as well as that Platinum Blastoise emblem, just to show off your love of Blastoise a little bit more. But how do you actually get these? Well, you got to make sure that you're all connected. Visit rewards.pokemon.com, and then log into your Pokemon trainer account. Link all of your watching platforms like Twitch, and then watch the stream. And it's only 60 minutes. It's that simple.
And then you can earn all of those great rewards in whatever games that you are competing in.
You can see all the channels there listed on your left, so hopefully you're able to get what you want out of this weekend. And thank you so much for watching to cheer on all of our competitors along the way. But we want to hear from you, so make sure that you are also following along with us on our social media platforms. Please use the hashtag PokemonNAIC to join in on the conversation. Because while this is just a smattering of the things that you get to look forward to in terms of players, we want to hear from you. Who are you rooting for? What Pokemon do you want to see? Who do you think is going to win NAIC?
What obscure Mega are you hoping to shows up on broadcast and has its moment? It's going to be an exciting weekend.
What do you think might be able to win?
What might be able to win, or what might show up? What obscure Mega might be able to work?
Okay. Well, you pick one, and I'll
pick one. Okay. Well, I I think Frostlass might be able to win. It may not be that trendy of a pick anymore. I feel like it has kind of cemented as one of those top handful of megas, so not so obscure, but I think definitely a threat this weekend.
I want to see a Mega Crabominable.
Oh, that one would be pretty good.
That's pretty spicy.
Probably the best Mega attacker in Trick Room, so definitely a chance it shows up.
I think so. I mean, Mega Crabominable, Mega Blastoise, both can operate in Trick Room pretty well. Maybe a Mega Camera. Maybe I'm asking for a little too much there, but I've got Trick Room on the brain.
Got a lot of Trick Room there. Yeah, Mega Camera Up could work as well. Can definitely put out damage in Trick Room.
Or how about Mega Starmie?
Okay, now you're getting a
little too lost in the sauce maybe, but I just feel like there's some Mega Pokemon that we haven't gotten a chance to really see live up to their potential. And I think Mega Starmie, Mega Scissor, maybe a little more seriously, might be a couple of those Mega Evolutions that this is the time at the North America International Championships, what could be the final event in Regulation MA with this limited Pokedex and limited item pool. This might be their moment.
Yeah, because exactly. Well, it's the first I see on Pokemon Champions. It's also the last in this format. Players have nothing to hold back for. It'll be a new format for the World Championships, and so we should see all the tricks come out this weekend.
So then you have to give me another spice pick. Grasslass isn't spicy enough.
Grasslass isn't spicy enough?
Oh.
Maybe some Hawlucha no-guard shenanigans?
Okay. I would take that. Yes.
It'd be pretty fun.
It would be fun. We would get to see a lot of fun fissure animations.
Oh.
Maybe fun for us. Maybe fun for the viewers.
Yeah. Let us know.
So.
Let us know if you want to see either some Mega Starmie action, some Mega Crabominable action, or hopefully some Mega Hawlucha action.
I would be so down. I mean, honestly, though, some of the new Mega Evolutions that have come out from Pokemon Legends ZA, those have really been the stars of the format. Mega Floette, of course, the #1 big threat that we have entering into this tournament. Charizard Y has been around for a while. We already know that guy's good, but Mega Floette is truly the Pokemon to beat.
Yeah, and an early sneak peek we got of the usage shows that that's actually the most used Mega this weekend. I think that's a bit of a flip over Charizard before, and so we should be seeing a lot of that new Floette Eternal form.
Now I'm thinking about the other Mega Evolutions that we got, because that's why I'm like, oh, Starmie would be really cool, Crabominable would be really cool, because those are all entering into the fold from Pokemon Legends ZA. But what else do I feel like might have some promise? We saw Mega Clefable actually at the Japan Nationals.
True, yeah. Clefable getting to depart from just being some redirect support, do a little bit of damage on its own. We saw some Mega Dragonite in Indianapolis. Pokemon I could definitely expect to see more of this weekend.
Mega Drampa!
Oh, I haven't seen that one played very much yet.
Okay. Well, I saw a little bit of it if you watched some of the Asian National streams. I did end up seeing at least one Mega Drampa.
Okay. Well, what was it doing?
It didn't actually come to the match, so I don't know. But it was on the team. I'm just saying, maybe Mega Drampa is out there for us, but that's going to do it for us for now. Please watch this video so you are fully up to date and in the know about how this NAIC is going to work this weekend.
Let's dive into the format for Pokemon VGC at the 2026 Pokemon North American International Championships. Trainers have traveled far and wide to compete for their share of over $500,000 in prizes and the ultimate title of Pokemon VGC NAIC Champion. Our first international championships played in Pokemon Champions will take place over 3 days. Trainers will be battling head-to-head in a best-of-3 Swiss round format with open team sheets. An open team sheet means critical details about each trainer's Pokemon are available to the opponent. Trainers advance to Swiss Phase 2 if they gain more match points than their division threshold. When Swiss completes, the top 8 trainers and up to 8 additional trainers tied with 8th place advance into an asymmetrical single elimination bracket until only 2 finalists remain. These final 2 trainers will compete on Championship Sunday. The trainers are bringing their all to the play tables this weekend, and we will soon see who will claim the trophy and title of NAIC champion. Let's get this tournament started.
Round 1 of the Pokemon North America International Championships, and we've got a showdown between Emilio Forbes and Marco Silva.
Yeah, we're starting it off with a bang. Both players who have won regional championships very recently, and 2 of our most threatening players to take home the tournament are having to go up against each other immediately in round 1.
We're also going to see a lot of familiar Pokemon, both of them locking in some of the best performing Pokemon in the format so far. Charizard Y Mega Evolution on both teams. There's going to be a secondary Mega for Emilio Forbes, that Mega Floette that we were just talking about, as a standout star for the usage.
Yeah, one of the most used Megas in the format. Matches up very well some of these Pokemon, but has more difficulty with Charizard, so we may see Charizard from both sides. On Marco's side, there is no secondary Mega. This is just a dedication to Charizard and its usual partners, Aerodactyl just holding a Focus Sash on this team.
But you're supported on this team by a lot of the Pokemon that you would expect to see given the usage stats that we saw from Indianapolis as well as Turin. But let's take a deeper look into the team that Emilio Forbes has brought.
One of the things that jumps out to me quickly are these speed boosting stat alignments. We saw very much Pokemon slowing down in the first couple of tournaments on Pokemon Champions, but Garchomp and Floette both here with speed boosting alignments means that they're going to be threatening to outspeed a bunch of the stuff on Marco's side. But otherwise, this looks like a pretty aggressive Charizard team. Has Whimsicott for Tailwind support, can pump out a bunch of damage. Basculegion, always present in Pokemon Champions, one of the most used Pokemon. It can also put out a ton of damage.
We're also taking a look at the King Gambit, and we're seeing a difference in the berry. Usually a Chople Berry on this King Gambit.
Yeah, for those of you who can't recognize your berry sprites, that's an Aqua Berry, so going to be fire resistant. Pretty helpful against Marco's team. There's no fighting offense on the other side, but there's definitely plenty of fire offense from Charizard. So the Aqua Berry can let you take a hit and respond back with Kowtow Cleave, and then maybe threaten a KO with Sucker Punch. Also helpful because there's Protect dropped here. King Gambit, really a Pokemon that struggles in this format with which 4 moves to use. You're usually picking between Iron Head and Low Kick. In this case, picking both at the cost of Protect.
You also have a Whimsicott. Whimsicott can be one of the peskiest Pokemon in the format. Things like Tailwind and the Prankster ability means that you get to use that right away. Give your side speed control. But you also have moves like Encore, which if you fake out or you protect in front of that Pokemon, or even try to go for setup, you might be a little sad.
You might be in trouble. Also, the Focus Sash indication is a more offensive Whimsicott, means it can actually put out damage with Moonblast. That might be a threat to the Garchomp on the other side, especially because, as we'll see in a second, Marco's Garchomp also opting for a speed boosting alignment that might indicate it is a little bit less bulky.
We're going to see Jolly alignment on the Aerodactyl as well, so that's going to be speed boosting natures for both of those physical attackers. Tailwind's still available, but it's not going to be Prankster, so Aerodactyl's just going to use its natural speed if it wants to set up that support.
Of course, Pokemon that jumps out here is the Frigoraph, offers a Trick Room mode as well to the team. Brave Incineroar is a speed dropping alignment, so you can see there's some investment to the Trick Room mode there. And then Charcoal as well on Incineroar. So if you can get in the sun with Trick Room up, those Flare Blitzes suddenly really threaten to hurt. Incineroar, not just a utility piece here, can pump out some damage. And then Sylveon, a lot of times we see Charizard paired with Floette, like on the other side. In this case, instead of a secondary Mega, you just have Sylveon, meaning you can bring them both together if you want both the Fairy offense and Charizard.
Yeah, because Mega Floette, the downside is that it doesn't do very much if it's not Mega Evolved, so it feels like you really do have to expend that resource, but that means that that's not available for your Charizard. So there is definitely a double-edged sword here. Bringing one Mega Evolution for Marco Silva, kind of know exactly what he's going to be bringing, but you do have the ability to have that Fairy damage alongside of it without that Mega.
Right, you still have to be prepared for the Fairy offense, even though you know it is going to be Mega Charizard on the other side. One more call out here, Garchomp has no Rock Slide, so not able to threaten the Charizard on the other side as significantly, but does have the Soft Sand, so it's giving a 20% boost to both of those ground moves, both Stomping Tantrum and Earthquake.
But don't worry, because the Aerodactyl has the Rock Slide for it, so there's still going to be some Rock-type offense available. But let's get into game number 1 between Emilio Forbes and Marco Silva to kick off the Pokemon North America International Championships. Marco has that Aerodactyl and the Charizard, so 2 flying types on the field, and the Floette and Whimsicott is going to be the Pokemon of choice for Emilio.
So when Whimsicott and Aerodactyl hit the field opposite each other, immediately that's normally some advantage over to the Whimsicott side. Emilio can click Tailwind, and then Floette will move before either the Aerodactyl or the Charizard does. But in this case, isn't actually threatening a KO. You can put out a lot of damage, but then that damage is just going to come back right back. If you take a Rock Slide in a Heat Wave with Floette and Whimsicott, they're both just going to go down. So this is not an easy situation to just click Tailwind and attack. Immediately, Emilio has to be thinking about how to pivot out of it.
And the Floette doesn't actually have Calm Mind, something that would have been nice to be able to go for like a speed increase, as well as having that setup on the Floette, so it's not going to take as much damage from something like a Heat Wave. So there's going to be a switch out. Floette leaves the field. Garchomp comes in to take its place. We see the first Mega Evolution of the tournament go over to Charizard Y.
Immediately trying to get the offense ready. The sun is going to start and damage is coming.
Whimsicott protects itself, does not want to take any damage on this turn, especially knowing that it's going to be threatened by a knockout. But the Tailwind from the Aerodactyl is going to kind of punish this passive play. You have the Heat Wave come out here from the Charizard, kind of connect onto the Garchomp, and at least deal a little bit of damage. That Sun is going to boost that up so much, so even though that's a resisted hit, you still take this Garchomp down to about half.
Right, Garchomp taking a lot of damage there. These Garchomps are not as bulky as they were about a month ago. Trying to invest a little bit more in speed, but the speed is going to be helpful here because it means if Whimsicott can match the Tailwind, Garchomp should be moving before the Charizard. On the other side, can threaten really significant Rock Slide damage. Aerodactyl, on the other hand, has difficulty doing any damage back to Garchomp. There's no dual Wing Beat on this Aerodactyl, so it only has resisted Rock Slide to go back with. And so Garchomp pretty well positioned here. Charizard going to have to get out of harm's way.
Still did a lot of damage, though, before you are expecting to have to take a return attack. Sylveon is going to be the defensive switch of choice to have to take that Rock Slide or maybe even a Dragon-type attack. But Aerodactyl still gets to use Rock Slide first, naturally faster than this Garchomp. It's able to land on both targets, and we know that Rock Slide has a 30% chance to flinch, so Garchomp can't move this turn.
Flinch it does. I want to call one dynamic out from that last turn. Aerodactyl was also threatening Wide Guard that could have blocked the Rock Slide, and so you might think that means Garchomp is going to Dragon Claw, which makes the Sylveon switch even more potent there, but instead, we never find out what Garchomp was going to do because it just flinches through the turn, and now Sylveon is in a great position. Not having to worry about being KO'd here, doesn't matter the speed. If it manages to get a Hyper Voice off, that will just be 2 KOs into Garchomp and Whimsicott. So similar to that first turn, it's very difficult, even though you can move first, get some damage off, it's difficult to go for that, and so Whimsicott having to get out into the back, kick Kingambit on the field instead.
And Aerodactyl protecting itself, so there's no Wide Guard on this turn, and there's not even additional offense. This Garchomp is going to do the same. With that Sylveon across the way, it does not want to faint on this turn, and Kingambit is the perfect switch in to have to take this Hyper Voice.
So these switches keep putting Emilio back into the threatening position, but keep giving up a lot of health in the meantime. So Kingambit comes onto the field, takes a big chunk of its health bar, but is now threatening Iron Head back into Sylveon in a way that means Sylveon can't just comfortably click Hyper Voice again. But if Marco can keep kind of repositioning at a lesser cost than Emilio is having to spend for his reposition, eventually he's going to take a lead. You can see Garchomp took so much damage from the Heat Wave because of the first reposition. And already the Wide Guard down, trying to block the damage on the other side.
It just takes one turn, and Emilio is going to miss a window of opportunity because of that Wide Guard. Rock Slide doesn't come out. Sylveon still gets to move first before this Kingambit, knocks out the Garchomp, and just barely misses the KO onto that opposing threat. So Kingambit can still weave in an attack here. It's going to be the Iron Head, a super effective attack into the Sylveon, but that Sylveon training, wow, he loves Marco so much to hang on through that.
Crucial that the Rock Slide was blocked would have been the extra damage against the Sylveon. The Tailwind now expires just on Marco's side, though. Remember, he clicked Tailwind a turn earlier than the Whimsicott did, and so now the Kingambit should be moving before the Sylveon. Of course, Floette moving before either thing on the other side, and Kingambit has Sucker Punch pressure as well. So this is a turn for Emilio to go out on the offense, but it's very easy for Marco to defuse it, has Double Protect available to kill that last turn of Tailwind, which would make Aerodactyl the fastest thing on the field once again, and it's also pretty easy to set up Tailwind again here. Even in Tailwind, Aerodactyl, even in Tailwind for Kingambit, Aerodactyl will be moving first, so you can always get access to that next Tailwind, and that Charizard is looking to be a problem in the future for Emilio.
There's not really a great way to punish a Double Protect here either. Since this Floette doesn't have a setup option in Calm Mind, there isn't really something that you can do that is valuable if the Pokemon are going to be both protecting. And so we do see the Mega Evolution here from the Floette, and the Whimsicott switches in, but Sylveon doesn't even protect itself. It just goes for an attack into the Whimsicott. I was really hoping that that quick attack would have dealt the finishing blow to that Kingambit, but it switched out. Dazzling Gleam is going to pick off the Sylveon and also chip down this Aerodactyl, and what could have been a passive turn from Marco ends up being a Tailwind turn.
I think this was a really smart turn from Marco. Could have fallen into a trap pretty easily there. You said there wasn't much to take advantage of a double protect turn, but there was. The Whimsicott coming in and threatening Encore would have been a huge problem if you had double protected. But Marco covers for that. He wants Aerodactyl to not protect and go for Tailwind, but he doesn't want to risk losing the Aerodactyl in the meantime. If you take a Dazzling Gleam and an Iron Head, your Aerodactyl just goes down. So the quick attack helps cover for that. If King Gambit tries to stay in and go after damage on Aerodactyl, the quick attack will just take it out. So while you give up Sylveon in this process, you successfully get yourself a Tailwind and don't end up in a back-footed position. Now Charizard comes in an excellent position here. Its #1 enemy, Garchomp, is already down on the other side. Floette having to protect itself because the damage is coming.
Whimsicott can use a Tailwind here, but that's probably the last move it's clicking in this first game, as there is an option for a Rock Slide on the Aerodactyl, as well as a follow-up of the Heat Wave from this Charizard. Rock Slide's going to do it, though. Don't even need to see a second attack from the partner on Marco's side to get that knockout and bring in Emilio's final Pokemon. That King Gambit has no choice except to come in the face of this Charizard.
No choice but to come in front of Charizard, and no choice to protect on the following turn either. Can get out a Sucker Punch and get some valuable chip in, but things are looking really difficult for Emilio at this point. Marco has all of the tools it seems like he'll need, and has one unrevealed Pokemon yet to show that can still help close out this position. Aerodactyl has to be a little bit worried here about Sucker Punch coming in, but can of course just Wide Guard. It makes it really difficult for Emilio to capitalize on this turn because you can't Sucker Punch as easily, you can't Dazzling Gleam as easily, but no Wide Guard, just Rock Slide, immediately the damage back.
Wow, Rock Slide is going to just narrowly miss out on this King Gambit, but you still have the chance to flinch a Pokemon on the other side. But Floette's going to fire off a Light of Ruin, a super powerful attack into the Charizard that already took that damage from the Sucker Punch, but it doesn't pick up the knockout. Floette's going to have to take 50% of recoil back, and it still has to take an attack from this Charizard. Double connect of the Heat Wave is going to send King Gambit and Floette packing, and Marco Silva takes game 1.
You could see Marco breathe a sigh of relief in the player cam there. Maybe wasn't thinking about the Sucker Punch Light of Ruin double up as a possibility after the Rock Slide didn't pick up the KO on King Gambit. If that had been a KO back into Charizard, things might have looked a little bit risky there depending on what the last Pokemon was, but Charizard has just the training it needs, hangs on with 4 hit points and gets the game-winning Heat Wave.
Let's take a look back at some of the plays that happened in that first game. It was really that positioning masterclass, especially when Emilio felt like he was on the back foot at the start of the game. He needed to find the right window to actually weave in attacks from this Floette. Use that Mega Evolution after getting caught off guard by that Aerodactyl Charizard lead.
Right, I think that's the key moment. In a matchup like this that can be so damage trading back and forth, if you have the disadvantage in the lead position, it can be really difficult to recover. Marco immediately had damage threat with Charizard and Aerodactyl on turn 1, and then was able to reset it after Emilio's reposition, so that now Sylveon was threatening the offense. And it was really just those 2 hits that he needed, the Heat Wave into the force of the Garchomp on the field, and then the Hyper Voice into the King Gambit a couple of times to bust this game open and take a pretty clean game 1 win.
I wonder what Marco had brought in the back. That's going to be a mystery that serves Marco a bit of an advantage, I would think.
Right, because if it had been Garchomp, which is good into a lot of Pokemon, that would be all the more reason to have focused on Floette. But if it wasn't Garchomp and you're not worried about Garchomp on the other side, then maybe it's easier to go to Charizard. For now, Emilio isn't going to show us which Mega he's chosen, instead just Whimsicott and Basculete.
And we do see a switch up from Marco on the other side. He's got the Farigiraf and Incineroar, but maybe Trick Room on the table.
Trick Room certainly a possibility here. You can Trick Room a little more safely in front of Whimsicott with Farigiraf than most setters, because you don't have to worry about the Encore on the following turn, because Armor Tail will still prevent it. Meanwhile, Incineroar finds a pretty good spot, getting to intimidate the Basculegion on the other side. Does have to worry about water offense back into Incineroar, depending on how it's trained. We looked at how Incineroar had the plus attack stat alignment, had the plus attack item, may not be as bulky, may not be wanting to take a Wave Crash in this position.
We do see a switch out of both Pokemon, the Gambit coming in for the Whimsicott, and the Sylveon now coming in for that Incineroar. That Sylveon's going to have to take this Wave Crash, which does a considerable amount of damage. We can see how that Intimidate drop from the Incineroar helped out a lot. As Farigiraf gets away with a Trick Room, we're off to the races.
Trick Room down means that the Sylveon will be moving before the Basculegion, but it isn't as clear for the King Gambit on the other side. We don't know, I don't think the speed relationship between the two yet, and so if the King Gambit can take advantage of this Trick Room that just came up, it's in a really strong position. We already saw that Hyper Voice is not a 2-hit KO. It can swing into Fergraf for a ton of damage, into Sylveon for a ton of damage, and we know Incineroar is in the back, so it's difficult to reposition there because you would just give over a Defiant boost. So that turn 1 King Gambit switch as Trick Room goes up looks like it's so valuable here. And Sylveon takes so much damage from that Wave Crash. It was -1, but it didn't look like it. So much damage back.
Well, we know for sure that Fergraf is the slowest Pokemon on this field for now, as Sylveon actually moving before this King Gambit gets the knockout onto the Basket Legion, and then the King Gambit is able to move next. Iron Head into the Sylveon, picks it up, and it's a 1-for-1 Pokemon trade on this second turn.
So Sylveon moving first in Trick Room, really important for Marco there because it finishes off the KO into Basket Legion and gets really good damage into King Gambit, but Sylveon does have to get traded back, goes down to Iron Head in the meantime. That's not always what you're looking for in Trick Room, and the King Gambit still stays a really big problem. Pretty healthy here, and Incineroar are going to be forced back out on the field, probably moving before the King Gambit on the other side, but has to give up a Defiant boost in the meantime.
Yeah, you at least have Fake Out for 1 turn. But I think the other thing about this Incineroar is you've got kind of 2 pretty difficult targets. At this position, does Flare Blitz with the Charcoal boost from the Incineroar actually knock out the King Gambit?
Oh, certainly. It probably comes close to 1-hit KOing the King Gambit.
With the Aqua Berry.
Oh, the Aqua Berry is going to reduce the damage quite a bit. Yeah, you're right. That would create a problem. If you have it, you probably don't have Aerodactyl as a way to unnerve that berry in the back. Based on what we've seen so far, you'd expect it to be Charizard as the last Pokemon, but the Sun boost, if you can get to that position in a couple of turns, you of course can't switch it in because you have to Mega Evolve, would be a problem. But for now, Whimsicott coming into what might be the Flare Blitz slot. The Focus Sash will help it take it, but only the Focus Sash.
Yeah, you could see a double up of a Psychic from the Farigiraf to finish off the Whimsicott if that's the case. But first things first, Floette, Mega Evolving. Incineroar moves next. It is going to be the Flare Blitz to bring that Whimsicott down to its Focus Sash, but a secondary attack from this Farigiraf would be able to do the trick. Interesting as well that the Incineroar is actually slower than the Farigiraf in Trick Room, as we see the Psychic actually go into the Floette instead.
Yeah, the Incineroar the only Pokemon on this team with the -speed alignment, and so moving even before the Farigiraf here.
Moonblast is not going to be able to pick up the Incineroar, but it's so close that I feel like this is just an easy Dazzling Gleam angle, and Trick Room is almost over.
And the other thing it means is that you have 1 more Flare Blitz. Unless that Flare Blitz is into Whimsicott, the recoil on any other target is going to take Incineroar down. So while you can threaten a ton of damage into the Floette on the other side, you'd be giving up Charizard in the process.
Well, Marco might be giving up his Incineroar here. So let's see the Flare Blitz. I was actually going to be into the Floette. Would have loved to be able to land that attack while you still had that speed advantage. But it's going to be a Flare Blitz into a Protect and a Psychic into a Dark-type King Gambit.
A great turn for killing 1 turn of Trick Room here, getting a Protect and an Immune switch in. Marco showing that he's willing to trade the Floette for the Incineroar. Incineroar trying to get a Flare Blitz. It might have been enough damage to KO the Floette. Probably is, but would have taken Incineroar down in the meantime. Interesting prioritization. Like you might not expect that that's the key thing if you have Charizard in the back. So from Emilio's shoes, you're trying to figure out what that 4th Pokemon is, and you're trying to use signals based on the targeting to understand that. It could be, though, that it was just the vulnerable thing. If you know that you're putting Psychic into Whimsicott, then the other place to put damage, if you're not trying to cover for the King Gambit switch, is just to make sure and put some targeting into Floette for that turn, even if it's likely to protect.
Well, it's going to be the King Gambit as the next revolving door of Pokemon resumes. Got the Whimsicott now going to take its place as Farigiraf protects itself. This Pokemon is still full HP. Farigiraf is not taking any damage yet. As the Flare Blitz goes into the Whimsicott and finishes it off for good in the second game. I wonder if this Farigiraf just protected itself from something like a Light of Ruin. Let's find out as the Floette is going to just use Moonblast. That's a great protect for the Farigiraf.
Great Protect from the Farigiraf keeps it healthy enough to likely set a second Trick Room if it wants it, because it'd be very dangerous to not put any targeting into Incineroar on the other side. Maybe Dazzling Gleam plus Kowtow just picks up the Farigiraf. So you have to be watching out for that. But Incineroar really difficult, in a really difficult spot now, likely moving after King Gambit and Floette without Trick Room up. It's such low health that it's just kind of waiting to be KO'd by Dazzling Gleam. Really crucial now at this point what that last Pokemon is for Marco. If it's Charizard, it probably comes in and just has a really nice time cleaning up this game. If it's not Charizard, I'm not sure any of the other Pokemon can accomplish it.
Let's find out. Incineroar is going to take a reprieve, and Charizard now on the field. Marco's Mega Evolution has to come in and take this Dazzling Gleam, as that's going to also be spread damage into the Farigiraf, and the Kingambit's able to follow that up with a Kowtow Cleave. A big priority here for Emilio. Actually gets a critical hit into the Charizard to knock it out. But does that mean the Farigiraf is able to get something done on this turn? Trick Room. Wow, Marco had to give up his Charizard for Trick Room.
Yeah, wow, this is such an interesting turn. So, a huge risk taken from Marco there, probably expecting that it's Kowtow into the Farigiraf, trying to block the Trick Room, and so you get Charizard in for free and tries to preserve the Incineroar to have Incineroar next to Charizard on the following turn. But instead, Emilio makes the really smart play, gets the Kowtow Cleave into Charizard. May have also needed the critical hit on that Kowtow Cleave to actually clean up the KO into Charizard, but now things look really difficult for Marco, because yes, you have Trick Room up, both of your Pokemon are going to move first, but Incineroar at such low health can probably go down to Sucker Punch here. There's no Sucker Punch. Armor Tail would protect that, but you actually have the damage with his Flare Blitz.
Let's see if the Akaberry can help it out here, and it doesn't. Kingambit goes down without a fight as the Incineroar uses the Flare Blitz.
But this trades back Incineroar. Can Farigiraf realistically win a damage trade back and forth with Floette?
Its only move is Psychic, so potentially you're able to get this in a couple of turns, but Psychic first, it looks like it's going to take about 4 Psychics to get this job done.
Certainly not going to take 4 Moonblasts. I think Floette is going to be able to clean this up.
Citrus Berry, though, is going to make sure this Farigiraf for sure stays around for the next, now, but...
I don't know, that last Moonblast looked like one more Moonblast is plenty of damage. I'm not even sure a critical hit Psychic cleans it up. For now, Floette, though, just going to protect itself.
Just have to make sure that you're going through the motions here. Emilio knows that this game is all but locked up, and you want to take this time to actually think about how you're going to approach Game 3.
Right, you want to find what the next path is going to be, how you recreate the success from Game 1.
Trick Room looked really great here from Marco, but Emilio played through that with such smart defensive switches, as he tried to do in that first game, but just had too much damage going his way.
A lot of times if you're playing against Trick Room, even when it's not a Trick Room team, but a team that decides to go into its Trick Room mode, it's all about what you do on that first turn without Trick Room. Are you ready to pounce as soon as the Trick Room falls? And Emilio was in that position. Had the Incineroar so low on the other side. And one thing I want to call out about that Kowtow Cleave targeting as well is that if Incineroar had stayed in, Dazzling Gleam would have KO'd Incineroar, which could not protect itself. The Kowtow Cleave would have just redirected into the Farigiraf and picked up that KO anyway. So there was no risk of targeting it into the Charizard slot. You would have gotten the damage into Farigiraf one way or another. So just a smart play, be ready to be on top and capitalize on Trick Room expiring.
I also wonder maybe what would have happened if Marco had actually used Flare Blitz into the Whimsicott slot, even if it was at 1 HP. Would have caught that Kingambit on the switch in, and then it's just down to Whimsicott and Floette.
Right, on that, you're talking about the turn where Floette protected itself and Whimsicott cycled out the Kingambit to take the Psychic. A lot of times from the Trick Room side, you really have to make sure you capitalize on all 4 turns of Trick Room that you have. And then if the opponent can successfully disrupt it with the right switches and right protects, it almost always feels like in a close Trick Room game, you can point back to one turn during that Trick Room where if the targeting had been different, then it all works out. And this game is no different. If that had been Flare Blitz and Psychic as a double up into Whimsicott, then you probably take this home for Marco. So yeah, definitely not enough evidence to say the Trick Room mode is impossible, but also from Marco's shoes, you don't have to go back to it. You won Game 1 without Trick Room. You can just go back to Aerodactyl once again.
And that's what we're going to see. It's going to be the Aerodactyl and the Sylveon from Marco as leads in this Game 3. And back to the Basculegion and Whimsicott for Emilio.
Basculegion and Whimsicott a lot more stable in this position than the Floette we saw in Game 1 was against Aerodactyl. Like, not at too much damage risk here. You can, Tailwind and Hyper Voice to get damage into Basculegion, but you're not threatening a KO. Maybe Rock Slide plus Hyper Voice is threatening a KO, but then you're not getting the speed control. Basculegion should be moving before Sylveon in that situation. And Moonblast, we saw the Wave Crash damage at -1. Wave Crash might just be a one-hit KO against Sylveon. So if you're not getting speed control, you're not necessarily getting to attack with Sylveon. And certainly if Wave Crash on its own is not enough to pick up the KO, Moonblast plus Wave Crash is enough to pick up that KO. So a pretty difficult position here for Marco, because then you might think about, like, do I protect Sylveon and just get Tailwind that way? Well, then you're in all sorts of encore risk, and you might be vulnerable to a double up into the Aerodactyl slot.
Well, one thing's for sure, this Musicco can guarantee the Tailwind, and the Basculegion follows that up with the Wave Crash. That is a one-hit knockout into the Sylveon. That Intimidate did matter in that second game, and so Sylveon's not going to be able to accomplish anything on this turn except recoil damage over to the Basculegion. Aerodactyl lets loose a Rock Slide, misses out the Basculegion, but does get connection onto the Whimsicott.
In a pretty disastrous turn one for Marco. A difficult lead position leads to a poor turn one. Then the Rock Slide miss adds the cherry on top to make this a pretty difficult position. He's kind of scared away from Tailwind there because of the threat of Encore on future turns. Wants to get Rock Slide, break the Focus Sash, chip damage into Basculegion. Is not willing to protect the Sylveon and try to keep it safe, and so just lets it go down really simply there. Just a lot of free damage from Emilio's side. Now Garchomp comes in and is at risk. We talked about the Garchomps becoming faster. That means that they're less bulky. The Whimsicott on the other side holding Focus Sash may mean it's more offensively trained. Could just be immediately threatening a Moonblast KO here. And even if that's not enough on its own, Basculegion can certainly finish that KO. And then you aren't necessarily guaranteed Tailwind if you want it right now either. Whimsicott and Basculegion can both just move before that Aerodactyl and pick up the KO there. And that's the first target. Aqua Jet all the way into 1 HP on Aerodactyl.
Yeah, that Focus Sash is going to be very handy here. It's why we like to see that item sometimes over the Aerodactylite. But Moonblast from this Whimsicott gets to follow up and confirm the KO. A double up into this Aerodactyl means no Tailwind, no speed control. Marco is down to his final 2 Pokemon in this game. This is free and clear to go for this Earthquake, but Whimsicott and Basculegion are going to need another one in order to get knocked out.
Right, the Earthquake just isn't impactful enough at this point in time to be giving up Aerodactyl in trade for it. Marco forced into that position because of the pressure that Emilio has, but you haven't done anything to solve the threats on the other side. Garchomp still very threatened. Charizard now threatened as well. Even in the sun, a Wave Crash is going to do a ton of damage over to Charizard, and there's no matched Tailwind, so Marco's Pokemon are both going to be moving after the 2 on the other side. I think a really crucial turn of Protect here. If you can successfully get Garchomp out to attack without a Moonblast coming into it, you're maybe starting to come back. If Marco can protect Charizard from an attack, it's really important. But for now, just the Basculegion actually going to protect itself, and Encore going to lock that Garchomp into Earthquake.
Possible there is a Garchomp sneaking around in the back, or even that Charizard that would be immune to that Earthquake. And now you have a couple of turns now. You're going to need to try to fight through that. Whimsicott eating the dust is actually going to give a free switch here for Emilio to still take advantage of these final couple of turns of Trick Room, or of Tailwind.
To some extent, there's smart plays from Emilio's side about limiting your opponent's options. If you're really trying to capitalize on your Tailwind, you want to take away the guessing game of the targeting on the other side. And so by encoring the Garchomp, if it had protected on that turn, that means that Floette knows it can just target Garchomp because it can't successfully protect guaranteed the next turn. If you encore into Earthquake, then it can't protect itself. Either way, that you know that you can land the Floette offense into Garchomp on this next turn and continue to simplify the game. Instead of playing the guessing game about targeting, Emilio just finds a way to lock in one more KO and continue to simplify this. When you have a big 4-2 lead like Emilio had, finding ways to take the guessing things out of it is so important. Emilio did a great job at that here.
There's still going to be Mega Evolution on the table for Marco, and it's just going to be a Mega Evolution and Protect. You know that this Basculegion is still threatening with things like that Wave Crash, so it can help take a little bit of that work out, but a one-hit knockout into the Garchomp. This Charizard's going to have 3 Pokemon to get through if it wants to bring Marco Silva this first-round victory.
Garchomp, of course, could not protect itself on this turn because it was encored into Earthquake. An Earthquake it would have loved to land, would have been a KO into Basculegion, a bunch of damage into Floette, but there was no opportunity to make that happen. Tailwind making sure that Floette can move first and just KO Garchomp, and now it's Charizard against the world. 3 Pokemon on the other side for Emilio. Charizard's going to have its work cut out for it.
A Protect from the Floette keeps itself safe on this turn, and the Basculegion as well. Don't want to take any risks here to try to stall out as many turns of the Sun as possible. If for some reason something unusual happens, like a critical hit.
right. Still have to be watching out. Floette's going to get some damage back. Basket Legion might be able to get some damage back with Aqua Jet, but it's not like you're going to immediately threaten a KO here.
Yeah, I mean, the Moonblast can still do a lot, and so that's where Floette's going to take advantage of that Fairy Aura, get a nice chunk into that Charizard, but it takes one more in order to secure that knockout. So can Charizard actually do enough work here while it still has both Pokemon, and that Floette is very close to getting knocked out. The critical hit going to make that blow even softer on the next turn.
Yeah, you almost asked for it there with the critical hit, but Floette should be able to just move first, and the Sucker Punch will be enough to make sure that that cleans up the KO. And so Emilio's lead is big enough to withstand that critical hit. Floette bulky enough to withstand that critical hit, and Marco didn't have enough to take down Emilio in this round one.
Look, even if the Floette had gone down there, Sucker Punch almost certainly finishes up the job. And congratulations to Emilio Forbes for winning the first round of the North America International Championships for 2026.
Such great adjustments, was back-footed on turn 1, game 1, and never could recover in game 1. But in game 2, withstood the Trick Room, played the right amount of defense in it, pounced when Trick Room expired, and closed out that game. And then in game 3, it was all Emilio from start to finish, had the pressure on turn 1, and never let that pressure up.
That Basket Legion is just such a dominant Pokemon. You got that one-hit knockout onto the Sylveon immediately. You threatened an additional amount of damage with the increased priority from the Aqua Jet. And even though that the sun went up, that Basket Legion still did some good work onto that Charizard to make sure that the Floette and the Kingambit could clean up this third game in the end.
There's a reason it's been #1 in usage at all our Pokemon Champions events so far, threatened so much damage. And there's a reason that Floette is #1 Mega this weekend, because it is such a valuable Pokemon, can put out so much damage, can withstand hits at the right time, and can beat so many of those important Mega threats like Garchomp on the other side.
And also the way that Emilio actually built this Floette. We see a number of different iterations of this Pokemon, but you've got 3 Fairy type attacks. You've got Moonblast, you've got Dazzling Gleam, and the Light of Ruin that Emilio got to show off in that very first game. And just so interesting to see the variations that we have come through for each trainer's preference.
Yeah, this Floette is not slowing down to boost itself up. Instead of trying to take maximum advantage of Tailwind turns when Whimsicott gives them over, trying to make sure it can always land KOs and finish games up.
Well, enough from us. We're going to throw it over to Scott's thoughts in the Analyst Lounge with Lee. So please take it away.
Thank you very much. What an exciting match to start out this tournament, right? Maybe one of the best players in the world against actually 2 of the recent regional champions in both regions, right? Where, I guess I forgot, Marco won last weekend as well. So
yeah, it was on fire last week in Turin. So coming into this one in real good form, and you think he has changed up the 6 that he's brought from Turin. Really interesting 6 as well, and got off to a great start in that match as well.
Yeah, I was kind of thinking he was going to run away with this one at first. And yeah, interesting team choice, right? We saw the Paris Trap team from the last weekend. We were kind of theorizing backstage, like, oh, I wonder what he's going to bring this time. Where, Paris Trap is kind of a nice team to bring. Where, like, well, it's not really like a thing that you're hiding, right? It's like it works the way it works. You're just playing chess. I was curious if he had something a little like spicier. This is like sort of spicy for a Charizard team, but Charizard, despite being a fire type, kind of like the least spicy thing you can bring to this format.
Yeah, definitely that. I do love the Farigiraf. I think I've been a bit of an advocate for it, especially with the Charizard. It's something that I've been playing around with, and I think there's a lot of value there. And with that Trick Room switch, it counterplays the Whimsicott very well, which we're seeing have so much success, right? We had the Japan National Championships last week. The team that Emilio's playing in pretty much the same 6, very similar, but yeah, what Marco's brought, I think you make a good point, Scott, where if you're coming in with the team that you had success with last week in Turin, everyone's probably kind of counterplaying that all week, or at least got really good game plans going into that. So it's probably not the best idea for you to come in with it, knowing that everyone's prepared and that team has a big target on its back. So it's nice to see the mix-up here and some really interesting choices. You've got the Farigiraf with that Trick Room switch there that supports the Incineroar, min speed on that Incineroar as well, and then the Sylveon as well, which we saw in Game 1 have a real big impact.
Yeah, I think it's really interesting looking at this team too, where we have kind of a circular metagame with Regulation MA, where We saw a lot of this early on, where it's like before Charizard and Floette started getting paired so much. Often it was, it was after the first time that Charizard and Floette gets paired so much, really, where Sylveon started taking that job. And then as we started seeing with the live events, it's not really what's happening in real life. It's mostly been that Charizard getting paired with Floette instead. But you do have some advantage with Sylveon. I think being able to threaten the Trick Room mode is a big one, and we kind of end up seeing that throughout the course of the set, where Sylveon so much slower gives you an option that you wouldn't have with the Floette, who's generally faster than Charizard is. And I think it's fun to see Incineroar on this team comp as well. Kind of a Pokemon I think kind of been overlooked in the first half of Regulation MA. Gradually we're remembering that it's the best Pokemon in nearly every format, and looking pretty good here as well. I think to jump back and look quickly at Emilio's team a little bit as well, I think this is a really interesting team call. This is the sort of thing I always get a little spooked when I see players lock in, where it's there's not a whole lot of text going on. You've really just got to outplay people every round. However, it's Emilio, right? If it's someone who's just going to I know you know what I have and how to play against it, but I'm just a little bit better than the other players playing this archetype. He's the sort of player who can do that.
Yeah, 100%. I think Emilio is just one of the top players around the world. We know from all of the time we've seen him on broadcast and the finishes that they've had. But you're quite right. I think coming into this event, you're confident knowing your play style, your ability as a player to be able to take this team, even though the majority of the player base know what to do against it. You can outplay them, and I think we really saw that in this match, with Emilio's choices there. And we've got the Floette that is a very offensive one in this team comp as well.
Yeah, we see I think the Whimsicott getting led all 3 games. Floette starts out this one, get kind of a classic combination on the other side with that Charizard and the Aerodactyl, but threatening a lot of damage and kind of critically threatening that wide guard as well. It is a little different Aerodactyl. We've seen a lot of players opting to go for the Mega Aerodactyl on the 1 Mega version of Charizard instead, but because of that, making a nice read here as well, where the Whimsicott winds up getting a little scared with the potential of getting 2-tapped by 2 spread moves here, protecting. So a Tailwind does critically go off in that first game. I think the absence of that in game 2 and 3 is sort of what leads us to the eventual result.
Yeah, and now you're in that position where you do take this heat wave and it does so much damage. We're normally used to seeing these sort of Garchomps because they're a bit more defensively built. They take this heat wave a little bit better, but I think on this newer comp, it's just not able to kind of shrug off these heat waves, these powerful moves from Charizard as easily. And now it's probably a little bit threatened this following turn from that Weather Ball, potentially picking up a knockout, especially when you pair in the chip from the Rock Slide as well from the Aerodactyl. But making a really good adjustment with that Sylveon here, knowing that you've got that wide guard support and the Whimsicott in that position where it has to catch up with its own Tailwind.
Yeah, I think it's kind of a big part of this match in general. The players are so quick about getting those replacement Pokemon in, kind of realizing that they could be put in positions where, they're being, a predictable play would have been very exploitable, and Sylveon getting there quickly, not threatening a knockout in both of these Pokemon, which kind of continues to put Emilio on the back foot. I think also critical because we saw this back and forth in the Whimsicott Aerodactyl matchup both in Game 1 and in Game 3, and one of the tricky things there is that, well, they can both use Tailwind, but Aerodactyl really doesn't want to use Tailwind in front of Whimsicott, right? You wind up in that spot where you have to either try to boldly just assume that they're going to predict the switch and not encore you, or risk kind of get trapped and winding up in a very negative position there. So even though the Tailwind happens, Sylveon comes in there, and since it's a threatening in both these Pokemon, it's like, well, yeah, you're really going to try to encore my Tailwind here, kind of ceases being a viable option.
Yeah, and I really like the Tailwind from the Aerodactyl, and it was a bit of a passive play from Emilio to go for the protect, but it was so threatened. It was a nice lead from Marco, putting themselves ahead, and then from that point on, getting the Sylveon switch in. I think not getting greedy, keeping the Charizard out. You've got that Sylveon to come in and then pressure the Garchomp. And it was a pretty, I think Len and Rose mentioned it as well, where it was a pretty easy switch because you've got the wide guard support to protect against the Rock Slide. We never really saw what the Garchomp did there because of the flinch on the Garchomp, but also if it goes for the Dragon Claw, then it's null and void anyway into that Sylveon that has the immunity. So a really nice play to get it in. Then we do see kind of Marco be able to show off some of the defensive calculations on the team as well with that Sucker Punch Light of Ruin, being able to for the Charizard to take that so well and then get that all-important Heat Wave off into these 2 targets.
Yeah, I think 2 pieces of critical information in the game 1. I think the Light of Ruin here, and then I think I skipped past it, but we did see Sylveon and King Gambit interact in the turn before this one, which critically, Sylveon moved first there. I think because of that, probably both trainers are expecting, oh, surely this Sylveon is faster than the King Gambit is. I think the casters are kind of talking around it. We don't want to reveal any information that the players haven't seen already, but I think when we first saw the interaction, we looked at the team sheet, like, oh, wait a second, that number next to speed is the same for both of these Pokemon.
Yeah, and I think Marco came out on the better end of it in both situations where it kind of mattered, right? But then after that kind of cleanup where the Sylveon was able to get off that big Hyper Voice, take the Iron Head, and then the Charizard, of course, taking the double up, Marco in a really commanding position where you think, do they just go the same again? Do they lead the same thing? But completely switching up and going down that Trick Room route with the Fergaraf.
Yeah, it's one of the things I really like about this version of the team, as we'll see kind of a really effective Trick Room setup. And we'll see the same leads from Emilio's side of the field in both the two games that he ends up winning here with Game 2 and Game 3. But yeah, I mean, I think it's really neat, right? Where you just don't have this sort of option with the Floette Charizard teams where, you can get in your opponent's head a little bit. It's like, oh, am I going to play with Floette or am I going to play with Charizard? But fundamentally, they play very similar, where there's a much bigger deviation with the Trick Room and the Sylveon.
We could see in this game too, I think, as well, a real good adjustment. This is where Emilio really starts to kind of get themselves back into this game by bringing the Basket Legion here. I think the Incineroar lead as well helped Marco out to no end here, because that Intimidate onto the Basket Legion just means that Wave Crash, like we saw in Game 3, wasn't able to pick up the knockout, allowing then the Fergaraf to get that Trick Room up and put the Sylveon into a better position. But as you know, we've talked about the speed interactions between the Kingambit and the Sylveon. Very risky. The coin flip here, who goes first, right? And Marco again coming off on the better end of it, getting that all-important Hyper Voice off into the Basket Legion, which I think once that goes down, the game becomes a lot harder for Emilio to kind of close things up.
Yeah, things look really bad at this point, right? Where things like Marco was about to take a decisive advantage. Again, another nice switch to get the Kingambit here. I think without that switch, it's Emilio's probably not able to eventually pull this one back. And yeah, there's that speed interaction. Probably surprised both players, and not really any reason to believe it would be a tie based on the first interaction, because you're expecting Sylveon to be quicker most of the time.
Yeah, because if the Kingambit goes first there, then the Basket Legion sticks around another turn, and then I think things play out a little bit differently. From this point, probably a little bit easier for Emilio, but so probably good information right there and then for Emilio to know, okay, well, I know that we're probably speed time here because of the interaction from Game 1, Game 2. So although we do get a lot more information with the stat alignments now in Open Team Sheets, there's still a lot to discover during the battle. But here we go, Marco getting that Incineroar in on the field, and we know that is a negative speed stat alignment, which will be going before anything else in this Trick Room, and that's where the pressure comes in, because the Kingambit hasn't got the ability to use that Sucker Punch in, even though it has got the Orca Berry. It's in that spot where with the Charcoal boost on the Incineroar, it is being pressured very heavily for a knockout with the Flare Blitz.
Yeah, I think these next few turns are really what decides this match. I mean, obviously there's a pretty serious miscue once a Trick Room expires that we'll get to in a second, but like Len mentioned, right, I think typically when you're playing these Trick Room teams, if you get the Trick Room up safely, it's kind of how well did you exploit those Trick Room turns that kind of determines whether you're able to close this one out or not. And we're just going to see a series of turns here where Marco's just not quite able to get enough, doesn't double tap the Whimsicott here, which I think really very critically would have gotten to a Pokemon advantage where his opponent wouldn't be able to switch anymore, which that makes it much easier, where you start having predictable turns like, okay, this Pokemon can't protect, I can just pick up the knockout, I can move the game state forward. He wasn't able to remove that complication, and then because of that, winds up swinging into protects a few times over this turn, causing him to need to get one more read right, and then he eventually really doesn't.
Yeah, and the Whimsicott switch here, really useful, especially with that Focus Sash, and we've seen Whimsicotts in lead up to this event not carry that item, but so useful in this scenario here, just to allow you to get through these really dangerous turns. And I think the fact of not protecting the Floette here really useful as well, because that damage onto the Incineroar inevitably put that Incineroar into a position where it wasn't able to get any sort of value to close the game up for Marco later on down the line.
Yeah, I think it makes it a little more predictable here too, where as we're going to see in a second, I'm just going to skip around, I think, to the decisive turn of this one. But I think one of the critical elements of this, it's around here somewhere. I think one of the critical elements of this game is, was it one more?
Maybe.
Well, we'll get there eventually. We'll just watch it. You're going to get a little entertainment for everybody. I think one of the critical elements of this game, right, is because it gets so low on the HP there, you kind of realize, okay, well, if we haven't closed this game up, I really need Incineroar to knock Floette out, which makes you predictable, right? Emilio also knows that Marco's going to be looking for that swing, so because of that, just doesn't provide, or doesn't give it to him, gets a protect off, able to get a cheeky attack off here, where I think that would have been a potential game-throwing move. Instead, Floette able to survive the Trick Room, and now the offense goes the other way. He gets Kingambit out for free, and despite its low HP, able to get both these Pokemon kind of attacking whatever he wants. As you mentioned before, it's that Brave stat alignment for the Incineroar. Kind of a fun element of the open natures as well, or open stat alignments, where both trainers kind of knowing what that speed interaction is going to be like. And Charizard seems like a pretty safe switch here, right? Where surely you're just going to double down this Fergaraf, so I'm going to try to get the Trick Room off, but really I'm hoping to get Charizard in relatively safely. Maybe my Fergaraf will survive this double, and instead it ends in disaster.
Yeah, and I think that's always the risk here, because you could potentially, if you're Marco, allow the Incineroar just to go down and then bring the Charizard in fresh and then get at least one of those heat waves off. We've seen the double up survival from previous games, so you know you can get a heat wave off, which might have been the difference to pull Marco back into this here. But that Kowtow cleave, double up with the Dazzling Gleam, really nice play. And I think, like Len said, you can always target that slot, because if the Incineroar did stay in there, then you knock it out with the Dazzle, and then you revert the Kowtow onto the Farigiraf and take that down. So it's a clean sweep. There's no risk really there. So switching the Charizard, and you can see the thinking behind it for Marco to try and get something leverage that onto the field, but it really did not pay out. And I think that the high caliber of Emilio as a player just caught him out so well there.
And so I just missed the tailwind to start off game 3, but so we're going to look at that in just a second. But yeah, I think one final thought in the second game. But yeah, I think exactly. I think one thing maybe Marco's better at than almost any player in the world is kind of like winning turns, right? Where he's so good at anticipating what his opponent's going to do and kind of like making those really flashy looking switches where he just totally negates his opponent's action. I think even last week in the event he won, though, he's like winning turns without always winning the game. And I think sometimes it can be easy to get caught up and like, oh, I'm going to get this turn right, I'm going to make this great read. But he didn't need to there, right? And I think, obviously Heat Wave miss would still have lost him the game, but he had a very high percentage chance of just by letting those Pokemon get knocked out and then bringing Charizard in. I think instead maybe trying to make a read he didn't need to make and introducing more risk instead of removing it by hitting that read.
Yeah, and there was a possibility, I think, there as well of Farigiraf maybe just going for the Psychic there, knowing that there was so much emphasis onto that Gambit slot. But of course, there was also the risk of the Kowtow, but like you say, just making sure the safety, I think, with the Charizard coming in as healthy as possible in that scenario helps you lock up the game a lot more, but unfortunately for Marco, did not play out like that.
Yeah, and I think this last game, maybe we see maybe what the game plan for game 2 was supposed to be with Emilio getting maybe more what he expected from Marco with a more similar looking roster to that first game. See that huge knockout on Sylveon immediately, but critically getting the Tailwind up for free, and this time without Charizard there to help Aerodactyl out, kind of being intimidated into not using the Tailwind on the first turn, and then the missed Rock Slide could be pretty critical on the Basket Legion there too. I don't know exactly how much damage it would have done, but we eventually see it survive with, I think, 53 HP, which is enough for, like, it's possible Rock Slide could have done it. A critical hit definitely would have.
Yeah, I think it probably did come into the question later on in this game, but I think pivotally here, Marco probably conditioned into not wanting to go with the Incineroar again in this game 3 because of the threat there of that King Gambit. And like you say, I think the value that Sylveon provided in games 1 and 2 feels good under Tailwind, but really getting punished by Emilio's lead here because you've got no way to weaken that Basket Legion like we saw in that game 2, where it was able to take the Wave Crash. This time around, Emilio being able to really just capitalize with the Basket Legion free almost, where now you can get rid of the Sylveon, that's no more of a threat, and now it becomes very difficult for Marco to get back into this game, especially when you haven't got that Tailwind active and you're still staring down in front of an on-call Whimsicott.
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of dominance from here, right? Where it winds up in a position where I think Emilio kind of just has this flow charted from the way out here. Aerodactyl's going to get double tapped here. Eventually we see an Encore on the Garchomp, which kind of forces it to get knocked out by the inability to protect, and then easily wind up in this situation. Well, Charizard's probably not going to 3v1. I think one more thing maybe to comment this Basket Legion too is that, well, okay, these are two Charizard teams. Come on, guys, we've seen this before, but kind of not, right? I think the specific decisions these trainers made on the way that they used their Charizard teams, I think, was really important. That Mystic Water on the Basket Legion is a big deal as well, where there's a little bit more damage than trainers are expecting, right? Basket Legion, especially at high levels, are kind of getting bulkier and bulkier. We're seeing a lot more of that Citrus Berry in particular, and instead with the Mystic Water here, it's a little bit more damage you're expecting. At that point, I think you're almost always guaranteed to knock out even the bulkiest of Charizards through Drought, so it makes it a little bit harder to play that too, and those small adjustments can make a big difference in how the matchups play out.
Yeah, I couldn't have said it better, Scott. I think this match in particular really shows why this 6 that Emilio are using are so dominant, because the damage trading that they can do against maybe some of the obscure picks. We saw the Farigiraf go for the Psychic onto the floor, and it's just nowhere near enough of what you're needing to do, whereas everything on Emilio's side, when it seemed to land an attack, was really hitting for huge damage and, significant damage alongside that, where it was putting Marco almost in these awkward positions where they were even having to switch or try and get their own Trick Room or Tailwind set up in scenarios where they were on the back foot a lot of the time, especially game 2 and 3 after the adjustment from Emilio. So can you match the damage trade-off with these 6 Pokemon? It's very difficult to do, especially when you haven't kind of matching Pokemon for Pokemon. Yes, you've got the Incineroar with the Charcoal, But I think Marco, we saw here, struggled to get the Sun Up to even get that Incineroar into position, and you're always going to be taking that recoil damage, which we saw in Game 2 was the detriment of the Incineroar in the end, where it just wasn't able to have the longevity to close the matchup like Marco probably would have liked.
Yeah, I mean, incredible match here, too, where we can't ask for much more than we got here with two of the best players in the world, two recent regional champions facing off. Hopefully you enjoyed that match of this breakdown, and we're going to have a bunch of more great matches for you throughout the course of this weekend. So we're going to do a quick break, and then soon we'll have round 2.
We are here with one of the top trainers in North America, Justin Tang, getting ready for NAIC. You just got in, you came here to start getting ready, start getting prepared. How you feeling for the weekend?
It can go really good or really poorly, but overall I'm not feeling awful. It's just like how the format feels to me, so yeah.
Now, there's also, this is your first time playing Pokemon Champions, right? Because you weren't playing in Indianapolis, so in an official capacity, are you worried that you missed out on some of that live action from Indy, or you think you're gonna be fine?
I mean, I was playing like on the ladder and such, before, so like it's not like I'm going in like completely blind. Like the last 2 weeks I've been preparing. So obviously it's not the same as in-person tournament, but I feel like I'm still getting the reps in I'm doing. But we'll see. Obviously maybe I'm at a slight disadvantage because I only played in Scarlet and Violet, only Terra. First I'm going to Megas. We'll see what happens if I'm a one-trick thing, but we'll see. We'll see.
No, I have faith. Hey, listen, you were great at right off the jump in Scarlet and Violet. I think you'll be great right off the jump in Pokemon Champions. We talk about the meta, and obviously Mega Charizard Y, Mega Follette, they're very prominent Mega Evolutions in this format. And it feels like you kind of have to, if you look at Japan Nationals, 5 of the top 8 teams were that core. Some other times, at least Arsal won Indy with it, even though it was lesser represented in top 8. It feels like a team that you kind of have to use to win, or you have to have a team that beats that to win. Is that kind of how this format feels?
That's definitely how the format feels. I mean, I think a lot of the Japanese players call it Big Six, the new Big Six. 5 out of top 8 is definitely something. So yeah, I don't know. I feel like you can definitely just use it and say you can beat the mirror and beat everything all around, outplay, or use something trying to counter it. But honestly, I don't think anything really counters the top Charizard teams right now because it's just so consistent. It's showing it throughout the format right now, always in top, so. And
what do you think about the different regions? Obviously, we have the whole world coming together from all over the globe, so it's not just like the North American player base and their archetypes, their play styles. You got to deal with how Europe plays, how Japanese players tend to play in other regions as well, right? So we saw, Lycanroc counters, we saw a bunch of different Pokemon trying to beat those top teams. How do you prepare for a tournament like this where you don't know necessarily what type of playstyle you're going to go up against?
I mean, I think as long as you're covering the general top results from each of those tournaments, because since this format, we've had Indy, we had Turin, we had the Japan Nationals, right? So as long as you're covering that top cut of both, basically, and saying that I'm gonna realistically face any of these teams because they're doing consistently well, right? Then you should be fine. And it helps that even though there's some funny tech pieces like the Lycanroc or whatever, it's still standard Frostlass. So as long as you have lines to do some of the top archetypes, you will be fine. So try to cover your bases and then say that if I face it in tournament, I will be okay because I practice it beforehand. So yeah.
And then last one for you. You have an absurd amount of championship points on the season. So you should definitely feel confident, obviously, that you're going to be in San Francisco, the threshold, right? So does that, you shouldn't feel pressure because you have so many championship points for a high performance, but you want to perform, you want to show that you're one of the best players in North America, right? So do you put internal pressure on yourself to play well when you don't necessarily need the championship points for your chance at Worlds here?
It's a little hard to say. I mean, obviously there's always some of that pressure. I think I've gotten better in a sense where to not be too hard on myself because there's only so much you can do in this game. Because right now, I've been mostly consistent, all the day 2s, a lot of the top cuts, but I'm not going and expecting to always top cut. I'm gonna go in, give it my best, and ideally, I will be in that day 2 top cut, and we'll see what happens. And I think the main thing is it's my first Champions tournament, so I want to prove that I still got it, so we'll see.
All right, hey, we'll see. We wish you the best of luck. I know I'll be rooting for Justin. For now, we'll be back with more Pokemon action.
This is history. That is a 10th regional win. That is inconceivable.
My name is Wolfe Glicke, and I am from Washington, D.C. I feel incredible, honestly. You know, 10 regional championships is something that I set a goal ages ago, like maybe 6-7 years ago at this point, but I set the goal, but I didn't really ever think I would get there because, I mean, even winning one regional championship is really difficult, and so to win 10 is not something that I really thought was achievable. And so now to be sitting here and to be able to say, actually, I did it, it feels great. It's a real feeling of accomplishment, and to do it with my favorite strategy of all time, it's a really great feeling, and I feel very proud and just very lucky. The team that I brought to the Toronto Regional Championships is a team with a strategy known as Parish Trap. It involves the move Parish Song and the ability Shadow Tag. It's my favorite strategy of all time. It's extremely difficult to play, but I love it. I've loved it for many years. I've been playing it for over a decade. This is my third regional championship win with the strategy, and I believe at the time of recording at least that I'm the only player to have ever won a tournament with a dedicated Parish Trap team. And so it's something of my signature strategy as well. If I had to pick one MVP Pokemon on the team, I would pick Politoed. It's the one Pokemon that I brought to literally every single game, and there was really no way to make the team work without bringing it.
Politoed can retaliate. The Weather Ball, again, consistent. A critical hit, bringing it down to 5 HP.
During Game 3 of the finals, I was able to pull off a technique that I knew was theoretically possible, but didn't think could actually ever work in practice. And in Game 3 of the finals, there was a moment where I was able to pressure my opponent to not switch out his most important Pokemon without actually technically trapping it on the field. It was something that was really memorable that I didn't think that I'd ever actually pull it off in a tournament, let alone in Game 3 of the finals. And so it felt like a moment where I surpassed my own limits and where I kind of improved in real time over the course of a match. And yeah, it was just like a really exciting and memorable moment for me.
So Weather Ball, the Politoed, the last little bit of damage. And with that, Wolfe Glicke, a historic 10th regional win, taking down the Toronto Regional Championships.
I began competing back in 2011 when I was a freshman in high school, so quite a while now ago at this point. But yeah, there was a local tournament in Virginia near where I live. I was very lucky. I ended up winning the entire thing, and it kind of kickstarted my whole competitive journey. There's a couple different things that I love about Pokemon, and certainly the game itself is one of those things. I just think it's such a fascinating, interesting, complex, challenging game, and I really like how it pushes me and how it challenges me personally. And I think really the thread that has kept me tied to this game for so long is not the championship victories or the feeling of redemption after a bad tournament. It's the people, and it is the wonderful, wonderful people who I have met who have really changed my life and have shaped me into the person who I am today, a person who I can be proud of. I get asked, a decent bit about what's the big picture here, right? Like, what's the grand motivation? What's your master goal, right? The truth is that there isn't some grand motivation. I don't have this big master plan. I don't have this thing that I'm chasing that this thing that nobody else has ever done that I want to be the one to do. It's nothing like that. It's just the very simple fact that I like it. I like competing. I just think it's fun to play Pokemon, and I really enjoy it. What I really want to do is continue to learn more about myself, more about the game, and to continue to get better. And if that leads to more championships, then I won't complain, but if it doesn't, as long as I feel like I'm getting better and I'm learning more, then I also will be quite satisfied. When I envision myself winning Worlds, I don't think about a specific opponent because there's no one person who sits in that chair who I would be like, oh man, can I do this? Like, I have to believe that I can beat anybody who sits in that chair. Am I going to win Worlds this year? I would be, I think, foolish to sit here and tell you yes. But I will tell you that I will try, and I think that actually, to me, is more meaningful.
Welcome back, everybody, to New Orleans, where we are in 2026 North America International Championships. So excited to be coming back to the desk for Swiss Round 2.
Man, that first one got us off to a hot start. Two of the best players in the world in a very exciting match. if that is what we have in store all weekend, it's going to be very fun.
I feel like that's always the case, though, when it comes to these international championships, because it's always like banger after banger after banger, all of the best competitors in the world, and we get so lucky to see the matches we do.
Right, and international competition as well. You know, last round we had a European regional champion versus an American regional champion. It's very fun to see all of the world come together for these tournaments.
And guess what we have on the docket for this next one?
Would it be another European player versus an American player?
Well, I suppose yes. Seems to be that might be a trend here, as we do have quite a few of the top European players joining us from over the pond. But this one will be between the 2025 world champion Giovanni Cischke and top 16 at that very same World Championships, Théotime Massaut.
Also top 4 at an IC just in the fall, and so definitely a player to be watching for this weekend. And Gio, you know, had been a player people were really talking about. I think you've heard players like Wolfe mention Gio as one of the big threats going into Worlds last year, and then he capitalized on it. He's a lot of players' most respected players, and so always a threat to take home a tournament.
I know everybody is still looking at Gio, hopefully, to be able to get that regional title that has escaped him for so long. But even hearing it from him, you take the World Championship trophy over a regional medal.
I'm sure he would take an IC trophy as well. I'd love to get that this weekend. So, yeah, and then lots of other really strong players in these pairings this round. You see Patrick Connors, of course, North American International Championship champion from just a couple of years ago. Lots of other strong players here trying to make their way through day one and keep the hopes alive.
And Théotime Massaut is missing out on that regional championship title, but has multiple top 4s, top 8s, even getting second place at a regional championship last year. And so exciting to see all these competitors come over, and we do get that international showdown. Something that like we don't usually get until the World Championships. I feel like that's really, of course, where we're going to see all of them, because we have even greater representation from those countries.
Right, being able to see all of the different countries come together to compete. I want to call it one of these notable matches is an 0-1 match. Marco, after having to play against Emilio last round, runs into Joji this round. That's a pretty difficult draw for your round 2 after you lose round 1.
That's really hard. But I mean, I think that's going to be the case across the board. Someone's got to win and someone's got to lose. That's just the nature of Pokemon.
Yep.
And so when you have the Swiss rounds where you're pairing those competitors with the same win-loss record against each other, there's just going to be some wild pairings like that.
Yeah, some difficult rounds, but you've got to be able to beat the best if you want to come out on top, and so both players there will have to try to prove it in the second round.
So what are our competitors using in this tournament? Let's take a look at our meta for the day 1, phase 1, I guess, if you will, because we're going to be playing around a phase 2 tonight. But is there anything that really surprises you on this list?
Well, a couple things jump out to me compared to our usage at the first couple of regional championships. First of all, Kingambit managing to take the top slot. Kingambit and Basculegion, both Pokemon, they just have so many stats with them that they can really fight well in this current metagame that's so much about damage trading. Also surprising to see Sneasler moving up over Garchomp. I think it was number 5 in Indianapolis a couple weeks ago, now all the way up to number 3. And then Floette takes the top mega usage spot away from Charizard, and that's a really high usage for a mega Pokemon. Almost 40% of teams have Floette.
And that Charizard on the screen is going to be representative of Charizard Y and Charizard X, since we put them into the same Charizard bucket. So the percentage of Charizard Y is going to be a little less than 30%.
A little bit less, maybe like 29.5, 30% or something. But there's a few Charizard X out there. And then Frostlass making into the top 12, really stabilizing as that number 3 mega. Even, most Aerodactyl, mini Aerodactyl at least, won't have the Mega Stone, but Frostlass will always have it. Very clearly now the number 3 mega in usage.
I mean, Fergraf, though, I think creeping up in the usage, that's going to be a Pokemon that we did already get a chance to see Marco showcase in that first set. Has the ability to set up Trick Room, but you also have that Armor Tail ability that is just so powerful. When you see Kingambit with Sucker Punch as the top usage Pokemon, Basculegion with Aqua Jet as the second use Pokemon, 2 Fake Out users following right behind them, Armor Tail is perfect to block all those priority moves.
Armor Tail can really help keep a team stable, and then Trick Room so underrepresented in the format right now that I think a lot of players are making similar calls like Marco did in last round, that if teams are a little bit less prepared for it, maybe you don't have to invest as much. And so Pokemon like Sinistcha and Fergraf, if you can get a Trick Room up, you might be able to really take some momentum in a game.
That's a good point. Cischke feels like kind of the primary or the premier Trick Room user in the format, but mostly because it has access to other tools.
And it really represents an archetype unto itself. We've seen a lot of Floette plus Delphox teams. We also saw, I think, in Turin last week, the Floette plus Charizard X paired, but always with Cischke and Incineroar as the rest of that supportive core, because so many of these top usage Pokemon are really about their damage. Kingambit, Basculegion, Garchomp, they're just there to do damage. Sneasler, other than running Fake Out, is just there for its damage. And so Cischke and Incineroar represent that kind of other archetype of being able to play more balanced, keep your team healthy, and keep damage mitigated with Rage Powder and Intimidate, so that you can try to set up something like Calm Mind, Floette, or Nasty Plot Delphox.
So many interesting megas that are left off of this top 12 Pokemon usage, but let's see what we, on the caster's side, decided that we might bring to this tournament. That's not a surprise at all. Looks like you were very inspired by Michael Hank's performance at the Indianapolis Regional Championships, and you get to use your favorite, Tyranitar.
Oh, I love getting to use Tyranitar, of course, with Garchomp and Corviknight as well. I was definitely inspired seeing Michael Hank perform so well in Indianapolis, and so, you know, made a little twist to it myself, used some Tyranitar sets and Garchomp sets I like, but this has been my go-to on the Pokemon Champions ladder since that tournament. It's been really fun to play.
I also had Sand as the archetype I would have brought to Indianapolis, but now that things have started to settle out a little bit, and I saw Turin, I said, okay, I'm in the boat. I gotta bring Sylveon.
Do you feel good that you and Marco are on exactly the same page here?
Well, he lost that round one, so maybe.
Well, maybe that was because he had the Incineroar, so.
Oh, true. Yes, I don't have Incineroar on this team. I have the Basculegion.
Which was the thing that came out on top, so maybe you're in the right spot.
Maybe I'm one step ahead of things. But look, Sierra has joined you in the use of the Tyranitar, the Corviknight, and the Garchomp. And then we actually have a nice smattering of other archetypes that our lovely colleagues have picked out.
Gabby representing that archetype I was just talking about of the supportive pieces next to the boosting Pokemon. Of course, we saw Sejin Park get top 4 at the Korean National Championships with that mode, but with full support next to it. Gabby kind of representing the option to have damage as well with Sneasler and Basculegion, though I think we've seen more success from this version of the team since that tournament. And then Lee bringing Rain to the show, has the Politoed and the Archaludon, but then a little bit of weather mix-up with Frostlass as well.
Well, I mean, kind of similar to the team you took inspiration from. You've got 2 different weather modes. Joe, I was going to say with Charizard Y would have had the same, except that's going to be a Charizard X on the team. But the fact that you do have 2 different archetypes that you have to kind of play a guessing game around feels very powerful.
Right, you don't know exactly what mode you're going to run into at any given moment. That feels like a really strong thing to have in this format, whether it's teams like Gabby's that don't tell you which boosting mega they're going to show, or teams that don't show you which weather they're going to show, because the fights can happen so fast, so much damage coming out one way or another, that if you have to guess what your opponent's going to do, it can make it really difficult. I mean, Marco's team was showing that with whether it's going to be Tailwind or Trick Room, and when he got the lead right and had the advantage, suddenly your opponent can have very difficult time recovering, and so presenting 2 options can be really crucial.
But like you and I both, for example, have 2 Mega Evolutions on our teams, but I feel like you don't have to Mega the Tyranitar, and you don't have to Mega the Aerodactyl. Just the fact that you have both of those as an option in a game is also very powerful.
Yeah, of course, along with Megas, one of the most notable format changes for Pokemon Champions compared to the last few Pokemon games is the restriction on items. There's very few items in the format right now, and that makes it way less costly to decide to use a second Mega Stone as just a sometimes I'll click this button kind of item, because there is no Assault Vest to put on Tyranitar, there's no Choice Band to put on Tyranitar, so maybe I'll just put a Mega Stone there instead.
That works out. Yeah, I'm missing Assault Vest right now in the meta, that's for sure.
Yeah, you think it would help with some of these big, you take up some Floette Moonblasts a little bit better if Assault Vest was around.
I mean, look at the special attackers that we have across the board on all the teams that we picked. Gengar, Frostlass, Hydreigon, Delphox, Floette, Ninetales, Milotic, Charizard, like that. There's so many special attackers.
It's really interesting dynamic of the current format that Megas almost exclusively are special attackers. The top 3, Floette, Charizard, and Frostlass. And then non-Megas are almost exclusively physical attackers. Kingambit, Garchomp, Sneasler, and Basculegion. And so both offensive types are represented, but you are getting one from the Mega and one from those non-Mega Pokemon.
Well, I think for some of it, it's like the new Mega Evolutions, for example. If you're excited to play with the new shiny Pokemon, a lot of the new ones, they do get a pretty powerful boost to their special attack. Like Frostlass, for example, that's one that I'm like, oh yeah, that's like a fun Pokemon. Delphox as well. You get a nice little boost there. And so it's just like, it's fun to play around with.
They can pump out a ton of damage as well, and then really good abilities. You know, Delphox being able to gain Levitate, be immune to all the Garchomp Earthquakes running around, and then anytime you can get Instant Weather as an ability, that makes you a pretty good Pokemon. Lots on that last slide had abilities that gave them weather, whether it's Charizard or Frostlass. If you can set the weather, you're in a pretty good spot.
Tyranitar as well, if you want to overwrite weather. I think that's really the value that a lot of these weather setters have. And especially if you have one that's like an immediate presence on the field, then you get a little bit more flexibility in terms of how you want to run it. But that leads also to the timing of Mega Evolution. I think that's something I'm definitely keeping my eyes on this weekend. When are our top trainers actually utilizing Mega Evolution? And especially after the grand finals at the Indianapolis Regional Championships, I think that's the best example of being patient with that tool.
Yeah, for some matchups, you just want to click the button immediately. You know, in our last round, there wasn't really any reason for either player to hesitate to just Mega Evolve there. And sometimes you want to do it even if you're going to protect on that turn, so that if you have to switch out and switch back in, you'll have those higher stats if you ever have to switch back in. But sometimes it can be all about the patience, trying to find the right time to set the weather or to preserve your pre-Mega ability. And so certain Pokemon really want to hold it as long as they can.
But I think that, you know, like Floette is, I think, a great example of that not being the case. Because if you don't Mega Evolve, that might be a fainted Floette.
It's not even a fully evolved Pokemon until you Mega Evolve. Yeah, definitely a Pokemon that does not want to be taking any attacks or trying to do any damage until it's used that move. Frostlass, similarly, is at least a fully evolved Pokemon, but there's a reason you've not seen any Frostlass on these broadcasts until it gained a Mega Evolution.
What do you mean? You don't want Cursed Body to activate and you potentially disable a move on your opponent's team?
If we see a miraculous Cursed Body switch in, disable this weekend, you'll have asked for it, you'll have made it happen. But I don't think we're going to see that in this upcoming round.
No, I don't think so either, but who's to say? We're going to jump into Swiss round number 2 of the North America International Championships, where Théotime Massaut is going to face off against 2025 World Champion Giovanni Cischke.
Théotime has that type of archetype we were just talking about, where Floette has Calm Mind, Delphox has Nasty Plot, you have 2 fake outs from Incineroar and Sneasler, and of course Sinistcha with Rage Powder and Hospitality to try to keep it safe. Departing from some other versions of this team though, King Gambit closes it out, not Basculegion, so you have the damage threat in a different form. Meanwhile, on the other side, Geo has a lot of damage potential and kind of in a mixed way. Dragonite, they're holding a Mega Stone as well, so it's going to be a potent special attacker that keeps multi-scale after the Mega Evolution. And then Frostlass can also provide defense with Aurora Veil once it Mega Evolves, gets the Snow Warning, and has Snow set up. And then both players bringing Sneasler, both players bringing King Gambit, some of these top meta threats that can put out so much damage. I think the question when you see a matchup like this is always, can Geo prevent the setup or withstand the setup once it happens? It can be a little bit difficult when you're playing a more passive team. You don't want to trade a turn of Aurora Veil for a turn of Nasty Plot or Calm Mind. You don't want to necessarily trade be relying just on multi-scale if you're going to have to take these massive hits in the future. And so this can immediately be somewhat of an advantage for Théotime.
Théotime has a lot of experience with this team, just came off the back of a top 64 at Turin with this exact 6. So maybe either he has made some minor adjustments to make this a little bit more impactful in the meta, or this is like a, hey, I think I was so close to being able to make it to the top cut, I'm gonna run it back.
Théotime also has the Swords Dance on King Gambit, so adding a third setup option to the mix so that if you don't feel like Floette's in a good position or you don't feel like Delphox is in position, you can use those supportive tools to enable Swords Dance as well. And then sometimes a play you can make is just to present both of them. And so maybe you can stop one of these, but if I'm going to threaten both at once, you don't have the tools to stop that. So King Gambit rounds out the setup options on this team. And then some interesting little text here. Sneasler has Quick Guard, able to block some priority moves on the other side. Can be really helpful for keeping Delphox safe from Aqua Jet, for instance. You don't commit all the way to having a Frigoraph on the team, but if you have Quick Guard, you have another tool to try to keep Delphox safe without having to rely just on Cischke.
I was gonna say, what's the secret 7th Pokemon that Théotime has on his team? Well, Giovanni, I think, has some great tools to be able to work with this and against the setup Pokemon that Théotime has access to. Giovanni's team, this is actually going to be a pretty strong departure from what he ended up using to get top 32 at the Indianapolis Regional Championships. Back there, he was using Charizard Y alongside Mega Aerodactyl and the Vascular King Gambit, all the good stuff that you would have expected to see in this meta, but has since switched over to this Mega Dragonite and the Mega Frostlass with the other strong partner Pokemon around it.
Right, lots of strong supportive Pokemon around. Not many with surprising sets. King Gambit again has Sword Stance, so we talked earlier about all the different move options on King Gambit, but has no coverage move here, neither the low kick or the Iron Head. Instead has Protect and Sword Stance. Sneasler kind of interesting with Poison Jab saying, I don't need Dire Claw, I'm not after sleep, so I'm not after paralysis, and then Poison Touch as well. So really trying to commit to, if I land a Poison Jab on you, there's a really high chance that that poison's coming through.
I think that makes a lot of sense though. When you think about the changes that have happened to status conditions in Pokemon Champions, I think having a paralysis is way less impactful and valuable than a poison.
Paralysis was nerfed, sleep was nerfed, poison wasn't nerfed, still does tons of damage. And if onto something like Cischke, that can be really impactful if you're getting that extra 12.5% per turn. And Incineroar has a special defense boosting stat alignment, so showing it's not offensive like we saw in Marco's team in the last round. And then Citrus Berry on top of that is really going to be about trying to keep Dragonite and Frostlass, Basculegion, and King Gambit safe, providing more of a support role on this team. Dragonite opts for Tailwind here. Dragonite Pokemon that can have a lot of different moves. Sometimes we see the Mega Dragonite only on Rain teams so that you can run Hurricane. Instead, no flying offense on this one. Instead, using the multi-scale to make sure you can get a Tailwind when you want it, and then using Dragon Pulse and Heat Wave, Dragon and Fire together, pretty potent offense. You can hit neutrally with Dragon Pulse, and then when there's a Steel on the other side, like the King Gambit, the Heat Wave helps round out the damage.
Dragonite is another one of those new Megas I thought was so fun from ZA. Gets that nice boost to its special attack to make it a really potent special attacker. But if you were tuning into Scarlet and Violet, you might be wondering, where's the extreme speed? You know, where are the outrages? And that's because it's a special attacker now with that Mega Stone.
Right. When the Mega Evolution gives you a bunch of special attack, then the option to go physical isn't really there anymore. You might see some ordinary Dragonites out in the field as physical attackers, but the Mega Dragonite always going to be special and threatens a lot of damage back with Dragon Pulse.
Moments away from getting into Game 1 of Swiss Round 2 at the 2026 North America International Championships between Théotime, Massaut, and Giovanni Cischke. Only one competitor can keep the undefeated record. I know it's still early in the day, but every win that you get is one step closer to making it to Phase 2 of the competition. A lot of very familiar Pokemon on either side, but I'm very curious about this Mega Delphox versus the Mega Dragonite on Gio's team.
Right, I think it's going to be a really crucial decision for both players which Mega to bring. When you have this kind of supportive setup option, the Mega choice is the first really crucial one. I think the Floette probably more likely for Théotime. The Delphox is likely to have a really difficult time ever breaking through the Dragonite. On the other side, you're not going to do it Heat Waves, so you're going to have to spin turns on Psychic. Floette has a much easier time there. But then from Gio's side, do you even go for the Dragonite? The Frostlass can be really disruptive. It's Floette on the other side. You can just immediately start going out for damage with Blizzard.
Let's get into Game 1 and see what Pokemon both of our trainers have selected. On the leads, it's going to be the Frostlass as the Mega Evolution of choice for Gio, alongside that Sneasler, and it's going to be the Mega Floette for Théotime.
So maybe neither Mega choice too surprising here. Both players opting for Sneasler as the supportive option next to them. Of course, anytime you see two Sneaslers up against each other, the immediate question is which is faster. Both of these showed speed boosting stat alignments, so maybe all the way to max speed. We've also seen some pretty slow speed boosting stat alignment Sneaslers just trying to at least present the threat. We'll probably learn pretty quickly here which is moving. But of course, Frostlass is a ghost type, not threatened by Fake Out, so can just opt to Mega and Aurora Veil, or Mega and Blizzard immediately go out on the offense. Here isn't all that threatened, but you probably have to worry about Poison Jab plus Moonblast being quite a bit of damage back if you just expose Frostlass too much here.
Well, it's going to be an immediate switch out of the Sneasler. You don't want to play into a potential speed tie knowing that Jolly does exist.
And you don't want to take too much from a Blizzard here, and Incineroar a great switch in if you think the offense is going to come quick from Gio's side.
You still have an option, though, for the Aurora Veil, something that the Frostlass could do that doesn't necessarily unleash an attack right now, but could set you up for the long game. But the Mega Evolutions are going to match. Gio with the Frostlass and Théotime with this Mega Floette, both ready to go out on the offense. But what does the Sneasler do? Going to be one of the faster Pokemon on the field. Floette, though, with that increased priority on the Protect, will make sure that it protects itself first before it sees the rest of this turn. Sneasler was trying to go for the Fake Out to stop this Floette in his tracks, but Frostlass does unleash that Blizzard. Incineroar going to take that a little bit nicer.
Yeah, if you're not willing to opt into the speed tie, which a fake out speed tie is so risky, if you're going after a fake out into the other fake out, well, they're just going into your partner Pokemon. If you lose it, then you accomplish nothing on the turn. Then switching the Incineroar in and protecting makes a lot of sense. You don't take that much damage from Blizzard. Floette doesn't risk taking a Poison Jab from the other side. But now things are really risky. We talked about the high chance of poison. Like, Floette can take a Poison Jab at -1, no problem. But if you get poisoned and you take a Blizzard as well, then all that damage is going to start to add up. It's really difficult to actually play your normal game plan of setting up in front of these two Pokemon. Meanwhile, Incineroar has to be worried too. A close combat will do quite a bit of damage here. Maybe the -1 means that you can take it, but if the Blizzard comes first, then can you actually take a Blizzard and then a close combat afterwards? So Gio continues to have the pressure here. For now, though, Incineroar has Fake Out that's going to be really helpful. It can try to stop the Sneasler for a turn, or if you think the Protects are coming, you can just get Incineroar back off the field, get Sneasler back in instead, and oh man, the Poison Jab.
It's so risky. The Poison Jab does come out from the Sneasler, super effective into that Floette, but there's actually not going to be a poison that comes through for this Floette. Aurora Veil set up by the Frostlass is going to help out versus these incoming attacks as Floette tries to get a Calm Mind boost to override some of that special defense from Aurora Veil.
Yeah, poison, about a coin flip there, whether it's going to be a poison or not. So Floette escapes without that one and escapes without a Blizzard coming in as well. Sneasler and Floette taking a Blizzard there would have been really difficult for Théotime. But now the Floette has the boost, but where do you go from here? You still are threatened by a KO from Poison Jab, even at -1. That kind of funnels the Sneasler Fake Out into the Sneasler on the other side instead. Blizzard still, even at +1 special defense, it's going to add up quickly on Floette. Are you actually threatening a 1-hit KO back into Frostlass? With Aurora Veil up, certainly not.
I feel like it's an easy Blizzard, though, and then whether or not the Fake Out comes out, I think, is going to be what ends up throwing the wrench into the plans.
Right, I mean, I think from Gio's side, it's pretty easy. You know a Fake Out's coming to Sneasler, so you're able to make this pivot. You know that you can get the Blizzard if you want it. It's how do you respond from Théotime's side.
I think the Intimidate makes a lot of sense, though, because that's going to be a nice attack drop onto the Sneasler. But we're seeing the rotation. So Théotime's Incineroar comes in, gets the Intimidate onto the opposing Incineroar, and that is just a full rotation of Pokemon here. Floette protects itself, it knows it's under threat by this Blizzard. The Blizzard comes back out into the Incineroar.
Yeah, Théotime is way more interested in threatening Fake Out and trying to create a position with a really safe Fake Out than he is in immediately landing one. That's going to disrupt plans even further. So what I was saying is that what Théotime is looking for is that Sneasler protects itself, you rotate Incineroar in, and then you have a certain Fake Out into the Incineroar on the other side. But Gio is not letting that happen. He was making pivots of his own, so Incineroar comes in instead, threatening now Fake Out on the other side. And then to add more difficulty on top of that, Théotime gets the freeze on his own. Incineroar can't even guaranteed to Fake Out.
But he can Flare Blitz to thaw out of the freeze, so that is going to be at least a nice attack into the Frostlass, right?
It's difficult. If you spend a turn just Flare Blitzing with Incineroar, Floette starts to look like it is on an island all by itself, already at such low health. Would of course go down to an attack. Incineroar has to be worried about a couple Blizzards being a KO. You have the Aurora Veil on the other side. You have the speed advantage for the Frostlass on the other side. It's going to be a double protect because the threat is so big.
As Blizzard comes out, it's just going to barely miss the knockout onto the Floette. So maybe you're kicking yourself, hoping that you would have been able to get an attack off with this Floette before it goes down. But Incineroar is able to use the Flare Blitz to thaw itself out and deal some major damage to the Frostlass on the other side. But this Incineroar for Gio still gets a chance to move. And it's going to be a Flare Blitz in return to get the final blow onto that Floette.
The freeze forces Incineroar to play selfishly for 1 turn, and 1 turn of selfishness is all it takes for Floette to go down. Stuck by itself, the Flare Blitz and the Blizzard is more than enough damage, and that is not what you need to accomplish with your Mega with this type of archetype. You're going to put all this investment into supporting around it. You really want a lot more than Floette was able to accomplish there. Ends up getting the Calm Mind, protecting, trying a double protect, not getting it, and just getting KO'd, having no impact on this game. Gio at this point is so far ahead, but doesn't necessarily have it closed out yet. Incineroar and Sneasler can still put out a lot of damage. Sneasler comes in unintimidated, is threatening a close combat into Incineroar on the other side. We just saw the damage from Incineroar into Frostlass on the other side, would be able to close out a KO now. Gio has to make the right moves to close it out now that he's established such a big lead.
Well, Basket Legion with that Ghost typing would be immune to incoming close combat, but the Sneasler picks Dire Claw instead. Still a small chance to roll for status condition, but one is not afforded to the Sneasler. Frostlass unleashes another Blizzard with a critical hit on the Sneasler. It feels like it's just adding insult to injury at this point, but just how far ahead Gio is. The Throat Chop isn't even going to pick up the KO onto the Frostlass.
Yeah, Théotime knows his resources left at this point are so minimal that giving up health to Flare Blitz would make it more difficult, and tries to reach, tries to just get that KO with Throat Chop instead, but that also covers if Basket Legion had been coming in on that side instead with Snow expiring. Maybe you're thinking Gio's mindset is get Frostlass out and come back in later when it can have more impact. Instead, doesn't manage to close out the KO onto Frostlass, and probably is going to have to take another Blizzard in the future. But at least on this turn, you can expect Frostlass is pretty likely to switch out with the Snow expiring, but maybe you just look for a Shadow Ball, just closing out damage into Sneasler.
I think you'd be happy to just go for a Shadow Ball and then get the Basket Legion to get a secondary KO onto that Incineroar. But for now, we're going to see the Incineroar disappear into its Pokeball as Sinistcha comes out with a little bit of hospitality healing over to Sneasler. Sneasler is actually going to use Dire Claw first. That's beating the Frostlass and going to get the knockout.
Gio opts not to try to preserve that Frostlass, just lets it take a hit because he knows if it takes a hit, that means that the Basket Legion is going to get to swing for free, but not into the Incineroar. So a pretty strong turn for Théotime there to respond and get a little bit back in this game.
That's still only 1 KO that Théotime has been able to get out of Giovanni. You still have 3 more Pokemon in the back to play around with, and this is a free Intimidate now onto the opposing Sneasler.
Right, Incineroar is able to come back in if it wants to here and get an Intimidate down. I think the Hospitality may have taken Sneasler out of Aqua Jet KO range, which means that Sneasler may continue to get attacks off in the future. And then the rotation is still available. Once your team is down to 2 Pokemon, it's going to be much easier for Gio to pin him in one spot, make Intimidate stick. But if your team can keep up with these 3 Pokemon, keep the pivots going, there's still a chance, even now, both players down the Mega.
Gio took some time to think about his decision before bringing back in the Incineroar, because it is really about how do you close out this game. Felt like the lead that Giovanni had is starting to close a little bit.
Close a little bit, but he's still massively ahead. Think about the situation here. The Basket Legion not threatened by the Sneasler at all and can just swing into the Sinistcha on the other side. Sinistcha has opted for Aqua Berry, not the Ghost Resist that we saw in similar teams to this archetype before. So Last Respect's likely just threatening a KO here now that Frostlass went down on the previous turn. So it may look as simple as fake out the Sneasler and throw Last Respect to Sinistcha. If you're far enough ahead, you can kind of say, you know, there are counters to that. You can try to rotate the Incineroar out, but you can't get away with it forever. So Sneasler is actually the one going into Incineroar. Let's see if it is enough to keep the Sinistcha alive.
Fake out first, and then we get to see the Last Respects come out. Sinistcha's already taken some damage, and so Last Respects looks like it was an easy knockout to pick up for that Basket Legion. Down to just 2 Pokemon left. Can Théotime claw his way back into this one with the Sneasler and the Incineroar? And no, actually, is going to be the answer to that question. Théotime throws in the towel, and Giovanni wins game 1.
Once he was down to 2 Pokemon, just too much of an uphill battle. Gio did such a great job of withstanding the early threat from Théotime. Constantly in those first few turns was trying to establish the right position for his own fake out. I think first 4 turns in a row, we saw him switch that right slot between the 2 fake out Pokemon, just trying to find an opportunity. Eventually, the Incineroar got frozen, switching into a Blizzard. That forced his hand to use the Flare Blitz, get the Defrost, but in the meantime, the float went down, and it was such an uphill battle from there. He got a few turns right, but Gio was able to play pretty conservatively and just close out the game.
It's just so hard, right? Because it's like sometimes you wait for the perfect opportunity, but then what if that window was actually a couple of turns ago? Maybe you would have enjoyed throwing out an attack. Maybe that makes the matchup a little bit easier, but it's so hard to make that call when you have all these different facets to think about. What other Pokemon could be in the back? Gio took quite a while to actually reveal that.
Right, if you don't know what you're gonna have to deal with at the end, you don't know what resources to preserve. I think the Sneasler on Gio's side makes it really difficult to play this game plan with Follett, because you have to use Intimidate to mitigate the Poison Jab. You have to be constantly cycling, but you know there's a fake out on the other side that's often going to be faster than your own, and the Poison Jab, the threat of the poison is so huge as well when you know that Blizzard damage is going to be added on top. If it was only the Poison Jab you were going to take, well then you can say, I'll take that. Even if I get poisoned, I can Hospitality, I can recover it, but when Blizzard is adding Chip on top, it makes it so difficult for Floette. So I wonder if that will force the switch into the Delphox. If you think it's going to be the Frostlass, not the Dragonite on the other side, then Frostlass, or the Delphox makes all the sense in the world.
I think I would like to see Delphox or King Gambit as an adjustment in this game, especially when you see these 2 Ghost-type Pokemon for Gio with the Frostlass and the Basculegion. But it's going to be the Delphox as the switch up for the Mega at least.
So gets the Mega matchup right, has the Delphox, it's still the Frostlass on the other side, but Gio knows the hedge. It knows that after winning with Frostlass, you're likely to see Delphox on the other side, so immediately presents a huge obstacle for Delphox, which is that Basculegion. Instantly just threatening a KO into Delphox and fake out immune. When you're leading this type of setup team, you want to be the one with the pressure. You want to be the one saying, I'm going to fake out, you're going to do nothing, I'm going to set up. You don't want to be the one saying, I'm immediately on the back foot here. I have to react instantly. And those reactions are really difficult because you love to get Cischke in to try to redirect away a Wave Crash, but are you just going to switch Cischke into a Blizzard here? You can't afford to do that. How do you actually recover from this position? It's going to start with Sneasler going out into the back, but where does it go next? King Gambit, though, so not the full support package. Another attacker hits the field.
Okay, well that was an adjustment that I would have liked to see and is a very good response to something like the Frostlass and the Basculegion. However, they can still pack a punch into this King Gambit. As we see the Delphox Mega Evolve first, we can assume that it's going to be faster than the Frostlass in this matchup. But then what comes next? This King Gambit can't protect itself on this turn, so it could be taking 2 attacks right here and now. Delphox going to protect itself, so at the very least, it's not taking any damage on this turn. But what has Gio decided to do? Aurora Veil for safety, going to make those defenses stronger on his side of the field. But this Basculegion can still fire off an attack. It is into that Delphox's protect, though.
So the King Gambit is a way to cover and try to keep Delphox around. You can maybe threaten the Sucker Punch plus the Side Shock KO into the Basculegion now before it's able to move, and so you're a little bit more healthy with Delphox, but your Aurora Veil might have thrown a wrench into that plan. Might be enough to withstand those couple of hits. Meanwhile, King Gambit comes into a great position here. Of course, we'll take a bunch of damage from Wave Crash if that were ever the target, but you can't imagine in this position that would be the prioritization for Gio. And so it walks in as a Blizzard resistance, able to threaten a bunch of damage into these Pokemon. But it does mean that Delphox is now on the field with no redirection support, no fake out support. It's going to have to fight on its own a little bit here. Only the threat of Sucker Punch to try to keep Delphox healthy. I also wonder what players are thinking about the damage trade. If Delphox were to get traded for Frostlass, would either player be more unhappy with that? It looks like Théotime is the one more worried about it, going to get the Delphox out into the back.
Yeah, I mean, because Shadow Ball is also going to do a pretty good number to this Delphox, so it ends up going into that Sneasler instead as Wave Crash splits the difference and splits the damage as King Gambit is going to be on the receiving end of that one. King Gambit gets away with a Sword Stance though, so these Sucker Punches might be just one-hit knockouts into either of these Pokemon.
Gio recognizing the threat of King Gambit, recognizes that he can't entirely focus on the Delphox because then maybe the King Gambit just runs away with this game. And immediately King Gambit much less of a threat once it has taken one big hit like that. It's a little bit easier to get rid of it, but Frostlass isn't going to be able to do that job. And Basculegion, even with the Aurora Veil up now with a little bit of chip from Wave Crash, likely in KO range from Black Glasses +2 Sucker Punch. And so this, the Colbert Berry can help with that, and for now the Cischke are going to try to keep King Gambit healthy so that if you miss that KO, you don't immediately go down to the wave crash.
Now it is really all about protecting this King Gambit. A one-hit knockout rewarded to this Pokemon onto the Frostlass. But can it hang on through another attack from this Basculegion? Because that was not the target this time, and the Hospitality healing ensures that King Gambit gets another shot at a KO next turn.
I think that's a really strong turn for Théotime. You accomplish two things at once. You get the Frostlass KO'd as you get Cischke on the field to provide redirection support for this King Gambit. Cischke can't provide that redirection support safely when there's Blizzard threat on the other side, but by eliminating Frostlass at the exact same time that you get the Cischke on the field, now you have all the redirection time in the world. Of course, the Last Respects will still pick up that KO, but if you opt for Last Respects, you may only get one opportunity further to attack with Basculegion, whether that's taking a Sucker Punch into the Colbert Berry or just taking a Kowtow Cleave that might KO despite the Colbert Berry. Afterwards, you probably end up trading back.
But you do have Sneasler to offer Fake Out for at least one turn. That might help get you a KO on this one, but it's tough because you do have both Pokemon that can use Protect.
Right, both Pokemon have Protect, so Théotime can just kill this Fake Out pressure on this turn. But of course, in Geo's shoes, you know that that's a threat. You know you can also just take advantage of it, and then you know that Théotime knows you could just take advantage of it, and so may not actually be willing to just click the Protect. For now, though, Sneasler out into the back, Incineroar back on the field.
The 5T chest as the Incineroar is going to come in and give up a Defiant boost to this King Gambit. That's going to put it at +3 attack, but it's going to be a double Protect. Wow, did you just get away with that?
Oh man, for Théotime, you have to be kicking yourself. You spent the entirety of game one trying to accomplish exactly this play, trying to switch Fake Out on a double Protect from the other side. You never got it to land. Gio was always one step ahead. You are the first time that you are faced with the important Fake Out pressure on the other side, you click the double Protect, and Gio hits you with exactly the same play. Gets the switch into the Fake Out pressure, rotates through those Fake Outs. Now you don't have safe Protects available to you. Gio does have Fake Out available, and it starts to look so easy to put a bunch of damage down. You can just Fake Out King Gambit, Last Respects into the Cischke. We saw that damage before. This time the Basculegion unintimidated so far. We've seen all 4 Pokemon. The Intimidate is not going to be available in this game. There's no Incineroar, King Gambit over it as the Dark type. And so that Last Respect's just threatening a one-hit KO onto Cischke in this position, most likely.
Oh, King Gambit tries to go for the double Protect, but it is going to fail. And so on the receiving end of that Fake Out to stop it for this turn. The Basculegion gets to go next. Last Respects finishes off this King Gambit and gets rid of that +3 threat for the second game. A huge source of damage removed from the field for Théotime, and so has to rely on this Cischke to maybe get a burn or get a job done. Basculegion, though, happy to go down for its efforts. It did what it needed to do.
Maybe only because of the critical hit through the Aurora Veil, but does get the KO there and make the trade. I think a really smart input there from Gio. You want to cover for the Rage Powder, of course, because it can't just wave crash into Basculegion. Recognizing that Last Respects is still enough damage to pick up the KO on King Gambit, so you can choose your priority target. I'd rather KO the King Gambit if he allows it, but if the redirection happens, I'll just take the Cischke instead. That will be okay.
I will say, though, I think Gio would have liked to actually have this Basculegion for this Delphox. I realize it's been a long time, but this Delphox has very little damage on it.
The problem is the Incineroar has very little damage on it. Your total offensive output from Théotime's team now is going to be relying on Sneasler, because the Cischke and the Delphox really can't do it into the Incineroar. So it's going to be difficult, but down to 2 Pokemon for Gio after that critical hit. Machagacha picks up the KO on Basculegion on the previous turn. Maybe there's just enough room for it.
There is Throat Chop, so that is a super effective damaging option into the Delphox to make that a little bit easier. And then, of course, the Sneasler can just do some things as well.
Yeah, I think the key piece is the Sneasler in the back for Théotime, and then it's what damage do you prioritize in the meantime before it hits the field. You're imagining a future close combat into the Incineroar on that side, but you have to get there first.
Double Protect just to ensure that you are going to be able to get through both of these Pokemon with the Fake Outs, but you still have to worry about the damage that's going to be coming in on the next turn. Gio, very comfortable to try to throw out a Throat Chop and a Fake Out into that Delphox.
Right, it's an easy play. You know there's available on this turn to go for the fake out. The Sneasler on the other side is an important problem because the Sneasler on Théotime's side already took a bunch of damage early on in the game, and so you want to try to keep your own Sneasler around to be a threat back to that Sneasler, so you can't afford to take a side shock here, and so it protecting itself now. While Rage Powder covers the Incineroar tries to go after the Delphox.
Throw Trap or Flare Blitz, though, is going to do a lot as the Sneasler protects itself from the side shock. Of course, that's going to be a lot of super effective damage back in return, but the Throw Trap looks like it might actually miss out on that 2-hit KO.
Right, the Flare Blitz could be the extra damage to pick that up, but you take a bunch of recoil in the meantime, but then at least you're not worrying about the damage roll of whether Throat Chop is enough damage or not. And then, of course, you'd rather be after the Delphox instead, and so going after the Throat Chop is the only way to pressure in.
Double protect here was a good effort, but it's not going to happen. Sneasler cannot protect itself from a second side shock from the Delphox. And so Delphox gets what it wants, bringing the Sneasler down to its focus sash, but there's still one more attempt for the Sneasler to get something done. The Rage Powder going to redirect away the attack from this Incineroar as it goes for another Throat Chop, and yes, misses out on the knockout.
Just not at quite enough damage. Of course, the Akaberry preventing Flare Blitz there, and so instead forcing Throat Chop that keeps Cischke around. Sneasler, though, tried to protect on the previous turn and failed it, so can now protect again through this turn. Delphox and Cischke can protect themselves. If you think that the protect is coming, you can burn it that way. If you can get through the Sneasler on the other side, and that kind of blocks all the obstacles for your own Sneasler to come in close combat and Incineroar and clean up the game. So it does look like Théotime is slowly making the ground that needs to be able to take this game too.
Yeah, it is too bad because Giovanni's Sneasler is Poison Touch. Sometimes you see Unburden, so if the Focus Sash had been activated, then you would actually get that increased speed to the Sneasler. But since Gio's has Poison Touch, you're not going to be able to be faster than this Delphox before it's able to knock you out. So Sneasler goes for the Protect on this turn, does not want to end up taking that risk, as the Cischke can go for its final Protect the Delphox with that Rage Powder to draw away the Incineroar. But Delphox knows it's got one job, to knock out this Sneasler. Throat Chop from the Incineroar finally finishes off the Cischke and brings back out this Sneasler.
As telegraphed as that Protect is, Théotime knows he's got a big lead in this game. All you have to do is make sure the Sneasler goes down. You can't afford a free turn where it doesn't protect and you didn't actually pick up the KO on it, so you just keep targeting there. Now, the Sneasler on the other side has to worry about fake out pressure on this turn, is certainly going to have to get a double protect to get through the other side of this. Then probably still needs to somehow like win a speed tie, KO the Sneasler on the other side. The uphill battle for Gio is so difficult at this point. And before you even get there, if you try to protect against a possible fake out on this turn, it could just be a game-winning close combat into Incineroar instead, and so the risk starts immediately. Gio has to know this game is almost certainly lost. There's a thin thread of hope, but it can die at any moment with the wrong input on this turn.
I feel like you don't even need the fake out to try to secure the victory here. A close combat into the Incineroar would feel amazing, and I wonder even if the Throat Chop would actually pick off the Delphox. So we're going to see the towel thrown in. No reveal of any of those damaging interactions as Théotime wins the second game and brings us to a game 3.
Managed to not get the setup, get his game plan disrupted, but get the right damage trade at the right time. The King Gambit drew enough attention from the Basket Legion on the other side that the Cischke got one free turn to swing. Now, really crucial for it that was a critical hit swing into the Basket Legion on the other side while Aurora Veil was up. I think this plays out very differently if Basket Legion manages to hang on in that position. But it didn't. It got critical hit. It went down. And then Théotime just strangled out all of the remaining opportunities for Giovanni. Played it very, very carefully here.
Yeah, I feel like I definitely in the moment didn't do enough justice to that critical hit that came through. Thinking there's always that chance of burning the Basket Legion as well, so I wonder just how much time that Basket Legion would have had left if it even survived through that Matcha Gotcha. And it always does a lot more damage than I think it's going to every time that I feel like I'm on the receiving end of it. But we've got a decisive Game 3 to see which competitor will have an undefeated 2-0 record after this one.
Well, we're reset again. Both players in team preview, both players looking at 2 mega options once again. So far, Gio has stuck to Frost Last throughout this, but Théotime made the adjustment in that last game, went from the Floette to the Delphox, and it paid off in game 2. But from Gio's side, do you think, well, if it's going to be Delphox, I can just go Dragonite. Dragonite looks so clean against the poor Pokemon that Théotime brought in that last game. You even have Heat Wave to cover for the King Gambit, even if it has redirection next to it. I can just Heat Wave and take that KO. There's no Akaberry on that King Gambit. So will Gio make the adjustment? Will Théotime be preemptive for that adjustment and go back to Floette? This is really going to be the crucial thing. It is Dragonite.
Okay, so then is there a Floette on the other side? There is! A Floette and Sneasler to catch that Dragonite adjustment.
One step ahead. Floette hits the field, loves to see Dragonite on the other side, but hates to see that Sneasler on the other side. There's a question of even if you get the Mega Guess right, you see the Dragonite on the other side, is fighting against this Sneasler still such an uphill battle that Floette isn't able to capitalize on that? Before you can ever land a hit into Dragonite, you're going to have to let Sneasler on the other side act in some way, unless you try to disrupt it just with your own Sneasler and can win a speed tie there. And then one hit into Dragonite's not going to be enough. The multi-scale will at least keep it safe for a turn. This means that Sneasler has its work cut out for it. Are you trying to just fake out and break that multi-scale, or trying to Dire Claw to break that multi-scale so that Floette can get that damage? But for now, Dragonite just running out into the back. Gio trying to catch a double protect once again, get his own fake out on the field.
Incineroar would be able to pressure that on the next turn, but first we're going to see the Mega Evolution from the Floette, get that Fairy Ware activated, so those Fairy type attacks are going to be even more powerful. But what happens next? Is there a fake out from either of these Sneaslers? Gio's moves first, gets the fake out into the opposing Floette, as Sneasler goes for Close Combat into the option on the other side. Sneasler doesn't take too much from that, but you do end up actually dropping your defenses here.
Dropping the defenses, but I'm not sure you're that worried about it. You break the Focus Sash on the other side. Sneasler is enemy number 1, especially now that you see how this matchup is going to play out, where Floette needs to stick around to beat Dragonite in the long run. Then you have to keep it healthy, and getting the Focus Sash broken and chipped enough that you can maybe threaten a Moonblast KO immediately is really important here. There's also always the chance that Incineroar could have been coming into that Sneasler slot if you thought that it was likely that Gio was trying to pivot in this position. And so gets really valuable close combat into Sneasler. Floette didn't burn its Protect on the previous turn, and so now can just protect through the fake out and poison jab pressure on this turn.
I wonder if we're going to actually get even more speed interactions revealed, though, because have we actually seen how these Sneaslers match up against each other? We don't have the knowledge yet because there was only a fake out at increased priority from Gio's Sneasler, and then we saw a close combat at neutral priority from Théotime. So it's going to protect itself, knows that it could be on the receiving end of a fake out from that Incineroar, and the Sneasler also, of course, threatening that poison jab. Not going to land its target now, but Gio actually uses this opportunity to get a parting shot, attack drop onto the opposing Incineroar and get a pivot out.
The restraint on the turn 1 protect pays off when you can go for the turn 2 protect. Keep Floette safe from poison jab on that turn. But Gio knows there's also not much threat back to Incineroar on the other side, and so you're able to get a parting shot out and get your Basculegion in to now be a huge problem. Threatens just a one-hit KO onto the Incineroar in that slot and would force a reveal. If it's not Cischke as that 4th Pokemon, nothing wants to come in and take this Wave Crash. And if it is Cischke, I'm not sure it's the right timing where you want to really be bringing in Cischke now. And meanwhile, Floette has used the Protect now. It's got to be worried about Poison Jab on the other side. Even if it's not an immediate KO, we've talked about how the near about 50-50 chance of poison means that even just taking a poison jab that you can survive can have really negative long-term effects. Yes, Floette has to get off the field, does not like the position, needs to be preserved to fight Dragonite in the long run. So instead, it's going to be Cischke coming in on that side.
I mean, the poison jab's still going to hurt quite a bit, though. Even if it is going to be a neutral, no poison activated, though, as that secondary effect. As the Wave Crash, just one-hit knockout into this Incineroar. Going to be a lot of recoil back into that Basculegion, but you got rid of a really big threat.
Such a huge threat. To be able to get rid of that Incineroar, get rid of the threat of Intimidate. The Cischke wanted to be on both sides. It wanted to be able to come in and take that poison jab and the Wave Crash, but couldn't Rage Powder before it hit the field. It leaves Incineroar hanging. That does mean you land Floette next to Cischke, so you have both the redirection and the Floette on the field at the same time. Gio also hasn't given up a Pokemon yet, so Last Respects is not boosted, still just 50 base power, and so it probably isn't threatening a KO back under the Sinistcha on this side. So from the positioning angle, Théotime makes it out okay. Gets the right position he wants, but he really has to be able to capitalize on it now because you've given up such an important tool. If you give up this position without getting much out of it, it's going to be really hard to establish a similar position without Incineroar to help you with Fake Out and Intimidate in the future. No kind of pressure valve for the damage at this point either. So I think really crucial decisions now. Does Floette try to boost because you think you need the damage? Can you call a Protect or a switch in the right spot and land a big Moonblast? This is a key turn.
Incineroar is a good defensive switch, though, because it's going to take a lot less than something like a Moonblast as the Sinistcha redirects away the attention from the Floette, giving it some breathing room across the way from this Basket Legion. Floette's first to move next, as the Moonblast is going to actually pick off this Basket Legion. So there's no additional damage on this turn. What a critical Pokemon knockout to take.
Yeah, gets the position and then does capitalize on it. Finds the Basket Legion not switching, not protecting, staying on the field and trying to swing out, but it fails. The Floette has enough damage after that big Wave Crash recoil into Incineroar on the previous turn to just get the KO with Moonblast, get rid of an important threat. Now, not the most important threat. Sneasler escapes to the back, gets rid of Intimidate, is going to come in the future and be a problem, but for now, Basket Legion gone makes Sinistcha look much healthier here. You have to worry about Incineroar hitting into it a couple times. Heat Wave from Dragonite will do a lot of damage, but not kind of immediately threatened with a KO before it can move. Here. We saw the Throat Chop damage fail to even 2-hit KO in the previous game, and so should be fairly safe here. Floette should get a chance to either swing or boost, but does have the damage work cut out for it. Incineroar fully healthy is not that threatened. Dragonite has multi-scale, not that threatened. Difficult to break multi-scale with the Pokemon that are left either.
You could also go for Tailwind. That is an option available to this Dragonite that would give you an almost sure speed advantage versus the Pokemon on Théotime's side. But how much do you value that versus just going for damage now? The Fake Out from the Incineroar is going to land onto its target of the Floette, so that's going to be a turn for this Dragonite to get that Tailwind off. Just ensures that speed for future turns. Sinistcha can still go for an attack, though, and it's going to use that Machagacha to connect to the Dragonite, break the multi-scale. Now that Floette for sure can get the knockout.
Yeah, such an important 4 HP of damage there, and gets it pretty cheaply. The Tailwind is helpful, but it doesn't change all that many speed relationships. The Sneasler was already moving before the Floette. It does mean that your Sneasler you can confidently say will move before the Sneasler on the other side, but that could be turns away. Neither of them are in the field now. There's no guarantee that Tailwind will still be active there, and you give up multi-scale in the process for it.
Yeah, but now you can kind of, I feel like that boost was more for the Incineroar than anything, because maybe that's going to actually give you the speed advantage over the Floette in Tailwind.
Right, you can probably get the Sinistcha now in exchange for whatever Floette does on this turn, but if the Sinistcha protects itself, you can't, and is there enough damage to actually threaten back into the Floette? Heat Wave's not going to do much there.
No, Heat Wave does get the ability to first spread damage, and so you get the connection onto Floette.
Not so bad.
Bring it down to less than half, but the Flare Blitz would have loved to land its mark into the Sinistcha, and it's not going to do that. Preserve that Aqua Berry for later as the Moonblast just easy one-hit knockout into this Dragonite since that multi-scale is gone, bringing Gio down to his final 2 Pokemon of the game. That Sneasler has to come back in and deal with a Rage Powder.
Immediately has the problem of Rage Powder, but does at least have Fake Out. You don't worry about giving up a Machagacha now, not that important. The Sinistcha does have Trick Room though, so if you give over 2 free of a turn, that could be a problem. But if you can get out of the Tailwind, then the Incineroar will love to be in those Trick Room environments. But meanwhile, you can see the idea from Gio. If you can get the Heat Wave and the Flare Blitz into the Sinistcha, the Heat Wave will break the Aqua Berry. Flare Blitz will easily pick up the KO afterwards. And if you can get rid of Sinistcha, then Sneasler comes in, just KOs the Floette. It all starts to look really easy from there. But Théotime is one step ahead, understands that Sinistcha is important in that position and is likely to be the target, gets it protected through the turn, and breaks the Dragonite. And now that same play isn't available anymore. I don't know that Throat Chop plus Poison Jab is actually going to be a KO into Sinistcha. And if Sinistcha can redirect for 2 turns, then that's a disaster for Gio. There's just not enough damage to win if 2 full attacks get through into the Floette, into the Sinistcha, and it still sticks on the field.
I mean, it's a safe protect here from the Floette, so can the Sinistcha actually survive a double up? The Poison Touch does activate, to get that poison onto the Sinistcha, maybe knocks it out at the end of the turn, as the Incineroar was hoping to follow up with damage to split the difference, but Sinistcha gets away scot-free. The Aqua Berry has not been consumed. It gets the Trick Room up, and speed advantage goes over to Théotime.
Has the speed advantage now, but still doesn't necessarily have the damage. Definitely not into Incineroar on the other side. And the Trick Room in the long term will mean that Gio's Incineroar is going to move before the Sneasler on Théotime's side. So you don't have that same checkmate position as before. Sinistcha not able to threaten a lot of damage here. The poison really helpful though. Going to go down pretty quickly. I start to wonder then from Théotime, do you think about switches? Do you want to get more health into Floette by trying to get hospitality down so that you can get a Flare Blitz? Do you just try to swing into the Sneasler on this turn? Of course, Sneasler could just protect itself. A turn where you swing into a protecting Sneasler and Incineroar gets a free shot back as Tailwind is starting to expire, so that then the Incineroar would have the speed advantage could be really disastrous. So this is a very dangerous turn.
One Pokemon advantage, though,
There's
for Théotime. Feels like it's still going to give him the edge in this final couple of turns. But as you see the protect onto Gio's Sneasler, this Floette is not going to be able to actually get the KO onto that big, important Pokemon. So the Throat Chop, with that additional poison chip, is it going to be enough to pick up the Sinistcha, bring Théotime down to his final 2 Pokemon?
And then the Tailwind expires, and so now Incineroar is going to be the Pokemon moving first. There's no Intimidate on it. It's probably just threatening a KO with Flare Blitz into Floette. Floette already taken half of its health down. If that's true, then you're really relying on fake out pressure to create the space for damage. There's still a lot of opportunity here. Sneasler can fake out the Incineroar. That should mean that then Floette will move before the Sneasler on the other side, is threatening a Moonblast to KO there, and then you're just fighting the Incineroar, which I think you should win in the long term. You can't. Sneasler should be healthy enough to take a Flare Blitz, but there's still risk there. If that double protect comes through, it switches everything, but no double protect.
None. So that's going to be a fake out going the Incineroar's way, knowing there's no attack coming out from the Sneasler, means that this Floette is free and clear to unleash a Moonblast to finish off this Pokemon. One Pokemon left here for Gio. The Incineroar should be able to get knocked out by a double up, and Théotime, one Pokemon away from defeating the 2025 World Champion.
Yeah, now should have it locked up with that protect failing, and now only one Pokemon left on Gio's side. Incineroar can only attack one thing at a time, and it's going to need a few turns to do it. Meanwhile, a close combat and a Moonblast, if not just a close combat by itself, is going to clean this up, especially after all this Flare Blitz recoil.
Yeah, gonna try anyway. It breaks the Focus Sash on the Sneasler, but this double up should do it. Moonblast, close combat. Actually, Moonblast is just enough by itself. And so, Théotime Massaut wins Swiss round 2 of NAIC Phase 1.
What a fun set. Such difficult positioning. Ultimately, it felt like a lot of the games were decided by those team preview matchups. In game 1, it was a really uphill battle for the Floette to beat the Frostlass on the other side. When Frostlass and Sneasler were led next to each other, Floette was in a world of hurt. When it was Delphox and Sid, well, that was difficult for Sneasler and made it difficult for the Frostlass as well. And then the final step in game 3, Théotime was able to make the adjustment one step ahead. Half Floette up against Dragonite for the first time. And it took a few turns for it to occur, but then finally this Moonblast into Dragonite picks up the KO, capitalizes on that team preview advantage. The back foot that Gio is on from turn 1 of game 3 is landed, and then it was just clean up from there. It was still difficult. It was a lot of tricky turns. Needed the Trick Room from the Sinistcha to close it out in the end. Needed a couple of right time protects or a couple of right time targetings, but makes it happen.
And if that Sneasler had actually gotten that double protect at the end, you got one more turn to just get Flare Blitz damage down onto the Floette, actually try to secure that knockout, and then maybe Gio actually does have a chance to win that third game.
Yeah, the double protect, I think, could have shifted it back. It was very close right up to the end.
What an amazing and thrilling 3-game set, though. We've got 2 back-to-back here to start off NAIC. It's such a treat to have when you know that this global tournament is the last one, the last stop for our competitors to get those championship points and earn their ticket to the World Championships.
Both players, all the players in the field, trying to earn those last championship points, trying to keep the records healthy enough to earn them, to move into phase 2 and further on. All of our top players woke up this morning imagining themselves 2-0, 3-0, 4-0, and not every player is it going to work out for. But At 1-1, you're not out of it yet. There's still a lot of Pokemon left to play, and so I'm sure that Gio still envisions great things ahead.
If you finish up phase 1, we have 8 rounds in phase 1 today, and you get a record of at least 6 wins or better, you will be able to play in phase 2 of Swiss. And so you're right, you can take 2 losses today and still win out and be able to make it to phase 2, but it does get a little harder. Your win-loss record carries over from phase 1 into phase 2, and then hopefully into top cut if you're able to make it there. That's why every single win is still critical and matters towards that end goal of making it to that top cut.
Yeah, exactly. The early losses make it a lot more difficult to qualify for that top cut, even if you make it into phase 2. But hope is alive. You can still, take no more losses afterwards, and you'll be all set.
We have seen some incredible things out of trainers that maybe started even at a 0-2 record for phase 1. They win out all of phase 1, all of phase 2, and they're able to make it into the top cut and go even further than that. I don't know. There's something to definitely be said, though, when their back is against the wall, maybe where the pressure is mounted its highest, you get to perform your best.
Yeah, then the adrenaline is running every turn. You're just trying to work through the stress and make sure you're making the right play.
Yeah, it is tough, but sometimes I feel like there are some diamonds that are formed under that pressure, or at least that's what they say, but it's definitely better to start out with that undefeated, give yourself that cushion, and then hopefully make it forward past that point. So 2-0 start for Théotime. Massaut must feel amazing. There are still 6 more Swiss rounds to play, though, as we finish out phase 1. And then at the end of the day, we are going to show you that first Swiss round for phase 2, because Len, we've got over 1,000 competitors here at the Pokemon North America International Championships, which means we got a treat of an extra round of Swiss for phase 2.
Yeah, there are so many people that we've got to play even more matches to figure out who can come out on top, and that means we're going to start that phase 2 work today. So we got to keep moving through these matches and get on to phase 2.
But we've got some great Mega Evolutions so far, seeing Gio bring the Mega Frostlass and the Mega Dragonite. We saw the Mega Delphox make an appearance for Théotime's team. And then even earlier today, I mean, we've got so many Floettes running around.
So, well, yeah, certainly plenty of Floettes, almost 40% of the field with that one. But Pokemon isn't often by itself. Usually when it's the Mega of choice, there's a second one there, and there's a little bit of flexibility in what that second one is. And we saw Delphox in that last set.
That's going to do it for us for Swiss round number 2, but don't worry, we've got Scott's thoughts to bring you even more on this match. So Scott, please take it away.
Thank you, Rosemary. I think it's an incredible match. I won't bore you guys with too many thoughts here. I'm flying solo this time, but what an incredible match, right? Really fun back and forth throughout the course of that one. I think any of those games could easily have gone either way. 2 really great trainers and really methodical team preview, right? Where I think it's almost a shame to try to break this down turn by turn, because I think this one really was won in the team previews and the selection of Mega Pokemon in particular. Both sides with 2 different Mega Evolved Pokemon, and it ended up being really critical over the course of this match, which of the 2 of them selected, and I think which of the 2 of them, each of them were anticipating their opponents to select as well. I think a particularly interesting one here, looking at this team. So we've seen this a lot over the course of the last 2 weekends, sort of originating with the Korean tournament 2 weekends ago, and then kind of being iterated on by players all across the world. This option, it's always that 5th slot there, or 6th slot, I guess, the 4th on this with King Gambit. It was originally Vivian. Has been a number of attackers throughout the course of the adaptations of this team, as trainers have tried to figure out different ways to get a little more offense into the team. Basculegion has often been that slot, but I think there's several trainers actually, including Théotime there, who have gone with King Gambit instead this time. Winds up being very critical throughout the course of this match, so it'll be interesting to see how that adaptation works out. I think otherwise, without some Pokemon like that one, you're really relying on that Mega Evolved Pokemon and then Sneasler to get a lot of offense. And since Sneasler is such an important job at this team by helping enable the Mega Evolved Pokemon to set up, you kind of can't use it as offensively as you would with another team. So pretty critical here. And then I think also interesting to take a quick look at Gio's team as well. Something a little bit different, right? Where we've seen a lot of different Frostlass teams, but I think unlike the his opponent's team or the Charizard Floette teams that we've seen so much of, this archetype's still being figured out. It's a little different no matter who you're watching play it. Seeing a lot of now this Frostlass with just regaining Aurora Veil. I think it was falling out of favor a little bit. Often the more bulkier Basculegion that can take hits, often that King Gambit, and then kind of a variety of other Pokemon depending on what matchups the trainer wants to focus on here. I think Frostlass in particular is sort of the Pokemon to watch in this matchup, where it's really good conditionally into this opposing matchup, where so much of the strategy with these teams that are built around protecting the Mega Evolved Pokemon. You use the Incineroar, the Sneasler, and the Sinistcha and kind of rotate them to their slot. And Frostlass really shuts that down, right? Immune to Fake Out. Sinistcha can't switch into Blizzard unless it wants to just instantly get obliterated. So really integral Pokemon. And I think that's why Delphox is so interesting on the other side of the field this matchup, right? Where Delphox sort of prevents Frostlass from checking those other Pokemon. So it's a little mind game going on between both trainers throughout this set, right? What Pokemon are they actually going to bring? Jumping in the beginning of this first game, really what matters here is just the Pokemon we see on the board. And yes, it's the Floette on Théotime side of the field, which is exactly what Gio probably wanted to see in this one. He's got a very Frostlass-based strategy in this first game that enables him to get into some key positions. Jumping forward a little bit here into the game, we get to see that first big turn where he starts taking a large advantage. Going to catch Sneasler switching in here. Floette trying to boldly go for an attack there despite being unprotected. And while Poison Gem doesn't pick up a poison, which would have probably been game ending, it does get the Aurora Veil and all that damage into Floette off for free. And from this point in the game forward, Théotime's just such a back foot that he's never really able to do anything, isn't able to attack with this Calm Mind. Eventually, I believe it's the next turn even that things kind of just get locked up here where Floette being forced to protect, enabling this Frostlass to get a free Blizzard as the Incineroar switches in. It winds up getting frozen, and then even though Incineroar can thaw itself with the Flare Blitz, it really can't afford to, right? It's not really that much better of it not being able to attack because it gets a bunch of irrelevant damage on the Frostlass, can't Fake Out to protect Floette, and it winds up just being game. However, we move into the second game, and things are pretty interesting as we look at this one. There's a pretty quick switch on this one, but the important thing is really just to check the board state, right? We've got Delphox on this side of the field as well, and then the King Gambit, which we didn't see in the previous game, really changes up this matchup. King Gambit winds up being a really critical player. As we see a little bit later on, picks up a Sword Stance on this turn, able to be a really devastating threat. The two Ghost types are such important attackers for this Frostlass team, both Frostlass itself and the Basculegion, winds up just threatening a lot of damage. Of course, the Shadow Ball into the Sneasler slot here looked like it could have been really integral, but having to switch attacks here because Frostlass can't really do anything to King Gambit causes both of these Pokemon to survive this turn and continue to be big threats. And then just a great Sword Stance with the King Gambit here, and then a whole lot of value in attacking instead because you're going to need 2 swings to knock out these Pokemon anyway, so why not get the Sword Stance instead? And then if you were able to get a third attack off, it would have been a huge leap. Doesn't end up happening though because so we get this decisive turn where King Gambit gets down to 34 HP and has already or it has to protect, I believe. So Incineroar switches in, but there's a switch in the other slot as well while both of these Pokemon protect. And even though Defiant is activated onto King Gambit, doesn't really wind up mattering because of the Fake Out pressure into King Gambit on the following turn, or at least it shouldn't have mattered because as we'll see a second, the King Gambit is going to go down here as it fails this double protect, and the double target in his slot seems so good at the time. I think it's necessary where it's really better for Gio if he doesn't get this knockout, but we wind up seeing Last Respect pick up the King Gambit, but Sinistcha realizing there's no point in Rage Powdering perhaps with the potential threat of getting knocked out here, goes for the attack instead and gets a huge Matcha Gotcha crit through this Aurora Veil. If you're wondering if this mattered or not, yes it did. Perhaps even without the Aurora Veil, would have been pretty close on a knockout with the amount of HP that Basculegion was at, but it's pretty defensively trained as is normal on these Frostlass teams, so would have survived that pretty comfortably without the critical hit. A burn could still have made a big difference, but instead everything just wonderful for Théotime after that. Winds up in this nice situation to follow that up with a Delphox so strong, and we wind up in a game 3 after Delphox just sort of dominates this one. The key thing, I think, in this third game is, again, the Mega Pokemon selection. I think perhaps Gio expecting something a little bit different where maybe, I kind of forced Théotime to play Delphox in the second game, so he's going to do it for sure again in the third. But no, not what winds up happening here. Instead, it's the Floette that looked so weak in that first game where it never got a good position. Instead, just such a dominant Pokemon in this matchup, forcing the Dragonite out. And, it takes a while for Théotime to get in a position where he can take advantage of that. But skipping forward a little bit, once again, we start seeing these critical plays in the game where Gio actually looks pretty good in the middle of this game, able to make a nice switch in here and try to get in a position where it seemed like he was going to be able to check this Floette, but it winds up just being a free turn. Floette naturally quicker than this Basculegion, and despite the defensive training after using a Wave Clash earlier in the game, has weakened itself enough that Moonblast picks it up. These bulky Basculegions, you kind of just feel like you don't have to worry about that sort of thing. Usually when you're playing a team like this one, pretty rare to get knocked out by a single attack, but it winds up just being too big of an advantage then where Dragonite then not able to hide anymore, forced out into the battle here. We'll eventually get a Tailwind that's pretty low impact, but the writing was on the wall on this one, and It's always a little bit sketchy when it winds up being another critical attack from Cischke once again, where the Dragonite's going to do a mostly ineffectual heat wave here off on a critical turn, and the following turn you'll see the Cischke with the huge, in air quotes, or in the previous turn rather, to get a huge in air quotes, break of the multi-scale with Machigacha for like 4 damage, sets up this Moonblast KO, and then it's just too far ahead where we wind up with one more fun turn later in the game where a big double protect could have flipped the result here. But it all kind of just stems back from the Mega Pokemon selection earlier in the game where Gio could just never really get comfortable in this one. I think he was anticipating Delphox, and I think if Théotime had selected Delphox instead, we're probably talking about our world champion winning that match with a brilliant path through team preview. But great adjustment. I think the team may be understanding the power of his opponent there and not falling into Gio's trap, changing up his Mega Evolution back to the flow we saw in the first game and winning this set because of it. Really fun set there again between two excellent players, and I can only imagine how great we're going to see of a tournament this weekend if these first 2 rounds are anything to use as an example for how good matches are going to be. Great start here, 2 really fantastic players, and we're going to see more soon. I think we might have another game from round 2 coming up soon, so I'll send a quick break, and we'll see you again soon.
I would say I spent about, I'd say like 6 hours on average is a good estimate for how much I spend each week. I think leading up to tournaments, I might spend up to like 12 or 15 even. So, I mean, I'm really committed to the game. I want to make sure I come and give my best showing, My favorite Pokemon is Mimikyu. My first game was X and Y, and then the game I really fell in love with VGC overall was Ultra Sun, Ultra Moon. So, Mimikyu, the totem Pokemon in that game, it was really good in that format. It was really good in 2017. So yeah, I mean, it's my favorite Pokemon. I think it will be my favorite Pokemon forever. It's a tough one. I would say in-person play is what I love the most, just because I get to see my friends at every tournament. Online play is a bit different. I'm kind of sitting at home. I don't get the same experience of seeing my friends, being able to chat, check in after every round. So in person. For me, the current meta, Regulation F, I would say it's not one of my favorites of Scarlet Violet, but I do think it's maybe one of the better ones. Personally, I was not a big fan of Regulation H, but I definitely think now that we're nearing the end of the format, we've kind of adapted, like a new meta. I think new teams are very popular, so I'd say the way it's ending, it's a good format. One piece of advice I would give to any trainer watching the stream is you should always be playing to win. Don't play not to lose, if that kind of makes sense. I think when people play not to lose, you're kind of making safe-ish plays. It's kind of like the snowball effect, right? So if you get one turn super right, then your opponent is like, oh, I need to get 2 turns correct now to win the game. So, I would say play to win. I'm a big math guy. I don't know if that counts as like a hobby, but I actually do math competitions. Recently, we did this like applied math project where we estimated like the negative effects of gambling in America. So it's kind of cool that I can take something theoretical like math and kind of show, oh, well, here's some real world impacts. Here's how we can, help other people. I also play the violin. It's a lot of fun. So if I were to create my own Pokemon, I would say I would want it to be a support Pokemon. I miss support Pokemon so badly. I feel like right now, a lot of the teams are popular. A lot of the current, the past formats, they're very like, the games are very short, you're just kind of trading attacks, and whoever trades attacks better is winning. I really miss like back in the day when we had, again, like when we had Mimikyu, you can use Z-move Destiny Bond, and then, your Snorlax can set up. Like I love strategies like that. So I would say my Pokemon, maybe I would give it Intimidate. Maybe it'd be better than Incineroar at being that one support Pokemon. Honestly, if I were to relive a match, it would probably just be like my 2022 NAIC win. That was like the first event I had ever won in my entire life. So, I mean, it was crazy to me. And I was like, wow, I just won an international. My opponent played so well. We're still friends to this day. Like, I saw him recently at the Latin America International Championship. So yeah, I mean, if I were to relive a match, it would definitely be that one. I'm a night owl, unfortunately. I can't wait for college when I don't have to get up at 7 a.m. for school. I feel like night is when I do a lot of my work because, sometimes I think about my Pokemon team during the day. At night, I'm like, okay, well, now I'm going to do some sets. I'm going to practice with it. I'm going to put the stuff I was thinking about during the day into action. So a night person all day.
I am here with Marco Silva, multi-time international champion, regional champion, and most recently, Turin special event champion. You're about to go into NAIC. It's a big weekend. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling great. I'm happy to be able to compete again, and yeah, hopefully I will be able to get another good results like in Turin or like NAC last year.
Let's talk about Turin, because that is a very recent one. That was literally last weekend. You take down the entire event, and with the team that we kind of weren't expecting, we got to see the Mega Gengar, we got to see the Como O. Like, talk to me about that weekend and if that's helped you going into NASE.
Yeah, so honestly, I didn't really expect to win last weekend because I didn't really prepare at all with that team. I kind of wanted to just use something fun, and I was preparing, I feel like, more for NAC. Like, I had another team that was trying to prep with for NAC, and I didn't really want to leak it at Turin. So I kind of ended up like building last minute, but I ended up working really well. It was way stronger than I thought, and I was able to take down the whole event.
I mean, then you built this winning team. It's proven to win. Are you running it back this weekend?
No. I decided to stick to my plan and only use it for Turin, even if honestly after using it, I felt like it could have been like pretty good here as well.
I mean, the winning team not running it back here, so you have to feel really confident in your original team. So how are you feeling kind of just heading into the weekend, especially too, you talked about getting second last year.
I mean, honestly, I don't really expect too much. Like, I would really like to go all the way again to the finals, but I know how the game works, especially like after you get like a big win. Sometimes like you might, like to win the whole tournament, you have to be like a little bit lucky because maybe you hit the right matchups or you get lucky, like some luck in game. So I'm looking forward to play, but I will try to just do my best and see how it goes.
I mean, this is going to be such a big internationals, and of course, the first internationals on Pokemon Champion. So how are you kind of anticipating the weekend going up? Do you have any predictions on who you think is going to be taking down the event? What Pokemon's taking down the event?
I don't have any particular prediction. I feel like the core of Charizard and Floette in general, like any type of Charizard team, is really, really strong going to this event. But it will also kind of have like a target on its back because it's basically what people will prepare for the most. But yeah, I feel like that team most likely will win. I don't have any player in particular because yeah, like I think like there's so many strong players that could potentially win this tournament. So yeah, I think Charizard will win, but I'm not sure about the player.
Is it going to be an all-Italian finals though again, maybe?
Most likely not, but hopefully, yeah.
Well, Marco, you already got to win. Best of luck going into this weekend. For us, time to see how the competition's going to pan out. Oh, NAIC. It has been such a fantastic competition so far as trainers from all over the world have come out to compete to try and show they have what it takes to make the way to the top. And of course, try and lock up those world invitations. It has been unlike anything else on the floor. We're so excited to be hopping into some more matches. And maybe it ain't a round 4, but we got another round 2 for you as we're waiting for our final match to conclude on the floor. So Sierra Dawn, Lead Provost, we stole Scott from the Analyst Lounge, and we're gonna break down one of our feature matches. It should be fun.
Yeah, it's gonna be great. I think we've had 2 amazing matches to kick off the event today, so getting into another one here, and we'll be able to hopefully have a bit more action to go through.
Kind of something to just dive into, give you a little bit more action, and kind of see what players on the field are kind of going for. So this one, as said, it was another feature match that we had for round 2 between Yichun Wu and Leonard Kraft III. I love Scoville in those, God. It's such a fun one.
Yeah, I think it's kind of another key team to see as well, where I think the same 6 Pokemon we saw a bunch in Turin last weekend, where a little different look for the Frostlass team, where you have Scoville as the alternate Mega. Neither of those Pokemon like play against Mega Charizard Y very much, but generally very good against almost everything else. And then you get Lycanroc to help you with that one, though. No worry about that in this matchup, as Floette has chosen a different partner.
Yeah, that's Sneasler there. It has got a nice ability to kind of force out that King Gambit that normally this team looks to get set up immediately, but nice switch into the Basket Legion. It's going to be able to give that Sneasler a few problems going into the next turn.
I mean, next turn, though, we got to figure out the problem that is this turn right now, which is going to be a Mega Evolution on this Floette. I mean, Floette has been one of the Pokemon to be dominating within this meta, but it's going to be a Mega for a Mega as we get to see the Scoville come out as well.
Beautiful little guy, you know?
Just a little guy.
got an interesting move choice on the Scovillain that we don't normally see. The Diaclaw coming in, able to take it. So it is going to be susceptible to going down here, but it does have access to Super Fang. We don't generally see that on Scovillain.
We do get a little spicy spray, though. Of course, that's going to be one of the key features of the Scovillain. Get that burn, negating a lot of the damage this Sneasler can do going down the line, but Floette looking to just go more and more combine boost. That's going to be getting the special attack, special defense.
Oh, no.
And you talk about that Super Fang, well, that's going to be a mess.
It was just Fang wasn't especially super there. I think it's a really interesting way to play this matchup, right? Where I think Leonard could like choose either Mega Evolve Pokemon this matchup. I think maybe Frostlass may be a little bit more helpful against Floette itself. Scovillain probably a little bit more helpful against a supporting cast where everyone else is a physical Pokemon. Of course, you can't burn Incineroar, but Scovillain loves these physical healthy teams, though. Not loving this situation where it's certainly only going to make it one more turn.
Yeah, now with that Floette being able to get that Calm Mind up now, it's in a position to really start, you know, throwing out these dazzling gleams. The Scovillain, it's such a low health at the moment, will be susceptible to getting knocked out. And this Basket Legion is bulky, but is it going to be able to do all the work by itself at this stage?
That's going to be the question. But Floette, you got the boost. Want to make sure you can make it past the next turn and not be taking extra damage. Whereas Scovillain, just looking to redirect. I mean, you're not going to make it past anyways. Might as well soak up some of that damage. But Wave Crash into the Incineroar so much, bringing it down to about 1/4 of its health.
It's a great read, too. I think without that Wave Crash, if you're attacking that Floette Red, I think Floette Protect, I think you're in some serious danger of the game just getting away from you. You've just lost too much the early turn. So a great job by Leonard to keep himself in the game.
Yeah, now the Basket Legion taking recall damage, the Intimidate dropping onto it as well, really useful. Going to slow it down slightly as well, which is not going to be as impactful. So it's really important to get the right piece in next to the Basket Legion to try and deal with this Floette that has quite smartly protected that last turn. Got a nice kind of Intimidate support next to it with that active Fake Out this next turn. Not going to be that valuable into the Basket Legion, but will be not so useful into the Sneasler, which is probably the best option here from Leonard. So he can prevent the Floette from moving this turn with that Fake Out, or even the Incineroar here for a turn.
And one thing I think is really interesting here, too, is it's kind of like the decision of what Pokemon you bring in. I think one of the things that's tricky for Leonard's team in general is a little telegraphed, where you're almost never going to bring Floette or Frostlass and Scovillain into the same game. I think Lycanroc doesn't come a lot unless there's a huge advantage, so can infer a little bit more easily what's in the back than most other teams.
Yeah, Lycanroc's a lot of fun when there's a Charizard on the opposing end, but this one, maybe won't see as much of it. It will be just a Fake Out into the Floette, make sure no damage done there. Incineroar swapping out means Sneasler is going to be taking the hit instead, bringing it down to quite low health. Of course, the Sneasler was previously burned. It will make it past this turn, but it's the Sneasler that's definitely on its last legs.
Yeah, it's quite an interesting choice there from Leonard, and I think it will play out quite well in the end game there, because it's an obvious play where you can go for the Fake Out and then go into the Floette because it just protected that last turn, but probably expecting that Pokemon to switch out. So really smart not to switch it out because you're in a pretty commanding position going into this next turn where you haven't wasted that Calm Mind setup, and now you've got the ability to go for that turn in case you're pressuring with your own Fake Out this turn, and then cycling and keeping it active, getting that all-important second Intimidate onto the Basket Legion, going to make that way easier to deal with, and especially the Sneasler as well.
I mean, Sneasler, at least for right now, has the White Herbs. We'll get to see stats go back in Basket Legion. I mean, its attack has dropped so much, we will get that switch out. Kingambit, I mean, and after the Intimidate, so no boost. Dazzling Gleam, though, we've already seen the boost. Sneasler is just going to be protecting past this turn and into the Kingambit. That is a respectable amount of damage.
It's a really fun position now, too. I mean, that cycle, I think probably elements of it both players like. At least you don't activate the Defiant boost, but having Fake Out threatening here again after the Protect is like kind of the win condition everyone seems to be looking for in this format, though. I guess being forced into attacking the Kingambit kind of, maybe not the ideal Floette position.
Yeah, it's so important that the Sneasler actually survived the previous turn and the smart switch out into the Incineroar, because now you can just cycle the Sneasler back in, allow it to go down to get the Incineroar back onto the field while you kind of get around this active Fake Out from Leonard's side of the field that is kind of causing a lot of issues here. But by switching around in this situation, you're leaving that Kingambit open to get one of those all-important Swords Dances off. And if it does, it's got the Black Glasses, which are going to further boost those Dark-type attacks. So it's not over by any stretch.
Definitely isn't, but the Kingambit, with the amount of damage that it took on the switch in,
getting a boost would be nice, but you just gotta be oh so careful. Vasculation switching in, no fake out happening there. Dazzling Gleam, nothing into this King Gambit. It's just gonna be the damage into that fish, which is enough to pick up the KO.
That's a really nice catch there with the onto the Basque Legion. One threat down now, and this float looks like it's pretty much in the driving seat. Now you've got that situation where Sneasel come in for Leonard and got the fake out, but because you've attacked with the float this previous turn, you can just protect. You didn't protect the previous turn, you can protect this turn, switch out the Incineroar to just cycle in and just sack off that Sneasel it's in the back, and then you're in this really great position with fake out support next to you where you can just close things up pretty easily.
Going into this is just kind of starting out our day here still at NAIC round 2, but two very respectable players. And I mean, this one, you don't want to be taking these losses early on. So we've gotten ourselves through this Borsay close gambit from that Sneasler. Of course, super effective into the Incineroar. We all know that one's going to be a KO. So and that's another Pokemon, another piece of the puzzle that's just kind of gone. But this Floette, it's still around, and that special attack boost, that's so much damage. No chance for the Sneasler, and King Gambit had already taken so much. A double KO in retaliation. And that is our one feature match. And I hope everyone enjoyed it. So we do have side streams. We do have other feature matches that are going on. But for us, we're getting closer and closer to our round 3, getting ready as our players go to stage. But I love being able to feature other teams and stuff. That's always a fun time.
Yeah, always really great, and I think being able to kind of get a look at what the rest of the field is doing outside of the main broadcast is always really great to see what the other players are piloting, see what is going to make its way into those kind of next stages of the tournament, because we don't always get a great view. We have to kind of or sometimes make the decisions on what we think is going to do well from the usage stats, but that doesn't always give us a clearer picture, so it's always great to be able to feature other players and see them piloting and pushing their way towards that champion title.
And I think what's better than a game 1 of round 2 is I believe that as we're waiting for our players to get ready, we'll have game 2 of our round 2 feature match as well. So be able to see how we can get adjustments here to try and start this off. And okay, we saw 1 Mega in the first match, but switching it up, it's going to be Leonard bringing to the Frostlass, but also an adjustment from each and bringing the Palafin that isn't necessarily the most popular.
Yeah, kind of rotating through the rock, paper, scissors here, where I think the previous game, Leonard had that Mega Evolution he really wants to counter the physical Pokemon with. Instead, it's going to get eaten up by Floette, and now this game is the adjustment the other way, where 2 Pokemon I'm sure he would love to have Scovillain out again. So be excited to see how he adjusted to this one.
Yeah, really great adjustment there. I think, yeah, the Palafin's an interesting one. Not something we see too commonly, but still really important threat as well. You do have to switch it out to get it back onto the field to activate that 0-to-hero ability, but easy enough to do in this situation, especially with the tools that Chen has got on the back, you know, an easy switch here to something like Incineroar. You will proc the White Herb, but you need to get rid of it at some point. You do have active Fake Out, and then something to switch in on this Frostlass as well that could throw out potential Blizzard here would be useful.
I mean, Blizzard will be the first thing. That's the Mega coming out, and so much damage into the Caesar. Palafin notably not swapping out on that previous turn, maybe not wanting to bring anything else in. Instead, just the little baby Palafin's going for the damage, bringing Caesar down to 46 HP. I mean, it's definitely not what Palafin was capable of in the previous generation, but that's still, you know, a good little amount.
Yeah, maybe emphasis on 0 instead of hero there, but that damage could still matter. I mean, kind of depending on how this match plays out, you know, maybe anything from almost any attack in the game the team is available now to pick up a knockout, including maybe a resisted hit from the Sneasler, where it wouldn't without the Palafin swing. So, you know, never a great feeling when you have to attack with the baby Palafin, but, you know, it's doing its best to help out the team.
Yeah, it is really useful, I think, in showing where the priorities are here, knowing that the Floette's probably in the back and Sneasler's such a deterrent to that. Once you could remove that threat and freeze a Floette, it has a much easier time to kind of function like you want it to on battle.
All right, well, the Sneasler having taken so much damage on the previous turn, swapping out, and notably Palafin still sticking around, though it won't be going on the offensive with just upper attack. Such a smart switch from Leonard, though. Basque Legion takes absolutely no damage. Sneasler doesn't really get to accomplish anything, and for sticking around is going to get KO'd. This Mega Frostlass has put in a lot of work.
Yeah, it's a really nice little situation now for Leonard as well, where Palafin's a little sneaky there. You got the attacking, got most of its HP back, but it still needs to switch out, right? You don't want to have it with the zero form the rest of the game, and now that its partner's been knocked out, it really limits the options on the other side of the field. Like, you kind of have to switch it or sacrifice it. Not really doing a whole lot here. Potentially forcing the reveal of all 4 Pokemon really early. It just makes things a lot simpler for Leonard from here forward. And then also that Basket Legion got in previously for free, although I'm sure it's not highly excited to see Kingambit on the other side of the field.
Yeah, both these Ghost types now are not going to appreciate the Kingambit entering the fray. And I think that the Frostlass has the ability now to go for that Auroraville. It's going to be so important. You've kind of delayed it a couple of turns into the weather being set, which is always valuable because it's going to last longer when that weather does go away. So it gives a little bit extra protection to the Basket Legion that is a little bit more threatened here. But it's all about which Pokemon do you target. Do you go into the wrong one and go into a Protect? It could be kind of really costly at this, and now we see no Mega Brawl this game either.
We get the right call too. The Sucker Punch into the Basket Legion brings it down to so low, but it hangs on, which means it can get that Citrus Berry recovery. Another Blizzard though, but not really the damage that we were looking at, considering it's just not very effective on either of these, and no Freeze either. Now follow up Wave Crash. We have taken a Intimidate, so the attack isn't what it once was, but still a good amount. But now we're kind of back to, where does Kingambit want to target down into?
2 Pokemon don't want to get hit, although also kind of a crucial Wave Crash into that target. You're getting some nice chip damage onto the Kingambit, but had that been Incineroar, not only would have done devastating damage, like I think a reasonable chance Basket Legion would have knocked itself out there too. So some interesting targeting on that turn.
Yeah, this is real important. I think the Basket Legion drawing in all that attention, because the Incineroar can't afford to take the Wave Crash, so you have to kind of target it there, but then that might open a window up for Leonard to say, okay, well, the Kingambit's going to be tied up here going for the Sucker Punch. This opens up a few options for me. Maybe switch something in, like the Sneasler here would be perfectly placed in front of this Incineroar, this Kingambit right in this scenario.
Well, as for us to break the third wall, we are coming back over to us, as we're going to leave you guys on a little bit of a cliffhanger for that game. So
anything could have happened.
Anything could have happened. I wonder who took it. I wonder where the Kingambit target down in.
I think we got to game 3 in that one. I felt like it anyway. I don't know. I don't know the outcome.
No spoilers, Lee.
Sorry.
It was an ongoing. It was a pre-recorded feature match, but sometimes it'd be like that. But I think that just means we're getting closer and closer into our next round of NAIC, which is so exciting because that was a lot of fun. I love the adjustments we got to see. I feel like that really just kind of encapsulates what we've gotten to see within this format, within like the leads. Oh, it's obviously so important, the adjustments, but like that one summed it up so well to be really starting off our day.
Yeah, really good. And I think really interesting not to see the Mega Floette there as well. I think because we saw the 4 Pokemon and the Palafin kind of the centerpiece rather than that Floette in that game. It had taken quite a bit of damage as well to that point. So whether they've been able to pull that back in that scenario, because the Floette felt like it would be pretty strong once that Sneasler was kind of taken care of. But yeah, really interesting. But great game to kind of have a little look at.
The cliffhanger, the reminder to go watch out the other broadcast too. But for us, thank you, Scott, for joining us for that one. As we go to our notables to start talking about the next round, we are going to kick Scott out over back to his analyst lounge. He has been crushing it. But we have more matches that we got to feature. Round 2 was awesome, guys. I loved round 2. But let's get into round 3 with a very recent regional champion. Up next, it's going to be Arsal going up against Christopher Hahn. This will be so exciting. Chris also had a great performance over the Indianapolis Regional Championships within Pokemon Champions. But of course, Arsal won it all. So to be able to start off NAIC right, coming in with a regional title is so exciting.
Yeah, both these players are incredible. Really great representation for NA in particular. I think also on the performance at Indianapolis was just incredible. That finals match, they just played out of their mind in that game and just really give Wolfe not an inch to get back into it. Mixing it up a little bit differently coming into the biggest tournament of the season so far with the Mega Frostlass, the Mega Scovillain. We've got a little sneak peek of that team in our feature match here. So going to be really great to see how this goes up against what Arsal won with. Kind of similar team with that Mega Charizard Y that Christopher's been so used to playing all season and been one of the best players with this kind of standard 6 that we've kind of seen make its mark in this format so far.
I always feel like it's so interesting to see when a player wins or does so well at an event, right? To then completely switch it up. The version of Charizard that Arsal ran at Indy was the one with the Venusaur, right? It was unlike the other Charizards we saw out in the field, but now completely switching up for a team that looks relatively good into Charizard, which I think was kind of one of the meta calls we saw last week happening and going into this week. I mean, this Dusk Form Lycanroc, the amount of damage with even something like an Accelerock is crazy.
Yeah, the Accelerock and that Tough Claws boost that it gives to those attacks is just incredible damage across the board. It's got that extra protection as well with the Focus Sash, so it does mean the opponent is going to have to commit into that slot twice, which makes it even more difficult to deal with, especially because it's very fast in general compared to the majority of the rest of the format. But you've got the nice flexibility there with the Frostlass if conditions suit bringing that, or if you need to just go a little bit support oriented. You've got the Skull Villain. There's some really nice interactions in this team as well, with a very slow, bulky Citrus Berry Basculegion, very difficult to take off the field, and will surprise opponents if they're not prepared for this team, because the interactions there where you've got the Skull Villain just outspeeding the Basculegion can throw off a lot of game plans here. We saw in Turin time and time again. And then you've got that King Gambit, kind of centerpiece of the team, I would say, outside of the Megas, where it's got that sword stance. If you allow this to get set up, it is going to be hitting so hard, turning like close knockouts into guaranteed knockouts with that Sucker Punch that just gets supersedes in front of everything else. Other interesting option there on the Sneasler is that Gunk Shot. We don't normally see that, you know, Dire Claw is an option, Poison Jab sometimes, but that Gunk Shot will throw off those damage calcs for opponents time and time again.
We're just looking for that extra damage coming out. But now talking about Christopher's team, this is a team that we saw him pilot to the top cut of the Indianapolis Regional Championships and looking to run it back. There is a reason that Mega Charizard Y and Floette is kind of one of the teams to fear, looking at the amount of damage potential coming out. And it's also damage potential with a lot of speed on its side when you look at a Whimsicott with Tailwind to help boost up your Pokemon. Make sure they're outspeeding anything they can.
Yeah, this team is just all about the damage. Get the damage onto the opposite side of the field. Can your opponent keep pace? In this matchup, it might be a scenario where they can, and they might have the tools to be able to do it. But what better player to pilot these 6 Pokemon than Christopher, who's so well versed with these 6 Pokemon in particular. And you've got some big threats here, like you've already said. You have to be careful in front of that Whimsicott in particular because of the on-court threat, so you can't be too passive against it, and that's something that Christopher can leverage to give room to things like the Floette that are going to be so fast and so offensive, especially with that Light of Ruin that can pick up one-hit KOs against opposing threats. And then that Charizard as well that can come in and cause both Megas on Arsal's side a lot of issues. If that Sun is active, the Heat Wave's going to pressure both of them, and Charizard, one of those Pokemon that just doesn't care about the ability on Skull Villain that so many other Pokemon do.
I'm so excited to get into this match as our trainers are ready, so let's get to it. Arsal going up against Chris. Charizard and Whimsicott right away coming out for Christopher. A very, very aggressive lead. But as well on the other side, Sneasler is not one to really take lightly, paired up with that Frostlass.
It's a nice lead from Arsal here. Got that fake out. Going to be able to go into either target the Charizard or the Whimsicott to either stop the Tailwind or prevent the Charizard from attacking. The mind games here, though, which Pokemon either side is going to Omega Evolve first, and which one is going to get their weather. You would say that the Frostlass naturally would outspeed that Charizard, so if both Mega Evolve this turn, it will be the Charizard that will get its Sun up, not that Frostlass. But because of that, Arsal not wanting to enter that mind game, bringing in something that counteracts that Charizard perfectly.
Yeah, why fight into the weather war? If you can preserve that, make your opponent go for the weather and bring in something that can check it so well as Lycanroc hits the field and Mega Charizard will come out and play. Drought will be setting the Sun, so damage on this turn could be so much if not for the fake out. Charizard is not going to do anything. Whimsicott, though, not going to set up a Tailwind either, instead going on the offensive to try and chip away at some of the damage into this Sneasler.
It's a really nice play here. I think you kind of cover the potential on-call threat that you've got this turn, and you stop the Charizard from getting any damage or breaking the sash onto the Lycanroc, and now it's in a position where it is going to threaten a knockout onto the Charizard, and it doesn't care about the Tailwind going up either on that Whimsicott. I think you have to be careful with your Sneasler if you're Arsal. You don't want to get locked in to that fake out, so it's switching out here makes a lot of sense, but you can almost check whatever's coming in with the Lycanroc on that Charizard that is such a threat in the Sun.
I mean, you're talking about that threat, and Charizard wants absolutely none of it. It'll be Basculegion coming out to play instead. And of course, you gotta keep it honest, so Accelerock into the Basculegion will start dealing a little bit of damage, and Whimsicott has to get rid of this Lycanroc. dealing a good considerable amount. So if Lycanroc sticks around, another hit will take it out.
Yeah, and that's the problem now. You've got to be careful with this Pokemon, because if that is the one check that you've got to the Charizard, you need to keep it safe. You need to protect it at all costs. So it probably looks like it will switch out this next turn. It does have close combat, though, that could be useful into the Charizard later in this game. We're going to see the Frostlass just come back onto the field now. We're going to take a Moonblast for its trouble, but it's into that King Gambit.
You said this Whimsicott and Chris just changing up the targets consistently. The Moonblast is the first hit. Wave Crash, not as much considering the current weather, but still a lot of damage into this King Gambit. That's looking to just set up. Sword Stance. Oh, you don't have the most health, but what you lack in health, you make up for in attack.
Yeah, and that is Salarock damage into the Basculegion, really useful now. Not that the +2 Sucker Punch is going to need any extra help, but it does threaten a knockout onto that Basculegion here. Also, you've got the ability now to Mega Evolve the Frostlass, get rid of the Sun, and then you can play that Weather Wall if you do switch it off the field. You've not really got the immediate threat onto the Whimsicott unless you go for an attack with Frostlass, but it's an option here where you could go for the Blizzard. The switch-in isn't really a thing that you can do with the Charizard just yet, but the opportunity to get that Aurora Veil up is presented right now, and it might be a good time to get that defensive boost for your side of the field.
Yeah, before all of a sudden you lose the snow and lose your opportunity to protect your side of the field. So yeah, it starts to snow. Whimsicott protecting, so maybe even just more opportune if we're going to see a little bit more of a passive turn coming out from Chris. Double protect. Was this an attack coming out, or is this the Aurora Veil? Protects all around, which kind of to me says we're going to see the screens set up. But no, actually, instead, no screens. That could have been the perfect opportunity. And instead, Frostlass doesn't really get to accomplish much, and Chris has the opportunity to override this weather.
Yeah, and now you've got the ability to switch a Charizard in, but doing that means that one of these targets that can threaten knockouts the next turn won't be attacking. So the Charizard coming in, will get rid of that Aurora Veil potential, get rid of the snow, and this King Gambit isn't in the safest spots. A Moonblast from that Whimsicott is going to be very close to picking up a knockout here, so you don't really want to leave it too vulnerable. It's just protected as well. It's in that really awkward spot where what do you do in this scenario, knowing that the Charizard could potentially come in? Well, we're going to see an Aqua Jet from that Basculegion into it.
And not just the Aqua Jet, but it's going to be the double up with the Moonblast as well. So King Gambit, it had that boost, but it gets to do absolutely nothing with it, as Chris just goes so out on the offensive. But of course, not bringing in Charizard means the snow is up, blizzards are accurate, and that's going to bring Whimsicott all the way down to its focus sash.
Yeah, it's useful getting the Whimsicott down to that sash, because you know you've got options to bring in something like the Sneasler now. You've got that fake out, so you can get rid of that potential pretty easily, and you've also got the opportunity as well to go after that Basculegion with a Shadow Ball, which is going to be super effective, but you still haven't got that Aurora Veil. I think the turn earlier would have been the perfect time to set it up. Of course, you don't want to get yourself into a scenario where you are susceptible to an Encore and you have to switch it out, and it just slows down your momentum. So you can see what Arsal did stay on the field, go for that Blizzard, because getting rid of the speed control on Christopher's side does help out in the long run.
And at this point, too, I mean, you have the snow, not wanting to be Encore locked. We're kind of at the point where you can just out-damage at this point. It could just be enough, whether it is with the Blizzards, if you're not anticipating that Charizard coming in, or if it is that Shadow Ball. But it won't be a switch yet again. Snow is allowed to remain around, and Whimsicott will just protect. Needed to, we see the active Fake Out, but I'm curious with what we're going to see. And from the Frostlass, it does go for the Shadow Ball, and Basculegion sticking around means it's overstayed its welcome. But this does give Chris free swaps into that weather now if he wants.
Yeah, no, I don't think Chris minds too much with the Basculegion going down. It gives you a free switch into the Charizard. This is perfect, right? You're coming in, you're not taking any damage, and you're also getting the Sunset out on the field in front of this Mega Frostlass, and you're pressuring a knockout onto essentially both of these Pokemon here. With the Whimsicott still in a play, it is going to be able to get that Tailwind up this turn, and then the Charizard's got a pretty free Heat Wave. The Sneasler's taken a lot of damage so far, whereas normally you'd say it would be very close with the Heat Wave. It's definitely in range to go down from it. So all Christopher needs to do here, hit the Tailwind, hit the Heat Wave, and if Arsal doesn't switch out or have any real great switches in the back, we know the Lycanroc's there, but it's already taken damage, so not a good switch in at all. Pinned almost in this situation.
You said it out. We needed the Tailwind. We needed an attack, but instead of the Heat Wave that can miss, we're going to go for the accurate Weather Ball. Frostlass is completely cooked, and all of a sudden, Arsal finds himself down to only 2 Pokemon. Pokemon. And Sneasler, to try and equalize, misses the gunk shot.
Really unfortunate miss there, but you can see Christopher going for the more consistent move in the weather ball, probably the safer of the two. Lycanroc now coming back onto the field. Now this is going to pressure that Charizard. It's all about how can Christopher adjust now. You let that Pokemon go down, of course, for free, but the Lycanroc comes in, and now the Charizard in that awkward spot where the Sneasler is going to be able to pressure the knockout onto the Whimsicott. So everything turned around here. You can see the Force protect this turn.
Yeah, Charizard is not safe when there's a Lycanroc on the opposing end of the field, and Whimsicott trying to just log this Sneasler down into something that could have been a little bit more accurate, instead not. And of course, you get the priority move, so if it is a Cell Rock into the Whimsicott, you've at least done something. But Whimsicott is down, and that still means that Lycanroc sticks around to push on this next turn, but...
It might be very telling what's in the back for Christopher. It might be that King Gambit locking the Sneasler into the Gunk Shot or the Garchomp coming in. Perfect answer to both of these. You don't need to contend with that close combat from the Sneasler anymore. The Gunk Shot's not super effective. And one Earthquake here will be enough to get rid of the Lycanroc and the Sneasler that are so threatening onto this Charizard right now.
And you've just seen how Chris, throughout this match, has divvied up the damage to even get into this point. The Moonblast that we're spread between, you got to hit on the Lycanroc, you got to hit on a Sneasler, to now find yourself in a spot where you get to the end game, you got some speed, and a Garchomp that can just wreak havoc. We will get an attempt at a double protect to make sure there's not going to be any shenanigans going on, but no double protect means Charizard does go down. It's up to Garchomp to try and finish the job here. Earthquake to try and wreak havoc on the field. Double KO coming on out. Who takes the first match?
Yeah, really great play here from Christopher right the way through from start to finish. Cool, calm, and collected to claim that first victory. And exactly what you would expect from Christopher, just has a very good instinct with this team, knows their lines, and knows exactly how to set up against many different threats. And exactly how he did it there was perfectly done, yeah, waiting for the right time and not being scared to let some of those big hitters on his side go down when you think, oh, you don't want to lose this right now, but actually it opens the door for something else to come in and disrupt even further.
I also love throughout that match when you see like the conflicting weathers. You get the snow and you get the sun. Sometimes you just get that weather war and there's that fight for the weather, right? Chris from the get-go sets the sun. Charizard leaves because it doesn't want to be around with Lycanroc there. But then what's kind of allowed Arsal to have the snow for so long, but kind of had it so well checked, right? The blizzards, they kind of stacked up, and then all of a sudden Pokemon came out. It didn't really do much up against. There was no safe Auroraville because, I mean, you'd have to go out after because of an encore threat, right? And he was just so comfortable to be able to play his own game, divvy up the damage on the board to really set him up for that end game where, yeah, you have the Tailwind, you have the Garchomp, and that's checkmate.
Yeah, that is checkmate, and I think it was really difficult to go for the Auroraville after the turn where you do Mega Evolve. Of course, that turn, if you go for the Auroraville, any switches will happen before the Mega Evolution, so you can guarantee almost getting that up, even if the Charizard decides to come back onto the field. But subsequent turns after that, Christopher, because of that early Mega Evolution on the Charizard, had the ability just to disrupt that snow at any point they wanted. And also, to a certain extent, kind of checked the Charizard coming in a lot with the Lycanroc because of that really pivotal damage that was done with the Moonblast onto it earlier in the game. I think that made it difficult to switch it in as freely as you wanted any sooner to try and check that Charizard. And when it did come in, it was just maybe a turn or two too late. The Charizard was already done the damage, and the Garchomp was set up safely to go for that all-important Earthquake and just clear the field.
Yeah, throughout the entire match, it was just like the slow journey to end up with a speedy Garchomp with an Earthquake that can devastate the field, and that's kind of it. So, I mean, we saw the Charizard try and double protect, but you just didn't need it at that point, right? Everything had kind of built up to that moment. So now, knowing how that first game went, heading into game number 2, it's time to see if Arsal can equalize and try and take this into a game number 3. Getting into the leads, though, Whimsicott next to Basket Legion this time for Christopher. On the opposing end, Sneasler and King Gambit, the Braves.
Yeah, it's a nice lead here from Arsal with the King Gambit out in front of this Basket Legion. You're putting a lot of pressure on it instantly to either make a decision to stay in, potentially get knocked out, or will you switch out and allow this King Gambit to start setting up? You've got to be very careful here. Of course, as well, it's got that fake out that can stop that Whimsicott in its tracks for at least one turn. And Christopher likely are going to protect the Whimsicott anyway, so it does open the door and a little bit of room for that King Gambit to get that Sword Stance off. But is Christopher going to allow it to do it and maybe try and catch the Sword Stance setup and get some value back with a Wave Crash into either of these two targets? Probably more valuable into that Sneasler for now when you can.
I I mean, it was definitely well checked within that first game to make sure, even with the boost, that King Gambit couldn't do much. But Whimsicott, of course, kind of forced into a protect with that fake out. Basky Legion, that is just going to be the hit into the Sneasler to make sure fake out's the only thing it does. One hit KO, already a Pokemon gone for Arsal. Now for the King Gambit, we do get the boost, so we are at full health. You do have the double tap going on forward, but down a Pokemon, especially for as big of a Pokemon as Sneasler is in the match, feels bad.
Yeah, now the Frozla's going to enter the field. Now it's going to have the ability to Mega Evolve, get that Aurora Veil, which is going to be even more important to prolonging the life of this King Gambit to allow it to take advantage of these Sword Stance boosters. It's got the Basket Legion, of course, has taken that residual damage from the Rave Crash. It will be susceptible to a Sucker Punch, but has Christopher got anything in the back that they could switch, maybe, if you want to preserve the Basket Legion, to be able to take a +2 Kowtow Cleave? Because that's an easy option for Arsal here to just Mega Evolve, get the Aurora Veil up, Kowtow into that slot. I don't think you need to worry too much about the Whimsicott. Subsequent turns, you can go for the Blizzard with your Frozlast here, and you could even pressure a Blizzard here now if you're not really prioritizing an Aurora Veil for any extra defensive boosts.
I mean, if your King Gambit's at full health and you have the boost, any sort of longevity it has to try and run through the team can be oh so useful. But Mega Evolution does come out, Tailwind coming out from Chris, but be interesting to see where this Basket Legion wants to target down into. Aqua Jet, do what it can into the King Gambit, get around any potential Sucker Punch. Nothing from the King Gambit. And Frostlass, again, no Aurora Veil, is just going to go for the damage. Whimsicott again brought down to its Focus Edge, and Basket Legion down less than half.
Yeah, it's a really nice play here from Christopher to say, okay, well, Sucker Punch is probably what's going to come out to punish my Basket Legion if it stays in. We can supersede that with the Aqua Jet that just gets ahead of it. Now it sticks around for a turn longer than you probably would expect it to. Can go for the Aqua Jet again, and it's almost putting off this King Gambit from clicking the Sucker Punch to waste it into that slot, because another Blizzard isn't going to be enough damage into the Basket Legion. Yes, you get the Whimsicott, which is great, but then it opens the door for that Charizard to come out onto the field, and in front of the King Gambit, Frozlass is probably not what they want to force out at this particular part in the game.
At least with the Whimsicott just being on that one, you just get one hit, 1 HP of damage into it. You won't have to worry about Concord, any other shenanigans for further down the line. Aqua Jet again, though, is getting the respectable damage into the King Gambit that yet again did go for this Sucker Punch. So King Gambit not able to utilize that attack boost at all. Now Moonblast into the Frostlass will deal some damage, but we will finally start to make some momentum. In retaliation, no more Blizzards, Shadow Ball instead to take care of the fish.
Yeah, it's a nice way to just definitely remove it here. If it stays on the field, you go for the Sucker Punch. If it tries to get a Wave Crash into the Frozlass, you check it. If not, then the Shadow Ball will clean it up. But this opens the door. Not the Charizard chosen. Christopher changing it up with their Mega Choice. Now the Floette coming onto the field. And in front of two Pokemon that are susceptible to fighting, we'd say the Charizard would be better here, but you can't underestimate this Floette. Has got the Tailwind, and it isn't really worried too much about that Sucker Punch that is the biggest damage-dealing move right now. And with Light of Ruin, even a Moonblast will probably be enough to get this King Gambit. So you've got to be very careful how you approach this next turn if you're Arsal. You want to protect this King Gambit at all costs, but has the Frozlass got enough in the tank to be able to take an attack maybe from the Floette and this Whimsicott this next turn?
I mean, the Floette isn't one of the ones with calm mindset of anything else. This one is built for damage, and with the Mega Evolution, I feel we can anticipate what Chris is thinking of trying to accomplish on this turn. Of course, a little boost into the very tight moves. Whimsicott with the Protect on 1 HP. You want to try and stick around one more. Actually, we'll be just as a double Protect, though, so we'll kind of wait this one out for one, kind of see what Arsal's still trying to do, which is still committing to these Sucker Punches.
Yeah, and you remember that the Sucker Punch has only got so much PP, so it will run out eventually if they just keep getting burned by these Protects or other moves that are going to not activate that move. So you've got to be very careful if that is the move that you're really looking to close things up with. If you are, so can't let them go down to 0. You've got to keep at least a couple in the tank for later in this game. Now, we're in that situation again. The Tailwind's still active here. The Floette still pressuring a knockout. If it decides to go for the Light of Ruin into the Frozlass, you would expect it to be able to pick up a knockout there. And if you don't check the Whimsicott here, then a Moonblast is still going to be hitting even harder now with that Fairy Aura boost that's now supported by that Floette since it's Mega Evolved. So yeah, both Fairies here grinding big damage and a Sucker Punch going to be enough just to remove the Whimsicott once and for all.
It wasn't big damage, but it was enough damage. Only 1 HP. Whimsicott finally meets its end. But Floette with this Light of Ruin, we're looking to try and get some big damage out on the board and into the Frostlass. Frostlass goes down. Arsal, only 2 Pokemon left to try and take this into a game number 3. Of course, that is a lot of recoil, but still, you've been chipping away through this team, and depending on what you have in the back for Chris, like, could be enough.
Yeah, and if it is that Lycanroc, it's not going to enjoy sitting in front of a Garchomp that's coming onto the field now, and as you can see, yeah, and the Tailwind has just expired, but the Floette doesn't really care too much about Lycanroc like that Charizard would. Yes, you've got Rock Slide, but then you've just got Garchomp here where you can potentially just say, well, I'll protect my Floette here in Earthquake, and you'll be able to take probably, the Kingambit's going to be very close to going down to an Earthquake. The Lycanroc would definitely be down to a Sash. But yeah, what do we select to see? The priority Accelerock into the Garchomp, not going to be really doing too much, and Self getting rid of that
double
focus
priority though, the double priority coming out, the Accelerock with a Sucker Punch, and it's going to be enough to take the Garchomp down, which looked like damage-wise could be enough to try and take through the field, but if you don't survive, you can't do much. Now it's going to be Floette to try and deal the damage, but we'll be able to equalize, so it's only going to be the Lycanroc remaining, and it's such a cool Pokemon, such a cool choice for this team, but...
Very close. It could come down to Rock Slides here. I think the Lycanroc going to kind of rely. I don't think 1 Rock Slide, single target, going to be very close depending on how it's flied, but it is going to get the jump and it misses the Light of Ruin.
The best, the Lycanroc gets the opportunity to respond and single target Rock Slide damage. The critical hit is going to be enough to take this Floette down and take us to 1 more game.
Wow. What a turnaround at the end of game 2 to take us through a game 3. That was wild, because you think the double up there really smart from Arsal, like you mentioned there. I think you are getting rid of your focus stash by Accelerocking into the Garchomp because of that rough skin damage, right? You kind of want to avoid that. You want to preserve that stash at all costs. But if it means at the same time that you can get rid of the biggest threat to what's on the field, right, then it's worth doing now. The Sucker Punch did land a critical hit. I don't know if that really made too much difference. You've got to remember this, Kingambit has got the Black Glasses. It is a +2, so that Sucker Punch would have been doing a huge amount of damage. So maybe that little bit of chip with the Accelerock probably put it in range, depending on how the Garchomp has been trained. But that Light of Ruin miss there, really unfortunate for Christopher, because got them themselves into a position where they could have closed this matchup. But that move has not got the best accuracy at times, and it really came back to bite Chris in that game.
So now we've gotten to see a switch up from our trainers, specifically too with Chris, going for that Mega Charizard in game number 1. Game number 2 relying on that Mega Floette that did so much work, even if it did kind of let him down at the very end there. So for our trainers, what would you kind of anticipate for a game number 3?
I think Arsal needs to did all the right adjustments in that game 2 there, leveraging the Frostlass to kind of get rid of the Basculegion, get the damage onto the Whimsicott. It probably stuck around a little bit longer than maybe we would have liked. So dealing with that and getting rid of that threat, that disruption earlier on, I think will help Arsal kind of get a bit of a better handle on this game.
One more game between the two trainers to see who's going to remain undefeated here at NAIC. Getting into it, yet again, it will be Mega Floette, soon to be Mega Floette to make an appearance with Whimsicott versus Frostlass and Sneasel for Arsal.
Yeah, the Sneasel are in a great position, right? I think the one thing you have to worry about is a tailwind from the Whimsicott, where it is going to put that Floette into a position where it is going to be able to fire off that Light of Ruin to either the Sneasel or that Frostlass and potentially threaten a knockout there. So you need to be careful about where you target with your Faker that you've got, because you've got access to this for one turn. You can stop the tailwind, you can stop the Floette, and it gives you the room as well to potentially, in this game, set up that Auroraville. It would be maybe quite useful on the defensive side of things.
I mean, so far within this series, we've only seen Blizzards and the Shadow Balls. This Frostlass has only wanted to do damage. It'll be a Mega for a Mega, though, Frostlass and Floette. Whimsicott with Protect, of course, when you have that active Fake Out, that just makes so much sense to preserve that focus stat. But it will just be the double Protect, so not having to pick your targets correctly. Is this going to be the time where we do finally see that Auroraville come on out? That is going to be the question, and yes, Frostlass, Auroraville, this is going to be mitigating so much of this damage that Chris is going to be trying to throw out onto Arsal's end of the board.
Yeah, and mitigate is the right word here, because now you're susceptible to an encore from the opposing Whimsicott on your Sneasler. You need to switch that out. So if you're switching around, you need to be able to make sure that whatever's coming in that slot can take the damage here, because Arsal doesn't want to leave it on the field and just have it rendered useless. Now you've got the ability, though, if the Whimsicott is tied up going for that encore, then you haven't got the Tailwind in effect. It does open the door for the Frostlass at least to get an all-important Blizzard off this next turn, which could be very useful.
Yeah, so Encore going into the Sneasler. So Sneasler, not really accomplishing much on this turn. You're sticking around, you're looking pretty, and you're going to fail your fake out. But it's going to be the Frostlass that has this opportunity to attack, and it's a Blizzard that brings it Whimsicott yet again down to its focus sash. So only 1 HP for that little guy going on forward in the match. Floette, though, does have a chance to respawn. Again, this is Floette that's built for damage, but going into the Frostlass,
critical hit.
The real doesn't matter. One hit KO and Frostlass is gone.
Yeah, that looked like it would have been able to take that, so I was surprised almost, a bit Godsmack when the Frostlass takes it down. The critical hit huge there for Krista to remove that, because now forces you into a position where the Sneasler has to switch out, and this King Gambit is a bit of a sitting target here from the Floette and this Whimsicott that has got access to that Fairy Aura, so that Moonblast and a Light of Rune probably be enough. Moonblast double into the King Gambit slot will probably be enough to pick up the knockout here. Or do you go after the Sneasler slot that you know has to switch out because the King Gambit feels so threatened, and then that could open the door to shut down another option that Arsal has to be able to use at their disposal.
Yeah, kind of telegraph having to go for a switch, and King Gambit not wanting to risk the double up does have to go for protect. So does Chris call this, or does he keep Arsal honest? We look like we're keeping it honest around here. Moonblast doesn't accomplish anything, Light of Ruin as well. So Arsal knows King Gambit is the threat that Chris is trying to hunt down.
Yeah, and now the Lycanroc onto the field, coming in for free as well. You've got that Accelerock that can go into the Whimsicott, pick up that, and then you've got the ability to at least, you're going to be able to take a Light of Rune. That's the question from full health in the King Gambit. Likely not, but do you want to switch in Sneasler into that slot as well? You want to try and remove this Whimsicott, but also you can't ignore this Floette either at the same time. You do have one turn where you could potentially go Sucker Punch into the Whimsicott if you expect it to attack here. It kind of keeps that in check. And then use the Lycanroc to get maybe a Rock Slide onto the opposite side of the field. The Floette's taken quite a bit of damage, but Rock Slide plus an Accelerock the next turn could be enough to take that threat down.
I mean, we're looking to get speed for Chris's end, especially knowing that there is priority. Maybe take it down, but instead Accelerock goes into the Floette. It's going to be just the one priority, as now Light of Ruin out onto this King Gambit. So much damage, but since it isn't the double enough, isn't enough for the KO, but notably with the amount of recoil that's done, Accelerock and the recoil will take Floette down, and King Gambit, even though it's taking a bunch of damage, still looking to boost up its attack and close this out.
Yeah, that Accelerock did way more than you expected to do. Very strong, and taking the opportunity to get the Swords Dance up at the perfect time. Now this Basket Legion comes onto the field, and you're kind of almost forcing it to go for those Aqua Jets because it can't safely go for those Wave Crashes, but has Christopher conditioned Arsal enough to say, okay, well, Sucker Punch isn't an option here. Maybe choosing something else, and then a Wave Crash can come out and deal with that King Gambit, because that right now is a huge threat. The Lycanroc is in a good position where it can pick up the Whimsicott, but of course it has got its focus sash. If that stays intact, you can take at least one attack from this Basket Legion, but not anywhere near over at this stage.
It really isn't, but it'd be so risky to allow a +2 King Gambit to get a Sucker Punch off, especially too, you know Arsal does want to click that button. Tried so much in that game number 2. Whimsicott, though, again, when there is the Accelerock on the opposing end, you want to stick around. Protect needs to be what happens. Again, it's double protect. Just scouting out yet again, get the full information. Chris has been playing this so methodically to make sure there's no misstep going on. And there's information too. Sucker Punch wasn't that turn, instead that Kowtow Cleave. Protect was also good though, because Snow is gone and Aurora Veil is gone. So you do get more damage, which could make a lot of difference here when you iron up that Basket Legion.
Yeah, especially when it is one of your remaining big hitters. You need to make sure that when it is hitting, it is getting as much damage onto the board as possible. You need to be going after this King Gambit, but like you say, Sucker Punch chosen this time. If you fall for the trap of going for that Aqua Jet now, I think you have to almost go Aqua Jet Moonblast into the King Gambit to remove it. It's just whether or not Arsal sees through that and then tries to get around it with a Kowtow Keep into that Basket Legion, which could be game ending, but otherwise, Protect here is perfect.
Yeah, both players really trying to preserve these pieces. Aquajet into the King Gambit does nothing, and Whimsicott swaps out for Garchomp to hit the field instead. Now just a little bit of damage with this Rock Slide, not really doing too much into either of them.
Yeah, now the Garchomp coming out onto the field, it is going to threaten. We know we've seen the damage already from the Accelerock and Sucker Punch. We haven't seen it without the critical hit, but you've got to imagine the Garchomp going to be susceptible to that double up. So Christopher has to be wary. He doesn't want to fall afraid like they did in game 2 here, but is pressuring an Earthquake onto both of these targets now. Put that Rock down to its sash, and the problem is you can't attack with your Basket Legion when you're Earthquaking, so you've got to make a decision here. You go Garchomp or you go Basket Legion here, and Garchomp protecting this turn.
Yeah, it's going to be Protect from the Garchomp, Protect from this Lycanroc, and a Basket Legion with an Aquajet into the King Gambit to bring it down to just a sliver of health. But again, Sucker Punch, when one target protects, one's already used its move, it will be a fail. King Gambit, again, has not accomplished anything.
No, and Christopher again, that turn perfect there with the Aquajet. Now that King Gambit going to be able to be an easy target of another Aquajet this next turn. The Garchomp as well in this spot where it doesn't really need to worry about the Lycanroc. It can go for just a Dragon Claw into that slot and just get that consistent damage off without having to worry about damaging your own Pokemon, like it shows the Earthquake here. So really difficult spot for Arsal to find them in. Preserving the King Gambit though makes sense to get that Sneasler back onto the field. So at least the next turn you've got access to Fake Out to further support that Lycanroc.
It does mean, though, Sneasler's coming onto the field to just get hit with an attack, brought down to half health, and Lycanroc to suffer the same fate with that Dragon Claw. And again, Rock Slide, we're getting respectable damage. Basket Legion is down to less than half. It is still just not quite the impact. But now you do have Fake Out pressure with the Sneasler on to Garchomp. But you also just need to get some significant damage to try and take down one of these Pokemon.
Yeah, the Basket Legion just feels like it's in such a great position for Christopher because you just go for the Aquajet into that Lycanroc slot. And now if it doesn't protect, it goes down. If you switch it out to the King Gambit, it's taking so much damage, it goes down. And then the Sneasler's really stuck between a rock and a hard place to be able to get the damage you need onto that Basket Legion. Gunk Shot, it has taken a lot of damage, but you would say even at this range, it's probably not going to be enough to take down that Basket Legion. And it can't supersede, it can't fake it out, it can't go before that Aquajet that is such a threat right now. So Basket Legion, Garchomp in a great position to close this up and clinch victory for Christopher.
And Garchomp again staying safe. We're putting so much onto the Basket Legion. A Protect, I've seen this turn before. We got a Protect from Garchomp, a Protect from this Lycanroc, and a Basket Legion going for the Aquajet. But targeting into the Lycanroc means not much gets done, but Sneasler did also try and hit into a Protect. So 2 Protects. Now, you can't go for those safely. How is this one going to play out?
Yeah, well, what can you do here? Probably if you're looking at it, King Gambit in the back is really useful, right? You want to get the Accelerock off, which you will get before the Aquajet does fire off. So getting any damage onto that Basket Legion is really useful. But if you're Christopher, do you just say, okay, well, I'm going to Aquajet into your Lycanroc and then just Earthquake? Because then you can't clear the field here, but once you preserve that Garchomp, just bringing in the Whimsicott, going to be useful to take this Accelerock that was the target, potentially of a double up.
Yeah, so Whimsicott, 1 HP Accelerock is enough. Aquajet to respond to the Lycanroc, so a KO for a KO. Now, for the Sneasler, if it is going to be a Gunk Shot, how much should we be doing? But no, instead, trying to target down into the Garchomp. Now hits into no target, and especially so, the Titan type move does nothing into this Ghost type.
Yeah, really great switch there from Christopher once again, and just keeping in, leveraging this Aquajet pressure that they've got access to. Now the King Gambit going to come onto the field. Yes, it does have Protect, so it can at least kind of stall out one turn where it's pressured, because you just can't do anything otherwise. But it then leaves the door open for the Garchomp, right? And even I think if you do get the Garchomp with the close combat, have you got enough to be able to deal with this Basket Legion? That's the big question. That's the big threat here. Could you potentially protect your King Gambit and go for a Gunk Shot into that Basket Legion? It's risky in front of Garchomp, though, because if anything else plays out with that Garchomp does attack, it's going to take that Sneasler down.
Gotta get the call right here. King Gambit Protect. You know that this Basket Legion is trying to hunt you down. And now just the Gunk Shot miss into the Basket Legion, so no damage done there. Dragon Claw into the Sneasler to pick up the KO. And now we only have this one King Gambit. 6 HP will do nothing. Christopher Hans remain undefeated here at NAIC starting his phase 1 of competition off right in a thrilling 3-game set.
Yeah, incredibly played from Christopher here, and just leveraging the Basque Legion so well in that game, really identifying the win condition there with that Pokemon in particular, and the one Pokemon that Arsal is going to struggle to deal with, especially when that Frostless has left the field. You just don't have access to be able to dispatch that Pokemon like you would really like to be able to do, especially when the King Gambit's in that spot. It's taken so much damage and you're relying on the Sucker Punch most of the time, and then that's always been superseded by that Aqua Jet. It really makes it difficult to get rid of that Pokemon.
And just going throughout that game, just the Pokemon preservation that Chris had, just like foresight at any point. We saw that even just starting in game 1 and how he was setting up for this end game throughout. And in the game 3, just the constant, okay, protect the Garchomp, you can't target it down. And even just the switch into the Whimsicott to get sacrificed. So Sneasler does nothing because, I mean, you couldn't double protect the Garchomp safely.
Yeah.
But instead, you know you're calling the close combat, you get the turn right, and just so expertly played from Chris here. I mean, there's a reason that he's a player that gets talked about. There's a reason we've seen him top cut these events, why there's guys on him at these internationals. Like, that was just so well played up against our, I mean, reigning NA regional champion.
Yeah, who was one of the players to really keep an eye on this weekend. Also, just an incredible player, you know, and this team that they're piloting is designed to beat these Mega Charizard Y teams, but Christopher's shown that, you know, these teams have a way around it. You just need to approach it in a certain way and almost play your opponent and make sure that you get those decisions right in game, because if you do, you can make it extremely tough for your opponent to get any average. And I think in game 3 in particular, also getting that Aurora Veil up, it felt like, okay, well, now you've got this defensive capabilities on your side of the field. We saw how the King Gambit was able to shrug off the Light of Ruin, the Accelerock, the really smart play for the Flood to knock itself out, and you thought, okay, that's the first domino down. Can you just close this out now? But no, Christopher saying, I still got this Basque Legion. I think you're going to struggle to deal with it, and getting the decisions right each and every time. We talked about the mind games there with the Wave Crash. Do you go for that because of the Sucker Punch being so obvious, right, and it failing, or do you click the Sucker Punch and then get the targeting right onto the Basque Legion? But Christopher just not opening that door and not giving Arsal an inch to come into that match.
I mean, it was just so well played from beginning to end. So we need to get some insight with Chris, who was standing by with Rose for our interview.
Thank you so much, Sierra and Lee. I am here with Christopher Hahn, the winner of our Swiss round number 3 on stream. Chris, how's it feel? I know it's a little early in the day, but feeling good?
It feels great. Honestly, Arsal's such a good player. He just won Indianapolis. I was so nervous going to this match. So to be able to win my round 3, especially against a good player, really means a lot to me.
Well, especially because Arsal actually changed up the team that he was running as well. It wasn't his Indy winning team. It was one of the Lycanroc teams coming out of Turin. So knowing that was a big threat out of the European region, was that a team you had prepared for?
Yeah, I've seen a lot of teams. I think it recently top-8 the Turin event. I saw a lot of people running it, so I was like, okay, I think I should at least know what my line is. I shouldn't disregard Lycanroc yet. And, you know, game 1, game 2, my lines kind of went as expected, but then game 2, I actually made like a few errors because I was really worried about like my Moonblast you know, knocking out his Pokemon, so I ended up using Light of Ruin, and we saw game 2 that I missed in that crucial turn. So whether or not that Light of Ruin was correct, I'm still not sure. I have to go look that up afterwards. But yeah, I mean, I definitely felt like if I had sat there for the first time, seen that team, you know, never seen it before, probably 2-0 loss. I can't even lie.
But after that game 2 and that final turn went poorly with that Light of Ruin miss, what was the stress level like going into that 3rd game? And how confident were you in your game plan?
Honestly, I think a big part of Pokemon is just that we're all humans, so we all make mistakes. The way I kind of like to think about this stuff is either I can stress about this going into game 3, let it, you know, inform all my decisions, or I can say, you know what, it happens. I'm going to go into this game 3, just try to clear my head and, you know, play towards my end games as best as I can.
How impactful were the gunk shot misses that happened in games 1 and 3?
So I don't remember exactly where the game 1 happened. If I remember correctly, I had in my mind that I would always win that end game because I think he had Lycanroc and Sneasler. Now I win Garchomp. So to me, like, missing the gunk shot on Charizard didn't matter because it's very hard to break Garchomp in that end game. In that game 3, I think it also wasn't super relevant just because, like, there was, I guess, I was kind of thinking about it. The way I can lose that is if he gunk shots and poisons my Basque Legion and then Caesarless Dragon Claw. So I think a lot of it would have still had to go towards Arsal's way for him to win, you know, even if it hit.
Well, it all comes down to the training of your Pokemon and, of course, the positioning that you brought into that match. But, Chris, this is a team that you actually have a lot of experience with, right? I was looking back at the top 16 that you got at Indianapolis. You made one small Pokemon change to this team. You dropped your Sneasler and you brought Mega Floette. Have you liked that change? Has it worked out for you well so far this weekend?
Yeah, so before Indianapolis, I used a very similar team that had Cleavor, I think, instead of one of the slots. I don't remember. But I actually lost in my top 16 against Alex Underhill. He had Dragonite and Garchomp, and I was like, wow, I really can't do anything to this team hard. Like, this feels very hard. So, you know, I think we saw a lot of people in Japan Nationals using it. I think my friend Luca Paz and Azule, a lot of those people were also using it in Indianapolis. So I was like, I'm going to give this team a try. And I've actually been working with my friend Kiri Diortona. So we talked about the spreads. I made a lot of item changes, and, you know, once we finalized those, I was like, this team is so good. I feel like I can win any matchup, like, no matter what they throw at me.
Well, you beat the Lycanroc, so I think it's already worked out great. Chris, I'm going to give you some room for some final shout-outs before we let you go prep for the rest of the day.
Shout-outs to Kevin and my mom in the crowd. I can see them right there. I love you guys a lot. I'm very grateful that you guys were here to watch my match. I have to shout out Carrie again, because, you know, he's such a big help. And then I guess shout out to everyone who's, you know, been friendly to me, made my day, made me smile just once. Like, you guys are awesome. You guys are the reason I keep playing VGC every day, and I'm very grateful for all of you.
Well, congratulations, Chris. Best of luck with the rest of your day. We're gonna go to Scott's Thoughts, where he's gonna break down this match even further.
Thank you, Rosemary. I got Len with me once again, so we'll have some better thoughts this time, hopefully. Another really fun match.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun to watch. Watch the dynamics. We saw the Lycanroc as the adjustment in turn to handle a lot of these Charizard's teams, so it's fun to see the flip back. Like, how does the Charizard team then handle the Lycanroc?
Yeah, I think it's really cool, right? Kind of think about, like, well, why don't more trainers use tech Pokemon like this? They're like, well, it's not so easy, right? Where this is the matchup you're using it for, and it certainly wasn't a free ticket to win the match.
Yeah, it's not a free ticket to win the match, and then it's kind of a one-dimensional Pokemon, right? It struggles against a lot of things. We saw how much it struggles against Garchomp, but a lot of other things in the format as well. So if it doesn't have that necessary impact to push you over, then it can hold you back a little bit.
Yeah, I think it's a fun, like, kind of bet you're making with a team, right? You're kind of looking at a team like this one, and yeah, you know, there's a number of other Pokemon teams are pretty versatile, but you kind of wind up with some difficult team preview decisions, right? You're never going to pick Frostlass and Scovillain together. They're both bad when they're not Mega Evolved. And then, you know, Lycanroc kind of is this Pokemon. Well, I really only want it for this matchup, but even then, you know, the Focus Sash is really important because it doesn't take attacks very well, so it kind of, like, limits your sequencing a lot. And then, yeah, either if your opponent just doesn't pick Charizard and, you know, it winds up making Lycanroc sort of a dead spot, or you know, really have any issues with cycling it at all, it can be a pretty big detriment because, you know, it's just not as generally strong as the other Pokemon. That's why we don't see it more.
Exactly, and then it kind of funnels you into this team preview position of bringing 3 ground weak Pokemon and Frostlass. That means that it's going to be so easy to just lose to Garchomp because Earthquake is going to run 3. So it becomes all about what Pokemon are on the field at a given moment. If you have Lycanroc on the field and you see a Charizard on the other side, you're doing great. If you have Frostlass and there's Garchomp on the other side, you're doing great. But as soon as you don't actually have those positions, things look a lot rockier.
Yeah, and I think I played the team that Arsal used quite a bit over the course of last week, and yeah, I found the same situation, right? Like, well, if my opponent doesn't play their Garchomp very well, then this is a very doable matchup. If they defend Garchomp well, it's just so miserable because, yeah, you know, there's a lot of different ways for the opposing team to threaten Frostlass, where it's much more difficult for you to catch Garchomp. It sort of just requires your opponent to want to make a trade. I thought throughout the course of this set, Chris did a really good job of just not doing that needlessly. Not too much to say about this team. It is just, you know, exactly what you saw last week in turn. So if you haven't already seen it, you know, maybe wait till tonight after the stream's over, but I do recommend it. I think there were a lot of, like, really fun matches, both involving this team and others last weekend. I do want to talk about Chris's team a little bit more because, yeah, it's not just the Sneasler to Floette change. It felt very best of one oriented to me, what he brought to Indianapolis, where there are a few other changes to the team. Garchomp had no attack or no protect then. It was Poison Jab in that last slot. There were a lot of situations in this game where if he was running that Garchomp, he probably would have lost because there's no way to avoid Sucker Punch. I think also it was the Choice Scarf on Basque Legion, which I think understandably and correctly, most trainers have moved away from. So I like this team choice by him a lot.
Yeah, and, always kind of a positive to your flexibility. If you're adding 2 protects to the team sheet, means you can play out of a lot more situations and not have to kind of capitalize on every turn. I think in Indianapolis we saw Chris really having to get every turn right, really make predictions, make strong pins early, and not be able to play as drawn out of games. And he felt like he had a lot more flexibility in this match.
Yeah, and it's easy. You can imagine how this match could have gone differently, right? I believe he gave a sword stamp to King Gambit every single game. And yeah, when half your team can't protect, you're going to lose really quickly doing that. So great adjustment by him. Maybe he doesn't allow the sword stamps to begin with if he's running different sets, but give himself a little bit more flexibility. Jumping forward to that first turn of the first game, it's a little different matchup than maybe the trainers were expecting, where it's Charizard that Chris selects in this first game. I get the classic Weather War sort of, although it never really plays out. And Lycanroc gets to come in to face Charizard. And in a way, it's like, oh, this is the matchup that I've selected Lycanroc for. But it's not quite so easy.
Yeah, I mean, you rush the Lycanroc on the field. You want it immediately there for this situation, because if it's not going to fight in this situation, you don't have to fight with it later. So Lycanroc tries to quickly get out there, and the fake out helps to cover that, but you're still giving up a decent amount on this turn.
Yeah, and you can take the Moonblast, so it's a little scary too, or if there's a Moonblast into Lycanroc instead, you're right. I think it's probably a 2-hit KO. It winds up not being too big of a deal, I think, at this point, where the early game, I think, was controllable. I think it's really a little bit later in this game where things start getting really exciting. Eventually we get the Frostlass Mega Evolution. The weather has changed to snow. We'd love a little bit of that here in sunny New Orleans, but we're going to make the most of it here in the drought that we're in. King Gambit's weekend, and I think that this is just another one of these fun turns where we've been getting throughout the course of this set. We see the Aqua Jet going into the King Gambit. It does have a Swords Dance here. Charizard's lurking in the wings, but a sort of interesting read where the double goes in the King's Gambit. It doesn't go for a Sucker Punch in a Whim or a Protect or anything like that. It kind of gives it up a little bit too early, I think.
Yeah, I mean, the Aqua Jet would have gone before the Sucker Punch, but you could, like you say, have Sucker Punch Whimsicott, which would have made this Blizzard a KO. If you really think there's nothing else King Gambit can do on the turn, then that's the input. But maybe hoping that the targeting wouldn't be so into King Gambit and you would be able to get that Kowtow Cleave out of this turn, which would have, of course, have a huge impact if you could get rid of Vasculegion, but it means Chris can pounce.
Yeah, and I think very indicative of this matchup in general, where you kept getting the Swords Dance with, or the Swords Dance on King Gambit on Arsal's side of the field, but it's just so hard to actually do anything with it. We threatened all this damage. I think Vasculegion personally dodged Sucker Punch like 7 times over the course of this set, and I think in game 2 it wasn't so bad. It really hurt here. I think one of the decisive things this game, we get to this position here where Whimsicott's going to get Tailwind up relatively for free. Wisely takes this Weather Ball into the Frostlass to get this free KO, because I think if it was able to attack, it could have been a disaster. And then Sneasler going to start a string of struggles with Gunk Shot here as it misses the first one. I don't know if any of these Gunk Shot misses really mattered, but definitely makes this a decisive turn in the first game.
Yeah, it kind of felt like once the Weather Ball hit, you've solved the problem for Garchomp, and Garchomp's going to love this end of the game. King Gambit was already KO'd at this point, and so, like Chris said in the interview, Sneasler and Lycanroc aren't going to do a good job of beating Garchomp, even if Gunk Shot has taken care of Whimsicott or done a really damage to Charizard.
Yeah, it might even be better, right? Where I guess it'll wind up not mattering because it's so decisive. But, getting Garchomp immediately with all the turns of Tailwind, there's just no way you're losing from there. So, really well played game. And again, Garchomp just such a strong closer against this team the moment Frostlass goes down. I believe we're going into the, what is this? So I'm going to use my readers here. Okay, so beginning of game 2. So we get that Protect immediately with Whimsicott not wanting to take the fake out it took the beginning of the previous game. And I think this seemed like it was going to be a much better start for Arsal.
He's giving up Sneasler in turn 1 is still a huge cost, though.
Yeah, it seemed. So King Gambit, obviously, I think it's a bold move, I guess, on the other side of the field, where Chris just leaves Vasculegion totally exposed into the King Gambit, and that's an interesting trade, right? Does get the free knockout, where, by this point in the trade, I was less confident. Like, oh, maybe this wasn't so great after all. But it's still, you trade a knockout for King Gambit being twice as powerful. You get the Frostlass in for free, which is important here. At this point, I think critically, too, in our side of the field, you don't know what the Mega Evolved Pokemon is on the other side of the field. I thought that was really important here, right? Where, hey, if it's Charizard in the back, I get to Mega Evolve Frostlass. Charizard hasn't Mega Evolved, so it can't come in. We're eventually going to find out that, no, it's not Charizard in the back anyway, and I think that's a different reason why these Pokemon wind up getting played a little conservatively here, where it's very important not to do unnecessary damage to the Pokemon in the back.
Yeah, you have to try to preserve a little bit more here. I mean, King Gambit, in other situations has to give up a lot of HP to get the Sword Stance. I mean, does a good job of getting it here, but at the cost of Sneasler instead, which is pretty expensive. I think pretty low risk to expose the Basket Legion there too. I think a lot of Pokemon is about knowing when to take the right sorts of risks. And if it had been Sucker Punch, it's probably not KO into Basket Legion, and you're not giving up much. If it's Counter Cleave, you're probably giving up Basket Legion, but you're still getting the Wave Crash off, so you're fine.
Yeah, and you get the free switch there too, right? Which I think is important. And yeah, I think Sneasler in general is a really important Pokemon to take care of, because again, this is a very Garchomp-based matchup, and while Frostless is the one you really want, not Sneasler, Sneasler's still faster than Garchomp, right? And getting rid of that additional source of damage means that Frostless is really the only thing between you and victory.
Yeah, one obstacle down.
We see the tail in here too. I do think this has been fun. So the first of several turns where we get the Aqua Jet into Sucker Punch interaction. I think that it's particularly fun to watch here just because like it winds up being a fairly good trade still. And at this point in the match, I think I'd kind of just fight to go. I wonder if it's really so bad that Aqua Jet keeps blocking the Sucker Punches, because Tailwind goes up and you don't want to stall that out anyway. The Basket Legion's not really doing anything, and you're still winning the damage trade.
Right. It's not always. King Gambit can draw a lot of attention. I think we saw in a match earlier today, it Sword Stanced and then just drew 2 attacks and got KO'd the next turn. But then the player with the King Gambit still won because it had forced 3 straight attacks into King Gambit by the pressure. And this is a little bit of a different situation. You're still preventing your opponent from doing anything about Frostlass because you're so worried about dodging Sucker Punches, getting damage into King Gambit, and Frostlass can make up a lot of ground at the time.
I think especially too, again, I guess the players have not the players. Christopher definitely knew what his Mega was. Arsal at this point doesn't know what the Mega is, but I was kind of thinking too, like, oh, maybe this is an angle where like you Encore Blizzard or something, then bring Charizard and Mega Evolve. But without that, there's really not a lot you can do about the combination of these two Pokemon attacking. Frostlass relatively uncontested here, and winds up looking good for a long while. However, eventually, again, we find out that nope, it's not Charizard in the back, it is instead the Floette, and I think as Tailwind expires, it becomes a pretty big turning point in the match. Again, we've seen a lot of trading back and forth. Try that again. There we go. And this ends up being a pretty big deal. Floette has to come into the battle, and finally the Sucker Punch goes into 1 HP Whimsicott, which survived the entire Tailwind, just kind of hanging out there, not doing too much, but critically being knocked out right before it can set another Tailwind. A really integral thing in VGC is just making sure that you survive that first one and then don't allow a second. And then this Light of Rune does hit, I think, very critical to pick up this knockout, where I don't think Moonblast would have been enough there, and we see why trainers are opting to run this move.
Yeah, I mean, Chris definitely seems to love to click it constantly. Going for Light of Ruin, it can be so much damage, and if you know you're in a matchup where Floette is likely to either get one hit KO'd or win you the match, then the recoil doesn't matter so much.
Yeah, and hey, it's one of the coolest animations of the game. Pokemon Champions, the fun new thing. I get it. I just want to shoot cool lasers. I think we all liked Hyper Beam Sylveon for the same reason. Was Hyper Beam Sylveon really the correct thing to run? Maybe not, but huge laser.
Big laser, and this one KO'd the Frostlass. I think we saw a big one into King Gambit in the next game. Can pump out a ton of damage.
Yeah, so we're actually going to see a very interesting endgame here where, to me, it felt like this is fairly over. You still have the Garchomp healthy. Garchomp is not going to have a good time this turn where the Accelerock not doing a whole lot there, but just making sure to do as much damage as he possibly can here. With the Sucker Punch winding up being a critical hit. I assume the Accelerock didn't matter, but critically, if Garchomp gets a swing, the game is over. So you got to do what you got to do there. And then Floette's going to start doing things.
Yeah, I don't know if that critical hit mattered. Definitely would have been close. I don't think +2 Sucker Punch is just cleanly a KO. Yeah. So maybe the Accelerock is enough extra chip, but the crit definitely seals it and locks up, well, sort of locks up
so
the wrist.
Locked.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I did take a look at this. Chris hadn't had a chance to, obviously, yet. His interviews right after the match. I think it would have been really close, right? Where I do believe that Moonblast can pick up this knockout with the way the Pokemon are trained, but doesn't always pick up the knockout. So I think the odds were better of firing off, Light of Rune rather than trying to just go for a Moonblast. But the critical hit backslide makes it all for naught, and we end up in a exciting Game 3, although kind of a weird one.
I mean, that one still took good luck on Arsal's side for him to come out on top of it. And it felt like a lot of things went right. Like the King Gambit got the Sword Stance easily, survived for a very long time, got a huge Sucker Punch into Garchomp to KO, and still needed a Light of Ruin mess.
Yeah, to me that's very indicative of the matchup. Right? It feels so one-sided. And again, it's a weaker player. I'm sure you can walk all over people. I think it's just a little bit harder. We saw 2 weekends ago just how strong he was, making all those pivots with Venusaur. This just isn't that kind of team, right? Where you kind of need your team to sequence the way that it sequences. Playing a little bit slower with Aurora Veil usually, and these Charizard teams, and I guess Floette teams, as we saw in Game 2 and 3, they just play so aggressively. You just don't get a lot of free turns to try to make those aggressive plays.
Yeah, and I think this Game 3 lead of just immediately showing Floette also is like being one turn ahead. Because we eventually do see the Lycanroc in this matchup, and you really just don't want to bring the Lycanroc if it's not going to be Charizard, so Chris stays one step ahead.
Yeah, and I think that's just huge, and maybe a really clever move by Chris to bring Charizard in Game 1 as well. Like, to me, this is a matchup where Floette usually looks better, but I think you're showing a willingness to bring Charizard makes it much more likely you're going to get to play against Lycanroc for 2 more games, and I do think that just winds up being to Chris's advantage, where, yeah, again, I think Lycanroc's a pretty cool Pokemon, and my usage with it, too, I thought it was not nearly as bad as I expected it to be. I think you've played with it quite a bit more than I have in other formats, but, you know, it's strong, but, again, you know, Pokemon's usage generally reflects their general power.
Yeah, and a pretty frail Pokemon as well. I think it would have been easier for it to have impact early in the game, but if you are trying to save it to beat Charizard, it's hard to lead it because you don't know if you're going to get that fight.
Yeah, and like the first game, maybe things would have been very different, but I think it's very easy to just like kind of lose the game in turn 1, where, you know, close combat's nice and all, but unless you're like catching something that's really powerful, or really weak to it rather, it's not very powerful. And, you know, Rock Slide, you know, it's not Garchomp, right? You're not nearly as quick, also much more frail defensively, and I believe this is the turn where things start going a little bit crazy.
I think it went wrong on the previous turn. Speaking of losing in turn 1, I think we saw a loss in game 2 here, where Frostlass took the critical hit and just went down immediately, and then you're back in that situation where you have these 3 ground weak Pokemon, there's a Garchomp lurking in the back, and Frostlass is already off the field, and like immediately things are so difficult from that position.
Yeah, I actually thought Arsal plays this one pretty well. Like the game's like pretty over as soon as Frostlass goes down there, and the fact that this stayed competitive I think is really impressive. Because yeah, like as we mentioned, there aren't a whole lot of ways to deal with that Garchomp other than Frostlass. It goes down easy. I think keeping like King Gambit and eventually, and then I think the Sneasler healthy enough to at least like sort of be a credible threat to the Garchomp is pretty impressive, because yeah, I mean like one wrong move here and it's just a pin. We wind up with a pretty lengthy game thanks to some nice positioning. I think you know, a Tailwind eventually goes up, so you know that was pretty good. And from here it just felt so bad. We're like, okay, well there's no more Frostlass on the other side of the field. Now there's a huge speed advantage for the remainder of the game. This is wind up being a pretty interesting turn. Like, hey, you know, I'll at least go for the priority move to try to get around this. But Light of Room hits this time. Just absolutely obliterates this poor King Gambit. Does a ton of damage. Knocks itself out where, but yeah, it's still, the damage is kind of done here. It's enough where it makes it much easier for Garchomp to clean up the game, even with the Swords Dance going off.
Right, it means that one Earthquake is enough, or you can get there with other bits of chip. I think the Aqua Jet ends up being the bits of chip that pull it over the line. It's kind of interesting to see that after you've chipped a King Gambit low enough, you're actually willing to bring Basculegion in the face of King Gambit, because it's something that you know can attack even if Sucker Punches are coming off on the other side. If you don't get that chip damage and you're in a different position, then you definitely would not be bringing Basculegion in, right? If King Gambit is still relatively healthy, you're going to be forced to bring Garchomp in that position and be fighting against +2 Sucker Punch.
Yeah, and then we see kind of the end of the game here where eventually get to the spot where Garchomp does deal with the situation really nicely. And it was good. I was trying to pause. Obviously, I missed there. But I think Lee made a nice comment too. It would have been very easy just to lose King Gambit immediately to a double up with Aqua Jet and Moonblast. And I think most players probably lose the game right there. At least get to the point here where Garchomp has to finish the job, or at least assist Basculegion in finishing the job. Yeah, it's a tough matchup, right? And again, we've talked a lot throughout the course of this too about how strong Garchomp is in this matchup, but Basculegion's nearly as good, right? Where it's just really tricky. The Aqua Jet makes it so difficult to deal with, and as soon as King Gambit takes that damage, you just can't really check it despite the type advantage.
Right, you're able to whittle it away with Aqua Jet. Lycanroc continues to be very poor in matchups that aren't Charizard, right? Like Aqua Jet being a clean 2-hit KO here is really problematic. I mean, like more than just a clean 2-hit KO. Like picks up the KO with almost any chip on Lycanroc, makes it so difficult to have an impact here. You see, the Sword Stance boosted Gambit is being forced out by the Aqua Jet, right? Of the Pokemon is meant to counter.
Yeah, and exactly, and like, you know, for Sneasler, you know, it's almost a 2-hit KO there where I feel like, you know, a really bad damage roll, and you might have a bad time. So Lycanroc does its best, but this is kind of the other end of Lycanroc. Kind of the other thing I want to mention. It's like, okay, well, you get an uncontested Rock Slide, right? You know, if it's like Tyranitar sitting there, like, you really feel that one, but like Basculegion, it takes the same type of attack boosted Rock Slide. It's like, okay, well, you know, like, I guess it's going to get me eventually, but like it's not devastating for a very offensive Pokemon on the other side.
Well, and it's very one-dimensional, right? If you think of all the other Rock Slides in this format, Tyranitar would have been able to choose Knockoff instead. Aerodactyl would have been able to provide Tailwind support and be a safer lead in other matchups. Lycanroc gains the Accel Rock and that big threat, but gives up any flexibility to do anything other than just go out with Rock Offense, basically.
Yeah, and then again, once again, we get this check at the end of the game where the Aqua Jet going in, Gunk Shot missed one more time. I think we had to show the perils of gunk shot a little bit more, and then Dragon Claw comes in to finish this one off. So you're a really fun matchup between two good players, but I think the team matchup was on Chris's side, and it's just so tough to win when your opponent is that good and kind of knows their lines the way he does. I think probably most players also just discovering this Lycanroc team a week ago when we saw it in Italy get played on stream, where Chris has been playing versions of this team for the entirety of this format, and it really looked like he used that experience to his advantage.
Yeah, I don't know how many games Arsal had on the Lycanroc, but you have to imagine that the players playing in Italy last week who built it probably had more games on it and had a little bit more experience, and we're playing against people who hadn't had the opposite experience. You always want to be the one in the position of having played the matchup more often, and that might not have been the case for Arsal this time, where it definitely was for all the players the previous week.
Absolutely. Well, we'll have to see how much preparation the players have put in the rest of their matchups as we get to more matches soon, but for now, we're going to send you to a break. Len, thanks for joining me.
For me, the answer is getting tunnel vision, not taking the time to, look at your board, look at your opponent's board, and kind of make sure you know what plays are available to you. I can't tell you how many times I've lost a match because I had this idea of what I wanted to do in my head. I needed to find specific cards, and it doesn't work out. And then afterwards, I discover I had it on board, I just didn't bother to take the time to break from my established plan and make sure I knew what options were actually available to me. So that would be the big one to me.
I think a big weakness is when you start psyching yourself out if you lose, because then you're just throwing yourself off for the rest of the day. Everyone loses, and you just got to keep rolling with it.
I think a big weakness for players is team building and trying to cover everything. And I think the best way to fix it is to just not get paralyzed and just pick the Pokemon you like and just get as many reps as you can.
I think a big weakness for players is maybe getting tunnel vision on when you think you have one win condition and getting stuck on that and not seeing other solutions that you have to winning the game. And I think a good way to fix that problem is to just play a lot of games and experience what it's like to get tunnel vision and see, looking back on the game, how you maybe could have won it differently. I also really love watching other matches and seeing if I would have finished out the game the same way the people who are playing would have, to compare my plays.
So I think one of the biggest weaknesses for players, of course, is not feeling comfortable with the team that they have. I think a lot of good players, they have a team and they do a lot of prep work and they feel very comfortable with their play style and how their matchups go. I think that I kind of look up to that, be like, if I find a team that I can play and feel very comfortable with, I think I would do very good with it.
I think the biggest weakness for players is kind of the mind side of the game. So just being mentally prepared, believing that you can do it, having the confidence. And I think that's just with reps, just practicing more, be more familiar with your matchups, but altogether just really focusing on having fun, going out there and playing and enjoying the game for what it is with the community.
I am here with Carrie D'Artona out on the field before NAIC starts. Big competition this weekend. How are you feeling?
Overall good. I didn't want to over prep for this event, so I just really focused on working with other people and just trying to figure out game plans and the common teams and just run something that I'm comfortable with.
Okay. I want to talk about your story specifically this year as a player, because we've really got to see the most from you. We see you winning an event. Now you're heading to an IC with these titles under your belt. Does that add, I know you're talking about comfort, not over prepping, but does that add any layer of nerves to this all?
Yes, it does, but I feel like after my win, I've been really trying to work on my mental a lot, because I feel like a lot of the expectations on myself in terms of what I think other people see in me has been weighing a lot on me, and I do think it could affect your play sometimes, but I've been really trying to work on that aspect in order to not only make myself a better player, but also improve as a person.
I love to hear that outlook on all of it. So now heading into this, we're on Pokemon Champions. How do you feel like Pokemon Champions has been so far? And do you think it's going to be a little bit more of the same this weekend, or are we going to see the meta completely blown open?
I think there is some room to innovate, where I think some people have identified it in the past 2 weeks between turn and now. But overall, I think we're most likely going to see more of the same, especially this new variant of Big Six that appeared in Japan. So I will expect more of the standard, which isn't entirely bad. I'm really excited to see how people approach the mirrors, different EVs, different techs in order to approach those mirrors and how it's going to all interact coming this weekend.
And then what about the players? Because last year at NAIC, notably there was a lack of North Americans in that top 8, but then, you know, they take the World Championships. We've gotten to see a lot from Italy, from EU this year, but North America's been doing really strong. Any predictions on who's kind of taking it, who's taking over Top Cut?
I think it's going to be a really good blend overall. I think we're going to see a lot more spice from NA in terms of making it into day 2. I think in terms of Europeans, we're going to see a lot of Charizard, Delphox, more of the standard. So I'm really excited to see what America cooks up, but I'm expecting the standard stuff from EU.
And then last but not least, of course, we have NAIC and then in a couple of months, the World Championships. We are looking at a new format, but how much are you looking forward to Worlds as opposed to just NAIC?
I'm really optimistic because I think there's a lot of room to grow in terms of not only the mons that get added, but the strategies that get implemented, because I think we're missing 2 very, very important Mega Evolutions, that being Mega Salamence and Mega Metagross, which I think would completely redefine how this format is shaped. Also, I think with the addition of new items such as Life Orb and Assault Vest, we can go back to some more balance-oriented playstyles that have been kind of struggling in this format just due to the lack of being able to soak damage.
So we're excited for what, you know, Champions and Worlds can hold.
Yeah. I'm really excited because it just should add some new dynamics that we're, I think, missing a bit this format, but should be refreshing.
I mean, I'm definitely looking forward to it, but we're going to get through NAIC first. I'm so excited to see how you and the rest fare. Thank you so much. As for us, back to NAIC.
What's my favorite?
My favorite's the one that's got jet black hair.
He's extremely fast.
Limitless. So cute. She has a 12-octave vocal range.
Can be calm.
Powerful.
estilo como yo. 닮기도 한 것 같아갖고. He would improvise on the spot. Just always finds a way to make it funny.
We both have very fast
moves.
And can change the world using its mind.
Jigglypuff is my favorite. Jigglypuff, Jigglypuff.
Every single time you met a new Pokemon, it felt like you met a new part of yourself.
He likes to sleep. Just like me. 뭔가 여러 모습으로 변할 수 있는 모습도.
Sí, tiene muchas formas de superar a sus oponentes.
Como mischievous, por Dios, su love language.
Sa loyauté, sa rapidité.
She uses her voice to protect herself. There's home, you know? Totally.
That's why I love it.
My favorite is Eevee.
Mi favorito es Sira. Arcanine.
Gengar. Jigglypuff. Luxray.
So what's your favorite?
Oh, we are certainly hoping that everyone is enjoying their time out here at New Orleans for NAIC. Whether it's Pokemon Center, side events, spectating, or competing in the competition yourselves. But I know we have been enjoying these matches. It has been so much fun. And we've got another one lined up, almost ready to go here as we're about halfway through phase 1 of our competition. We had such an exciting match last round. How do we top that?
I think we'll be able to do it. I think.
Think you?
Yeah,
Think so?
I think each and every round it will get better and better and better as the weekend goes on. It's generally the theme with these sort of international championships. I feel anyway. But I mean, yeah, the quality of player we've had on so far on the broadcast to open up the show to kind of set the stage for the rest of the weekend has just been phenomenal. And I don't think the rest of the weekend will let us down as we get closer and closer to finally crowning our North American international champion for this season.
And our first international Pokemon champion.
Yes.
We got there.
But it's been so much fun. I mean, this is still such a new game. We've gotten to see through the limited events we've had, like Torin just last weekend, 2 weekends ago, Indy, and of course, like Japan National Championships, Master Ball League, etc. We've gotten to see so many variant strategies. We've seen some niche Pokemon that we never really expected. And I feel like every event, we always like, okay, no, we've kind of figured it out. It is just Charizard, right? And then we keep getting surprised with something new.
We do, and I think that's the beauty about this kind of smaller metagame where, you know, it is changing week to week. We saw the changes from Indianapolis into Turin, and then Turin, obviously, we'll see at the end of the weekend what the changes were to come out of this event, of course. And I think it just kind of goes to show how strong our players are, and the innovation is still there in this format. And what we'll see, I'm sure we've got surprises on the way, but we've had the choices from our players. You've seen Chris come in, and you know, when you're coming into these sort of big events, you think, the big team, the one that everyone's got a target out for already, probably prepped very hard against those Charizard teams. You think they're really hard teams to bring into this event because everyone knows what to expect from them. But then players like Christopher, and we had it in Turin last weekend, where those players picking up those teams just knew how to pilot those teams against any sort of obstacles that we're coming up against. And that's what kind of makes them a cut above everything else. And they are really difficult to get through. But I'm sure we're only in the infancy of this tournament so far this weekend. We've got a long way to go, and we've still got to really kind of pick out those teams that are going to be the cream that rises to the top.
I mean, we've definitely picked out some wonderful players to be featuring for our round 4 match. It's going to be Alex Underhill going up against Wolfe Glicke, 2 trainers of incredible talent, incredible skills, and a lot of accomplishments under their belts, who have also recently matched up against each other. We look back at the Indianapolis Regional Championships at top 8, where Wolfe was able to take that win and go on into the final. So I'm so excited to be able to see a rematch here on the international stage, and who can come out on top this time?
Yeah, well, I'm sure after the result last time round, Alex is probably really hoping to get one over on Wolfe here, and, you know, 2 incredible trainers going into this next one, and being able to feature both of them early on in this tournament is an absolute treat. You know, we had to wait till top 8 to see this match in Indianapolis, but no, we don't have to wait that long. And, you know, I think both trainers, looking at the teams, we'll get into them in a moment, have changed things up slightly from the Indianapolis teams as well. Let's start with Alex, because we can talk about Wolfe's team in a minute, because there some really obscure picks on that side of the field. But yeah, Alex was playing in Indianapolis, I believe the Mega Frostlass, Mega Dragonite team, changing up here and going with that Mega Charizard, and a really nice build, kind of familiar to what the 6 that Marco was running earlier in the broadcast. Has got the Mega Aerodactyl and the Mega Charizard here, and a really nice kind of flexibility, something that we saw have a lot of flexibility and play at the early stages of Champions.
I just want to address the elephant in the room, or the Mamoswine in the room, and talk about what Wolfe is running, because Mamoswine is definitely not one of those Pokemon we've really gotten to see. Toxapex is something that we've seen a little bit of play around, but being able to, I mean, he already surprised Indy with this Mega Steelix that nobody expected, and now completely swapping it up, bringing out other unorthodox picks. I'm excited to see how Alex is going to be able to adjust to this. But I mean, we got a team full of strong options, even if it's not the team he ran. There's a reason that these types of teams have been popping off, and why to kind of pivot over to it.
Yeah, and a lot of flexibility as well. If you look at the Aerodactyl, it's got access to Tailwinds. It's going to be able to put those threats like Kingambit, Sylveon, Charizard ahead of those threats on the opposite side of the field. And then if that's not a favorable matchup, you've got the Farigiraf, and we've seen the Armored Tail, how useful that can be to prevent priority onto your side of the field. But you've also got the Trick Room to be able to flip the dimensions and put yourself into a more favorable position, and maybe take advantage of those slow Pokemon like the Kingambit, like the Sylveon. And depending on how you've trained things like the Charizard, it can perform well in Trick Room and Tailwind, depending on what's in front of you. So a lot of flexibility from Alex, and kind of suits his playstyle as well. He's so adaptable, and he's such a great trainer. He's going to be able to utilize these sorts of Pokemon that are pretty much some of the best Pokemon in the format to the best of their ability. And I really like the Aerodactyl, the Mega Aerodactyl option here. You can use it to support with the Tailwind if you want, or you can use it as a big threat against a lot of the things that Wolfe has got on this match, namely that Mega Charizard that they're piloting that is not going to want to sit in front of that Aerodactyl for too long.
See, there's so many different threats over on Wolf's side that I'm so curious to see how Alex is going to be adjusting in kind. I love that we get to see a little bit of different move choices on his Pokemon to really try and complement and round out a couple of those maybe rougher matchups. So I feel like there is so many tools at his disposal here to really try and be able to make an impact here. But where do you even start when you look at Wolf's team here? Because sure, we got a Charizard, we got an Incineroar, we have a couple of those, you know, a typical Pokemon, but when you start to really break it down, things like that Mamoswine and Toxapex, like, does Alex have tools to, I mean, try and take those down?
I think Alex has tools to take them down. It depends how Wolf's going to play them there. But we've taken an overview of the team. We've got the Mamoswine, it's got the Oblivious ability. So that's really useful for ignoring Intimidates that would be otherwise a threat to weaken that attack stat. But with the Ice Shard, it gives you priority. And really, in particular, it's great against Charizard enemy number 1, which is Garchomp. You can really pressure knockouts with that before it is able to act. I really like the Scarfed Hydreigon here. It gives you an ability to slow down special threats with that Snarl. It also allows you just to get big damage onto the field with the Dark Pulse, the Earth Power, the Draco, whatever suits you in that moment that it's in the field. And then you've got the Toxapex. It has got Wide Guard, so you've got a nice support line as well from any of those spread attacks, namely the Rock Slide that's going to be such a threat in this game from not only the Aerodactyl but also the Garchomp as well that does carry that attack. Then you've got Intimidate support from the Incineroar. We know it's one of Wolf's favorite Pokemon, and he will enjoy using that in this match in particular, just for that pivot, the Fake Out support as well. And then the Sneasler, which is another option if you don't want to go with the Incineroar, that could be very useful against Alex in particular, looking at things like King Gambit. Then I'm going to want to take that close combat, and then the Diaclaw, which is so useful against the Sylveon in particular, that could be utilized in a Trick Room. Wolf's got options as well with the Toxapex, the Incineroar. If that Trick Room does go up, where you can utilize these Pokemon really effectively, and then the Infestation. It's got a way to trap opponents, poison them with the Toxic, stall things out. Baneful Bunker is really useful to poison threats as well if they attack in at the wrong time.
I think for both of these trainers, so many different modes for their team. So let's just dive into it to see what they're thinking heading into the first game here. Swiss round 4. We get aggressive and a little bit more passive coming out from Wolf. Toxapex right away hitting the field, whereas Alex is going to opt into his own Charizard next to King Gambit.
Yeah, we've got the Toxapex making the scene here, and it has the ability to go for that Infestation early on in this game. The King Gambit can't really relax too easy here because it is threatened from Wolf's Charizard. There is a potential where a Heat Wave or a Weather Ball goes into that slot and picks up an easy knockout, and you don't really have a way to check the Charizard if you're Alex right here and now. Yes, you can get some good damage off with a Sucker Punch, and you do have the alleviation of that Focus Sash as well. So for at least one turn, you can try and get maybe a Kowtow Cleave, maybe a Sucker Punch onto Wolf's Charizard just to try and get damage onto it for something else to come in later in the game and potentially pick up a knockout. But if you concentrate everything onto that side of the field, what is the Toxapex going to do? Is it going to trap something in and make things even more difficult? Do you trap that Charizard on Alex's side in? It's going to mean that it's difficult to kind of switch out and constantly chip for the rest of the game.
I mean, a little eyes into what these trainers are thinking of. Mega Evolution for both. Of course, when we're not looking at a Weather War, but of course, Sun complementing both of them, might as well go ahead and click that Mega Evolution and get that boost. Posing Charizard Heat Wave will miss onto the Charizard over on Alex's end though, but when you're eyeing up that King Gambit, that's going to be that one that won't appreciate the hit, already brought down into its Focus Sash. Of course, we'll be able to hang on for at least a little bit longer. Alex will connect both of his Heat Waves, but not really the same damage impact, kind of chipping away 1/4 over at both of them. Kowtow Cleave now trying to take down this Charizard, but just not enough damage there as Infestation. King Gambit only had 1 HP. Infestation will be enough to take it down.
Yeah, they're a really nice play for Wolf just to cover. If the King Gambit stays on the field, I'm going to make sure that I do get the knockout onto it. So any damage onto my Charizard this time, like we saw, it's not going to be affected by that Sucker Punch going into the next turn. So a really nice play from Wolf. Yeah, has taken a little bit of damage from the Heat Wave from Alex's side, but nothing that you need to be too concerned about. Now Alex has the ability to try and set this Trick Room up with the Farigiraf, right, where it can flip the dimensions, put things in its favor. Or if you want, you've got the immediate threat of the Psychic here into the Toxapex, which isn't going to appreciate taking that attack.
Well, especially too when you're eyeing up the Trick Room. Alex has those Tailwind options, the Trick Room options, but kind of these Pokemon are in a weird speed tier. We did see Wolf's Charizard outspeed to go first last time, but when you're still eyeing up the damage and the impact this Toxic can have, I feel maybe a little hesitant as opposed to just kind of getting rid of the threat outright.
Yeah, and of course, Charizard we saw there did outspeed, so if it gets an attack off into the Furgraf and gets initial damage, it could be close to picking up a double up into that Furgraf with an infestation. He's going to hit super effective as well.
Okay, just going to be a protect though. No damage done from Heat Wave into it, but will land its mark into Alex's Charizard now, as we'll have to see how much damage this Charizard can do in return. But of course, it will be enough as a connect to take down the opposing Charizard, but Toxapex still kicking around about half health. Now, did it target down into the Farigiraf or the Charizard? It will be the Toxic into the Charizard. So this is damage overtime, and it gets to be a lot of damage with that bad boy.
Yeah, it's now on a timer, of course, and all as well, the sun is on a timer, so no matter of time this Charizard has left in this battle, can it be impactful? You've seen the damage so far. The Toxapex taking this Heat Wave so comfortably, right? You've got to be careful as well. Each and every time you click that, the Toxapex does have Wide Guard. Probably not the preferable option to go for here. The Charizard, it really feels like it's not got an effective way to get damage onto the board right here, right now. And this Furgraf does feel a little bit threatened. You can't utilize the fake out of your Wolf, but you do have options to get some big damage with things like the Throw Chop onto that Furgraf, and then followed up with an infestation from the Toxapex right this next turn.
Yeah, the Furgraf is definitely in a little bit of a weird spot. At least if it's being targeted down, the Charizard can do damage. But when you're sitting across the field from an Incineroar and a Toxapex that's taking the hit so well, I mean, you're not doing anything to Incineroar, and Toxapex will surely be able to hang around for another. And even more so now that it opts into that painful bunker. So protecting itself, Weather Ball does go out instead into the Incineroar. So just kind of do what you can. A good amount, actually, bringing it down to about a third of its health, despite not being very effective thanks to that critical hit. It does put it within range, though, for the Citrus Berry recovery. So we're looking a little bit better off, as no damage into the Farigiraf. Incineroar swaps out.
It's a nice parting shot here just to mitigate the damage from that Farigiraf that's potentially going to threaten that Toxapex heavily. You know, the Psychic there doing some effective damage. That -1 not going to be as big a threat, especially when you've got another Psychic Pokemon in the back like the Sneasler that just entered the field. And this is where that Toxic chip's going to come in very useful, because we'll probably put that Toxic into range very soon, if not already, from the Diaclaw that's active on that Sneasler. Now, of course, you can't use the fake up because of the Armatil. It's there. So this Furgraf giving all sorts of problems with how he would like to maybe otherwise use these supporting moves. But you do have that immediate threat where you can go for the Diaclaw. But is it enough from this range onto the Charizard that Alex has got? That's a big question. Or do you go for Protect here and maybe just stall out another turn of that Toxic?
I mean, if you're not sure if it's enough damage, Protect, so it is enough next turn's good, but I mean, Toxapex just protected, so targeting into it definitely going to be a lot safer. And when you're trying to make sure you can finish off the kill, actually no, Farigiraf targets into the Sneasler, so Toxapex, it sticks around, and that's going to be a second Pokemon for Alex that's now badly poisoned.
That Toxapex takes that Weather Ball so well then. You can see how much of a valuable Pokemon it is to be able to just get that Toxic into the Furgraf. Now, if you can remove the Charizard on Alex's side with the Sneasler from Wolfe, you're sitting in a great position where you've started the timer tick down on this Furgraf, and it will be just a matter of time before it just drops the poison. Having the Incineroar in the back as well is a really nice option for Wolfe, where they potentially could catch Alex out if they get the targeting wrong with Psychic. You don't want to land that into a Dark-type Pokemon that's just switching in, and it makes sense to switch the Incineroar in at any point here, because you can then take one of those big attacks from Charizard if it does manage to stick around through this turn. But I feel like it is going to be susceptible to going down to a Diaclaw from the range that it's at right now.
I mean, it's whether you just want to go for that damage or switch out, but it won't be the Sneasler with the swap. Instead, the Toxapex into the Incineroar. So if it is a Psychic, not much will be happening, and of course, you can try and eat up these other Fire-type attacks, as Charizard will have a chance to go for one more. The survival, now the Weather Ball into the Sneasler, is enough to just cleanly pick this Pokemon off.
Yeah, that's a big survival from Charizard, showing how well Alex has trained that. He's got a lot of defense there to be able to take that Diaclaw, and now the Farigiraf with the remaining turns is going to set up the Trick Room now, and this might be beneficial to what is left in the back now that Incineroar's hit the field. But we're going to see that tick of Toxic take down that Charizard when it has got plenty for its time on the field for Alex.
Yeah, Farigiraf, though, sticks around, though it is poison on a timer, but it's, you know, it will still be able to make use of a few more turns. Toxapex had
just swapped out, so now we'll re-hit the field. But with the Trick Room, anticipating something a little bit slower coming out from Alex, and it will be the Sylveon to try and do it enough here to close this out.
Yeah, the one thing that Toxapex has got under the belt that would be really useful here is that Wide Guard. Now you can utilize that to block the potential Hyper Voice that has given the Incineroar a lot of issues here, because it is going to be the one option that would hit for big damage. But you can't ignore the fact that the Sylveon does have a single target attack. It could be that Hyper Beam that goes into Incineroar. From this range, it will be enough to pick up the knockout. It's just whether or not then you've got enough in the tank of Fergaraf to get rid of this Toxapex in time. With Psychic, it is -1. Remember, it took a parting shot drop earlier on that special attack. You'd still imagine it will be, but it would be great to see the damage interaction here, to see what we're playing with going into the latter turns of this game.
And Fergaraf is just staying safe. The Protect coming out, Infestation, attempt to target into that, won't do anything. And now this single target, we get the Sylveon Hyper Beam coming on out into this Incineroar. Is it going to be enough? It is. Incineroar goes down. Now it's only the Toxapex left to try and clean this up, but Fergaraf still has so much health. It didn't get hit with the Infestation. And Sylveon, even if it's going to be recharging, it has full health and isn't poisoned at all.
Yeah, and this Toxic tick every single turn. This might be the end. I think the Toxapex, it's going to be really interesting to see how much an Infestation does as well, and how much a Psychic can do to this Toxapex, because that will be telling. Now the Sylveon here, this next turn, has to take a turn to recharge, so it does mean that there is no potential of a double up, and the Toxapex, I don't think you can worry about getting knocked out, but you can just stall things out and take it easy if you're Wolfe here with that Baneful Bunker, just avoiding any attacks, unless allowing that Toxic to further chip down this Fergaraf. It's probably got maybe one more turn after this. And all the time, that leftovers healing up that Toxapex, making it very difficult. But of course, can't forget about this Citrus Berry that is keeping this Fergaraf in play.
I mean, the one thing too, so yeah, you get the toxic damage, you get the citrus berries. So Fergaraf still has a little bit more to it. And with going for the Baneful Bunker, Sylveon had that opportunity to recharge. So again, it's still like the Sylveon, when we're eyeing up the Toxapex, have to see how much damage it can do, but it now gives it a little bit more of a fighting chance. So it now is going to be put on its own timer with Toxic. But it's time to see how much this -1 Psychic can do into the Toxapex. And it's going to be enough to make a significant damage. Oh, that's not that much damage. And that'll be enough. Hyper Voice as the follow-up. Getting close, but with another turn of Protect. That leftovers recovery and a Fergaraf that won't be down before it gets to attack again. Does Sylveon have enough to take it down?
I don't think it does. I think we're in the last turn of Trick Room now for the Toxapex. You can just go for a Baneful Bunker, and I think the Toxic take will probably be it's going to be very close on the Fergaraf to taking that down, and then it's the one-on-one versus the Sylveon, right? It's been put on the timer, and then the Sylveon's going to have a hard time. It has got the Hyper Voice, and with how much damage this Toxapex is taking, it's going to be, again, very close. It is resisting the Berry type damage, but Sylveon with the Berry Feather got that boost as well. It's not straightforward, this. It's going to come down really close to the wire, but Wolfe doing everything, putting the timers on these Pokemon. Hopefully the Fergaraf, hoping this goes down now. Like you see, Trick Room's going to expire, but the Sylveon in that position where after that Baneful Bunker can click a Hyper Beam button, and that is the biggest attack it's got access to, and with the damage that Toxapex has already taken, it's going to be very close to going down to that move.
I mean, whether you risk it or maybe you just go for the double and attempt to see. I mean, this Toxapex, you would think, because Hyper Beam is such a powerful attack, but this thing has been bulky. If it is a Hyper Beam, it still will be able to hit through. If it's the Hyper Voice, though, the Wide Guard comes out to completely block it. But we will get the Hyper Beam yet again. 57 HP into the Toxapex is going to be enough to take it down for Alex to get the first game within this set.
Yeah, incredibly played by Alex there, and really utilizing one of the most powerful attacks in the game from little old Sylveon to lock that up. Really well played. And yeah, Toxapex was so close to being able to kind of lock that game out, but the Fergaraf positioning, not switching it out, keeping it on the field, getting the Trick Room set up, and then just leveraging the Sylveon at the right time was great by Alex, and just made it very difficult for Wolfe to get the foot over the line at the end.
Especially too, you're looking at a Toxapex with, you know,
I have 57 health, and you're just like, surely something should be able to take it down, right? But this thing is so bulky. There's a reason we get to see this toxic, baneful bunker infestation set on it. It is so difficult to take down with those leftovers, and so close to being able to try and do that. But this Sylveon, that Trick Room at the end for Alex to make sure that Sylveon was in the best of position. And just the pure amount of damage like these Hyper Beams are doing, even just like the first time to take down that Incineroar, you're still having to spend the next turn recharging, but a risk that was so well worth it. And Alex now 1 up and looking to try to close this out in the next.
Yeah, and I think we can see how powerful Hyper Beam is in consideration to we had the Weather Ball in the sun from the Charizard into the Toxapex, and we saw how much damage that did, and Toxapex just soaked that up and resisted that hit, so you were expecting kind of a similar situation, so it would have been very close, right down to the wire there, but Alex been brave in the decision, not wanting to get caught out with that Hyper Voice in the end game, just saying, okay, well, here we go. All or nothing in this situation and reaping the rewards of that decision there. All for a Wolfe to do here. I think you can't allow the Sylveon as much room in this next game as it had in that previous game there. Got to get something in like the Sneasler in a position and have ways to potentially shut down the Trick Room option that was such a difficult situation to get yourself out of. Even though you've got the Toxapex, it just doesn't have the offensive presence on the field. It's a really drawn out long game plan, whereas you want to be able to remove these threats before they're able to get that damage onto you.
Well, let's see if he can figure out how he can get it done here in game number 2 is starting this off. Again, we'll get to see the run back of these Charizard with Toxapex once again making an appearance right off the gate going up against King Gambit.
Yeah, I think that one of the options that you have here, if you're Wolfe, you could go for the Wide Guard here because then you prevent what Alex was doing in that game 1 and going for that constant Heat Wave damage, and then maybe try and get your own Heat Wave off to get that Gambit down to its Focus Sash and then think it a bit easier. But if you don't double up into the King Gambit here, you leave it on the field for an extra turn that you didn't allow it to stick around for last turn. The other option is you could potentially just protect your own Charizard, go for the Infestation onto the King Gambit, start the counter there, and then try and remove it the next turn. It's getting around this Sucker Punch damage is such an immediate threat, and we saw how valuable that was for Alex in that first game, especially when you've got the security blanket of the Sash to help you out here.
I mean, we'll get to see at least a run back for how game 1 started with yet again Mega Charizard coming on out. Sun out as well, and going to be matched. At this point, we've seen Wolfe faster every single time, but we'll have to see how this one can differ out if we do see Heat Waves yet again from both of these trainers, or a little bit of a deviation from the plan. Wolfe, it will be a Heat Wave, this time connecting with both of the targets and bringing King Gambit yet again down into its Focus Sash. Have to see if we can get the double connect from the Charizard over on Alex's end, because notably no Wide Guard. Oh, the burn! Okay, we'll probably get an attack anyways, but this is going to definitely limit how much damage it can do on this turn. Heat Wave can double connect, but this King Gambit, you kind of wanted to get a really powerful attack off, start chipping away at the Toxapex as most as possible, and that is just not great damage. And yeah, now King Gambit's gone.
Yeah, the burn really kind of putting the stoppers on Cartel Cleave there into the Toxapex, changing target because of how problematic the Toxapex was in that game 1, prioritizing that Pokemon as a target here, and the burn unfortunate, really great for Wolfe here, and landing the Heat Wave now really useful because we saw how good and defensively built the Charizard is, and Alex has said so any damage onto it early on in this game is going to be so valuable going forward. Now we've seen the psychic damage into the Toxapex from -1. You've got to be very wary about this Farigiraf hitting into the Toxapex this turn around. So you are in a position where you probably want to maybe just switch out into your Incineroar here, maybe protect your own Charizard, or just leverage your own Charizard to get more Heat Wave damage off, get some initial damage onto the Farigiraf, and keep chipping away at Alex's Charizard as well, while protecting that Toxapex for maybe the late game.
And it's not going to be with the Baneful Bunker. We're protecting by switching out, but a new Pokemon to join the battle. Hydreigon hits the field. Heat Wave double connect again, chipping away so much at Alex's Pokemon, and a Heat Wave in return. But we saw how little it's been doing to Charizard. We're at like a 1/3 now, but the Hydreigon comes in, soaks up the hit. But you know, we're trading burns for burns, but at least with the Hydreigon, it's just going to be damage over time. Now though, with that Trick Room, the dimensions are twisted, and the slower Pokemon are going to be faster going on out.
Yeah, and now getting that Trick Room up, really useful. We know that Alex has got the slow Charizard, so going to be able to fire off another attack here. A Weather Ball into the opposing Charizard on Wolfe's side will be enough to pick that up, and I would even consider might even be enough to get the Hydreigon here, and could potentially go Weather Ball into Hydreigon if you want to get rid of that, and then try and double up with the Farigiraf, because you know it's scarfed, right? The Hydreigon, it can't protect here, so it's an easy target under Trick Room. It's not in its preferred situation where you can just get rid of it quite easily.
I mean, swapping out the Charizard, even if though Alex is assumingly slower, going to bring in an even slower Pokemon. And Wolfe also taking the opportunity to switch with Incineroar hitting the field. Farigiraf, though, not wanting to have taken a hit from that Charizard if it's stuck around, will protect. But Snarl from this Hydreigon, it has to lock into one move. And Snarl, it doesn't do the most damage, but what it lacks in damage, it's going to make up for in, frankly, annoyingness for the Sylveon, because that special attack drop is going to be massive.
Yeah, that's not ideal here, because you want to have your Sylveon as powerful as possible. You don't really mind about the Farigiraf taking the Snarl if it takes the attack drop, because, yeah, you're not going to be hitting anything in front of you right now. You're really pinned against these Dark types. Hydreigon want to be kept for later, maybe when this Trick Room expires. And Toxapex coming in to soak up this potential Hyper Voice now that comes out, but Alex catching it on the switch.
That is a lot of damage. Again, so bulky. Special defense drop as well going into it. But now Toxapex, it's getting lower.
You can see how really valuable that special defense attack drop was. And now the Incineroar reaping the rewards of the Sunbeam up and taking down a big threat to this Toxapex that just entered the field.
And that's going to be a bit of recoil, but the Toxapex is so low, but it will get a little bit of recovery. But now, where does Alex go from here? Because you lost a Pokemon that was so good within this Trick Room, and now Charizard is forced to hit the field. But again, we're looking at Charizard. It's not toxic this time, so it's not on the same sort of timer, but it still has a lot of momentum. And now you lost the thing that was stopping any Fake-Out pressure.
Yeah, now you've got no ability to get rid of that special attack drop on the Sylveon either. So the damage output that you've got access to now on -1 is what you're going to have to finish the battle with. Will it be enough? We know the damage from the Hyper Beam previously. It was around that 50 mark, but the Toxapex will probably be able to take a Hyper Beam here, so not even an option. And the Incineroar in a position where it can just throw a Flare Blitz into this Sylveon and some really huge damage.
I mean, it's trying to. It certainly tried to get that damage, but Sylveon will protect on this turn. Charizard with the Weather Ball again. We have the Sun. Incineroar not going to drop to it, though. Again, not very effective. It's close, but no dice. And Citrus Berry is going to kind of put it back to where it was.
Yeah, and now that recovery probably puts it out of range from a Hyper Voice this next time around as well. Probably still in range for a Hyper Beam, but do you really want to lock yourself into Hyper Beam in this last turn of Trick Room and then kind of just leave yourself vulnerable going into the next turn, right? Wolfe could just protect their own Charizard, knowing that it's the faster, get through this last turn in Trick Room, go for that all-valuable Flare Blitz into the Sylveon. You know they protected last turn. Can you get it off here? If not, you take a Hyper Beam and go down, and Hydreigon can come back on and disrupt even further and support that Charizard.
We're not going to lock in anything crazy. We're going to do what damage we can, and Hyper is just not enough to get it there. So Incineroar has the chance to fire off this Flare Blitz. Less damage now that the Sun's not there, but Sylveon, with so many burns this match, will get burned. And Recoil, it will be enough to take down the Incineroar, but that was the last turn of Trick Room. And yeah, Charizard on Wolfe's end stays safe. The dimensions are now untwisted, and he'll be able to bring out another speedier Pokemon to try and help close this out.
Yeah, it can be that Hydreigon. It will be able to pressure the opposing Charizard on Alex's side as well, which is really nice. But maybe saving that until that Sylveon goes down, so it has an easier time. It's not going to be threatened as hard. The Toxapex can enter the field now. It's got that wide guard, so it can protect the Charizard on Wolfe's side, and Wolfe can quite happily here just go for a Heat Wave, remove the Sylveon, and start chipping down Alex's Charizard even more. And it's not got the big, powerful one-out-all attack in that Weather Ball with the Sun invaded from the field now.
So of course, as you said, wide guard, make sure there's not going to be these Heat Waves, these Hyper Voices to be able to threaten on your side of the field. But you can threaten these Heat Waves all you want. Sylveon goes down, and Charizard 35 health left, even with that critical hit, but kind of just looks like a no ice. Now, I mean, if you go for your own Heat Wave, it does absolutely nothing. So we're one turn away from taking this into a game number 3.
Yeah, and it looks like we will be, yeah, a really nice turnaround from Wolfe here and utilizing the Hydreigon, leveraging that, and how useful that one-turn Snarl was in that situation to make that Sylveon from what was such a formidable threat in game 1 to really quite passive in that game 2. And that's the ability Wolf's got to be able to kind of render some of these biggest threats useless. And yeah, really well played there, making more work out of that Toxapex rather than sticking around on the field, the switching around between everything. And yeah, very, very well played.
Especially such a different way to play it than we saw in game number 1. Because in game number 1, it was, I need to get this damage on the board with these toxics, these infestations, to try be annoying as possible to be slowly chipping away at Alex's team. And it just wasn't enough damage in the end. Close, but no dice. But in game number 2, it was the wide guard, it was the protect, it was the constant pivot. And I mean, just being able to kind of pivot the game like that, you ran out of Trick Room turns for Alex. You didn't make the impact, and then this just wreaked havoc for the wide guard. So knowing that there's the multiple different ways to play it, where does Alex go here into game number 3?
I would like, it's probably difficult to bring the Aerodactyl, but I would really like to see the Aerodactyl come. I think that it puts on so much pressure on to Wolf's Charizard that we know that they've only got a single Mega, so you could see that come out as a lead. And then you've got the Tailwind there, but is that going to really benefit you in front of Farigiraf? But the immediate pressure that you can start putting on, I think, is really useful. And then that kind of opens up the door maybe for Farigiraf to have a little bit of a freer time against Toxapex. But we see an adjustment like this, the Hydreigon is going to throw up all sorts of issues.
A double adjustment, though, because Hydreigon's in the lead now as opposed to being in a Trick Room situation. But Alex also switches up to bring his own Dragon-type Pokemon as Garchomp hits the field. But we had a choice, Scarf Hydreigon for Wolf. We have the Charizard that has been outspeeding. There's a lot of speed and pressure coming out from Wolf.
Yeah, this Hydreigon putting instant pressure onto the Garchomp here. A Draco Meteor into that slot will remove it. And with that Choice Scarf giving it the speed advantage, Alex needs to switch that out. Have you got a great switch? Yes, you've got probably the Sylveon in the back. But do you really want to switch in the Sylveon on maybe a Weather Ball double up into that slot? Like I say, before with this scenario where you've got that Pokemon out on the field, right? Alex could potentially protect there. And then that would allow Alex to get maybe some leverage with their own Charizard onto the opposing side of the field. We saw the Heat Wave damage into the Hydreigon. You need to start getting damage onto it early on in this game, putting it in range for something like Sylveon to come in later, try and help clean up.
But we're not going to get any switches for the first turn of the match. Instead, such aggressive leads from both and Megas yet again. Of course, we have options for Alex's side of the field to protect either or both of these Pokemon. And Garchomp, understanding the pressure of something like a Draco Meteor, will go ahead and protect. So this Pokemon is safe for now. Hydreigon is locked in because of that Choice Scarf and will be a Heat Wave to just try to get some damage onto this opposing Charizard, as that will bring it to just about half health with that critical hit. Now Alex has a chance to respawn two Pokemon that do resist, but again, respectable damage into both is bringing, you know, the critical hit. That's fair, right? That's fair, a crit for a crit.
Even, yeah. And but now you've got the information. If you're Alex, you know what this Hydreigon's locked into, which we didn't have going into turn 1. So that Draco Meteor is threatening the Garchomp, but again, at the same time, you've got to get your target right because the Garchomp has just protected. It would be the obvious thing for Alex to switch out into the Sylveon, right? So you may not want to target into that slot there.
Double, the attempt.
The double.
He tried to go for the double protect, and that could have been the safe swap if Sylveon's there, but instead, no protect, no chance. Garchomp drops to the Draco Meteor. That was the adjustment going into this, and it has been instantly deleted. Now, Wolfe has the opportunity to follow up the Charizard. Once again, this is single target damage now. The Charizard down to about a fourth of its health left. And of course, you can go for your own Heat Wave, but not the most accurate. You're not going to hit the opposing Charizard. And again, Hydreigon is going to be more than easily sticking around.
Yeah, that Hydreigon doing the exact job it was brought for to dispatch of that Garchomp. But it was such a threat to the Charizard on Wolf's side, right? Done its job now, can probably switch out. Draco Meteor is going to be useful into the Charizard, and also Hydreigon not really going to care so much about the Sucker Punch, so probably could get that off. Even -2 probably enough to get the Charizard from this range on Alex's side because of that initial damage from those Heat Waves from Wolf's side. So yeah, not in a bad spot at all, but you could preserve it, switch it out, keep it for later in this game. The King Gambit, is it got the enough to be able to get the Charizard with the Sucker Punch. It's going to be very close, you would say, depending on how Wolfe trained it, but it is going to be susceptible here to take a Heat Wave. We saw it will get taken down to a Sash, and this is it.
We're going to go for it, but not enough. This one doesn't have the black glasses, so that damage, not enough there to drop the Charizard. It will be taken to Draco Meteor for sticking around. And of course, Wolfe has the chance with the Charizard to double up yet again to try and maybe eliminate this Kingambit sooner rather than later. And of course, that Heat Wave was enough for the Charizard and Kingambit. The Focus Sash was broken, so we get the double KO.
Yeah, really smart play from Wolfe, identifying that the Focus Sash is on that Kingambit. I'm doubling into it. If I land this Draco Meteor into it, just needs to do 1 HP minimum. Then I can clean it up, and there it is.
That is the match. The double KO is more than enough to secure it. And a statement of a game number 3 for Wolfe Glicke to take the set. I mean, that was so crazy. Both trainers with those adjustments, but that Hydreigon, oh my goodness.
Yeah, just really unfortunate for Alex there that they were just in the situation where they brought that Garchomp and it was so pressured, and you were in that spot where, yes, you know it's locked into Draco Meteor, but do I switch it out for something to come in and also take the Heat Wave damage as well, right? It's really, really difficult in that scenario, and what a play from Wolfe the next turn when that Kingambit comes in. 2 double into that slot, breaking the Sash, and also then following up with that Heat Wave, knowing that the damage will be also enough to get the Charizard on Alex's side of the field as well.
Yeah, I mean, at that point, the Hydreigon was -2. All you need to do is break the Sash, right? It was the team building choice. I mean, Focus Sash Kingambit is so annoying, but you break the Sash. You saw that it didn't have enough damage to take care of the Charizard, and that is just it. So well done. And when did we get a double KO graphic? Because that was awesome.
Yeah, I like that. I like that a lot. Hopefully we
one.
get to see a bit more of those throughout the weekend. But yeah, I mean, sometimes these matches between such top trainers comes down to these one pivotal turn, and one player has to make a game-changing decision, and that's exactly what we saw there. This is why Wolfe is so highly regarded within the community, within the player base, and why sometimes Wolfe, we see him go all the way in these tournaments. And with plays like that, you would imagine, sets them up so well to go into the rest of this weekend.
And I mean, for Alex, it kind of sucks when you have the run back of who you lost to in Indy, not able to get the revenge this time. But Alex, I mean, we've seen his accomplishments in the past. He is such a formidable trainer as well. So even if maybe, you know, round 4 wasn't to his liking, definitely somebody, that's only your first loss of the day. You're afforded a second one. And for someone like Alex, I feel like he needed to just win out anyway, so.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, Alex is an incredible player. And, you know, it like I say, one big play makes a difference in these games. And that's how close it was, you know. Alex played that first game incredibly well and made it so difficult for Wolfe to get any sort of leverage there. And the Sylveon putting in so much work, those hyper beams. And you thought at that stage, okay, we're going to get into game 2, everything for Wolfe to do. And there was a couple of turns in game 2, I think, that maybe could have been the difference. It's so hard to say at this high level of gameplay, right? But if you remove the Hydreigon in the situation just after the Trick Room went up, maybe things would have played out differently. But it's easy for us to sit here and kind of contextualize what would have played out in those moments. It's so hard to kind of translate the pressure and everything else that those players are feeling up on the main stage, especially against such tough opposition, right? But no, you're right. Alex is going to be fine. He's going to bounce back. He's a top player, and I wouldn't be surprised if we see a win out for the rest of this day and continue on in the tournament.
I mean, you're talking about those games and how it kind of could have differed, these different paths it could have gone down. So I want to hear more, and I want to hear Scott's thoughts as he will break down that game.
Well, thank you, Sierra. And yeah, it should be a lot of fun here to go through a pretty crazy matchup. Yet another 3-game set. Seems like every set today is going the distance. Been a lot of fun so far. 2 really skilled trainers here. I feel a little bad for Alex, where I think this is somehow the second time we've seen him play against Toxapex on stream. So I don't know how many trainers can say that in VGC. So tale of 2 teams here, right? Where actually a surprising amount of kind of common, similar pieces on both sides, despite how different the teams are. Where Charizard in particular firing attacks back and forth, and then as a Pokemon, they're a little bit different, but have similar roles on both sides. Taking a look at the teams first. About what we expect to see. Once again, another Aerodactyl Charizard team, though, where the Aerodactyl does not have the, or it does have the wide guard rather. This one does have the Aerodactylite, as I was trying to say, unlike the previous one we saw. So a little bit more kind of what we were expecting for this archetype. And then again, Frigoraph, right? A little bit different than we usually see it, with the Thunderbolt there to help clean up some matchups. But that Charizard Frigoraph combo is seeming to pick up a lot of steam today. We've seen a number of those teams doing really well so far. So again, we're expecting to see a lot of Charizard. Maybe this combination of Pokemon not too shocking, but the adjustments here that Alex made really has made this team a little bit different than maybe what we saw in Indianapolis, and has clearly done well for him so far today. But of course, Wolfe's team more significantly different here. I can't remember the last time we saw Mamoswine in the video game championships. If you weren't around a decade or so ago, it actually was a Pokemon that was pretty good. The first time we had Mega Evolution, we did see it fairly frequently on Charizard team. So, hey, if Wolfe wins this tournament, maybe some of the older guys will be kicking themselves for not remembering the ways of the old days in VGC. Hydreigon, also a Pokemon we saw back then, although I think most typically back then it would have been Mamoswine with a choice scarf and Hydreigon with a different item instead. Mamoswine not making an appearance in this matchup. You got to imagine there's a lot of teams that it's very effective against. We've seen in previous matches on stream today how strong the ground type attacks can be and how weak to Garchomp some teams are. Mamoswine's kind of both, right? Where it's the hard counter to Garchomp in addition to sharing those ground type attacks that Garchomp uses to tear through other teams. I think the Toxapex also very interesting here too, where I guess it was more like a month ago that we were watching Toxapex fire away at the end of the Scarlet Violet era, but I think the games where we saw Toxapex then, it was a very Toxapex-centric strategy, right? Where Toxapex was functionally the sweeper on those teams, tended to be just staying in the field forever, slowly winning with infestation and poison-based win conditions. We could have saw Wolfe make an attempt at that in the first game. It didn't work out for a variety of reasons, but it was more like Toxapex playing as maybe the support role that you'd expect such a defensive Pokemon to be in this set. Taking a look at the first turn of the first game, we saw two different ways this could play out in the game 1 and game 2. This time the Charizard on Wolfe's side whiffing a Heat Wave onto the opposing Charizard. And while we saw it doesn't do a ton of damage later in the set, critically missing doing that like 40-ish damage that winds up mattering a lot later in the game. It still doesn't seem like such a terrible first turn for Wolfe here, where he is going to eventually pick up a knockout onto the opposing Kingambit. But this time the Charizard on Alex's side is both healthier and the Kingambit critically not burned as it will be in that second game, knocking the Wolfe's Charizard all the way down to 29 hit points. So I think the cost of this knockout may be a little bit too high and makes things difficult for Wolfe moving forward in the first game. Skipping much further into the game here, we see the Toxapex having to switch out of battle here. It's been weakened a little bit too much. Incineroar going to come in and help out as best as it can, but with this play being a little bit passive, the Dire Claw going to go in on the opposing Charizard, going to miss that knockout because the Heat Wave didn't connect earlier in the game, which enables this critical hit Weather Ball. I don't think the critical hit part mattered, but certainly the dodge did to pick up the knockout on the Sneasler. Something to keep in mind, we remember how close the game is going to wind up being later. Allows this Trick Room relatively for free, and then things are just excellent for Alex for the remainder of this first game. Skipping ahead one more time, we see kind of Wolfe's last chance, I feel like, in this first game to win without having to rely too much on the RNG. Infestation going to go into the Protect there, so Wolfe isn't quite able to get this call to go the way he wants to. Hyper Beam is going to hit. This is not a move that's perfectly accurate, although it kind of looked like it throughout the course of the set. Looking very stylish there as Sylveon obliterates Wolfe's trademark Pokemon. Incineroar goes down there, and from here, it's just a little bit too big of an advantage. Actually winds up very, very close where we get to this 1v1 with Toxapex and Sylveon in the end. Wide Guard would have blocked a Hyper Voice, potentially gotten to the point where the leftovers healed enough that maybe it could have survived this Hyper Beam, but it connects, probably just barely picking up this knockout on the especially defensive Sylveon, and it sends us into a second game. This time, we see a very similar selection of moves to that first game. I think they select exactly the same moves, but this time not only does Heat Wave connect on Charizard, but Wolfe's Charizard gets a little bit of revenge there, gets a little bit more with the burn on this Kingambit, which winds up being huge. The damage over time effect never kicks in because it's eventually going to get tapped by the Toxapex on the other side, but critically going to do way less damage than it did in the previous game with this Kowtow Cleave. So, Heat Wave takes, Heat Wave gives. It's just kind of the nature of playing a Pokemon like Charizard. It's also why, you see the trainers opting to go for Weather Ball basically whenever they can. Even though the maximum damage of Heat Wave hitting 2 targets is so much higher, you really do just want to get those hits that matter when you need them. So things start out much better for Wolfe in this game. And then, jumping forward again, we see another adventure with Heat Wave, where that will be the opposing Heat Wave that's going to eventually get a burn on Wolfe's Hydreigon. But this still plays out very well for Wolfe, right? Where his Pokemon are going to take this very well. He's got 2 fire resists out on the field at the same time, and I think in general, kind of just see how strong Wolf's team can be against this Charizard, where with a 1 Mega Charizard team, well, 2, I guess, with the Aerodactyl, which is difficult to select in this for a variety of reasons. It's pretty tough for it to do work, right? There's these 2 Pokemon in the field, in addition to Toxapex and Incineroar, who all resist fire-type attacks, right? And I think all of them also resist the Solar Beam, other than Toxapex itself, who's still going to take it super well. So you're kind of forced to bring Charizard anyway because it's the 1 Mega on your team, but Wolf has really prepared himself for this matchup, and hey, why wouldn't he, right? It's the most important matchup in this regulation MA. We're going to keep watching here because the subsequent turn is really important too. Hydreigon's kind of the hero of this game, right? It doesn't really seem like it does a whole lot, but what it does is really important, where Sylveon's going to come in to check it, and it seems really bad, right? Like, oh no, I'm going to lose Hydreigon for sure here, right? But we're going to see a Snarl here, and that special attack drop on both of these special attackers is so critical. It's really difficult for Wolf's team to survive this Trick Room, where nearly all of his Pokemon are quicker than Alex's, and he's got 2 Pokemon on the field right now who don't have Protect. And while that normally isn't such a big deal, Wolf's got 2 different Pokemon in his roster that can use Fake Out, but because there's not really an easy way to get Farigiraf off the field, that's not going to be available as an option to help him stall out this Trick Room. So the Snarl going to make a big difference throughout the course of this game, because as we see much later, Sylveon going to attack on this final turn of Trick Room, get hit pretty hard back by Incineroar, who I believe takes itself out, but we'll get the burn down onto Sylveon first. And for this point, even though Wolf lost a lot of resources throughout the course of the time between those 2 clips, he's just too far ahead, right? He's going to get Charizard healthy enough with Trick Room expiring. Sylveon's been weakened enough that it's being checked, and then Toxapex is going to come back out and get to actually function as a support Pokemon. Again, it's been such a win condition, but we see the power of Wide Guard here. There are so many powerful spread moves in this format, both the Hyper Voice from Sylveon as well as Heat Wave from Charizard, and then Garchomp also being such an important Pokemon. You're relying on Earthquake. We never saw Aerodactyl in this set, but the reason why we didn't was because Toxapex was scaring it away with the ability to block Rock Slide with the Wide Guard. So a really critical Pokemon, right? It didn't get to see kind of the same flashy results it did the last time we saw it on stream during the previous regulation, but still making a huge impact on this game. If we jump into the first turn of the 3rd game, we could probably just watch through all of game 3 here with how quick it is. I think only a 3-turner, but a great adjustment by Wolf, right? Alex's side of the field makes a lot of sense, where it's like, well, Wolf led the same thing the first 2 games. Garchomp's really great against those Pokemon. I should lead Garchomp, and then Wolf anticipates it, right? It's like, okay, well, I think he's going to lead Garchomp to punish what I did previously, so I'm going to lead Hydreigon instead, and now Garchomp is the one who's checked. Wolf gets a pretty good trade on this turn, a critical hit, making it a little exciting, where these Charizards are just looking to have fun with the craziest potential Heat Wave rolls they can find. Why not a critical hit the other way too? Sure, but still, the important thing here is Hydreigon still checking that Garchomp slot with a potential Draco Meteor. Can also be threatening the opposing Charizard, where it's still a difficult decision for Alex, where certainly a Draco Meteor would easily knock it out as well. So Alex winds up going for an opportunity for a double protect, and I do think this is maybe a better play than it looks, where I think sometimes it just feels like desperation when a player goes for a double protect, but the odds are actually pretty close there, right? You have a decent chance of a double protect succeeding, and then on top of that, the Draco Meteor is only 85% accurate, but Hydreigon, trained with Trust and Love here, gets it done for Wolf, maybe shows off the world champ difference there, picks up a big knockout that sets Wolf off for a big advantage that he just stays so far ahead, he's never going to really give Alex a chance to recover from. The Heat Wave going to go in again, do a bunch of damage, and then Charizard for, it feels like the 30th turn in a row, facing down 2 Pokemon that resist all of its attacks, going to miss a Heat Wave on the opposing Charizard, which is really going to make this subsequent play more difficult, because the Charizard on Wolf's side is no longer going to be in range of the Sucker Punch for the King Gambit comes in, and then Wolf does exactly the right thing, right? Hey, I know because of that, unless I get critically hit with that Sucker Punch, my Charizard is going to survive. I can use Heat Wave. I can, worst case scenario, if it hits both targets, I'll knock the King Gambit down to 1 HP and knock out the opposing Charizard, which allows my own Hydreigon to do that final bit of damage on the King Gambit, kind of breaking the Focus Sash, even though it's attacking first here, in order to enable Wolf to pick up a big knockout with Heat Wave in just a second here. And yeah, a really dominant 3rd game. Kind of crazy to watch a set like that one, where the first games and the first 2 games were just so close, so back and forth, and then you get this decisive 3rd game. But that's what happens sometimes. Team preview, so important in VGC, and Wolf just so far ahead from that Hydreigon pick that Alex was never really able to recover. Really good job by Wolfe in general here, I think. And, really fun match watching one of our great world champions play a very successful game. Using some Pokemon that we don't get to see every day. So incredible matches so far this tournament. 3 game sets, and hopefully we see some more. So for now, we're going to go to a break, and we'll be back soon.
This could be the day he cements himself in Pokemon history.
This is his moment.
I'm Giovanni Cischke, and I'm from Dallas, Texas.
Imagine if you have stuck to your guns and you're gonna win the World Championships as your first major title.
There's so much pressure on the line here.
It's absolutely surreal. I mean, I feel like everything and nothing at the same time. It's just amazing. My Pokemon type would be Dragon because of Koraidon. It was very instrumental to my victory.
Another one-hit knockout for Gio.
My favorite starter is Piplup because my brother, for his 8th birthday, received Pokemon Platinum, and so every time now I pick the water starter because of him.
What makes Gio's team so threatening is the options feel endless.
I first got into competitive Pokemon through the 2014 US National Championships, the finals between Alex Ogloza and Adiba Lam. That best of 3 really motivated me to get into competing, and in 2018 I went to my first regional, and from there, I mean, you know the rest.
As coming in as a trainer that hasn't had a major win yet, imagine if this is the one.
I've never really considered quitting. I've been through some disappointing tournaments, but with the support of my friends, they've always encouraged me to keep on pushing, and they've always believed in me since day one, and I'm glad that I could repay them in this way. I was more so worried about strong players than strong Pokemon into my team because everyone's strong at the World Championships, and no matter the team you play, you're gonna have to give it your best and prove that you deserve to win every single round. I would say my most difficult match was the Grand Finals, actually. It was a very stressful team to prepare against because there were so many options that both myself and my opponent had, and so many different ways it could play out. It's an extremely stressful, high-stakes match. All eyes are on you, so you have to go out there and do your best. At the World Championships, I plan to use Koraidon and Lunala together to utilize both a very offensive, threatening strategy with fighting-type attacks and ghost-type attacks, combined with Choice Scarf Chi-Yu that can both abuse the sunlight with set by Koraidon and provide Beads of Ruin to combine with Lunala for devastating attacks. The MVP was certainly Koraidon. It was incredible in all my matches. I believe that I brought it to every single match at the World Championships, and it was consistently my best Pokemon throughout the tournament. The deciding moment was when my Terracellar Shadow Ball and Beads of Ruin, combined with Sun Boosted Heat Wave, was able to claim the knockout on the Koraidon, and my opponent was not able to come back from that because the Incineroar had also been knocked out on the same turn, and it was just a Caloric Shadow against my Fluttermane Chi-Yu and my Koraidon, and my opponent had no way back into the match from there.
Just like that, Giovanni Cischke is your 2025 Pokemon World Champion.
My favorite moment was lifting the trophy, of course. I mean, there's no other feeling like it. Words can't really describe that kind of moment, and I'm glad to be part of the game's history forever.
I am here with Chris Hahn the day before we start NAIC. Chris, this is the last event before Worlds. It is the Big IC Pokemon Champions. How are you feeling heading into the weekend?
I'm feeling a little nervous. I feel nervous before every tournament, but this is actually one of the ones where, like my world invite, I've already have it locked. I'm just kind of coming here to have fun, to, see how far I can go.
I mean, you say to have fun, but then you also say, nervous and everything else. So talk to me about the competition aspect of it, because for these ICs, there's a lot of prep work that goes into these.
Yeah, so I would say I've been prepping for NAIC ever since Indy ended, because, it's just, it's one of those tournaments where you just got to make sure that you're as prepared as possible. So I've been trying out a lot of teams within the past couple of weeks, and I landed on the one I'm using today, I think Tuesday. So yeah, a lot of the for preparing a lot of that stuff, I was able to work with my brother Kevin and a lot of my friends, which is awesome.
I mean, you got to work with him a bit, with your brother Kevin, going into Indy. You got top 16 there. How much work have you two put together going into this event?
So I don't want to say too much, but me and Kevin are using very similar teams. So we were able to kind of, you know, mutually help each other out with matchups and stuff, which is awesome because normally we run stuff that's pretty different, but this time we landed on, you know, something very similar. So it's just kind of, it's great. Obviously, like, Kevin's gotten so old, I just kind of reach out. I'm like, oh, hey, do you want to, you know, prep this matchup? He's like, sure. And then we kind of just talk about it afterwards, so.
I mean, I love that dynamic in that you two can really help each other out going into these big events. How are you thinking he's going to fare into this weekend?
I would, honestly, I feel like Kevin's so confident with his team. I'd be so shocked if he didn't at least make top cut. And then, you know, once he makes top cut, I think Kevin's also extremely good at matchup preparation. It's something that, you know, I've been doing with him since 2024 NAIC, and now we're at 2026 NAIC. So he's, like, we've really, like, perfected, you know, the practicing game plans, understanding line, understanding mind games, all that sort of stuff. So I think Kevin has a really, really good shot at winning the event, if I say so myself.
I mean, I know there's a little bit of bias, but we've seen him win events before, so we definitely know he's capable. Finally, I mean, this is the first event, this for IC, for Pokemon Champions. It's this meta, it's so many different events have happened with so many varying results. Do you have any predictions on how this weekend's going to be shaping up, either in terms of like the players or the Pokemon?
I was thinking about this a lot. So my prediction is that the champion team will have Floette and Charizard on it. I think the second place team will be something that we have not seen before, or something very unique. And then I think somewhere in the top 8, top 16, top 32, I think we'll be seeing a lot of Frostlass. I think that's a very recent adaptation that we'll be seeing at this event.
Perfect. I like how you got the complete breakdown. You have the script. Chris, thank you so much. Best of luck. As for us, back to the competition.
Welcome back, Pokemon trainers. We are here in New Orleans, Louisiana, about to get ready to start round 5 of our coverage of the Pokemon Video Game Championships here at NAIC, crowning one last international champion before we get ready to head to San Francisco this August. It's going to be a really exciting second half of our Phase 1 as we are now halfway through Phase 1. I'm Joe Brown, joined by Gabby Snyder. We'll be covering the next 2 rounds here on stream. And Scott Glaza, you made the long, arduous trek over to this side of the table. Thanks for joining us.
Yeah, you guys can't see it here, but my other set's actually miles away. I had to sprint over here, just barely able to make it. But hey, you know, I would never miss multiple rounds 4.
Thank you for fighting through those crowds, too. I know that, you know, the crowds of people waiting for pairings to go up can be very strenuous to go through.
Yeah, so I've heard, I mean, I saw.
Saw, for sure, yes.
You had all the autographs already pre-signed from the fans. You just gave it to them so you could ignore them. Exactly how it went. Before we do get started on round 5, though, team, we are going to do a little bit of a recap, having fun, taking a look at one of our prior feature matches from round 4. And it did contain the last NAIC champion in Federico Camporelli versus Ryosuke here in round 4. So we're going to take a team look here. Very common Pokemon you're going to see on the Federico side there, but going to lead with Charizard and King Gambit.
And one of the most important matchups maybe in this format, the Charizard Floette team, which Chris Hahn just said in the script is going to win. So, I mean, that's a pretty good thing to do. And then that stat boosting team originally kind of popularized by Sejin Park on the other side, though, again, with that adjustment of King Gambit as the final Pokemon.
You know, I really like how we're just seeing this team do well in a numbers sense. I mean, it feels like Chris Hahn was kind of just playing the numbers game when he predicted it, right? Like, surely if enough people run it, it's going to make it to the top. But I'm also glad to finally see a Delphox, not necessarily on stream, but on stream as well. This was my prediction for the weekend. I don't think we've even talked about our predictions yet, but I just think Delphox is neat. You know, it's Charizard without running Charizard, and I hope we get to see it in this battle, even if it's only for like a split second.
Whimsicott is going to swap onto the field for that Charizard spot for Fede Whimsicott. An incredible Pokemon here in Regulation MA with its Prankster ability to always get the Tailwind set up. A Mega Floette coming out for Ryosuke on this first turn. Fake out from Incineroar goes to the Whimsicott, who just swapped in, so perfectly positioned for Federico. And now Mega Floette can Calm Mind, boosting the special attack and special defense by 1 stage. But unfortunately, King Gambit is a physical attacker, and no Iron Head. It's low kick into Incineroar. Gonna eat that Citrus Berry up to get back over, or close to 50%.
You sound so serious there, Joe. You're doing like the full play-by-play here.
This
This is a feature
live
match.
in Joe's heart.
Yeah.
What a play though, right? Where I mean, I think it like fascinating. Where low kick, maybe not the targeting I was expecting there. I remember that's those times where it's like, surely he's not just gonna let me attack the Floette, but sneaky Floette gets that Calm Mind in there. You love to see it.
Have we seen a Calm Mind Floette yet today? I don't think I personally have, but I also ran off to do some stuff in the earlier part of the day, so.
I don't know if we have. There's been a lot more Light of Ruin today, I've noticed. Yeah, I think that's it's an interesting adjustment because, I mean, I guess this team archetype, you expect it, right? Where, it's like Calm Mind, Floette, and Nasty Plot, Delphox tend to be the core of the team. But it seems like everybody else, like, you know what? I don't want to wait. I don't want to knock you out 3 turns from now. I want to shoot you with lasers. And, that really speaks to my heart.
I like that they're the trainer too. It seems so ominous when they have their name. Like the trainer sends out Sneasler and gonna swap or going to protect there. But Whimsicott does what it does best, clicking Tailwind, doubling his speed. I know a lot of King Gambits actually have to start investing in speed now because of the Tailwind, which is different from how the game first started off, or the regulation first started.
Yeah, loving all these low kicks too. King Gambit be excited for the dawn of the World Cup. Is getting all those kicks in. Treat the other Pokemon like soccer balls. Or footballs, depending for the region of some of these players.
Well, if you're using the low kick, it would have to be a football. Anyways, I'll be here all of the next 2 rounds.
There's a gesture there too. It was funny. The camera's not on us, but
tough.
trust us.
Hey, we have a standing desk. I have to take advantage of it.
There that got lost in translation of lack of visuals there. But Sneasler, obviously one of the best options into King Gambit as a Pokemon in this format. And I think Fede's done a couple of swaps. He does at least have Tailwind set up and can save Whimsicott for later once Tailwind goes down. But you can't get faked out from a Ghost type. Basculegion coming in clutch there, not taking any damage. Here is the +1 Moonblast into King Gambit. It's so strong, Scott.
Yeah, it's a reason people use that the Flower Mega thing, right? A little bit, does a little damage. I wonder if that's no protect King Gambit, given the low kick tends to be like that move that's on the chopping block now that everyone's realized that they need Iron Head because of Floette.
Yeah, or I mean, some people are also dropping Iron Head for Sword Stance now too, right? So I feel like if you have room for low kick, it's definitely like I left protect behind sign for sure. But it was a decent trade though, because I mean, now that Basculegion's on the field, I mean, that also sort of stops Sneasler right in its tracks, right? So you still have the speed on your side, you have the Basculegion sort of ready to go here, and even though you have to worry a bit about the Floette, it's at full health and it has that +1 like you were saying. I mean, Charizard's there and you feel like you're sort of comfortable, right? You still have to make some good plays, but I think Federico at least has the tools now.
Yeah, Fede had to take those first 3 turns to really get set up in a position for success, but now you do have Charizard and Basculegion under Tailwind for the next couple of turns. It's going to be tough for Ryosuke, going to need to pivot around. Definitely Incineroar wanting to intimidate the Basculegion, but as long as you have Tailwind, at least you know, even with a Calm Mind boost, you're going to have the Sun boost to help you do more damage.
Yeah, I mean, it's so much power on this team, right? Where it's like, and that's the reason why we see so much of these Pokemon. It's not necessarily because it's super fun to play or because they're super great chemistry. It's because they're the strongest Pokemon in the format.
You don't think they took like a chemistry quiz before the tournament? Oh my goodness.
Well, they might have took a training quiz.
If I've ever seen a crit, I was going to say Fede, that's the IC champ difference there.
Well,
that actually doesn't matter. It doesn't. Here's the thing. It doesn't matter, but it feels like it matters. For both from like, you have the momentum, I got a crit, I'm playing well, or for Ryosuke, oh man, I can't believe he crit. It doesn't actually matter, but it's psychological, damage.
The Charizard Flex, that's actually why we're showing you this game, is that the Charizard asked us to show us its critical hit. So we couldn't help but oblige.
He didn't get enough critical hits the last round?
True.
Yeah, I think Charizard critical hit count's got to be like 12 in the last half an hour, but that's why they pay it the big bucks.
Yeah, that's fair. Sinistra also feels like a bit of a recent adaptation, doesn't it? With the ability to kind of come in with hospitality and heal Pokemon up. I was listening to some people talk before the tournament. It seems like this core of like Sinistra and 2 fake out users has been really popular just because you can do the revolving door of Pokemon and everybody gets matcha.
Yeah, I think it's incredibly good, right? And like, I'm surprised that like it took so long for us to figure it out.
Yeah.
I think some of it was, I wonder, kind of thinking back, if it's one of those things that would have been stronger in old formats too. I think Real Boom and Amoongus have been so strong the past few years that Sinister kind of got ignored a little bit when it first came out. But yeah, I mean, like, almost every format has had the option of the fake out hospitality cycles as we had it. We saw how powerful it was with Terapagos last format, and well, I wouldn't confuse Delphox for Terapagos exactly. It can look like it if you get the right setup.
Here's what we've got swapping back in. I think this is the last turn of Tailwind, so that's why Fede bringing it back on so that you can reset up Tailwind. Oh, but Ryosuke's not going to let him. Twisting those dimensions. Now, Sinister and Incineroar will move first as Tailwind expires.
Sinister's like, hey, I heard you implied that other grass-type Pokemon can do things that I can't, so here's my Trick Room.
You gotta love the Trick Room, though, just to stop the speedy Pokemon on the opposing side of the field. I mean, everybody was saying at the beginning of Regulation MA, Trick Room ain't it, Trick Room ain't it. And yes, Hard Trick Room has had issues in this format, but I'm loving people pick up the Trick Room to stop fast Pokemon strategy.
Yeah, because I mean, everyone's just racing to go fast, right?
Yeah.
So it's like, oh, okay, well, nice Tailwind and like nice speed trading, but I'm just going to dip under you instead.
And it just goes so well with the sort of push towards bulkier Pokemon, too, that we're seeing, especially coming into this tournament. There's just a lot of synergy there.
Yeah, especially teams like this are stat boosting, right? Usually they're really physically defensive and then take advantage of that with the Trick Room.
I also think Ryosuke potentially threatened by an Encore from Whimsicott on that turn, so had to swap Sinister out in case. Don't want to get stuck clicking Trick Room. Sneasler swapping in. Thanks for playing. Come and take that Heat Wave, getting automatically knocked out. Whimsicott keeping itself safe this turn. There's still going to be 3 turns of Trick Room left, but now Ryosuke down to his final 2 Pokemon. And when Trick Room expires, eventually Basculegion will love to hit either of these 2 Pokemon.
Yeah, I think both Basculegion and, to an extent, Charizard feeling pretty good here. I think it'd be tough for the combination of these 2 Pokemon to knock it out quickly enough. And that's Charizard for you, right? I mean,
yeah.
Drought, good.
Yeah.
Is that really Drought good?
I was usually people wanted terrain. They want to, help harvest the crops. But no, Drought is actually useful when it comes to Mega Charizard Y here.
We started off red and blue, Charizard versus Blastoise. Here we are, 30 years later, Charizard Y still here.
And Charizard versus Delphox, that famous fire starter. Yeah.
Whimsicott getting KO'd there with that boost from the Sun Flare, but it's more than enough to take it out. But the power that Fede has on his side, such a top player in the metagame, doesn't matter what game, if it's Scarlet and Violet or Pokemon Champions. Remember, Fede won the first global challenge on Pokemon Champion back in April with a really fun team. So he's been prepared for this format since the jump.
Yeah, I mean, you're showing why he's won this tournament before. I think the best players have been the best players in many ways. So good to see him doing so well. And it's interesting, too, how many top players have just opted to go for this team. Like, hey, maybe I don't need anything crazy. I'm just going to play the good stuff well.
I wish we had more time to talk to these players, because for me, you have to wonder, is it just, I know this is good, I'm just going to skill diff my opponents, or if it's, I'm so excited about MB, I'm just going to invest all my mental to that. I would just want to get to Worlds. I'm going to play what's good.
Unless this Sinister can get a Super Mega Ultra Omega critical hit onto the Charizard, definitely does not stand a chance.
That might help.
Hey, you'll take a burn on Basculegion just for the fun of it, but Heat Wave is going to go into Sinister with the Sun Up, even with the Akaberry. It's going to be really low. One more turn before Federico gets this dub.
A pretty good showing by Sinister, though. I know whose fault it wasn't. It did its job.
I'm doing my part. I clicked Trick Room. I healed my teammates. You really have a conversation on who needs to pick up the slack, but it's not the little teacup.
Yeah, great Pokemon. It's really fun to play too, I think, right? Yeah, definitely recommend it if y'all haven't tried it out yet. Where no other Pokemon really plays like it does, right? It's kind of love Pokemon that have unique jobs.
Yeah, and hopefully we'll have some time later to talk about some teams that you can maybe pick up with Sinistra on it. For now, though, Federico did go on to win the set, so congratulations to him. If you want to watch that match and some of the other matches we're featuring today, you can find the links to our feature streams via the Nightbot in Twitch. So go on, check that out if you want. But we also want you hanging out with us here as we have some incredible players still in the running for our tournament to make it to that critical phase 2, of course. And Scott, thank you so much for joining us for this segment. We will see you after you make the long trek back to your desk later on in the stream.
Hopefully in one piece.
Hopefully in one piece.
Yeah, some of these great standings, we are halfway through phase 1 here in New Orleans. You look at these trainers that are 4-0, Francesco Piopero versus Théotime Massaut. You have Justin Burns versus Danielle Marcelo Reyes. A lot of really cool teams out here.
For sure, and a lot of players from all around the world, which is always so exciting to see as well, because that's one of the unique aspects of the international championships, is that we get players from Europe, you get players from Japan, from China, from the US, all competing for that title, for those automatic invites, for the prizing. And you get to see them go head-to-head, which is exactly why we have some incredible matches coming up for you this round, both here on the mainstream and on our feature matches as well.
I am super pumped for this focus match. Giuseppe Musicco of Italy and Alex Gómez Berna from Spain. Alex, former NAIC champion back in 2023. Giuseppe, a great top Italian trainer as well. This is going to be awesome, Gabby.
Yeah, and the Italian trainer is coming off of an incredible showing in Turin, where they really innovated with that Lycanroc team that we've seen already make an appearance a little bit on stream here this weekend. And while we're not going to necessarily see that in this matchup with Giuseppe versus Alex, I'm really excited to see what they are bringing to the table, because if you look at it for first glance, yes, it is a Charizard Y versus Charizard Y matchup, but when we get into the weeds, which have not died out because of the drought just yet, of this matchup, I think there's a lot of little differences here that are going to really make or break how these trainers approach the match.
Yeah, I think Bramblegas probably doesn't have a good time against Charizard, even as we get into weeds. There are a couple of different Pokemon, obviously, namely that Aerodactyl and Sylveon on Alex's team. But we take a look. These are the prominent Pokemon in Regulation MA for a reason, right, Gabby? We'll look at Giuseppe's team. You can understand that these are some really powerhouse Pokemon that, whether in Tailwind or, in a difficult position, you can still find your way to success.
Exactly. And that's, again, why so many trainers have brought them to this tournament this weekend. Charizard was the most used Mega Pokemon, Charizard Y specifically, after Floette, which I think was no surprise to a lot of people who came here this weekend. Of course, you also have a ton of people relying on Tailwind. You see a ton of King Gambit out in the field, and this was just no surprise to anybody coming into the tournament. So why don't we go ahead and take a closer look at these teams.
Let's see Giuseppe's squad here with the Mega Charizard Y, Basculegion, Garchomp, Incineroar, King Gambit, and Whimsicott. Nothing crazy standing out. However, what Scott did mention, Gabby, about the 4-attack King Gambits that are picking up in popularity. They're dropping Protect because they need low kick for either, say, Tyranitards on other teams or Argalodons or something like that, or really for other King Gambits.
Exactly, and if you look at these teams at first glance, you have to wonder just where the investment lies in those stats, At first glance, we see a lot of Modest, a lot of Adamants, not so much relying on those plus speed natures, but with King Gambit with the Choppleberry in particular, that's going to go ahead and lower any fighting type damage into it. You have to wonder if that's a sign that maybe this King Gambit is going to be on the bulkier side of things. You have Whimsicott that can help ensure that you're always going to attack first. It's the only Pokemon that can set Tailwind up with that priority available to Giuseppe in this matchup. So if you can get that attack up first, your Pokemon can invest a little bit more in that bulk and be a little bit more comfortable on the field.
Yeah, and I do love the Mystic Water Basculegion, especially on a Charizard team, because you're going to need to, sometimes you're going to be mitigating your own water damage, so you might as well boost it up there. Taking a look at Alex Gómez Berna, we mentioned former 2023 NAIC champion, former World Championships top cut trainer, certainly a threat to come away as the winner of any tournament Alex enters.
Yeah, and that Aerodactyl, I mean, that's the first thing that jumped out to me, so why don't we go ahead and talk about it. Yes, it is going to be holding the Aerodactylite, so it can Mega Evolve, but it's opting to run 3 attacks, which is very unique, and that 3rd attack is going to be Ice Fang for some very unique coverage that gives it play against opposing Garchomps. So definitely something to keep an eye on here, as Garchomp is a really good Pokemon into this matchup for both of these trainers, but also Aerodactyl sort of has to come to the matchup, because if you're expecting Tailwind from your opponent, you really have to recognize that with your own Tailwind. You could also maybe bring your Farigiraf and use Trick Room to set up in front of the Tailwind. Roar is also kind of an interesting option here if you just want to force your opponent to switch around and otherwise mess up their strategies. But I think overall there's just so much more utility with this Aerodactyl for Alex, especially given, again, that it has that unique coverage accessible to it.
And the Ice Fang on Aerodactyl is just diabolical, Gabby. That's picking up in the meta, but that shows you that Garchomp is always 40 to 50% usage at all of these tournaments, and Aerodactyl can sometimes struggle if all they have is Rock Slide. So you're gonna drop Protect, like how Giuseppe dropped Protect for his King Gambit. Alex drops Protect on his Mega Aerodactyl for Ice Fang. Let's hop into it. Round 5 of the North American International Championship. Giuseppe Musicco versus Alex Gómez. Berna, Giuseppe has the Charizard Incineroar lead versus Alex's Aerodactyl King Gambit. That is a Defiant boost from turn 1.
Alex making a great call there, leading the King Gambit and immediately getting that +1 attack boost. And normally King Gambit would be in a tough spot with these 2 Fire-type Pokemon staring against it on the opposite side of the field, but it is holding a Focus Sash. Unfortunately, Incineroar with the Fake Out would mean that it could flinch, break the Focus Sash, and then not attack this turn. But still, overall, that's a lot of board pressure that distracts those Pokemon from this Mega Evolved Aerodactyl.
Yeah, Mega Aerodactyl, the perfect teammate to be next to King Gambit, facing down 2 Fire types on the other end, because Alex says, fine, you want to go for an attack into my +1 King Gambit? Either of your Fire types are going to have to eat a Rock Slide potentially in return. You can also set up Tailwind as well to boost your team's speed, but Aerodactyl will get no such attacks off this turn as it is flinched from Incineroar's Fake Out. Charizard with the Heat Wave, going to bring King Gambit down to 1 HP, but thanks to its Focus Sash, it will be able to endure that hit and be able to respond with a +1 attack into one of Giuseppe's Pokemon. It will be the low kick into Incineroar, bring it down into the red. That's so much damage. That's why you run 4 attack King Gambit, because now Incineroar is in such a difficult position.
I believe Len said it earlier, it's like you're holding 3 berries in one. And now that the threat of Fake Out is gone, you can try and go for a Sucker Punch to deal a lot of damage to the Charizard or potentially pick up the knockout on the Incineroar. But I think more importantly, there's also the option now, like you said, for a Rock Slide or a Tailwind from that Aerodactyl. Alex has a lot of options open to him this turn, and it's because he just left that turn wide open to him previously. Neither of these Pokemon that he led in the beginning had access to Protect, but that almost worked out better for him. He was able to just go on the offense immediately, and Giuseppe is just, he has to respond.
Incineroar swapping out to preserve that Intimidate and Fake Out for later on in this game. Charizard Y will Protect, so no attacks coming out from Giuseppe's end this turn. And it is Tailwind for Alex, doubling his team speed for the next 4 turns. If King Gambit goes for a Kowtow Cleave, it is resisted, but it is +1 attacks. That still does some very respectable resisted damage.
And it gives us some information there as well, because knowing that the King Gambit went for a Kowtow Cleave meant that Alex was confident after Tailwind, King Gambit would have been faster than the Incineroar in that spot. So just things to start noting as we move throughout these turns. Now that Giuseppe has burned his first turn of Protect with that Charizard that turn, he can't necessarily Protect again here. And unfortunately, that means he is, again, on the back foot. You can switch in your Incineroar again, get another Intimidate down on these Pokemon. Will mean you're activating Defiant again, but at least you're mitigating the Aerodactyl a little bit more. It could help you sort of find your way through this turn, but overall, Alex has done a great job of just keeping this momentum going, even though the King Gambit is just at 1 health.
Giuseppe will swap Charizard out into Garchomp, revealing his 4th Pokemon he brought here in Game 1. And Sucker Punch failed, because Sucker Punch will only work if you go for an attack. Both Sucker Punches going to fail here. Aerodactyl with the Rock Slide. Garchomp wouldn't have taken too much damage anyway, but now and King Gambit resisted as well, so very difficult Rock Slide for Alex there, since it doesn't do much damage and kind of wastes a turn of Tailwind.
Let's talk about those Sucker Punches for a second, because that might look a little bit confusing if you're unsure what happened. So Alex's Sucker Punch targeted the Charizard, which switched out to a Garchomp, so that failed. It attacked first because of the Tailwind, it's just the faster King Gambit. Then Giuseppe's King Gambit sucker punched Alex's King Gambit, which had already attacked at that point, so the sucker punch had failed. So just something to keep in mind when you see these attacks come through.
And there's no chance at speed ties because Alex is under Tailwind currently. But his King Gambit will always attack first. Garchomp wanting to protect on this turn, is now we're going to hit by a +1 Kowtow cleave. There's the sucker punch from Giuseppe though. Alex had to try to call the games here. Was he going to continue the sucker punch mind games? And yes, Giuseppe wanted just to do 1 hit point of damage to get rid of that +1 King Gambit.
But now you get Garchomp on the field, and it's still under the Tailwind, and it's still in a pretty comfortable spot, all things considered. You have the super effective damage against the opposing Garchomp and the King Gambit, whether it comes from a stomping tantrum from your own Garchomp or your Sylveon is in a lovely position to start using those hyper voices, or maybe we're going to see some more hyper beams. Who knows? The Sylveon's been doing pretty great with them so far.
Yeah, hyper beam Sylveon and a Garchomp on the field. Maybe Alex can recreate some magic from those two Pokemon. But even though Sylveon is threatened by King Gambit, one, it naturally outspeeds, and of course Tailwind is up. So any amount of chip damage, a neutral hyper voice you can do into the King Gambit, it's kind of twofold, right? You get bring King Gambit down low and hit Garchomp super effectively.
Exactly, and I mean, there is an option here for Giuseppe to try and stall out the remainder of Tailwind, and maybe you can see how these King Gambit and Sylveon's trained, and you can see how that could play through, but it looks like we're just going to see a sucker punch to start.
There it is, into the rough skin on Alex's Garchomp. So we're going to take a little bit in retaliation, and the stomping tantrum will bring it down to 18. Not enough for a KO because Incineroar intimidated. It's going to be Sylveon cleaning up the battle with a double KO.
And just like that, Giuseppe is down 2 Pokemon in this match. But you get the Intimidate on the opposing Garchomp. That is going to be very valuable moving forwards, as Garchomp, it's holding Soft Sand, which means only those ground type moves are going to be boosted. Can't connect against the opposing Charizard, obviously. It's a flying type Pokemon. And the opposing Garchomp, those won't be super effective. So overall, like, the Dragon Claw is its most powerful attack at this point in time. That's been weakened. Sylveon can't necessarily do that much damage to the opposing Charizard either, as it's going to be relying on those fairy type attacks. So Giuseppe's out at this point is to try to figure out how to maximize the amount of damage that your Charizard can do. So if you can find your way through the remainder of Tailwind, I believe there's 1 turn left, your Charizard can start relying on its Weather Ball to deal those big damage turns, and then maybe, just maybe, you can find your way back into this game.
Sylveon will protect, keep itself safe. Alex's Garchomp does hit into the opposing one for super effective damage, but it's a bulky Pokemon. Even when it's hit super effective, it's going to still be super healthy after chunk eating on that Citrus Berry, recovering 25% of its HP. Heat Wave is resisted if it goes into the other Garchomp there. And now Alex's Garchomp brought down very low. The Weather Ball, though, into Sylveon's Protect.
And Giuseppe can rely on Earthquake because Charizard is a flying type Pokemon. You can opt to go for those spread damage attacks. You also have the benefit of Charizard having that really powerful single target attack. So yes, you don't have to worry as much about, you know, maybe getting your single target to land here, your single target to land here. You can spread things out and feel pretty comfortable about it. Now that the Garchomp on Alex's side of the field has taken so much damage, you could even consider going for an Earthquake Heat Wave, but I don't think you risk the accuracy here. Like, Weather Ball and Charizard Mega Y does so much damage, especially when the Harsh Sunlight is still active on the field. That's probably its best attack, in my opinion.
And thanks to the Citrus Berry on Giuseppe's end, that Dragon Claw by itself would not be enough to knock out Giuseppe's Garchomp this turn. So that's why Alex goes for the quick attack, because he wants to get as much chip as he can. But this time, Giuseppe's Garchomp moves before Alex is going to get the KO on Garchomp and bring Sylveon down to half HP to allow Charizard to clean up this KO. So now it is just Aerodactyl in the back, and that's a pretty good Pokemon into the Charizard, and it also has Ice Fang for Garchomp.
It does, but it's 2 versus 1, and Rock Slide can miss, so it's not exactly a comfortable spot to be in.
It is certainly one of the, if not the fastest Pokemon in the meta, so you are going to have those chances to hit Rock Slide. Giuseppe can potentially protect as well, and if he breaks through, he can get hit by a really strong attack on Giuseppe's end.
Exactly, and we also don't know how this Charizard is trained just yet. Some trainers have been trying to invest a little bit of bulk into their Charizard Y's to... Never mind, that was just a one-hit KO.
4 times, extremely effective as Pokemon Champions likes to call it, and Giuseppe's Mega Evolution is gone as Garchomp flinches. Garchomp does have access to Rock Slide. That would be a single target Rock Slide.
That would have been, and just think about how much damage that would have done to the opposing Aerodactyl. That flinch was absolutely huge.
And there's the Ice Fang into Garchomp. Extremely effective. Alex Gómez, Berna able to claw victory from that Mega Aerodactyl in game 1. 1 victory away from moving on to 5-0 here in New Orleans.
And it all came down to a flinch and a unique tech on that Mega Aerodactyl to lock in that final knockout. But overall, if you think back to the beginning of the match, Alex Gómez really had the momentum on his side for a majority of the game. It was that end state where the Charizard and the Garchomp were on the field next to each other for Giuseppe with the Intimidate on the opposing Garchomp, where he sort of found his footing back in. It was just unfortunate that that flinch happened, and that sort of gave the game back to Alex.
It still was a healthy Aerodactyl on the other end, right?
Yeah.
So you never know. Maybe
you never know. You never know.
Might need a critical hit. It really depends on how those matchups go, but I really did love this back and forth from these two. Even the King Gambits both having 4 attacks, right? One being Focus Sash.
Yeah.
Focus Sash was so huge for Alex because it allowed it to stay in against 2 fire types. So
exactly.
Now, if you're on Giuseppe's end, Gabby, how do you adjust here? You want to have Intimidate for the Aerodactyl, for the Garchomp, for some of these physical attackers, but you might accidentally boost Alex's King Gambit's damage.
Yeah, that call out by Alex turn 1 where he led his King Gambit, again, just forced Giuseppe to make a very tough decision on who you sort of focused on. And I think going into game number 2, you could opt to leave the Incineroar in the back, so you can still switch it in and get a turn 1 Intimidate if you need it. But otherwise, you're not necessarily falling for that trap once again. I don't think you necessarily make a Pokemon adjustment because those felt like the right tools you want to have. And looking at the other Pokemon that Giuseppe has, a Basculesian would be nice here. But at the same time, if your opponent's always bringing King Gambit, you know, that's one matchup that's very Pokemon dependent, that's very board state dependent. And with so many other pieces of this matchup sort of relying on that board state as well, it almost feels like there's too many moving parts to make that work comfortably.
I also really like Alex's decision to use Mega Aerodactyl instead of Charizard, not opting in to the mirror. You have a great option. Clearly, your Aerodactyl can one-hit KO their Charizard, and also the Garchomp that most Aerodactyls struggle with, but he can hit because of the Ice Fang. So we'll see what happens. Alex with the same lead here in game 2, Aerodactyl and King Gambit, and then it's King Gambit and Incineroar. Giuseppe making an adjustment here, saying, fine, I'll give you the Defiant boost, but I will be able to threaten you with a low kick.
And the nice thing about Giuseppe's own King Gambit is that it's holding that Chople Berry. So we saw the low kick miss the knockout on the Incineroar in game number 1. And presumably with the Chople Berry on Giuseppe's own King Gambit, that should give it enough defense, you'd hope, to take a low kick. So even though we're still in a position where, yes, Alex's King Gambit has +1 in its attack, and this Aerodactyl can Mega Evolve pretty comfortably here, I think Giuseppe has found himself a little more time compared to what he had in game 1.
Aerodactyl swapping out for Alex, wanted for later, and does make an adjustment here in game 2, bringing the Farigiraf. Its Armor Tail ability blocks all priority attacks like the Fake Out. So now Giuseppe does not get to stop this low kick going in to the King Gambit. As you mentioned, even at +1 because of the Chople Berry, Giuseppe's still able to tank it, and an Iron Head into Alex's King Gambit does considerably less damage, let's just say.
And I think this is the first time we've also seen these two interact without Tailwind in play. So interesting to note that Alex's King Gambit did move first here. Now that One King Gambit is in the red as well, I think these Sucker Punch mind games are back a little bit. Yes, it would be blocked by Armor Tail, but you have to wonder, do you still try to throw the Sucker Punch to stop the potential opposing Sucker Punch? That might be getting too much into it.
Yeah, definitely a very difficult decision for Giuseppe there. And you know that King Gambit's not going to be around for later on in the game. You might need that Sucker Punch damage into a Charizard or a low health Aerodactyl potentially.
Yeah, the more I think about it, I think the better play here is just throw a low kick, see what happens.
And we'll see the low kick into Incineroar not being enough for a one-hit KO, but does bring it down very, very low. Flare Blitz takes out Alex's King Gambit. That's 1 KO, and Incineroar is going to take a massive amount of recoil, enough recoil to knock itself out on this turn. Alex does have Thunderbolt if it wants onto King Gambit, but its other attack, Twin Beam, is immune, so this Farigiraf might not be doing a lot of damage. It might not even go for any damage if it wants to Trick Room, but instead will use the Thunderbolt to just deal with those last few hit points on King Gambit, and that's 3 Pokemon completely wiped off the field this turn.
But good trades all around. I think Alex coming out slightly favorable in the sense that, yes, you lost your King Gambit, but Aerodactyl able to get back out on the field for free. Your opponent lost their Intimidate user. They also lost their priority attacking user. And even if that King Gambit was still around, Farigiraf very unthreatened by the opposing 2 Pokemon that Giuseppe brought to this matchup.
Alex's 2 Pokemon could not be further away on the speed spectrum if they tried, Gabby. And both of Giuseppe's Pokemon are sandwiched between Alex's attackers. So it's a really tough spot to figure out how your attacks are going to go in which order.
Exactly. I think the one thing that Giuseppe has going for him right now is the amount of chip damage on the Farigiraf and just how frail Mega Aerodactyl tends to be. So he can go for some really big hits this turn, but in terms of speed alone, Alex's own Mega Aerodactyl will definitely be attacking first.
Yes, for sure, the fastest Pokemon. That's why it's so good, because it's super fast. It sets up Tailwind for its teammate, and it also one-hit KOs Charizard, the most popular Mega in the format. But Charizard can wait till later, because Ice Fang's got to claim a one-hit KO into Garchomp.
And you know who else can potentially one-hit a Charizard? What about a Thunderbolt?
Solar Beam from Charizard is going to have to go off first to see just how much damage this will do into either of Alex's 2 Pokemon. It will be towards the Aerodactyl, does over 50%. And this is why Farigiraf run Thunderbolt now to help against the Charizard matchup. And it does nearly half to the Charizard.
So it will take a couple more turns, but we get a forfeit instead.
Alex Gómez Berna moving on to 5-0 here at the North American International Championships. Absolutely dominant matchup for the former NAIC champion.
And some great pivots in that matchup as well, bringing the Farigiraf to really shut down the opposing King Gambit with the Armor Tail ability and just having the right Farigiraf for the moment with that Thunderbolt in the end game. It didn't really have the damage to get that big impactful knockout at the end, but you know, having those 2 Pokemon that could target down that Charizard was really all Alex needed to seal it up.
And we only saw 3 of Alex's 4 Pokemon in the game. I would presume he probably left Sylveon because it wasn't as necessary, so you made access for the Farigiraf on the team. And it was super beneficial because you're able to tank a Kowtow Cleave. You have the Thunderbolts. Obviously, it helps against Charizards. In other matchups, it would help against, say, Pelipper or something, right? Other flying type Pokemon that could be potentially problematic for your Aerodactyl or your own Charizard.
Exactly. And the Ice Fang as well. I mean, we saw it take 2 critically influential KOs on that Garchomp in both games, and it's such a unique tech that I love to see it, and we're probably going to be seeing more of it just given how well it matches up into that team, which is arguably the team to beat going into this tournament.
Absolutely, and yeah, some really cool tech. I love seeing the 4-attack King Gambit, right? The Focus Sash King Gambit. Like, it's some small, frail Pokemon like Whimsicott or something instead of the actual, you know, monster that King Gambit is. But you just want to, all you have to do is secure living 1 hit, and then you can respond with a +1 Kowtow, a +1 low kick, and you're going to be doing so much damage. If you're Alex, Scabby, it's got to feel like deja vu, right? You're here, North American International Championships, you're 5-0, you're crushing the competition. Like, this is familiar territory for Alex.
I mean, yeah, but I think if you want to keep your head in the game, you got to just stay focused, right? At the end of the day, you can't let it run away for you, because the second you do, I mean, who knows what's going to happen? It's always Pokemon. Anything can happen.
So how do you think, I know we're rounding out the end of Regulation MA, right? But how are these more aggressive King Gambits going to impact the meta as we move on throughout this weekend? These Ice Fang Aerodactyls, Thunderbolt Friggraphs, I feel like we're going to see even more and more anti-Charizard tech.
I personally, for King Gambit, to answer your questions in order, I was anticipating seeing a shift to more bulkier King Gambits, which I guess Focus Sash counts, right?
Well, it can only take 99% from an attack, right?
But it's 2 hits. Anyway, we'll talk about this later. As Alex Gómez is ready on stage for an interview, so please take it away.
Thanks so much. I'm here with Alex Gómez, who's now 5-0, undefeated still at NAIC. Great start to the day. How are you feeling?
Feeling good. I wasn't expecting to be 5-0, to be honest, because I didn't really practice for this tournament. But yeah, enjoying the tournament. Honestly, I went with a different mindset into the tournament, and so far it's going well, so enjoying, yeah.
Any insight to the mindset going into the tournament? Anything you're willing to share?
Well, I just came here to chill and try to do as well as I can, and so far I'm playing well. No nerves at all. I think it's helping me, honestly, because when I come into competitions, when having way more preparation, I think it's more stressful for me, because I kind of pressure myself trying to get the best result as I can, and today it's completely different, and yeah, I'm enjoying it.
I'm glad to hear it. And the proof's in the pudding. I mean, that was you're undefeated. Let's talk about that match, because that was also a really strong match. Did you feel like when you see the teams going into it that you would get a strong victory, or how did it play out in comparison to what you thought?
I wasn't expecting such a quick victory, honestly. Pepe is one of the best players in the world, if not the best, in my opinion. I think Aerodactyl is kind of tricky for him. He needs to get rid of Aero as soon as he can. And yeah, in game 1, I got the flinch into the Garchomp, which I think it helped. But his Garchomp was jolly, so I think Rockslide didn't kill my Aero. Maybe it was a roll, I don't know. But yeah, I think the matchup was leaning towards for me. And yeah, I think I played well.
And I mean, at this point, with 5 wins, you're 1 win away from making your way into phase 2. How are you feeling? I know you're like, I'm not putting nerves on myself. I'm trying to stay cool. But 1 away from phase 2, are you starting to get nervous looking ahead, or still just trying to keep that same mentality?
No, same mentality. I think, well, I'm 5-0, but I can still finish 5-3. So it could happen for sure. So yeah, I will stick with the same mentality. I think the team is good, I have to say. Maybe didn't practice so much into this format, but this is the team I practiced the most. So yeah, it gave me confidence to lock a team which I thought was good going into the tournament as well, because I think this tournament was going to be a lot of Floet Delphox and Charizard Floet. So I think Aero Gambit is a good choice going into the tour. So yeah.
I mean, it's definitely been paying off so far. I definitely want to. You earned a break after that victory, but before I let you go, do you have anyone you want to thank or shout out while you're on the stage?
Oh yes, for sure. I want to shout out Tony and Adri, which are there and they're supporting me, which are coming from Movistar Koi. Of course, I want to shout out Movistar Koi, Kanekro as well, and all the fans. And of course, I want to remember as well my family, my friends. Yeah, thank you so much. I wouldn't be here without them. So yeah, just grateful. Grateful, yeah.
I love to hear about all the support, and I mean, it's working out so well. Alex, congratulations on your run so far. Best of luck with the next couple of matches. As for us, quick break before we're here with Swiss Round 6.
Are you guys ready for the Pokémon Center?
Yeah, I'm so excited! What are you gonna get at the Pokémon Center? I'm gonna get the Jigglypuff. What are you gonna get? I'm gonna get the Pikachu. Oh, I'm so excited!
Okay, let's go! Let's go! Let's go!
Yeah, let's go! Yes, we need to get these.
Oh, this one. Oh, Psyduck.
Oh, Psyduck, Quagsire.
choice. Remember, you can only have one.
What did you get from the Pokémon Center? I actually got something for you. Thank you. That's so cool. I actually also got something for you. I got a Pikachu. Thank you.
Aw, let's head to the arena, okay?
Okay. How many Pikachus do you think you have?
Too many, can't count. What are you gonna name your Jigglypuff?
Probably Iggly Biggly Bop.
Everybody has a favorite player, but who is your favorite player's favorite player? Let's find out.
My favorite player is Colin Hire because he perfectly embodies the highs and lows of playing Pokemon.
My favorite player is Alex Underhill because he just plays with so much confidence and swag.
My favorite player is Marco. I think he's one of the best players in the world right now, and I don't think there is someone who plays better than him nowadays. So yeah, Marco is my favorite.
My favorite player is Keen Campbell because he loves missing moves too.
One of my favorite players competing this weekend at NAIC is Christopher Hahn. He's one of the first friends I made when starting the game, so I'm really excited to see how he does.
One of my favorite players at NAIC this year is Kerry Diortona because we did a live matchup prep together. We talked about the team like the past 2 weeks almost every day, and honestly, like, he's a very nice guy, and I'm very grateful that we could work together.
I think my current favorite Pokemon player is Marco Silva right now. I think the way he approaches the game is very interesting and very dynamic, and I also love his team choices in the way that he usually runs something standard but with some slight innovation in order to push the meta forward.
My favorite player competing this weekend is my really good friend Giuseppe Musicco. We call him the old fox in the Italian community, and he's doing crazy well recently, so I hope he keeps doing well. And he also the first guy who beat me in Turin last week, so I hope I can have my revenge on him this time.
My favorite player is Marco Silva because I saw him like starting in this game. I saw him improving. I saw him becoming one of the greatest, winning internationals, winning regionals. I hope that he will win Worlds. Is the only thing that is lacking, and that's my biggest dream in VGC, so that's why he's my favorite player.
My favorite player is Patrick Connors because he really has a great philosophy towards the game. We had a long conversation before EUIC finals this year, and just the way he thinks about the game, both in terms of actually playing it and all the different things that are outside the game, like mentality, is just really great, and for that reason, he's one of my favorite players.
My favorite player competing this weekend is Marco Silva. I really like just watching dominant players consistently perform at the highest level. Marco's coming off an event win this last weekend, and I think he's looking in pretty much perfect form. And I think he's just someone I look up to, not because we play similarly at all, but just I really can appreciate very talented players, very consistent players, because I think that's what every top player strives to be.
Marco, you are our favorite player's favorite player, but who is your favorite player?
So my favorite player is probably Shohei Kimura. I feel like the way in which he sees the game, it's really impressive. He always finds a way to win, and even if he doesn't play in our circuit, he plays in Japan. I feel like every time he plays in the Western circuit, he always does so well. He hasn't been able to win a tournament in particular in our circuit, but I feel like this might be the time.
Welcome back, Pokemon trainers. We are now through 5 rounds here of Phase 1 of the competitions in New Orleans for the North America International Championships. Alex Gómez with an incredible match there against Giuseppe Musicco in round 5. Currently sitting 5-0 as we have 3 remaining Phase 1 matchups. But Gabby, we have 4 matches remaining today as we will be ending the day with our first round of Phase 2, round 9 as we like to call it.
So we get a little bonus round, you're saying. I like that.
I'm excited. 9 rounds of action on our first day for the IC, our first international event for Pokemon Champions. This is the moment we've been waiting so long for, Gabby.
I know. It feels like we were just waiting for Champions to come out forever, and now we're just like, what, less than a week away from it coming out on phones. You know, everybody's out there playing on the Switch. It's just exciting.
Yes, I'm really excited what's going on with Regulation B. I'm so happy. I have so many friends that have their phones. They're ready to to go, right? It's going to be a really fun time here this summer because we got a long time between NAIC and the World Championships, and we got to dive into these Pokemon that we'll be seeing at those events.
And also, I want to take a moment to sort of talk about the game itself, because if you're watching at home and you're wondering to yourself, like, how do I build a team, or like how do people get ideas for teams or spreads, or what are stat alignments and all that stuff, we actually have some videos we took from inside of Champions itself, from the game, that highlight these Pokemon profiles. So we're going to start with King Gambit because that's what we were talking about before we cut to break and the interview and all that. And this is actually from the game. This is usage stats that you can find under the battle records once you go into the battle menu in Pokemon Champions. And as you can see, it actually gives you the percentage usage of moves, of abilities. You can see items peeking over there, but also the stat alignment, or if they were also natures, depending on if it's the one that your Pokemon just inherently has, or if it's the one that you change it to via training. And also how the Pokemon is trained in its stats. So it's really useful if you're trying to figure out what to do. You can just get an idea of like, oh, well, since 58.7% of King Gambit on ladder are holding Chapelberry, maybe I don't hit it with a fighting type move or something like that.
Right. No, that's exactly a great way of looking at it. And I think the battle data is really helpful, especially once Regulation MB comes out. And when the new game comes out on phones, when you're team building, when a new format, you're trying to see what are the common threats, how are these Pokemon trained, what is Vasculegion most likely going to be using against me. I need to be prepared for that matchup. The battle data being there, accessible in-game and so in-depth is super helpful, because if you know, okay, I think King Gambit would round out my team very well, those were the teammates that were the most commonly paired statistically with King Gambit.
Yeah, and this will also be separated into categories based off of the ladder season. So you can see M1 versus M2 as an example, but it'll also break down in terms of tournaments as well. So if you want to go back and look at like one of the global challenges, for example, you can also see that separated, because if you're looking at these, I guess the stat points we can't really talk about because nobody knows, obviously. But
yeah, every person trains differently.
Exactly. But like if you go back to the items, for example, if you were just watching our stream, which is admittedly a very small sample size, you might think to yourself, well, I've only seen like one Chapelberry and mostly focus sashes, and you know, that doesn't seem right. You may be correct, because this is the entirety of the ladder itself. And as you get to different points in the ladder, as your ELO changes, which is that number they assign you when you're sort of ranking up in terms of rank.
Your rating.
Your rating, thank you. I was running out of words. You sort of see different pockets of the metagame. And when you're at these larger tournaments, such as the International Championships, not only are you more likely to see what you would encounter at the top of that rating, but you also are likely to just see stuff that you would otherwise never see sort of bubble to the top.
And then sometimes when you get hit by like Psychic Fangs, Vasculegion, right?
Oh yeah, sometimes
it's 4% usage or whatever. You have to chalk it up to be like, all right, my opponent was using an incredibly uncommon attack that I wasn't prepared for. So that's why you always got to be on your guard, taking a look at the stats.
Exactly. So I think King Gambit's always an interesting one to start with, just because it is one of the most used Pokemon in Regulation MA. If you were to look at it just like holistically, you know, not just this tournament, but all the grassroots tournaments, all the ladders, all the everythings. So if you haven't had a chance to check that out in game yet, please do. It's really helpful. I use it all the time when I'm building replica teams. If I don't know like what my opponent used, other than like, you know, what showed up on the open team sheet, I just pick like the most common spread usually on ladder, and I'm like, well, it's good enough for now until I know what I need it to do. This is what I'm sticking with, and honestly, it's just enough to get started.
Yeah, I think another Pokemon to really look at would be Garchomp.
Oh, yes.
Garchomp is a very Pokemon. If you check out the data available in the Pokemon Champions, that's going to help you inform your decision. You can see 96% of Pokemon currently using in Pokemon Champions use Rough Skin. But there are some
4%.
There are some funky 4% of trainers out there, maybe on sand teams, maybe Len is influencing this, that are using the Sand Veil. And you can see Garchomp can use so many different attacks. It can use so many different held items as well. I feel like are really interesting to know how versatile a Pokemon can be if they have a wide spread of held items.
Yeah, and you also have to talk about the difference between open and closed team sheet. You know, when you play on ladder in Pokemon Champions, it's called closed team sheet, because I don't know what you have other than your 6 Pokemon. You don't know what I have. And certain moves, certain items, I think work better in that environment. Coming into the Pokemon North America International Championships, I think moves like Stomping Tantrum on Garchomp are a bit more popular because it just has more utility. It can do more damage in certain scenarios, whereas Earthquake as like a spread move, you see more common here because it just feels better in closed team sheet for some reason, you know?
And sometimes when you do read the data, you see the common teammates there, right? You can, even though in a closed team sheet environment, Gabby, you can somewhat try to predict or anticipate what moveset or what held items your opponent's Garchomp would be using, because if they're on, you know, a team with no Earthquake teammates, then maybe it'll be Stomping Tantrum. But if they're on a Mega Delphox team with Levitate, and they have a Rotom Wash on their team as well, even without having access to their team, you can probably anticipate it might be Choice Scarfed Garchomp.
Yeah, and we've also seen a pivot towards 4-attack Garchomp too at these larger tournaments, which would definitely catch me off guard in a closed team sheet format, because you're just not expecting a person to not have Protect in closed team sheet, because that's one of the best moves you can bring, because it stops all damage. You can see what your opponent does, and then you're like, oh, well, now I know you have this. I can prepare myself. So I also like looking at the stats. I know we just kind of missed that for Garchomp. The fact that the second spread has a little bit of HP investment, I think, is a good thing to point out, just because a lot of people like to run Garchomp, you know, max speed, max attack, more adamant than Jolly, I think, right now, but overall, like, just a very fast Pokemon. So to see it shift towards bulk in that capacity in Champions Ladder itself is very interesting, and something that I think is reflected here this weekend. But as for what else is popular on the ladder, you're just going to have to go check it out yourself, because we have a feature match ready to go. So I don't know about you, Joe, but I would love to see some more gameplay.
Yeah, I think we have some bonus coverage here as we're hanging out at the conclusion of round 5. So let's take a look. Daniel Marcelo Reyes versus Gabriel Agati. This was our feature match out on the field. This is what all the people out of the crowd were watching here. Incineroar Como versus King Gambit Sneasler.
There's an Azumarill on Gabriel's team. Like, that is awesome. I mean, Azumarill is one of those Pokemon that I honestly think more about Pokemon Go first than I think about VGC.
It does have the Azumarill t-shirt, right, at the regionals?
And it was just very, like, definitive of their early metagame. So to see it on a VGC team is very exciting. I mean, going into this matchup, maybe not as much, because you have a lot of Pokemon that can hit it hard.
I was going to say, you know who's currently not very excited? The King Gambit sitting in front of him. Incineroar and Komodo. Komodo, a really strong Pokemon. It's not going to be topping the usage charts, right? It is a very specific setup Pokemon that can be very good, especially on a Mega Gengar team being immune to Perish Song, right?
Como.
Oh, it took a crit there. So Como, even though it doesn't get to come out to play as often as some of the other Pokemon like Basculegion, Sneasler, and such, when it is on the field, it's a menace.
Yeah, as someone who's been trying to get the Como Professor title for a extremely long time in Pokemon Champions.
That's 100 victories for anyone at home with that Pokemon.
It does very well into these Charizard teams if they leave the Garchomp behind, because the Dragon typing just has really great synergy. Once you're able to get Clanging Scales up and get all those stat boosts, you can usually just start dealing good damage and, you know, just sort of hopefully ride that through the matchup. Unfortunately here, though, given how much chip damage Como just took, I mean, it's not chip, it's chonk damage.
It's chonk, yeah.
And given the fact that Aura Sphere as well just kind of whiffed into the Basculegion, I don't think this Como is going to get another notch towards that title in this matchup.
Agati Sneasler goes for the fake out into Daniel's Sneasler, but you can't fake out a Ghost type. That's why Basculegion's so good. Gets the knockout onto Como. So Gabriel only really getting just a small fake out chip on this turn. Now you can bring the Incineroar back on and don't have to be worried about any Defiant boosts, and that's exactly what Gabriel Agati goes for, because King Gambit's in the back.
Yeah, and Incineroar has a decent spot here. You know, landing the Intimidate against the Sneasler will be good, so it can take a close combat now, hopefully, and you know, the Basculegion as well, that'll be a good Intimidate to hold on to later. But overall, this does feel like it's still Daniel's match to win, as he has a lot of momentum. He's already taken one knockout on Gabriel's side of the field, and also with the Pokemon he's revealed, I mean, you have to assume it's the Gengar in the back for Gabriel, right? So as long as Gengar's lined up against the King Gambit in the end game, Sucker Punch pretty much ends that.
Yeah, really tough spot if the Gengar ever finds himself on the field against a King Gambit. But Gabriel going to be swapping out the Sneasler for King Gambit here we're going to be able to take a ghost hit, essentially, way better.
Oh, he didn't bring his Mega at all, actually. That's
that's
really
right. That's his
interesting.
fourth. That's his fourth Pokemon.
fourth.
I totally forgot with the UI, with how the spectator mode works when it highlights the Pokemon there on the right. King Gambit was his fourth, and maybe it makes sense because there's a Garchomp, there's Basculegion, there's King Gambit, right? There's our Pokemon that very much threaten Mega Gengar.
I mean, it's a tough decision to make because if you're just looking at a pure numbers game, you know, the Mega Pokemon, when they gain the 100 stats, when they Mega Evolve, are statistically some of the best Pokemon in the game by that alone. So to leave it behind is a very big decision. Unfortunately for Gabriel, I don't necessarily see this working out type-wise for him, but on the other hand, if you keep doing some chip damage to these Pokemon, you know, maybe some good parting shot, intimidate cycles here with this Incineroar, you could find an opening.
I want to note that Daniel's Charizard is Charizard the sociable, so he's just a happy guy. Wants to have some fun parties here on the battlefield in Pokemon Champions.
I mean, Charizard's certainly having a great time in usage this weekend, so they're just all hanging out. They're all being sociable.
They are Charizard. Yeah, Daniel has proved the nickname right, or the title right. Excuse me. Very sociable on the field. You can go for Heat Wave if you want into Gabriel's side, but Gabriel did just swap Sneasel in on his own here, so Fake Out is available into one of Daniel's two Pokemon.
Do you ever like Mark Hunt for Pokemon in Scarlet Violet or in any of the older games?
No, I mean, I think it's funny when it accidentally happens, and I'll take, you know, like a Whimsicott the Whimsy or a Moongus the Sleepy or something like that, but I don't go out of my way for marks.
Okay. I've been trying to catch a White Stripe Basculin in Scarlet and Violet because that's the only game you can get marks on it for, and it's not been going well. So,
is it any particular title you're looking for, or you just want a cool title?
Anything other than sociable at this point.
Basculegion is definitely not hosting dinner parties the way that Charizard potentially.
No, or if Basculegion is going to host a dinner party, I don't think I want to attend.
Yeah, the people invited to that party are not my party people.
But Charizard's dinner party, though, I mean, if this is a weather ball party, probably a good party. Also, if it's a heat wave party, really any party at this point.
I think that Sneasler's been intimidated 2 times
now,
I think so.
Right?
So that's why that's why that close combat did such low damage, and then now Sneasler with the White Herb going to boost or return its defenses, I should say, back to neutral and boost its speed with its Unburden ability. Heat Wave does not take out the Sneasler, so now Gabriel's, even with a crit into Incineroar, Gabriel's looking pretty good this turn.
It was a heat wave party.
It was not a weather ball party. It was a heat wave party. That's what happens when we walk outside here. That's the heat wave party.
No. That's Pokopia where it gets humid.
Yes.
It's too. We need more like desert for it to be a heat wave party.
I did not put Charizard in a humid environment. I put him just next to a bunch of coal and said, "Buddy, help me out. I need some minerals."
All right, well, this Charizard probably just happy to keep going for those heat waves, right? Especially if King Gambit comes back in for Gabriel as that swap comes through.
Yeah, close combat, even intimidated. Oh, I was going to say even intimidated doesn't matter. But Gabriel shuts me up. King Gambit hang on with 3 HP. And now Dire Claw, do you get one of the paralysis? 30% chance. Dire Claw, Sneasler back at it again. Charizard does break through paralysis though, so no harm, no foul in theory. Although maybe now King Gambit, how its speed is invested, could outspeed the Charizard. And there's the forfeit.
Well, I guess we'll never know, but hopefully we can get an update on who won that feature match. We got game 2.
Oh, let's go. I'm excited. I thought we were just having.
I know. I thought that was just going to be a one and done.
Just dipping our toes into the feature matches. I didn't know we were going through the whole thing. So
and we got Gengar this time.
Daniel did win game 1. Had a really nice victory with the Mega Charizard there. Gabriel Gotti. Hopefully this time around, Como doesn't take 80% damage right on turn 1.
All right, well, hopefully we can see Como accomplish a little bit more in this matchup. Again, it just took so much damage from that initial close combat from the Sneasler. I believe it was a critical hit when we saw it the first time around, but honestly, if you were to like uncritical hit that in your brain, I think it still would have been too much damage to really give Como the time that it needs to thrive in this matchup. So Como not in the best spot in this lead. That being said, with the potential for Gengar to Mega on the field and, trap these Pokemon on the field, you do have to wonder if this is Gabriel just accepting that you know, Gengar, maybe I just use Como to try to set Gengar up to try to trap these Pokemon in a position where whatever's coming in next can benefit from it.
And so this is the one chance Daniel would have to swap his Pokemon, in theory, if Gabriel did Mega Evolve. But kudos to Gabriel being willing to anticipate those swaps and switch things around. Incineroar intimidating to special attacker, so it doesn't really matter, but we'll have access to Fake Out next turn. Daniel Mega Evolving Charizard Y, setting up its Drought ability, boosting all fire type attacks on the field. Como actually kind of feeling a little bit better now, especially since how the meta has developed. Charizard can't afford to run a flying attack, so you can't get hit super effectively there, and you resist fire and solar beam attacks from the Charizard. Incineroar tanks that hit as well, and Whimsicott on the field, very healthy.
Very healthy. Also has really a lot of stuff it could potentially do here. It could, yes, it could take a Fake Out from the Incineroar, but it could try to go for a Tailwind. It could try to go for a Moonblast into the opposing Como-O, which is exactly why it just tries to get off the field, because it also was threatened by an Encore in that position, given it just used Protect.
Gengar will swap in. Whimsicott protecting, actually, wanting to keep himself safe from a Flare Blitz or Fake Out on the other side. And the Fake Out goes into Charizard, though, so really no damage going to be coming out here on this turn. Now Gabriel's put himself in that spot again, right?
Yeah.
You want to Mega Evolve. Do you want to force these two Pokemon to stay on the field?
But these two Pokemon staying on the field for Gabriel feel a lot more beneficial, I suppose, because Whimsicott's usually one of those Pokemon that you set up Tailwind, you maybe get a Moonblast or two if it's beneficial, but usually you want it to get off the field so your Pokemon that can take advantage of the Tailwind better are on the field in its place. And unlike some of the other Pokemon that can be encored into Fake Out, Incineroar's natural Dark typing means that Prankster can't affect it. So we do see Daniel once again take advantage of that switch turn before Gengar Mega Evolves. So now that it is Mega Evolved, Basculegion would normally be trapped, but it's a Ghost type, so it can switch whenever.
It's also, in theory, you're stuck in here with Basculegion because Basculegion threatens to one-hit KO the Gengar. But Wonder Ball is going to do most of the damage anyway, most of the HP, bringing Mega Gengar down into the red, and Incineroar will Parting Shot. This is a very common strategy from Gabriel for these Mega Gengar teams. They love swapping in, they love swapping out, but they love stopping their opponent from doing the same.
Yeah, so many of these Megas that are popular right now in the format are just, they're so powerful, but they just lack the bulk to stick around for more than one or two hits. And it's very interesting to see Charizard and Gengar trade in this position because, you know, it's not necessarily super effective, right? Which is what you'd normally expect to see when you're seeing these big damage numbers. But at the end of the day, it feels like it, you know?
Yeah, I think with 2 turns remaining of Harsh Sunlight as well, the Basculegion at full HP being not necessarily threatened because you can't get faked out by the Sneasler is what I mean. And the Charizard is, Gengar does naturally outspeed it, and Charizard is pretty low on HP. So we'll see how Daniel, who does have a lead, right, did win game 1, will be able to move around, have a little, maybe take more risks here in this game too. We're just gonna have 3 protects and nothing happen though.
Yeah, I think Gabriel just trying to scout out here what the Basculegion was gonna apparently lock into, as Flip Turn is typically only run on Basculegion with Choice Scarf. So that's some good information for us because we don't have the team sheets in front of us, so it's hard to say. But now we know Basculegion's gonna go for another Flip Turn, presumably, which will deal a little bit of damage, but...
Yeah, we'll have the damage mitigated from the sun here on this turn,
but
it's still a Basculegion attacking, right? So Gabriel understands that's going to hurt, wants to keep his Mega Gengar out, or save it for later here. Flip Turn goes to the Sneasler. Wow, really does hardly any damage whatsoever. And now it's going to be up to Daniel's Charizard to really chip away at Gabriel's side.
But Sneasler gets to come back in here, and again, it's in that position where it can threaten big damage against the opposing Como.
Charizard will be KO'd from the Dire Claw here, so Daniel finally losing his first Pokemon in this matchup. We know it's Whimsicott and Basculegion in the back. It is a choice Scarfed Basculegion, so you're going to be moving super duper fast. Sneasler's already a super speedy Pokemon, right? You don't have to worry about setting Tailwind up in this match.
No, I'm trying to think what the optimal play here would be for this Basculegion, because you're running into that point where you have to like pick your final move, right? And Basculegion's one of those interesting Choice Scarf users where you always kind of want to lock into the last respects, but at the same time, if you lock in too early, then you're not dealing the maximum amount of damage possible, because it gets more powerful the more Pokemon get KO'd. So I wonder here if we're going to see a potential wave crash into the Sneasler as opposed to a last respects into the Como.
There's also the worry of Incineroar swapping in to intimidate both of Daniel's physical attackers, so that I think is in part why Daniel swapped Sneasler out on this turn so he doesn't go to -1. No damage happens as the attack goes into the Protect tier, but now you have Whimsicott on the field who, Como may be immune to Hyper Voice, but not Moonblast, Gabby.
No, and Como is 4 times weak to fairy attacks. Dragon fighting, very cool on paper, right? Like you just picture, yeah, I like dragons and fighting Pokemon, and then Whimsicott's just a little fairy guy, and yeah, no, it's bad. I don't think it'll necessarily pick up the one-hit knockout on Como here, depending on how it's trained, but it's bad.
Oh, Sneasler actually going to swap out. I was thinking maybe there's a world that Sneasler wants to Dire Claw into that Whimsicott if it leaves itself open to clicking Moonblast on this turn. But no, Whimsicott just protecting. Daniel playing very passive with this Whimsicott. It's a squishy little tiny Pokemon that supports everyone that's protected 3 times this game. It's really not been able to be too effective while it has been on the field. And Gabrielle swaps Incineroar in with his Pasho Berry, tanks that Wave Crash, reducing the water damage, and the Clanging Scales will go into the Basculegion.
The way Daniel is playing his Whimsicott, it's almost like it's just there to take up space. Like, again, when I was talking about Whimsicott earlier, I was talking about how it likes to set up Tailwind and get out of the way, right? Or how it likes to try and trap Pokemon into attacks with Encore. But the way that he's been positioning this Whimsicott across from the Como-O is more powerful than the Whimsicott actually using attacks on its own. And I think that he's been doing a fantastic job of recognizing that. And that's why you go for the Protect in that position, because there's really not much Gabriel can do in return. And the threat is so big, you can just go ahead and, you know, keep that threat around for another turn because your opponent has to answer it.
Now the fake out into Whimsicott, finally flinching it. If it did, or if it was holding a Focus Sash, no longer has that available. So either Dire Claw or Flare Blitz would be able to KO it next turn.
Yeah. Yeah, it's unfortunately, the downside to Whimsicott is great pressure against Dragon and Fighting type Pokemon. Not great pressure against Sneasler, a Poison and Fighting type Pokemon. But, you know, that's the trade-off that you make when you are sort of constructing these teams, is you have to figure out how all the pieces are going to fit together. And I think that Gabriel just was able to recognize as well that was how Whimsicott was being used. And because of that, you can sort of afford to keep Whimsicott around until the end of the game, provided you're also, you know, getting the right damage where you need on the other Pokemon around.
Now the Incineroar will Protect. That's one of the, these Parasong teams do have the benefit of usually having space for Protect on their Incineroars, or maybe many of the others in the field don't have that luxury, so it's not going to take damage from the Moonblast on this turn, and just the fake out for a little bit of chip.
Yeah, and Daniel as well correctly identifying that the Incineroar is a bigger-ish threat that turn, and sort of, I think, doubling into it there, just trying to remove a Pokemon from the field. You know, yes, the Sneasler is a little bit frailer, and yes, the Sneasler can threaten, you know, Dire Claw into the opposing Whimsicott. But if we were to look at a 1v1 Sneasler versus Sneasler situation, because Gabriel's own Sneasler has a little bit of chip on it, you know, assuming that this would play out, you know, there's no speed ties in play, and it just kind of is, you know, close combat, close combat, close combat, close combat, that would most likely go to Daniel's favor. But there's still a couple of more Pokemon in play here, so it's still going to be a little bit more of a repositioning game for Daniel.
Yeah, both. This is actually a lot of pivoting still available.
Yeah,
it's
exactly.
4 to 3 Pokemon field right now, right? It's not like there's been a lot of KOs taken. Ooh, and the close combat goes into the Ghost typing on Gengar. Smartly played by Gabrielle there to be immune to close combat. No Dire Claw activation either.
Yeah, and Basculegion able to take that Dire Claw so well because it's able to resist it. And once again now going to be the fastest Pokemon on the field thanks to Choice Scarf.
And if you want to lock into last respects, it's still only 1 teammate knocked out. It's not like it's that severely high of a base power. It'd only be 100 base power from the last respects. You'd also have Incineroar, who both can intimidate to lower that damage and resist that Ghost attack.
But the Gengar does have low health, and the Sneasler is frail. So if I were in Daniel's shoes, you have to think about trying to whittle down the Pokemon account here, because if you are in this positioning game now where you're switching and switching and swapping and switching, the first person who loses their ability to switch ultimately loses that upper hand. So by going for the big hit into the Sneasler, now the Pokemon count is even. That's one less switch Gabriel can make. Ooh. And you're able to just barely hang on yourself.
2 HP. Dire Claw does not get the KO onto Gengar, though. Does not get a potential paralysis or sleep either. So that allows Gabriel to KO Basket Legion on the other side. I really liked the Wave Crash because just in case Incineroar swaps in, you're going to get that knockout in there instead, where it would resist last respect. So now Daniel down to his last 3 Pokemon. It's the Sneasler, it's the Basket Legion, and Whimsicott. And Sneasler has a really tough time in the Gengar.
Yeah, and it was unfortunate that the Gengar targeted down the Basket Legion as well, because had that targeted the Sneasler with like a Shadow Ball or something, we could have gotten one more big Wave Crash out of that Pokemon. But, you know, Gabriel just recognizing correctly there that the double target into the Basket Legion, either it takes itself out with the recoil, or you have that assurance into that Pokemon that it will be knocked out that turn.
And now Sneasler had its White Herb activated, so it's going to be the fastest Pokemon on the field, barring Prankster from the teammate Whimsicott, who you don't really want to waste a turn clicking Tailwind since your Sneasler is already super fast. Incineroar does have Fake Out available, though.
Yeah, it's a tough spot to be in right now. So you can flinch either of the 2 Pokemon on the opposing side of the field. And Gabriel's 2 Pokemon have taken a lot of damage, and the last Pokemon that Gabriel has available to him is the Como-O in the back of his party. So there is a theoretical universe where Whimsicott's Moonblast into Como-O is the winning turn for Daniel. And to work towards that board state, you'd have to, let's see, like get through the Fake Out turn somehow, and then you'd have to just outspeed, KO the Gengar, Moonblast into Incin for the knockout. It could happen.
Whimsicott with the Moonblast, but it's into the Gengar. A great protect from Gabriel, tanking both of Daniel's hits, and then the Flare Blitz in response takes out Whimsicott. That's huge. Whimsicott was super necessary for the Como-O later on once it swapped back onto the field, but an absolutely perfect turn from Gabriel Agati to win that game 2 and force a game 3. And as we are getting ready for our round 6, as the turns are getting set up on stage, we'll get some confirmation on who won that set.
It was Daniel who went on to win that set. So congratulations to Daniel. Congratulations to Gabriel as well. That was just a really fun team brought from both those trainers. You know, it was really sort of neck and neck with all those switching back and forth throughout that game too. Those games are so hard to keep track of, especially as you get later on in the day, because it just gets to the point where you have to really keep track of your win conditions. And it really can come down to the right protect on the right Pokemon that gives you the right knockout to lock in your win. So yeah, it can be that close.
Congratulations to Daniel, who got that victory. He's 5-0 and is also first in our standings currently. These are all of the trainers, or some of the trainers, I should say. All of these trainers currently are 5-0. How I meant that sentence to work there. And there are a lot of big threats to take down this championship.
A lot of threats that we've seen so far today and throughout the history of VGC. And for this next matchup, we have a bit of a throwback. So I have a bit of a trivia question for you, Joe Brown, as we take a look at our notable pairings for the round. Do you remember the year that we switched from calling it the National Championships to the International Championships?
One, I love trivia, so thank you for this opportunity.
Of course.
2, I believe it was 2017 was when ICs first started. I'm nervous.
It's okay. It's okay. You are right. What if I told you we had our last national champion up for our next streamed match?
Ever? The last ever U.S. national champion, Chase Lybbert? Is that who's on?
That's who's on next. And he will be playing Zachary Weed, who was our runner-up at the European International Championships this year. So it's going to be a really exciting match.
A relic of the past of a championship title, but certainly an active, dominant player here in the North American player base that Chase is. And Zachary Weed currently, you know, having an incredible season, like you mentioned, that second place finish at EU UIC. Certainly no surprise to see either of these two trainers at 5-0.
Yeah, and it feels really fitting that we have, someone who really sort of ended an era of Pokemon tournaments here, playing against someone who's arguably one of the newer stars of the video game championship series. Like, it feels like a nice bookend, right? And then we're celebrating the start of a new era with Pokemon champions. It's a good storyline. I'm happy.
The scriptwriters
just did a very solid.
Yeah, and I mean, obviously Chase winning in 2016, for you VGC historians out there, that's one of the most difficult years in VGC with the double restricted metagame with Xerneas and Groudon, Kyogre, Mega Rayquaza, right? That was no easy task to be 2016 US NAS champion.
I was going to say, that was the year where it was all on the table, right? You had the Megas, you had the restricted Pokemon, you had, oh man, that was a time.
That was a time. That was a tough time. That's also the year 2016, the year Wolfe won the World Championship in San Francisco.
I was going to say, that was the last year we were also in San Francisco for Worlds.
They deserve a raise, honestly.
Yeah, so we're going to go ahead and head to the stage when they are ready to get started. But I think it's kind of nice to just think back to those days and honestly think back to the start of our competitive Pokemon journeys, because, it really starts with like a local or seeing one of these Pokemon streams, as that was also one of the years that we sort of had one of the first World Championship live streams. I remember watching that one myself because it might have been a little crazy, but we attended day one of the World Championships and then flew home for a wedding the next day.
Oh, wow.
But it was so exciting to see that coverage really for the first time of Worlds, as I had attended all the years prior. So if you're at home watching and you're inspired to get involved, make sure to check out the Pokemon website to find local tournaments near you. Yes, this is sort of the end of our competitive season leading up to Worlds, but there's going to be some summer events where you can win some really cool prizes like notebooks or little trophies with like Chikorita and Totodile on them, which is pretty cool. And then of course in the September, in the fall, we will be coming back with championship point tournaments and all that good stuff to look forward to.
Yeah, I'm super excited for September. Super excited to have some locals in my area earning some championship points. Maybe VGC, TCG, dare I say Pokemon Go.
Hey, it can happen. I mean, I did enter some Pokemon Go locals this year. Did not go well, but I tried.
Hey, that Ace Trainer card is coming our way next.
Not and go.
But for now, we are going to take a quick break as we get ready for round 6 here in New Orleans. So we'll be right back.
Hey, Pokemon trainers. Welcome to Pokemon Championships History, a series where we showcase important moments throughout the history of competitive Pokemon. I'm Jake Muller, and I'd love to take you back to the World Championships in 2015, the year Mega Kangaskhan claimed her biggest victory. But first, we need to go back one more year to 2014. Pokemon X and Pokemon Y introduced Mega Evolutions to competitive Pokemon, and Mega Kangaskhan dominated the metagame throughout the entire season. However, when the 2014 World Championships rolled around, Mega Kangaskhan fell to the wayside, failing to make a single appearance in top 8. Although Mega Kangaskhan surged back into the metagame as we moved into the 2015 season, its place at the top became crowded thanks to the introduction of even more Mega Evolutions from Pokemon Omega Ruby and Pokemon Alpha Sapphire. As the World Championships loomed, the community wondered whether Mega Kangaskhan would once again be pushed out of the metagame by a high presence of Pokemon that could counter it. Anticipating this, many players from Europe and North America opted not to include Mega Kangaskhan on their teams, fearing history would repeat itself. Japan, however, had something else in mind. Just 2 months prior at the Japan National Championships, Shoma Honami claimed first place with an early version of a team structure that would come to be known as Chalk, which featured Cresselia, Heatran, Amoonguss, Landorus Therian, and Mega Kangaskhan. This team composition boasted an unmatched combination of power and flexibility, leading Shoma and many other Japanese players to ride the Mega Kangaskhan wave all the way to Boston. As the 2015 World Championships progressed, it became clear that Chalk was the team to beat. even though the competition was full of teams with outside Mega Evolution picks, like Mega Mawile,
does connect with the Garchomp and does pick up the knockout.
Mega Charizard X,
we go for the Flare Blitz here on the Thunderous,
Mega Salamence,
the Hyper Voice,
and Mega Charizard Y.
We go for the Flamethrower here.
6 of the top 8 players used teams that followed the Chalk guidelines, including Shoma Honami himself. While the extraordinary success of this team composition at the biggest event of the season was astounding, even more interesting was the variation seen within Chalk, just inside this top 8. While all 6 teams had both Mega Kangaskhan and Landorus Therian, many players opted for some alternate options for the remaining Pokemon. Heatran was substituted for a different Fire-type Pokemon on 2 occasions, with one player using Entei and one choosing Volcarona. The 6th Pokemon on the team ranged from Thundurus to Aegislash to Tyranitar to Scrafty. Sylveon made an appearance in place of Cresselia in one instance, and one player even gave up Amoonguss to run both Aegislash and Thundurus. The 2 teams in top 8 at the World Championships that did not make use of Mega Kangaskhan were both defeated in the quarterfinals, meaning that Mega Kangaskhan was guaranteed to have her day in the sun.
Players shake hands, knowing that the game is over. Rotom Wash falls, and the crowd reacts, ladies and gentlemen. Yosuke advancing, we've seen him. This is the 2nd time on stream, playing incredibly well.
After taking down Naoto Mizobushi in top 4, Shoma Honami would be met in the finals by fellow Japanese player Hideyuki Taida, whose Volcarona set him apart from the rest of the field.
Oh my God, he's done. We get a medic in the field.
The championship match was a back-and-forth affair. Shoma won Game 1 thanks to consistent damage output from his Landorus Therian and clever use of disruptive attacks like Thunder Wave and Swagger.
And here we go. Will it be able to hit through confusion is the question. No, it hits itself. Huge. Shoma very excited.
But Hideyuki turned the tides and even the score at 1 game all after his Pokemon broke through confusion on crucial turns.
A lot on the line for these 2 trainers. Almost $20,000 in prizing here as it hits through with a big Shadow Sneak, and I think that will pick up the feint here on the Thundurus. It is definitely at this point looking like Hideyuki's taking it to a Game 3.
In the deciding game, Shoma made expert use of Heatran's defensive utility and offensive power, proving that the original Chalk Fire-type Pokemon was still number 1.
Should do a ton here. Oh my gosh, picking up the feint on Hideyuki's Pokemon, as well as catching the burn, activating the weakness policy there, but the burn is absolutely huge, and it's only a matter of protects before this one is over.
Fittingly, Mega Kangaskhan re-entered the field right before Hideyuki conceded defeat. Shoma's decision to stay true to his run to the Japan Nationals title with the original components of the Chalk team composition paid off as he became the 2015 Pokemon World Champion.
Shoma Honami is your 2015 Pokemon Video Game World Champion.
Thank you for watching, and let us know some of your favorite moments in VGC history by using the hashtag #PlayPokemon.
Welcome back, Pokemon trainers. 11 years later after Shoma Honami wins that World Championship, and there's really hardly anything that will ever beat Gabby that visual of him being completely exhausted after all those chalk mirrors. But let's talk about 2016 U.S. National Champion Chase Lybbert versus Zachary Weed, one of the top championship point earners in all of North America.
Yeah, running some really interesting teams here that I can't wait to break down because yes, that is a Lopunny on your screen. One Pokemon I honestly was not expecting to see here this weekend, so I'm so excited to break this down. So why don't we go ahead and just jump into it?
Let's do it, Newman.
Because it's funny.
Let's hop in.
Let's hop into it. Yes,
Let's hop into the conversation, Gabby. Let's talk about Mega Lopunny. Surprisingly, it's not, it's not one of the most common Pokemon, but it is one of the fastest Pokemon in the metagame.
It is, and when it Mega Evolves, it has access to the ability Scrappy, which allows its normal type attacks like Fake Out to make contact with ghost type Pokemon. So it has really great utility in that regard. It can outspeed Sneasler, which is typically, you know, one of those Pokemon that's really fast before Unburden activates, and otherwise can just be a very powerful Pokemon to stare down. Unfortunately, that power comes at the cost of its defenses, as one would come to expect in this format. So when you look at the rest of the team, it really does a great job of rounding it out. You have both Reflect and Light Screen on that Sableye. You have that Pelipper as well, the bold nature or stat alignment, so that it can have that bulk to sort of stick around and support the Lopunny. And of course, Stamina Archaludon, another Pokemon known for its bulk to just stick around on the field to make up for the fact that Lopunny might not be sticking around much longer.
Yeah, I really love Lopunny. I think it's a really fun mega because it's so fast, can't be intimidated. You mentioned hitting the ghost types. We haven't seen any Aegislash on stream, or if there were opposing Sableyes, those are Pokemon that don't have to worry about being hit by close combat, except a super effective close combat from a scrappy Mega Lopunny. So excited for Mega Venusaur as well. I think it is a fantastic Mega Evolution here in this metagame, especially, or particularly, I should say, against Mega Scovillain because of that thick, fat ability.
It's kind of an interesting spot for Chase to be in because Zachary is going to be running that team we saw do incredibly well in Turin last weekend with the Mega Frostlass and the Mega Scovillain. Now, Mega Scovillain was typically brought to counter Charizard's physical attacker buddies. You'll be able to burn them and redirect any attacks with Rage Powder, a great combination. But in this case, if you think your opponent's going to be bringing the Mega Lopunny, you almost want to bring your Mega Scovillain. Otherwise, you want to bring your Mega Frostlass to be able to handle the Venusaur a little bit better. You know, maybe have that Aurora Veil to match the threat of the screams from the opposing Sableye. It's an interesting balance for Zachary to be in. The rest of the team, though, is pretty standard to what you'd expect from this composition. You know, looking at the stat alignments, adamant seems to be the word of the day for Zachary, as Basculegion, Kingambit, Lycanroc, and Sneasler all appear to be more attack-weighted, which, again, is what you'd expect from this composition. What I am curious to see is to get a little bit more information about this Kingambit, as a lot of the Sword Stance varieties have been trained a little bit more bulkier. They want to sneak in that Sword Stance so that those Sucker Punches and then those Kowtow Cleaves can do really big damage.
Mega Frostlass is another ghost type, Gabby, that's accidentally weak to close combat from the Mega Lopunny, right? Because of its ice secondary typing. But game one of round 6 of NAIC, Chase Lybbert versus Zachary Weed. We have Venusaur Sableye versus Sneasler and Basculegion.
So Venusaur, the Mega of choice so far for Chase. We'll have to see if he locks in that Mega Evolution turn 1. But overall, both these Pokemon in a great spot for Chase, as Sableye has its choice of what move it wants to use this turn, can set up a Reflect to block heavy physical damage from the opposing side of the field, could otherwise just hang out for a turn and wait to Encore one of Zachary's Pokemon into a attack the following turn.
Mega Venusaur will Mega Evolve, getting that thick fat ability, reducing damage it would take from fire and ice attacks. And now we're going to take even less from the two physical attackers on Zachary's side because of the Reflect, eliminating, or reducing, I should say, physical attacks for the next 5 turns. The Wave Grass Sableye would not have been able to take that hit without Reflect being up here. So now it can either click a Light Screen or go for something else next turn.
Yeah, and Zachary has to respect the threat of Encore, like I was alluding to earlier. That's one of these things that a lot of people are doing now to stop Fake Out users from following up with an attack. Sableye might not go for it. Like you were saying, we could see a Light Screen here. We could see maybe a Rain Dance to try and set up for something a little bit different later on. But regardless of what Chase does, Zachary has to respect it, which is why we see the switch.
Frostlass swapping into that position that Sneasler was in. And a double swap, actually. Zachary just revealing all 4 of the Pokemon he brought here in game 1 right away on turn 2. Chase will swap the Sableye out into Archaludon, trying to get that ready for next turn. Oh, Giga Drain is resisted into the Kingambit switch, so very safe from Zach, knowing that your Steel type would take way less damage than Basculegion.
Yeah, but Venusaur almost heals back all of its health from that Fake Out. So overall, you get essentially what you were going to get out of that turn. You know, sending in the Archaladon here is nice, as it is going to have some great typing into the opposing Frostlass. It doesn't have to worry about this opposing King Gambit as much because it hasn't gotten a Sword Stance up yet, so it's not going to be doing some big damage. But both these trainers are also sort of stuck in this position where you kind of have to wait a turn to feel things out before you can start going for those big hits.
Mega Frostlass for Zachary, setting up the snow as it's weather, and now you can click Aurora Veil. Yep. Who needs to click Reflect then Light Screen, Gabby, when you can just click Aurora Veil and sets both of them up in the same turn. Now Flash Cannon only does 50%, a little over to Frostlass, so without the Aurora Veil would have potentially been the knockout there. And the Earth Power, King Gambit takes the Earth Power incredibly well. Now looks like it would be able to even endure another Earth Power next turn, and Zachary gets 2 boosts to his attack stat thanks to those dancing swords.
It's interesting to me that Chase decided to attack both of Zachary's Pokemon instead of focusing in on one, maybe anticipating the Aurora Veil. As, you know, like you said, it did half. Both those Pokemon could have been knocked out if it wasn't for the fact that Aurora Veil was set up. So I think that Chase wasn't necessarily anticipating Zachary to go for the Sword Stance on that turn. And now that Zachary has gone for the Sword Stance, we're looking at a very different game here. Chase has to be very careful about what Pokemon gets caught. Thankfully, it was the Archaladon who doesn't care as much, but that Venusaur could have been in big danger.
And Blizzard is a neutral hit into Archaladon and neutral to Venusaur thanks to Thick Fat. It takes that like a champ, doesn't even have Light Screen up, and is able to beat both of those Blizzards with a Flash Cannon in response, taking down Zachary's Mega Frostlass. Archaladon really bulky with those leftover recoveries as well. They trained a little more defensively, and Earth Power does clean up the KO. So both of Zachary's Pokemon down this turn.
And that is information about this Archaladon that Zachary can take into the next matchup, as a +2 Sucker Punch plus a Blizzard was not enough to guarantee the knockout on the opposing Archaladon. With that much health left, it was most likely a roll, but you want the guarantee in that spot. So great information for Zachary moving forwards. Now you're still in a okay spot, knowing that you have your Basculegion and your Sneasler. Sneasler can sort of help with the Archaladon, but it's the Venusaur that's the big problem. Neither of those Pokemon can really damage it, and that's exactly why Chase is protecting it this turn. It's the #1 target for Zachary.
Ooh, Sneasler with the close combat into Archaladon. It could have used any amount of HP there to get the KO because close combat was so strong and Archaladon was so low, but you also are going to be able to get rid of Archaladon and activate Sneasler's White Herb, boosting its speed, doubling its speed with its Unburden ability. Last Respects is the attack for Zach's Basculegion here. Is not Choice Scarf. You see it is Citrus Berry, a more bulky Bask, as people like to call it. So it is able to swap its moves around.
Exactly, and that makes me wonder just how much will this Last Respects do once Reflect is reset by the Sableye, as there's nothing Zachary can do to really stop Sableye from resetting Reflect on the field. Because Chase protected the last turn, there's nothing really stopping Zachary from double targeting the Venusaur this turn. And again, knowing just how Venusaur matches up into the Basculegion in particular, I do think that would be the optimal play for Zachary here. Just it's the Pokemon that you really want to target down. But Chase just, again, anticipating another move here, trying to lock the Sneasler into close combat so it keeps lowering its defenses. And it can't attack Sableye.
And it went into the Sableye. It was definitely going to go for something else there, but because of the fighting type into a Ghost, it's no Mega Lopunny, Gabby. It's not going to be able to hit that Ghost type. The Venusaur will be able to get the Giga Drain into Basculegion, bringing it below 50%, but it will eat a Citrus Berry. Now Last Respects into the Venusaur. It's so bulky. Venusaur gets so many defensive stats when it Mega Evolves that it takes that Last Respects like it's nothing.
But hypothetically speaking, if that Last Respects had another 50 base power from a knockout, that looked like it could have been a one-hit KO. So just things to keep in mind as we move forward throughout this game. Reflect would have made a huge difference as well, so you just have to mind where the shields are in this game, especially seeing that Sableye is still available to Chase and most likely would be a Pokemon he'd want to keep around going into games too.
Yeah, as we're getting towards the end of game 1 here, right? A lot of Pokemon very low HP, very much threatened for the chance of being KO'd. Oh, Aqua Jet into the Venusaur, though, is going to bring it down in the red. Sableye gets to click Reflect now, mitigating some of that physical damage Zachary has out here. And it's the close combat that was encored into. You're forced to close combat. Venusaur doesn't care. Chase hanging on with 2 hit points. Venusaur is literally 1v4ing this game.
Mega Venusaur is probably one of the most bulky Mega Pokemon. The only one I can think of besides it is probably Mega Steelix and Mega Tyranitar.
Mega Aggron, too.
Mega Aggron, yes. We've all seen these Pokemon do decently well at the VGC level, but still, Mega Venusaur hasn't really had its moment in the sun yet, but here in this matchup, it is finding the board position that it needs to just stick around on the field. The Giga Drain recovery has been excellent for it, especially from Basculegion, who's just been sticking around long enough to help Venusaur hang out on the field even longer.
The poison typing is so good for Venusaur. You usually think of it, it's the grass first partner Pokemon, right? You always think about its grass typing, but the poison making it resist close combat helped it endure that hit. Now he's been encored into Aqua Jet, so you can't go for last respects. Sableye putting in work here. There's the close combat, and it's nowhere near enough damage for the knockout onto Venusaur, lowering its special, or its defense and special defense by 1 stage. Basculegion, Zachary's best threat in this game 1, is now taken out.
And another unique mechanic there about priority moves, Basculegion most likely switching from a priority move to last respects, like you mentioned, which meant Sableye attacked first with Encore, which was a priority move, therefore locking the Basculegion into Aqua Jet and just having it attack at that point in time. So just little things that make a huge difference in these larger games. Basculegion unable to take advantage of its full power in that end state.
Chase Lybbert 1 victory away from securing his position in Phase 2 of NAIC here this weekend. Definitely feeling confident. We check out the replay, Gabby. One thing I was going to bring up during the team preview, when you look at it, besides Frostlass, who the Mega Venusaur cannot hit super effectively, Venusaur with Sludge Bomb, Earth Power, Giga Drain hits 5 of Zachary's Pokemon super effectively. And when you set up Reflect, when you're able to support the Venusaur, and when you don't take super effective damage from Blizzard because of Thick Fat, Venusaur can just sit on the field every turn and recover up and slowly but surely win the game.
And that's exactly what we saw from Chase in game number 1. And that's what Zachary's going to have to figure out how to stop in game number 2. And I think we saw the little bits of that plan coming together towards the end of the game. I mean, we saw that Blizzard hit the Venusaur. It still did a lot of damage without light screen on the field. You know, we saw just how much that close combat did. We saw how much last respects did. Those big hits are available to Zachary. It's just a matter of lining them up in the right sequence order. And going into this game number 2, I think he really has to put his mind on the field, figure out where those attacks are going to land, assuming that Chase even gives him the option to attack Venusaur at the start of the game.
Basculegion and Frostlass, the lead for Zachary, wants to recover in this game, wants to force a game 3 against Chase Lybbert's Sableye and Venusaur.
What I like about this lead from Zachary is that he led a physical attacker and a special attacker. He also led his Pokemon that can use Aurora Veil to potentially match Sableye's own Reflect or Light Screen. So Zachary really just leading with everything he has available to him and forcing Chase to make a very tough decision here. Do I attack? Do I set up Reflect? Do I set up Light Screen? There are so many different things that Zachary could do in this position that Chase has to respond to, and he doesn't necessarily have the ability to double protect, as Sableye doesn't have protect available to it. So if Venusaur decides to protect and then Sableye's just kind of left,
takes a lot of damage,
then all of a sudden that's a critical piece of Chase's approach to game 1 gone.
No swaps from either trainer here on turn 1. Mega Frostlass evolving, setting up the snow here. You can click Aurora Veil while the snow is active, just like Zachary did in game 1. Venusaur will Mega Evolve as well. Its Thick Fat ability letting it take reduced damage from what would have been super effective fire and ice attacks, especially the Blizzard that is coming its way this turn. Now, Venusaur takes that very well, not even 50% 2 in that spot, but it's going to heal up so much as Basculegion brought down into the red immediately on turn 1.
And if that Basculegion went for a wave crash here, that's going to bring it right back down to the red after the Citrus Berry recovery.
There is that wave crash. Gabby into Sableye, takes it out though, so no more shenanigans from Sableye in game 2.
I think that's a fair trade at the end of the day. Yes, your Basculegion is still, hanging out on the field with a little bit of health left, but that Pokemon that caused you so much trouble in game number 1 is gone. Your Frostlass is now the fastest Pokemon on the field, can't be encored into Blizzard once again. So if you want, you can match that Reflect and set up your own light screen at the start of this turn, as Archaludon or Venusaur can't really do anything to stop it.
Yeah, the only option would be if Pelipper is in the back. You can't click Aurora Veil because the rain will be up, but Chase didn't bring Pelipper in game 1, so that would be a pretty crazy turn of events if he decides to swap Pelipper in here. Instead, Zach is going to preserve Mega Frostlass for later on. Archaludon clicking Flash Cannon into the Sneasler on the switch in. Actually does some pretty solid damage. Oh, but the Giga Drain is resisted, so Chase was trying to double up the Frostlass spot, which allows Basculegion to just stick around and click Wave Crash, albeit resisted into Mega Venusaur.
So hypothetically speaking, that could have been the knockout on the Frostlass we saw miss in game 1, or that could have been a knockout on something switching in to support the Archaludon had the Venusaur left the field. So both trainers kind of waiting to see what would happen that turn. I'm glad that you mentioned sort of the possibility of a Pelipper adjustment from Chase, as I do think that was what was on Zachary's mind that turn. But having the Sneasler switch in for the Frostlass, giving Zachary access to Fake Out here, I think is ultimately more important for his game, as now Chase just has to spend a turn, protecting or otherwise repositioning his Pokemon on the field.
Archaludon swapping out, so now Chase does have to reveal his 4th Pokemon. It is the choice Scarf Basculegion. Pelipper left at home. Didn't need it in game 1. Feels like he doesn't need it in game 2. Fake Out from the Sneasler will stop Venusaur from going for any attacks this turn, and then some Wave Crash damage, bringing it nearly down to 50%. But one Giga Drain can bring it right back up.
It can, but on the other hand, Basculegion is staying around on the field and not taking big amounts of recoil damage from its own wave crashes. So Zachary able to buy himself time and not necessarily take a lot of damage when you're switching your Frostlass or whatever your final Pokemon is onto the field.
Now Basculegion on Chase's side is full HP. It does have the Choice Scarf. It is going to be faster. Maybe you're not necessarily threatened by a Lash or Specs at this point, since there's no teammates knocked out, right? So more likely to click Wave Crash into that Sneasler slot.
Wave Crash, or you could try and finally knock out the opposing Basculegion. At the end of the day, I think it's more curious to me how Zachary approaches this turn, as he's now on the back foot once again.
Ooh, Protect Aqua Jet. That's the only damage coming out from Zachary's side this turn. And the flip turn on Chase's team wanted to swap back into the Archaludon. Will not be able to, but Venusaur is able to take out Basculegion on Zachary's side. Smart to Earth Power there in case King Gambit's the last Pokemon in the back.
In case the King Gambit, or it could have also been the Lycanroc, right?
True.
Both of those would have done a good amount of damage to those Pokemon. But you were absolutely right, Joe. It is that King Gambit as Zachary's final Pokemon.
And King Gambit doesn't mind facing off against the Basculegion, right? You can click Sucker Punch, and it's Choice Scarf locked into Flip Turn right now, so there's no way of saying Aqua Jet to get out of Sucker Punch.
You could try and switch the Basculegion out here into your Archaludon, just, normal switching, but then you just leave yourself susceptible to a potential close combat here from the Sneasler. We'll have to see if Zachary called it.
Archaludon does switch, so this is a very, very simple play to avoid Sucker Punch. Did Zachary not anticipate that? We'll go for a regular priority attack instead of the Sucker Punch. Earth Power, though, into King Gambit does well over 50%, so another one will knock it out next turn if it gets the chance. Snow does stop, so eventually, as Reflect wears off, now Archaludon, Venusaur, and Basculegion, they're going to be taking the full front of these physical attackers Zachary has.
And Venusaur's health is so low at this point. None of the Pokemon on Zachary's side of the field are going to be attacking with attacks that Thick Fat will also benefit it from. So it's just going to be relying on its natural defenses in order to take these big hits. Zachary's done an incredible job throughout these turns, just hitting it with attack after attack after attack to slowly wear it down, which is exactly what you have to do when attacking these bulkier Mega Pokemon. You can't rely on a single hit to take it out, you just have to wear it out over time, so that when the moment is right, such as this kind of turn, your opponent's threatened enough that they have to protect, or you're able to just land that final attack to take it out.
Ooh, Sucker Punch from Zachary. Tried to get a little cheeky there, but Chase will not take any damage. And the close combat into the ghost typing, so a very clean turn from Chase. Now you can reset whichever attack you want to choice lock into.
But you're still standing opposite a Sucker Punch from the opposing King Gambit, and that Sneasler still can threaten a close combat into the Venusaur. I feel like Chase only bought himself another turn.
But Basculegion, if you're trying to get your opponent to think about attacking it, you can bring Archaludon in and not get Sucker Punch.
Fair enough, fair enough. We also see the opposing Sneasler go for a Protect this turn.
Archaludon does swap into the Venusaur slot. Ooh, and King Gambit protecting. Zachary being completely safe this turn. Wants to gain information. Wants to see what Chase locks into. And Chase deciding Aqua Jet because it is faster priority, meaning Sucker Punch can never attack Basculegion.
Yep, that was the one thing I was thinking about when Basculegion came out onto the field. These Pokemon are at such low health, it's possible that an Aqua Jet could pick up the KO. And even if it doesn't, that does mean Sucker Punch wouldn't knock it out. Unfortunately,
Aqua Jet, it brings it so low, but it's not enough. Close combat into the Steel type Archaludon, super effective. Down into the red. Archaludon's gonna get a chance potentially to attack. Basculegion's gonna be able to respond. The stamina boost doesn't help when you're on 27 hit points remaining as Sneasler activates its White Herb there, doubling its speed. Flash Cannon though into the Steel type. King Gambit hangs on at 2 HP. It's able to kowtow cleave the Basculegion. Chase's best chance at damage in this game.
the secret was out. As soon as that Aqua Jet was revealed, all King Gambit had to do was survive the turn to fire back a Kowtow Cleave, and Chase tried. The Archaludon held on. The Flash Cannon targeted the right Pokemon, but King Gambit was able to land the attack to get the knockout to keep Zachary in the game.
We've all heard of 1 HP in a dream, but Zachary believes in 2 HP and the same dream at victory. So close at forcing Game 3 in this matchup, Gabby.
Yeah, there still is the Frostlass in the back of Zachary's party as well, but had that Basculegion been able to stick around and then reset its attack to last respects, we'd be looking at a very different game.
Protect from Archaludon. Sucker Punch does take out Venusaur. No thick fat that helps you against Sucker Punch, as we talked about earlier there. And eventually, at some point, Zach will be able to knock out this Archaludon and force Game 3. Really love those adjustments from him. Kind of baiting Mega Frostlass, right? Baiting the chance that you hear something you might be able to Encore next turn. No, swaps it out immediately and goes on the offensive.
Yeah, and taking that Sableye out early was a great call. So going into this game number 3, I'm curious how these players are going to adjust. As you can tell, they're both like thinking about it. Like they have their game faces on, they're locked in.
Yeah, once the Basculegion got knocked out, Zachary had that game locked up. So those last few turns were really just playing it out and anticipating what to do in Game 3. So something we did bring up in that set is obviously the Pelipper resets the rain. It does give the opposing Basculegion more water damage, but Venusaur resists it. Is this a chance, now that you've lost the game, to potentially swap Basculegion or one of your other parts for a Pelipper?
It's a tough call to make, because if you are going to bring the Pelipper, what do you leave behind? You could leave behind the Sableye, but if you're able to get those screens on the field, they are very helpful for you. And now that you know that Zachary's going to target down that Sableye a little bit more aggressively as his adjustment, that's not necessarily something that you can make. If you use Rain Dance on your own Sableye, like you just pointed out, Joe, that's another way you could set the weather up on the field, but you do, again, have to be mindful of the fact that Zachary will be targeting down that Pokemon pretty aggressively.
Yeah, that might be a good middle ground, Gabby, to bring Sableye. That way you still have access to Reflect and Light Screen, but then you can still Rain Dance if you are anticipating Mega Frostlass to click Aurora Veil. Because the Archaludon does do a lot of damage if Aurora Veil is not up. Those Flash Cannons can certainly hurt.
Those flash cannons can certainly hurt. Also, Electro Shot would allow the Archaludon to boost the damage of Flash Cannon as well to potentially get around in a Aurora Veil.
Our first winning in of NAIC, both Chase and Zachary, the winner of this game 3, will secure a position in Phase 2 in New Orleans.
And we get an adjustment from Chase. It's actually going to be the low bunny out of the field as the lead. Oh, that's so exciting.
Yeah, Gabby's popping off back here, seeing the Mega Evolution adjustment saying, even though Thick Fat helps against Blizzard, it just wasn't enough. Venusaur is too slow. I'm going to use the super speedy low bunny as Basculegion swaps in to the King Gambit spot. But Basculegion is not immune to close combat or fake out.
It isn't, but this low bunny's still in danger from the opposing Sneasler, so you have to wonder, there's probably going to be a trade of fake outs here, and by trade I mean Sneasler's probably going to flinch, and we are probably going to see a reflect setup from the Sableye so that low bunny has a chance to stick around moving forwards. But looking at its attacks, you know, close combat, U-turn, mega kick, you have to wonder, how is it going to land an attack into this opposing Sneasler to knock it out? But then you also have to worry about a wave crash from the opposing Basculegion. It's not really a comfy spot for the Low Bunny to be in.
That last game was a lot of back and forth, but Low Bunny is not here for a long time, here for a good time, and it's here to boost Archaludon's defense. You turn into your own teammate to give Archaludon +1 defense behind Reflect, and Sableye comes back onto the field.
I love this play so much because Sableye
combat into a ghost type, a perfect turn from our former and final U.S. national champion.
Unfortunately, Sableye will be taking a lot of damage from the wave crash, but Archaludon on the field, +1 defense. Sableye can set up rain whenever it wants, if it wants to in this position. What an incredible start to this match from Chase. Zachary really has to think hard about how he's going to respond, because even if Caesar goes for the close combat now into the Archaludon, with that defense boost, it's most likely going to be able to take a potential double up here.
Chase has to be really careful, though. You're setting the rain up for your Archaludon to click Electro Shot. A 2-turn attack that only takes 1 if the rain is set. But you might take 2 attacks in response. The close combat is super effective, but behind Reflect and +1 defense, it doesn't even do half to this bulky Archaludon. Whiter will activate for Sneasler. Doubling its speed. It's going to be the fastest Pokemon, even faster.
It's faster! It's faster than the Basculegion!
And it's faster than Basculegion because it's bulky Bass! It's not Choice Scarf, it's not max speed, and it's Electro Shot going into the water fish for super effective damage.
No, it's a Caesar!
Instead, I was so hyped, I was so ready to see a Basculegion get knocked out, but instead, it's going to be Sableye taken down.
But Sableye, I think it did what it needed to do. It got the reflect up on the field. It was able to set the rain
That's
for
what we said,
Archaludon. Yeah.
Chase needs rain either through Pelipper or through the Sableye. He can't let the Basculegion get through. He needs an Electro Shot.
The downside to this position is that as soon as a Frostlass is revealed, the rain potentially goes away. But the Archaludon did get a +1 in its special attack. And honestly, in this metagame, that's sometimes all you need. That one boost is enough to mess up people's predictions in terms of how much damage they're going to take. And therefore, you know, you could see that Flash Cannon all of a sudden get a KO. You can see the amount of damage just shift into your favor.
Protect from Basculegion, doesn't want to take any damage, and the Aqua Jet takes out Sneasler, so Zachary losing his first Pokemon of Game 3. Electro Shot, you do not care about Protect, because Electro Shot will give the special attack first and then go into it. So now Archaludon is faster than Basculegion and +2 special attack.
This Archaludon has everything going its way.
Oh, and Chase's Choice Scarf, so Basculegion is going to outspeed Zachary's other Pokemon too.
Exactly, and with Frostlass on the field, Zachary has the opportunity to try and get back into this game, but what can you do in this position? You can try and take an attack from the opposing Basculegion, then set up Aurora Veil, but at +2, Archaludon's essentially going to do the damage that we saw it do normally.
And both of Zachary's Pokemon are Ghost types that would be weak to Last Respect. Sure,
Exactly.
it's only 100 base power because only one teammate has been knocked out, but it's certainly going to be doing a lot of super effective damage, and anything Archaludon clicks at +2 special attack is going to be doing way too much for Zach to handle.
And if you get through all of that, you still have the Mega Lopunny in the back of Chase's party, which should come in, flinch these Ghost-type Pokemon, and otherwise do massive amounts of damage.
Mega Frostlats will Mega Evolve here, setting up the Snow, just like it's done in the first 2 games, but this time around, there's no Sableye to match it later on, trying to match it to Roarveil. There's the Aqua Jet, though. Frostlats does not go for Roarveil. It goes for a Blizzard. It brings our Chaladon down to 60 HP. Another stamina boost. I believe it is +3 defense right now. And the +2 Dragon Pulse. Basculegion doesn't even get a chance to touch that bridge.
Chase targeting down the Basculegion, anticipating the possibility of a double up into that slot. I think recognizing that the Basculegion was ultimately the scarier Pokemon for that Archaladon moving forwards. With King Gambit on the field now, Zachary is down to his final 2 Pokemon in the set.
Basculegion is choice locked into Aqua Jet. It will always force Sucker Punch to fail if Zachary wants to Sucker Punch this Basculegion. Does he stay in and do a little Aqua Jet damage or switch out to reset your choice locked attack?
It's a tough call to make, but at the end of the day, if you're playing towards a potential Lopunny versus Frostless endgame where Lopunny should take that at that point in time, you have to find your way to guarantee the knockout on the King Gambit, and at this point in time, you make that switch.
Basculegion swapping, so it doesn't take any damage here. Mega Lopunny has done its job. Let Mega Lopunny take a Kowtow Cleave, take a Blizzard, whatever. Take it. It will not take a Shadow Ball if it went there, but no. Instead, Archaladon has to protect and Swords Dance King Gambit now at +2 attack. You want to be +3 defense? I'm going to match you with +2 attack.
Here we go. I mean, it's just getting higher and higher stakes here as the mind games start amping up. Lopunny could flinch either of the 2 Pokemon on Zachary's side of the field, but now Zachary threatens his own Sucker Punch into these Pokemon, and you're right that Archaladon, with those defensive boosts, it's going to come out to about even. You do have to wonder just how much the Sucker Punch could do to the opposing Lopunny. It's scary.
It is +2. It is Black Glasses, boosting your dark type attacks by 20% of your damage as well. But with Fake Out available, the King Gambit might not even get the chance to attack this turn.
This turn for sure, but there still is 1 turn remaining after that. So a double protect here is pretty safe for Zachary. But it wasn't a double.
Protect. The King Gambit wants to go all out. Dragon Pulse, though, into King Gambit. Ooh, it does solid damage, considering it has those Electro Shot boosts, but not nearly enough. And now Kowtow Cleave. Black Glasses +2 boosted into Lopunny, but it's still resisted thanks to the fighting typing that Mega Lopunny receives upon Mega Evolution.
A great call there from Zachary, but we're still in the Sucker Punch game. Still within range of a potential knockout there, even with that resistance, thanks to, again, like you were saying, the Black Glasses, the Sword Stance boost. We're still in this tough spot where, does Chase switch? Do you try and land another Kowtow Cleave into that spot? We do know that another Dragon Pulse won't be enough to pick up the KO on that King Gambit, though. That is one piece of information we've solved.
Frostlash just protected last turn, so Chase has to anticipate an attack coming out on this turn, and that is why you protect your Archaladon. Sucker Punch failing into either of the 2 slots because it was either a protect or the Basculegion swap. With all these turns back and forth, Gabby, and now with the Blizzard damage, there is no doubting, and a Sword Stance boost. A Sucker Punch landing into Basculegion will KO it. Is Chase willing to trade his Basculegion to maybe get a KO onto King Gambit somehow?
At this point in time, it's a tough call to make, but I think Chase is very, very smartly, trying to buy himself that time to put off that trade as long as possible. But I think more importantly, he's stalling out the snow turns, because as soon as Blizzard's no longer 100% accurate, I do think it changes how Zachary approaches this end game just a little bit, because we saw how much that Blizzard did into the Archaladon that first turn. I think that plus a Sucker Punch is a guaranteed knockout, but that's also a guaranteed knockout onto the Basculegion.
And no protect from Mega Frostlash. That was a turn that maybe you could try to protect and bait a Flash Cannon into that slot if the Blizzard doesn't take it. But it is single target now because Basculegion got knocked out. The single target Blizzard takes down Archaladon.
Zachary just making another correct call. No Aqua Jet. Sucker Punch able to pick up the knockout on that Basket Legion. It's just the Law Punny left.
And that was the last turn of the snow. Chase had to just last one more turn to not have fully accurate blizzards, and his Archaludon might dodge an attack and be able to clean up this game. Now it's Mega Low Punny and a dream of only hitting one Pokemon at a time. Frostlass will protect. Zachary might also follow up with a protect on the King Gambit here because his fake out into both slots would have hurt.
Exactly, but after this turn of double protect, La Punny can only target one Pokemon, and that is going to be the King Gambit, it looks like, but we just see a forfeit.
That's the forfeit because Sucker Punch at +2 and the Black Glasses boost was going to be enough. Zachary Weed, one of our first trainers in the Master Division, qualifying for Phase 2 in New Orleans.
What an incredibly close matchup, and what an exciting matchup to watch. I mean, Chase started off that game in such an incredible way with that U-turn to activate the stamina into that Archaludon. And if you think about it, the Archaludon just stuck around that entire match, getting those special attack boosts, getting those defensive boosts, and it really felt like it was in the spot to take that game along with it. However, Zachary made those great calls towards the end of the game, snuck in that sword stance that really gave the King Gambit the momentum it needed to win, and then was just able to land those attacks exactly where they needed to land.
This was an incredible back and forth game between Zach and Chase. It was crazy seeing Mega Low Punny come out, seeing the Venusaur completely sweep game one as well, right? The adjustments that both of these trainers had to go, the margin for error is so small at the highest level of VGC.
And I think that's one of the things I admire about Zachary as a player is that he's able to make those reads when they need to be made. Like, he always seems so calm and collective, and then you see him go like, yeah, and you're like, oh yeah, you got that. And it's really exciting to watch. And you know, Chase as well is such a great player, both historically and this season. I can't wait to see more of him throughout this tournament, as it's always exciting when we get former champions coming to compete once again at this high of a level. There's so many of them here in the crowd in the tournament that we're going to just get more and more exciting matches as we progress throughout Phase 1 into Phase 2 and beyond.
And Chase's run is certainly nowhere close to over, right?
Oh,
There's still
no way.
two rounds remaining in Phase 1. He needs to win one of those two remaining rounds, to qualify for Phase 2. But credit to Zachary, one of the highest championship point earners in North America, EUSC finalist earlier this year. Who cared if it's Scarlet and Violet or Pokemon champions? Zachary Weed is going to dominate.
For sure. And he won some of those championship points at my locals, which is very exciting.
That's where he learned. He was hanging out with Cheese, learning how to use these Pokemon effectively.
Well, not champions, but yes.
It was the cheese part.
It was the cheese part.
That
yeah.
was the real teacher of all of his help there. And wow, I mean, obviously Zach's team was a little more common, right? A little more used to seeing most of those Pokemon. Mega Frostlass, King Gambit, Basket Legion, Sneasler, those are very common Pokemon. And Chase kind of had the unusual options like Mega Venusaur, say, Mega Lopunny. He had that information on his side, but Zach was able to get information as the set went on to know how to play against this unconventional team.
For sure, and we'll just have to ask Zachary himself how he was able to gather that information as we have an interview ready.
I am here with Zachary Weed, one of our first trainers to make his way into Phase 2 of competition. Undefeated, 6-0. You're into Phase 2. How's it feel?
I feel really good. That matchup was incredibly scary. I definitely did not have Lopunny on my prep sheet going into this tournament, but you know, you just have to deal with whatever you face.
I mean, let's talk about that. You sit down, you see the team that you're facing against, and it's like, wow, we have Mega Venusaur, we see in Game 3 the Mega Lopunny. Like, where do you even start to try and dissect how you're going to play this match?
So I knew that my pieces are naturally pretty bulky, so they can trade pretty decently into this kind of team. Like, King Gambit can eat Venusaur Earth Powers, Basket Legion can eat Giga Drains. As you saw, Game 3, Sneasler ate like a Fake Out plus an Electro Shot. So I just really tried to focus on those points where I can get the crucial survives and get like 60% on their Pokemon and set up my Frostlass for a Blizzard endgame sweep.
I mean, you definitely had it unlocked, but then we get into Game 3 and that turn one kind of looked a little not so great for you. So where do you even start to climb back to get into the matchup to get that victory?
I figured from that point, I pretty much had to make some very hard reads as soon as he got the Archalon unboosted, because I knew it'd be a very, very difficult time to get through the through +1 defense and reflect. So I had to be able to stall turns effectively, and as you saw, make a lot of hard reads with my King Gambit to get over the edge and actually have enough damage to make it through.
And I mean, at this point, you're undefeated. You're undefeated into phase 2. We had talked yesterday about prep, how you're feeling, everything going into the event. Did you feel like this was going to be a likely scenario that you'd be 6-0 on the stage right now?
Honestly, I did not. I picked up this team on Monday. After trying a bunch of stuff, nothing really worked out. But all these are pieces I know how to use. I love King Gambit, Sneasler, Basket Legion, and Froslass and Scovillain are probably my 2 favorite megas to play in the format. So I just knew that this team was comfort and that I could adjust to game plans as or adjust to any team that I faced as I went.
And I mean, now that you have this undefeated record, are you feeling more confident going into this next? I know we still have a couple of phase 1 rounds, but you're in phase 2 regardless. Do you feel more confident heading into this next phase of competition, or how do you feel?
I definitely feel a lot more confident. I'm sure there's going to be people that are very prepped into this team, and seeing as I only picked up the team recently, I might not have as much experience as they do into me, but I'm just going to roll with the fact that I know how to play these Pokemon and hopefully be able to take it as far as I can go.
I mean, best of luck for sure, and I want to make sure you can rest before the next round, but before I let you go, any words for the camera or thanks for friends, family out there?
As always, massive shout outs to my family for coming here and supporting me in everything that I do and letting me pursue this as a hobby. And the New England local scene, that raised me into the player that I am. Thank you guys very much. And just all my friends that are here and not here, too many to name, you guys know who you are, and just know you're very appreciated.
Congratulations once again. Best of luck going on forward. Now I need to hear a little bit more about that match, especially that final game. So let's go get Scott's thoughts.
Thank you very much, Sierra. I got Lee with me this round. We're gonna have a lot to talk about, just like we all expected Mega Lopunny.
And with Mega Kick as well.
Yeah, of course, yeah. We heard it was the Mega Evolution-based format, so the key is to have as many things on your team with the word Mega as possible.
Well, Chase definitely did that, and I think the Mega Venusaur as well alongside it was, to get to this stage of the tournament, I looked at this matchup just on paper, and I was thinking, how is Zach breaking through this Venusaur? I didn't really expect the Mega Lopunny to come, a nice adjustment, we'll get into that, I'm sure, but yeah, I think a really, just a strong Mega with defensive capabilities, with screen support, range support, it looked real tough, knowing how this team operated. So it's just more credit to Zach, I think, going into this match and being able to pilot their way through it and come out on top.
Yeah, because especially, like he said, I think he said it very well in the interview there. But yeah, everyone else is prepping into that team. I think outside of the group of the Italian players who made the team, we all learned about it, over the course of the weekend. And I think many of us play the teams like, ooh, you know what? Maybe I should be playing this. This feels really good. But yeah, the disadvantage is that everyone else has the same amount of knowledge and is your own team as you do. And I think that could be a little spooky. But yeah, I think we'll have to talk a little bit about Chase's team first, which I think probably the coolest team that we've seen on stream so far. I think Venusaur itself is also just kind of worth discussing, where a Lopunny is a little distracting. But you have to give us just a second. I think it's an interesting way to play, where you kind of have like that Sableye Rain thing, where I think we had that like 1 week on the ladder where every 7 of 8 games or so was Aaron Zhang's version of this team, and many of us lost a concerning percentage of those 7 out of every 8 games, where very difficult to deal with Archaludon under Rain. And I know it's something he thought about playing too, but it's like, okay, well, it needs some innovations, right? And I think Lopunny maybe not the answer that most trainers came to, but this is still a very powerful team.
Yeah, extremely powerful, especially with, in the right situation, with the screen support, with that Sableye and the ability to get that rain dance set up. And then you also, on top of that, you've got to be very careful what you do in front of the Sableye, because if you try and set up with anything that isn't a dog type, then you're going to be susceptible to that Encore, and then that just frees up the Archaladon, and then in particular the Venusaur, alongside that Scarf Basket Legion, which are the big hitters on this team to kind of just do their job and operate as you want them to. And with the defensive capabilities of these Pokemon as well, you're looking at, you know, the Venusaur thick fat ability when it does Mega Evolve. It's already hard to break through with those Ice and Fire type attacks that you kind of rely on. But then you've got the Archaladon as well. If it's got a few stamina boosts under its belt with those screens, then, you know, I'm sure we've all faced the Iron team on ladder. We know how hard that is to break down. And then in return, you're dealing with those electric shocks. As long as it's got 2 of those off to get that +2, then yeah, things get very difficult very quickly. And we're not even talking about the Mega Lopunny yet, which is just an alternative mode, I guess, to the team if the Venusaur doesn't feel so optimal and you want to catch your opponent out.
Yeah, and even Venusaur, I think, is like kind of like crazy sturdy with Giga Drain, where I think usually the healing's a little bit disappointing, but this whole team has so many ways to reduce your damage. Like, oh man, like it's actually tanking. And yeah, you know, I just talk a lot about like, kind of the last time we saw Mega Evolution, and if anyone chats like, oh, did they play Mega Lopunny back then? No, don't be a fool. This is weird.
Definitely not Mega Kick either.
Yeah,
I think that's the first time I've ever seen that move
on
a broadcast.
Yeah, I think maybe literally true. You know, back then, you know, we had return or frustration if you were a mean trainer, and it's having to adjust now. They forgot to replace that in poor Lopunny's move pool, but really cool Pokemon to see. Not too much to see about this team or say about this team. We've seen it a few times, so I will hop into the first game here. I believe this time it's like turn 4, where maybe I should set the stage, but see Archaladon getting punched and not really caring. There was a lot of that over the course of this set. But board state right now, Reflect is up on Chase's side of the field. I think Aurora Veil has just been set on the opposing side, and there's a free Sword Stance on the King Gambit. Well, free, I guess, is both this Pokemon on that side of the field get chunked. So I don't want to make everyone sit through the significant rotation we saw through the course of this game, but ending with a pretty decisive turn here. Blizzard doing a ton, not quite picking up the damage of the Archaladon. I think kind of the damage in that slot was a big concern throughout the series, but in game 1, just bulky enough.
And I think the big thing that we've got to credit Zach with throughout this game is that the fact that they were kind of, it looked like they were on the back foot most of the time, which they were, but it was about like just laying that damage down into the important slots where they needed for later on. Unfortunately, in this game 1, they weren't able to kind of get to that point where they were able to clean up at an end game. And this is where Chase really starts to capitalize here, where the Venusaur was just in such a strong position with that Reflect, and it really had the benefit of being able to just sit on the field, tank and soak up those attacks. And then with the Basket Legion being kept for later on in the game, it had the ability to kind of get that recovery that was so important. And then the Encore lock as well onto the Sneasler was a really pivotal moment as well.
I thought this Encore was so cool. Or like usually, like you're kind of thinking about locking a Pokemon to a status move. You know, locking Sneasler into its strongest attack is like not the way you write the playbook normally. But it winds up being great here. I don't think we ever saw the final Pokemon in this game where it's an unrevealed 4th. Almost certainly was Basket Legion, right? So I think that was the real plan there, where you know certainly even if one of these Pokemon knocked out, you bring in Basket Legion who can't be hit by close combat, and then it would have cleaned the game up anyway with that Choice Scarf. But it winds up being that we don't get to see that happen because Venusaur is like, no, I want the spotlight. I'm just going to take all these attacks. I think it's this next turn where it survives one of the sillier double ups that I can recall watching in one of these matches.
Yeah, this is at this point you think, okay, well, Zachary's pulled this back here. That Last Respects did so much damage, and you think, wow, 45 hit points. Okay, this is over. This is good. Zach's locked this up, no problem at all. But like you say, I think the next turn so pivotal here, where that close combat into the Venusaur, and then the Reflect, just allowing it. How many hit points was it? Like 2?
It's not many, that's for sure. Yeah, I mean, and train just right? I think it's such a great. It is 2. Wow, yeah. It's you know, you think your trading doesn't matter. You know, you put those 2 in HP and not in special defense right there. I mean, I think it's just so impressive too. Right? Venusaur's a Pokemon I think a lot of trainers have kind of tried to unlock, or like the idea of a big bulky Mega Evolution is so fun. You know, it does really well into Float, which is such an important matchup right now, and like the reality of making that work has been a lot more complicated. But Venusaur looked awesome in this game. Jumping ahead to the next game, I think a key element of this one is, of course, Sableye here is going to get the Reflect up immediately, but will not survive to the end of his turn. I think it was a real key player in this matchup for Chase, and with Sableye going down earlier in this one, things just started falling apart over the course of this match.
Yeah, and I think this is where, when I was mentioning before, I think Zachary kind of getting those key targets right. I think this is where he kind of started to realize, okay, well, you can start to ignore the Venusaur almost and just take down the partnering Pokemon But at the same time, you've got that nice spread blizzard, so you're getting respectable damage onto the Venusaur the whole time, which is really key for later on in the game, where it's at the point where it is threatened by the King Gambit in the back, where it can come in and then threaten with that sucker punch.
Yeah, I think if you're watching to learn, I mean, this is how you play against Venusaur, right? Where, like, this is very much why it's not used more frequently, where its strengths are really great, but the weakness is that it just doesn't do that much damage, right? It's very defensively based for, like, a non-support Mega Evolved Pokemon, and yeah, you know, it's like 2 or 3 hit KOing things, while the frailer Pokemon next to it are getting knocked off the board, and it leads us to a situation a little bit later where both these Pokemon are going to protect, and you're probably like, Scott, why would you clip a play where it's a double protect? Have you set the timestamp at the wrong point? But no, not this time, not this time. Where, you know, we see the Basculegion locking into Aqua Jet here, and it just really makes it simpler, where Zach does a great job of getting information, and you know, double protecting into a choice move isn't always the right thing to do. We've seen some players kind of taking advantage of that, but you know, this is not one of those double fake out cycling teams, right? Just getting the information. You know, there isn't a whole lot that Chase's side of the field can do. You know, there's no rain up, you can't get a free special attack boost, there's Electro Shot, and it just sets up this play so well.
Yeah, and I think there was always an argument in my mind to go for the Aqua Jet into the Sneasler, but on these particular builds with the Frostlass Mega Scorvillain, the Sneaslers are so much bulkier than you're generally used to seeing, so the Aqua Jet there would miss the knockout, so you really are better off going for the King Gambit like Chase went for, and it was so close. You could just see that they're the 2 HP survival once again, and then this is where the whole turning point is, not getting caught because of that information that they got the previous turn. The Sucker Punch was useless in most cases, and then you're going to be able to get that Kowtow Cleave, which is so pivotal, and being able to kind of tip the scales and bring back Zach into this game.
Yeah, really well played. Where, yeah, I just didn't take any unnecessary risks, and that set us to a game 3 that I think we'll all be excited to see again. First of all, like, this first turn is like kind of whatever, but like, man, that's a big fake out. Whereas,
so much damage.
You're used to it. It's like, okay, you know, fake out happened. It broke the Focus Sash, but like, yeah, you know, Focus Sash, if it's there, obviously it isn't in this particular Sneasler, but yeah, this one, you know, would have broken the Focus Sash, like ripped it up. They're like pieces of Focus Sash all over the battlefield. But then this play is just so cool, where you know, self-targeting Archaludon is like not like it's something we've never seen before, but it's such a neat way to do it. You know, I think especially with Lopunny, it's not a Pokemon people are used to playing against, so you like kind of don't see the option the way you might if it was something more common. You get the defense boost for free here, which is so key. I guess we haven't talked about too much, but we did with the previous time we saw this team, where it's just a bunch of physical attackers, right? So
yeah,
the defense boosts are huge.
I love this. It's so smooth as well, isn't it? It feels so great to see it play out, and I think for Chase as well, to see this executed perfectly is brilliant. Now you've got the Sableye onto the field. You can get that Rain Dance up. The Archaludon sitting in such a strong spot, right? Because we saw the subsequent turn with the close combat, and it just brushed it off, you know, and then it was in that position. Unfortunately, I feel like I think it wasn't that Chase wasn't able to capitalize off the Archaludon as well as they would have liked. I think it was just down to how well Zachary adjusted in this situation, where you think, okay, now I'm on the back foot and I feel my back's against the wall. I've really got to make some plays here, get everything right to kind of get myself back into the game, because at this point, once the Rain Dance is set, you think, well, Electro Shot just feels pretty free into the Basculegion here, right?
Yeah, I think that's an interesting point too, where I was kind of like trying to think back through the game, like, oh, is this the right targeting? But it went into the Sneasler slot instead, where I think Basculegion winds up getting like immediately dunked anyway, so it's not like a huge swing potentially, but maybe it changes things just a little bit here, where Sneasler's going to survive this Electro Shot with 9 hit points. I guess the fake out needed to be just a little bit bigger from Lopunny, maybe an adamant Lopunny or something makes things a little bit different, but man, just incredible play here. And I want to give Zachary some credit too, where I think we're about to get to some plays where he does a little bit better and brings the game back. But I think it would have been so easy just to fold. Like, that's such a crazy thing to happen, and like especially like on stream, like it's a play everyone kind of like dreams of making with the U-turn and everything. And I think it would have been easy just to be like, oh man, like he got me. But does a great job of staying with the game and not doing anything crazy as we jump forward here.
Because it would have been so easy to tilt in that moment and just think, oh, the pieces are just going to fall apart. But that is pretty much the opposite of what Zach did.
Yeah, so we pivot a little bit here, and the Basculegion's locked into Aqua Jet, and I want to just talk about this a little bit too, because the casters kind of talk like, oh, use the last respects, and well, it can't, and that's kind of the problem with this, right? Where it had to lock into the Aqua Jet. It's actually a very similar situation to Game 2, and that the choice of it locking Aqua Jet, well, it won that turn, but now it's kind of stuck on the field, not doing much. The Aqua Jet damage into that Frostlass winds up being completely irrelevant. I score a knockout, but it almost ends up being bad, right? Where you get a free switch in for a full health King Gambit entering the field, and now you're in a bad spot, right? Like, well, I can't sucker punch the Basket Legion, but I don't need to anymore because it's not doing anything.
And you're in that awkward spot as well, where you do need to readjust your board position, because that Blizzard was so pivotal into your Chaladon. Now it's going to get knocked out by another one. The Basket Legion is just an easy target for Kowtow, and you can't really cover the King Gambit very well. So you're forced into this position where you have to almost say, do I lose Basket Legion? And maybe that would have been the better choice. You just let that go down and bring Lopunny in fresh. Or do you switch it in? This actually, if the targeting had been slightly differently, looked like it would have been good because there's Shadow Ball going into that. But Zach taking the opportunity where he had that advantage to go for the Swords Dance again with that King Gambit and put it into a really, really strong place. But I think it's the subsequent turn after this, Scott, that is the pivotal one, the decision making, isn't it?
Yeah, I think so. It's such a typical position too, right? I believe there's 3 turns left of snow here. And yeah, if you could stall out the snow, maybe you can get through this one, but it's just too many turns. And I kind of wonder on Zachary's side of the field too, where it's like, how well do you know your Lopunny calcs, right? I think for all of us, like other than Chase probably, basically 0. So it's like, do as much damage as they can just to like, no, I'm going to get that knockout, because it's not like you're facing something like Garchomp, where like you probably know exactly how much damage your Sucker Punch is going to do once you kind of infer its training, where, Lopunny, that's something that most of us have spent a whole lot of time thinking about, but I just thought this whole sequence is pretty interesting, where, yeah, it's just so close for Chase, but doesn't quite get it.
No, and it just shows the priority there, and you can see Zach how happy he is with that targeting. And then the Dragon Pulse just nowhere near enough, even with those Electroshock boosts, which then allows this move, the Kowtow Cleave. And even though it's not super effective, that's the importance of that Sword Stance the previous turn there, and everything kind of lining up for Zach now, where that damage has put that Lopunny in range now of a Sucker Punch to take it down, and that frees up then the Froslass to go for the Blizzard and clean up. And yeah, this is where it just feels like Chase has gotten no way back into the game, and yeah, Zach's laid everything out perfectly at this point.
Yeah, and I think it's the read on that play that makes a difference. It makes sense for both sides, right? Where one more Blizzard and our Chaladon's going to get it. It really didn't get that close. The single target didn't matter. I believe the first Blizzard did 127 damage. So we're a lot of leftovers turns away from our Chaladon being healthy enough to reasonably survive that. Both players know that. It was Scrappy that would have been, the second chance for the cool play. Like, oh, the Ghost type Pokemon gets knocked out by the Fighting type move, but Zachary not falling for the shenanigans twice, and correctly reads that, oh, it's too dangerous for him not to attack the Froslass, so I can get King Gambit in. Allows this Blizzard, which doesn't wind up mattering too much, but I kind of get to the checkmate, where our Chaladon, you don't want to switch out and lose all those boosts. You're going to lose then anyway, but just not enough resources left.
No, and that's it. Just one turn away, you feel, for Chase to be able to kind of get back in this game, but that's the way that Zach's kind of set up this endgame, where they've not allowed it to get to that point where it's giving the opponent a chance to get back into the game, and now it just feels inevitable. Where what do you do with Basket Legion in this scenario? Do you go for the last respect into the Froslass? And that's what happened. I think Zach covering the Sucker Punch here, really, really smart, saying, okay, well, you can go for an attack, but I am going to cover those attacks, and because Aqua Jet is not going to get you any further forward in this game.
Yeah, you realize you're going to win anyway, right? So, okay, like the only way I can lose here is make a mistake. I'm going to not risk that, and then yeah, Froslass would have handled this one, I think, regardless, where it just looks so good in this match. It's really great sequencing by Zachary there, right? Where he does a great job of not giving up too many resources. He has like exactly what he needs at the end there, and what a fantastic match. Congratulations to both those players. Where 5-1, 6-0. I can imagine they're both feeling pretty good. Chase using a really cool team, and Zachary just playing masterfully there. I think again, it would have been so easy to throw that game away, but he plans it out perfectly.
Yeah, he was just remarkable in that game, and it really sets you up well, I think, going into the rest of the tournament at this stage. If you're still playing like that now, after quite a long start to the morning, we've had so many rounds as well, but to still be consistently playing to this kind of level here before we get into these latter rounds of the Swiss, it's really encouraging for Zach. And I think, yeah, Chase obviously didn't get the win there, but I think with the build and the Pokemon that they've got access to, they were very close to kind of getting over the line. But yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see Chase have a deeper run into this tournament, knowing how good of a player they are.
Oh yeah, me too. I think that's probably a lot of players watching this match on stream like, ooh, that's a team I hope I don't see next to mine in the pairing. Just 100%. A matchup I was just hoping I wouldn't have to play. That's all from us. It's a lot of fun. Man, the matches have just been so great today, and I can't wait for more. So, casters, back to you.
Thank you so much, Lee and Scott with Scott's Thoughts. And now it's Rose and Len back for Swiss round. I wanted to say 10 so it would rhyme, but it didn't quite work out that way. Swiss round number 7.
Yeah, it does rhyme. You just have to add the extra syllable in there. We talked about a lot of megas this morning. I don't think we ever hit on Mega Lopunny, though. Not one we expected to see.
Not at all. I definitely was so excited to see Chase bring that as a really inspirational pick, I think. And hopefully Chase is able to claw back into this one. With only one loss under his belt, he can still win out the next round to make it into phase 2. As we take a quick look at our standings, we'll show you where all of our other competitors towards the top of the tables are sitting for now.
A lot of familiar names up there at the top. A few of our players to watch. Wolfe, of course, still undefeated. Tsukide also undefeated. Lots of strong plays so far.
And we're going to be continuing to focus on our undefeated players because while we saw a win and into phase 1 last round, we're seeing win and you are already in. Win, you get another win under your belt for phase 2 once that starts. Win, you are one step closer to making it to a top cut.
Yeah, still so many rounds left in this tournament between the rest of phase 1, phase 2 that will start today and then continue tomorrow. And you're going to need 2 or less losses to make it into the top cut. And all the players with 2 losses aren't even necessarily guaranteed in. So you want to make sure and keep picking those wins up early.
Well, we are going to be focusing on Dawei C versus Justin Tang on the main stage. Make sure that you check out all of the other featured matches that are happening on YouTube that are covered. So a couple of the other matches that you saw there on your screen do have coverage, but you're here right now to focus on Dawei C versus Justin Tang, and I feel like this is just going to be such a great match.
These are a couple of teams that we've already seen a little bit. Justin's a version of that Floette and Delphox boosting team, but now with attackers paired with it and the King Gambit. We saw this version on stream once earlier today. And then on Dawei's side, we saw this team in Indianapolis. A little bit changed there. She had Vivian, now they've switched over to the Sneasler instead, so pairing a little bit more damage with it. But I think it'll be interesting to watch this matchup because these are both teams that want to use support to let a mega boost up. And neither one might disrupt the other from just going for those boosts.
At Indianapolis, Dawei was able to get top 64, adding some very valuable championship points to their grand total to qualify for the World Championships versus Justin Tang, who has multiple World Championship invites over with the number of championship points that he has.
Yeah, Dawei just on the line we were looking before the match started and just barely in that top 80. Has done really well so far today, of course, at 6-0 to try to safeguard that, but needs a little bit more as well. And so these are important matches and going to be doing it with this team focused around Floette to set up, but also some alternative options like the coil on Milotic, the bulk up on Serial Edge so that you always have the right setup option for any given scenario. We saw in Indianapolis on broadcast the Serial Edge have a lot of success against a Charizard team. With no Charizard on the other side, maybe a little bit less likely, but also does fare very well into both Floette and the Delphox. Because the Psyshock hits into defense, if you have those bulk up boosts, you can take less damage from them. And of course, you are Flash Fire, so the heat waves from Delphox not doing a lot. So maybe still relevant in this matchup.
Especially when you look at some of the other big threats that are going to be on the field. I feel like Sinistra is also going to help out a lot. I think with the Life Dew, that was something that was really potent with these setups. Being able to have that supportive option to give over additional HP, so your Milotic, your Serial Edge, once you've got them set up, can actually stay on the field for a longer period of time.
Milotic, you mentioned, can set up with Coil. It's, of course, going to boost defense and then accuracy. So those Muddy Waters start hitting, but much more frustrating for Justin will be if those Hypnosises start hitting. Can put Pokemon to sleep consistently, can be really a thorn in the side. It's kind of a setup Pokemon that often sits next to the other setup Pokemon, buys time by just threatening Hypnosis successfully. And that can be a big disruption as Justin tries to set up his own Pokemon, the Floette and the Delphox, the focus here. We've seen these pair of setup Megas. And then like we saw earlier in the broadcast, King Gambit, the third option here to also give another physical setup option, just like the Serial Edge on the other side. An option that could be really disruptive into the options on Dawei's side, but the Serial Edge gets, has, while it is weak to dark and has to worry about that, also has the Bitter Blade to fight back. So it'd be really interesting to see those two up against each other. Otherwise, very similar options, both players with the Sinistra and the Incineroar to try to buy time for these setup options.
The Sinistra doesn't have Life Dew though, so that is a source of healing off the table. Similarly with the Floette, you don't have Draining Kiss as your single target Fairy type move. You've got Moonblast instead, which is going to hit a lot harder, but then you're missing out on that self HP regeneration.
The Quick Guard also might be relevant here. Both players have the double Fake Out, but only Justin has that quick guard to try to disrupt things and get involved. The Shadow Sneak from the Serial Edge also at risk of getting quick guarded if that were to come up. You can imagine a situation where Delphox, weak to Shadow Sneak of course, is low enough health that that's a big threat, and maybe that is a disruption against it.
At 6-0, in a field of over 1,000 competitors, Justin Tang and Dawei C have already punched their tickets to play in Phase 2 of Swiss at the North America International Championships. But how much further can they take this? A win here would give them just a little bit of breathing room as they look forward to that next phase. So let's dive into Game 1 between these two incredible trainers to see which one of them can maintain that undefeated record. Justin's going to lead off this series with the Sneasler next to the Mega Delphox, and for Dawei, it's the Milotic next to the Serial Edge.
So we don't see the Mega support setup options. Instead, we see the Milotic and the Serial Edge there together, both pretty safe on the field here. Neither that worried about what the other side is going to do to them, and can start to disrupt the Delphox pretty quickly here. You can set up, or you can just start threatening sleep. Instead, now Milotic just out into the back, going to get a valuable Intimidate into the Sneasler on the other side, and resist anything this Delphox can go for.
Delphox only has the option to go for Heat Wave. That's a spread-type, fire-type attack that's going to activate the Serial Edge's Flash Fire. There's no way around that. Sneasler does get the fake out into the Incineroar, and the Poison Touch going to activate here to poison the Incineroar on the switch-in. Delphox has the option to go for Nasty Plot, get that +2 special attack boost, but the Serial Edge can also set up here as it goes for Bulk Up.
All right, so the boosts are there. Both players opting to get their setup in, and Justin more interested in stopping the Milotic from getting set up. Of course, couldn't fake out the Serial Edge anyway. The fake out poison onto Incineroar could be relevant in a matchup where it could end up going quite slowly as both players try to position, and without the Delphox able to threaten the Incineroar very directly, getting the poison there could mean a lot of free damage, especially since the post-combat threat isn't as serious when you're trying to get Sneasler out on the field, try to have your own Intimidate down and fake up pressure on future turns.
As Incineroar comes in from Justin, you're going to bring the Serial Edge's attack back down to neutral, and you're also going to take that side shock from the Delphox. But a second bulk up is going to bring the Serial Edge back up to +1, and this Incineroar takes Throat Chop. Kind of a pretty null turn here as we see a little bit more damage onto this Incineroar from the poison.
I mean, I'm not sure it was such a null turn. I think Justin makes a lot of really valuable progress there. Gets a lot of damage into Serial Edge at pretty low cost. Dawei must have expected some other switch for the Sneasler slot. Of course, you're not trying to Throat Chop Sneasler. You weren't looking for a Throat Chop into Incineroar, maybe expecting the Cischke was going to come in and threaten redirection, and you wanted to be one step ahead of that. Instead, doesn't find a very good target for it, and Incineroar finds itself in a really great position here. Gets a valuable Intimidate onto both Pokemon, threatens now Fake Out into Incineroar on the other side, which makes it more difficult to just protect Serial Edge, do something like Protect and Parting Shot on this next turn. So I think Justin's in a really strong position.
Another rotating door as Incineroar hops off the field and Sneasler comes back in to take its place. Still has that Focus Sash intact, but it's going to be another Incineroar leaving for the Sinistcha to be revealed as Dawei's 4th Pokemon brought to this first game. Hospitality Healing gives Serial Edge a little bit more staying power as Delphox just protects itself. So can Dawei kind of get a bit more damage down on the board as the Sneasler comes in. Bitter Blade comes out. Great target for the Sneasler to bring it down to that Focus Sash and also get some really valuable regeneration onto the Serial Edge.
This is an absolutely huge turn. Between the Hospitality and the Bitter Blade, you're all the way back to full health on Serial Edge, and so that Psy Shock from a turn ago is gone. Instead, now Sinistcha comes into play in a pretty good position here. Can redirect for a turn. The Psy Shock, you know, even if you're willing to spend the Sinistcha quickly, you can buy an extra turn for Serial Edge, but also easy to just rotate right back out to the Incineroar, get another valuable Intimidate into the Sneasler, not be under that threat from Delphox. This is where the poison from earlier starts to matter, because as you switch Incineroar in, you're going to pay more health for it with the poison turn. But I think like this takes Justin's strong, advantaged position from the previous turn and flips it on his head. And now Sneasler right back out into the back again, has no fake out target, and so instead Incineroar going to hit the field.
Incineroar, another Intimidate drop down onto the Serial Edge as we see Sinistcha do the same. And as it comes back out, this Intimidate drop onto Justin's Incineroar will stick. Kind of nice to get that fresh Incineroar in there. As Serial Edge goes for the Shadow Sneak, this Delphox gets taken down to below half. but it's still going to have to take... Oh, wow, look at this. A Nasty Claw comes out from the Delphox.
Been a couple bulk ups. There's a lot of health in that Serial Edge. You're going to need more damage if you want to break it. So that was the window to get it. But you can see the damage threat is still huge. That's going to be a 2-hit KO into the Delphox on the other side, despite the Intimidates into Serial Edge in the meantime. Both players cycling Incineroar onto the field, maybe threatening fake outs back and forth into each other. I don't think we've learned the speed relationships of both Incineroars yet. They've been kind of asymmetrical on the field so far. If one player has the speed advantage there to fake out the other Incineroar, that could be pretty significant advantage. But right now, it feels like Serial Edge just isn't that significantly threatened at +2 defense against these Pokemon.
Another Side Shock from the Delphox comes out, and the Serial Edge still takes it like a champ. Serial Edge goes for yet another bulk up, try to get back some of those attack drops that this Incineroar has taken away. And the Throw Chop right into this Serial Edge. Culver Berry going to help make that just so easy. While you do get to drop the attack, you still keep those defense boosts that you've gained from all the bulk ups that have happened so far. And so Serial Edge really not feeling too worse for wear as it ends this turn, as its partner Incineroar gets that parting shot.
Yeah, the parting shot into Incineroar, likely back to Cischke to put more health onto Serial Edge. The next turn, you can use a Shadow Sneak to suppress Delphox offense. You can threaten a Life Dew again, and then suddenly all the health is back on Serial Edge again. It just feels like Justin can't make enough progress on the Serial Edge. Got some damage, got it healed. Get more boosts so we can get the damage again, and it quickly looking like it's all going to evaporate again. Dawei just barely on the edge of being able to keep the Serial Edge healthy enough. If you aren't suppressing the Delphox, then you're just at threat of another Side Shock to KO this turn. But Shadow Sneak does a great job of suppressing that. No Sneasler on the field to protect with Quick Guard, and just one turn of bot time will be enough for Cischke to heal the Serial Edge by space for the Serial Edge to protect. Again, it's looking like an uphill battle for Justin, but not over yet. That Side Shock was still significant damage. If you can find some extra chip inside of that, then you can make the space. The Cischke, though, important to note, also provides a redirection in future turns. But for now, no protect, just Shadow Sneak, KOing the Delphox.
Big KO there as the Mega Evolution from Justin's team is felled. That's going to be one Pokemon removed from the field as you see this Incineroar have to reveal something else that Justin may have brought in the back. It could just be that Sneasler, or it could be a fourth Pokemon in that King Gambit, or that Cischke. Unlikely to be that Floette, since we saw the Delphox Mega Evolve.
I'm just not sure how much it matters at this point. What is ever going to do the damage to the Serial Edge at this point? You have only physical attackers, or the Cischke, which wouldn't have Shadow Ball, so it would just be a resisted Machagacha. You have +3 defense on Serial Edge. What is going to find the damage? You would have to be King Gambit, quickly trying to Swords Dance up. But yeah, Justin knows there's nothing to show that damage. It's over. Just allows the Shadow Sneak. We don't even learn what the Pokemon are in the back or what the Cischke was going to do the rest of that turn, because new in Pokemon Champions, you can just concede anytime. Don't have to input that switch in. And so Dawei takes game one. Serial Edge able to hang on in front of Delphox.
I think it's just so tough, right? Because I think the Serial Edge really does check both of these Mega Evolutions. Even if you had Floette here, that is a Fire-type Pokemon.
Floette would be even worse, right? And of course, there's also no Draining Kiss on Floette for Justin, so you can't play a exchange of healing back and forth. It'll just be Bitter Blade to heal. This is such an interesting dynamic because we very rarely see this drawback, this Psyshock. Usually when you're thinking about Psychic versus Psyshock, you're just thinking about what Pokemon in the format are going to do more damage to, and it feels like an easy choice in this format because there's Floette everywhere, and you'd much rather just hit the lower defense stat of the Floette. But the Psyshock instead means that the bulk ups are mitigating the special attack boosts on the Delphox on the other side because you're immune to the heat wave. And so really interesting dynamic that I'm not sure we've actually seen on a broadcast match before of the Serial Edge able to boost in the face of the special attacker.
I mean, it was so powerful that Dawei didn't bring a Mega Evolution to that first game and won that game off the back of that Serial Edge. We're going to see Justin switch things up a bit, not the Mega Delphox in the lead, but the Mega Floette instead next to that Sneasler, as Dawei says, okay, I'm gonna run back. My Lodex Serial Edge worked out great for me in first game.
Yeah, I really wonder what the plan is for Justin here. It feels like if Delphox was hard to beat Serial Edge with, Floette is going to be even harder, and you've done nothing to try to force Dawei off of this plan. She's content to just go back to Milotic and Serial Edge, offer both of these threats of setup once again.
But I feel like at least this time, you do have the ability to calm mind. Those special attack boosts actually adding up versus the bulk up defense boosts from the Cyrilage.
Yeah, but more slowly than Nasty Plot was, and you're resisted the entire time. But at least if you can match boost, you eventually are just going to one-hit KO, because there's no special defense boosting on the other side.
Well, there's a Dire Claw that comes out, so maybe this could get the poison activated onto the Cyrilage, and it does. One way that you can get rid of some of the HP on the Cyrilage if it starts to take itself out at the end of these turns. Floette has the space to use the Calm Mind. That's going to be a nice boost to its special defense, but more importantly, its special attack, as Cyrilage matches that on the physical side.
Well, this may be a little unfair to say, but I asked for what Justin's game plan was going to be, and he shows it immediately. Dire Claw into the Cyrilage, rewarded with the poison, and there's a damage answer against the Cyrilage. But of course, the Bitter Blades, the Hospitality, they can undo poison damage really significantly. So you aren't going to be able to just kind of wait around for poison to do the work. But the Floette at +1 special attack probably offers pretty significant damage in the Cyrilage with Moonblast at this point. If you can reach for a KO right now, you're going to be in really good shape. But on the other hand, if Cyrilage just swings into the Floette, gets a bunch of damage with Bitter Blade, and heals a bunch back, it's going to be a problem. I wouldn't be surprised to see Justin rotate the Sneasler into Incineroar to get the Intimidate, make sure that damage is mitigated coming back.
I have a different option for you. What if you protect the Cyrilage, and because your Milotic just got a coil, you just go unleash a Hypnosis onto the opposite side.
Another poison into the Milotic. Hypnosis, definitely a threat here, and no switch means that the Cyrilage has not got its attack stat mitigated.
No, but the Cyrilage gets to hang on through this turn. So if it's a Bitter Blade that comes out from the Cyrilage, it's going to heal all of this back up as Bitter Blade launches into the Sneasler, brings it down to the Focus Sash, and does heal up a good majority of the damage just dealt to it by that Floette with Moonblast. It means it's going to stick on through the rest of the turn, and Milotic does land the Hypnosis.
Wow, this is a really interesting turn. Okay, so I think a few things happen here. I believe Dawei was trying to cover for an Incineroar switch. That's why you throw the Hypnosis there as well. Cyrilage, though, because there's no Hypnosis into the Floette, it's still going to be able to attack this turn. And Cyrilage, with the extra bit of poison damage, is, I believe, just in KO range for a Moonblast now, based on what we saw on that previous turn. But Cyrilage also took so much damage. If that had just been Dire Claw plus Moonblast into Cyrilage last turn, I think it would have gotten KO'd. It got so low off that Moonblast. You could see the lower special defense on the Cyrilage having an impact. And meanwhile, Sneasler takes all the brunt of that a turn. Takes the Bitter Blade all the way down to Focus Sash and the Hypnosis down to Sleep, but gets another really valuable poison out of it. The Milotic has less chance to heal, and so it's just going to get slowly whittled down by this.
Now it's time for the Incineroar to come in and get that attack drop, but you do have to give over a competitive boost to this Milotic. Justin hedged his bets, though. Milotic swaps out. Sinister coming in to give over that Hospitality healing, so you don't have to worry about those special attack boosts you just gave over. Floette with the Moonblast now, going to land into this Sinistron. Wow, just a one-hit knockout like that. As soon as that Sinister switched in, the Hospitality healing is all it gets a chance to do in this game. But that leaves this Floette vulnerable. Another Bitter Blade unleashed as Cyrilage brings itself back up to basically full before the poison.
Yeah, so another really interesting turn. Dawei gives up a really valuable resource. Milotic with both the special attack boost and the accuracy boost because need the Hospitality right that moment. She's worried about Moonblast into Cyrilage and wants to get enough help to be able to take that turn. Justin worried about Bitter Blade as well, wants to get Intimidate in and mitigate some of the damage back. But then the Moonblast doesn't go there. It goes into Sinistra, like you called out, gets a one-hit KO there, takes away another really valuable resource for Dawei. But in the meantime, between Cyrilage getting Hospitality, being unattacked for the turn, and getting the Bitter Blade off, is back very healthy again. Now, we saw Moonblast do a ton of damage. Moonblast plus Throat Chop might still just be enough damage to KO Cyrilage here. And meanwhile, Milotic not nearly as capable of fighting back in this situation.
I would worry, though, about the Culver Berry. Maybe one thing that can help to mitigate that damage from the Throat Chop, especially when you know that you have that additional defense boost, and you're going to secure another one from a second bulk up in this game. Incineroar gets the Parting Shot, though, so it's not going to be any damage, but you do drop that attack stat back down. You're still at +2 defense, though. You got to worry about that from the Cyrilage.
You don't have to worry about it for Moonblast, though, and the Floette has shown so much damage with its own Moonblast into Cyrilage. The poison really significant here as it will lower the Cyrilage's health bar. And Milotic getting some recovery back, but missed the Hypnosis, gave up that foil from a turn earlier. but these poison damages are just continuing to stack up. I think right now the Moonblast is probably a threat to just KO the Serial Edge, and the Hospitality should mean that Shadow Sneak is not a threat to KO back the other way. You also have redirection if you want it from the Sinistcha side, so it feels like a really strong turn from Justin to recognize that he doesn't have to immediately press the issue. He's able to protect the Floette, and there's not much threat back to the Incineroar on the other side, and so the parting shot really valuable again to mitigate offense, to get healing in with Sinistcha. And of course, you can just bring Incineroar back in, Intimidate once again if you want to further mitigate. At that point, the Bitterblade might not even be a KO back into the flow at the other side, which could buy you time to just Moonblast the Milotic again, continue to take down all of Serial Edge's partners.
As Incineroar comes out, you're giving over that competitive boost to the Milotic, and this time the Milotic is going to stay on the field and protect itself. Not going to go down at the end of this turn by a Moonblast by the hands of that Floette, and Floette was trying to go after that Pokemon, so Serial Edge is clear. Bitterblade once again. So going to miss the KO onto the Floette because of the Intimidate drop, bringing it down to -1, but Serial Edge is still getting a lot of HP recovery.
Serial Edge is getting recovery, but I think these turns are still working in Justin's favor. You can see the impact of the cycling with Incineroar and Sinistcha. There's a reason that that pair is really common in this format. The Floette able to recover enough, and then the extra parting shot plus Intimidate, further lowering Serial Edge's attack stat means that Floette still looks relatively comfortable here. You can imagine going back to Sinistcha and healing it more again, or faking out the Milotic if you want to stop it for a turn, so you can throw a Moonblast somewhere. Really important for Dawei that she stayed at least one turn ahead. Saw the game plan from Justin, which is to mitigate the Serial Edge, keep the Floette healthy, and then KO all the partners sitting next to Serial Edge. So buys a turn of space against that strategy by protecting Milotic through that previous turn, but that's just one turn of space. Milotic's still very vulnerable to just getting outsped and KO'd by Floette here, and the Serial Edge continues to be mitigated to a point where if you just go to Sinistcha and throw a Moonblast at Milotic, the Serial Edge is not going to do that much to respond to it.
But you still have to worry about knowing that the Sinistcha coming in is something that you can kind of plan around, right? Because the Sinistcha does make a reappearance. The Hospitality is going to give over just a little more HP to that Floette. And Floette, while it attacks here into the Milotic, okay, gets the KO. That's a pretty good start with that critical hit to boot.
I don't think it matters.
I don't think so either, but hey, you know what? You do you, Floette. You've earned that KO. And Serial Edge is going to get that Bitterblade into the Floette on the other side. I was going to say, you have to worry about that Sinistcha. That's something you can plan around with that Ghost type on the other side.
Yeah, you could just hit with Bitterblade into Sinistcha instead and try to get more recovery that way, but the issue right now isn't really Serial Edge's health bar. Justin's kind of changed the way this game was working. It felt like in the early turns, it was about trying to lower Serial Edge's health bar, but as Dawei focused on Serial Edge's health bar, Justin just focused on sustain and damage into the partners and said Serial Edge can be as healthy as it wants. And so it doesn't matter where the recovery is, where's the damage coming from. The Floette still takes a bunch of damage from that Bitterblade, but probably is still outside of Shadow Sneak air range, especially since you can easily imagine Incineroar coming right back in again. The cycling next to Floette has been on for Justin this entire time. You know, of course, those are really the only two Pokemon. The fourth Pokemon for Justin is the sleeping 1 HP Sneasler. So it's just those two partners to work through next to Floette, but so far it's all it's needed, but that is damage mounting on Floette. If this continues at this pace and it's just Bitterblades constantly, then maybe you can eventually get to a KO on the Floette, but the Floette, of course, can just protect itself to buy extra turns of Hospitality as well.
At this point, Serial Edge is going to be at -2, and Floette says, I really don't want to take that risk versus a fake out plus that Bitterblade that could come through. And so you see a bulk up instead, as Dawei's going to try to split the difference. Fake out into the Floette gets stopped, but you do have to bulk up now onto the Serial Edge to try to neutralize some of those intimidations.
Yeah, Dawei's doing a great job of keeping some positional hope alive. The protect from Floette very telegraphed there because of the position, so you want to get a bulk up, but you want to make sure you don't just lose if the Floette goes ahead and attacks and doesn't protect instead. So the fake out there covers for that. Serial Edge gets a boost, but once again, the poison is really significant here because every time we get this couple turns of cycling where the Serial Edge tries to boost to undo the Intimidates and parting shots that it's taking constantly so that it continues to be a damage threat, it's taking significant poison damage in the meantime. And at some point, Justin will just pull the trigger and throw a Moonblast there. And if you don't have recovery ready right then at that moment, which Sinistcha's down, Milotic's down, there's no more recovery available, that will just be a KO into the Serial Edge and nothing you can do about it.
Let's find out if this is going to be the turn. Moonblast gets launched into the Serial Edge and does not actually get the knockout. not a Bitter Blade on this turn. Then Swaroop will get knocked out to the poison at the end of it. But finally, Dawei's earned the KO onto that Mega Floette. It's a little bit of HP recovery that maybe you're able to survive the poison recoil. But yeah, it looks very, very close. Swaroop does hang on. Such a small amount left to give Dawei hope to close out this set 2-0.
Oh man, because Swaroop is probably the fastest moving thing at this point as well. The Cischke on Justin's side does have Protect, so it's not just a vulnerable target for Bitter Blade. That probably means if you want to stay around, you've got to throw the Bitter Blade at the Incineroar instead, which doesn't have Protect. But if Justin just cycles that into the 1 HP Sneasler, then all you get is 1 HP of recovery, and then the poison will tick down the Swaroop.
Going to be a Protect for the Cischke on this turn. And the throat chop from the Incineroar is still faster than the Swaroop regardless. So no berry to save it, not enough HP to survive the throat chop. And so Swaroop gets felled. Last Incineroar for Dawei. The throat chop is just not going to be able to add up to enough. Flare Blitz either. So Dawei throws in the forfeit and we go to a game 3.
I really like that game plan from Justin, recognizing that kind of on paper the match for Floette against Swaroop is difficult, but really important that one, you can still boost your special attack and eventually achieve enough damage to KO the Swaroop cleanly, and two, it's so much better at just KOing the partners. The Delphox was going to have a difficult time just working its way through Floette and Incineroar and Cischke, but no similar problem for the Floette. Can just throw Moonblast out there and do so much damage. We saw this Moonblast one-hit KO into Cischke. That really felt like where it broke it open. At that point, Justin had Hospitality available. Dawei did not. And so as those two boosting Pokemon opposite each other slowly got whittled down, the lack of Hospitality for Dawei meant that this throat chop couldn't be prevented. And the Hospitality for Dawei meant the Floette just stayed on the field for so long.
Great job of Intimidate cycling to make sure that the Swaroop also just couldn't get enough HP recovery throughout the game. And I think as well, you kind of limit a lot of its options. Shadow Sneak didn't feel like a really easy attack to weave in at any point either with the Cischke still at HP.
Only because there was so much offense mitigation. If you have enough attack that a Bitter Blade plus a Shadow Sneak is just a KO in Floette, this looks a lot differently. So from Dawei's perspective, I'd be trying to focus on the Incineroar. I don't think it's the Floette that just beat you. I think it's the Incineroar that just beat you. And if you can keep special attack boosts on Milotic, then Muddy Water's a problem. If you can land a close combat with Sneasler, you can answer that Incineroar, but for now, it's just going to be the same beats as the last game for both players. Now remember that a really crucial part of how that game 2 played out was back-to-back Dire Claw poisons from the Sneasler that meant so much extra damage mounting onto both Milotic and Swaroop. If we don't get that, then maybe the Swaroop has a lot easier time in this game.
Because Dawei doesn't have to focus so much on making sure that the Swaroop can survive to the next turn. You get to think more about the long game. Justin's going to use that Mega Evolution on this first turn just to make sure that Floette has all the stats that it needs to progress through this third and final game of the set. But what happens from here? Because Sneasler still can launch out an attack. It's going to be the Dire Claw again into Dawei's Swaroop. But does Poison Touch activate this time around? It doesn't. So that's going to be a good boon for Dawei heading into the remainder of this game. Let's see if that can be kept up. A Calm Mind from the Floette is going to set it up as Swaroop gets to go for the bulk up too. And what did this Milotic go for? Because it could just be boosts all around.
I have to imagine it is Coil, 3 boosting moves in one turn, 3 very different boosting moves, all giving stat boost to a couple of different stats. And now this seems like a much stronger position for Dawei, and its only difference is the lack of poison onto the Swaroop. Now you're threatening Hypnosis. Of course, the Hypnosis that Dawei got in game 2 was just into Sneasler, not nearly as valuable. If you can land a Hypnosis into Floette, it feels like it might almost be game-winning.
Especially because you know that the double up is likely not going to knock out your Milotic in this position. Floette doesn't even go for an attack though, it just goes for a secondary Calm Mind, but it just has Hypnosis into the Floette to shut it down right here before it gets a chance to attack. Hypnosis is actually going to miss! Even with the +1 to the accuracy from the Coil, Sneasler loves Justin that much to jump out of the way.
Yeah, 1 Coil not enough to make Hypnosis 100% accurate. You need 2 for that, and so it can still miss. It wasn't the Sneasler anyway, and that Calm Mind is huge. We saw the impact Floette Moonblast had in game 2, and that was all at +1. Justin never had the time and space for a second one. Instead recognizes that in that position, there was a chance for a second one and takes it. Those Moonblasts are going to be threatening 1-hit KOs everywhere now.
Well, the Sinistra comes in, has the hospitality healing to bring that Zero Ledge back up to full, and the Moonblast goes into that Sinistra's direction. Another one-hit knockout secured for this Floette. As it was, the Sinistra was there to actually neutralize the close combat, but at what cost? Zero Ledge is going to get back quite a bit of does actually need the HP. It's going to do a lot of damage to the Floette on the other side, but it feels like it's not really the perfect just desserts there.
Really important damage, but it seems like we're going to be back to the same cycle of Intimidate and Hospitality very quickly. Yet Justin recognizing that the Hypnosis is the bigger threat to the game plan at this point than the damage from Zero Edge, and so tries to put Close Combat and Moonblast into the Milotic spot. Both Milotic would have gone down there, and anything that could have switched into the Milotic slot, of course including Sinistra, which did go down, would have gone down to that double up Close Combat and Moonblast. And so Justin takes the first KO. So often in these slower games, the person who takes the first KO and limits their opponent's options is at a big advantage. We see a crucial pivot for Dawei. There was no Sneasler in that last game. There's no way to break to move before the Floette and threaten damage there. No way to break the Incineroar on the other side, but now there is. Sneasler comes in and is going to be very impactful through the rest of this game, and goes back to, now you have a Zero Edge with a boost and no damage on it, and now you have the right partner to try to support it.
But Floette is going to protect itself. It still leaves this Sneasler to take this Throat Chop, which is going to break the Focus Sash. Maybe we get a chance to see this Zero Edge finish the job. As Dire Claw comes out from Justin's Sneasler, you do a lot to Dawei's own, but this Zero Edge still gets that bulk up.
I mean, what a brave turn from Dawei. Doesn't touch the Floette at all. Is threatening Shadow Sneak as a KO, or Dire Claw into a KO. Goes, you are going to be so worried about this, you're going to protect that Floette. I don't have to put anything there that turn, and instead gets a ton out of this. The extra attack boost makes it really hard for Justin to start that game with weaving in, because he's going to be one turn further behind the entire time. And the defense boost, it means that if it's not Floette, nothing else is going to be able to get through this Zero Edge.
Great, well, the Floette is going to leave the field. It gives up all of its boost, and Sinistra comes in to bring the Sneasler back up to full. That actually reactivates the chance for this Focus Sash to work, as Zero Edge does use that Shadow Sneak. Sinistra's going to have to take that instead. But the Cassette Fairy is going to help neutralize some of that damage, but you're still doing a lot. Very safe play there for the Zero Edge to let go. As Sneasler now going to throw out a Dire Claw, but you can see that is a lot less because of the bulk up defense boost that it got. But a secondary effect of Dire Claw is going to activate, paralyzing this Zero Edge.
Okay, so really important turn here. There's enough pressure in the Floette. It protected last turn, can't safely protect again. You're threatened by both Dire Claw and Shadow Sneak, so you have to get it off the field. It is Shadow Sneak that goes there. We don't normally see the Ghost Resist Berry activate for Shadow Sneak, but here going to help keep Sinistra alive. And then the Dire Claw goes into Zero Edge and gets paralysis. This should be really negative for Dawei if we see a couple important fully paralysis, but it also takes away the option for poison. Can't end up poisoned while you're paralyzed, and so despite poison being more likely with Poison Touch, the para might just be protection against that, as long as you don't get fully paralyzed on a crucial turn. But right now it feels like Zero Edge has all of the window to make this work. There's no damage threat against it. No more boat boosts on Floette. +2 defense against these physical attackers. Sinistra can't do it, and it's at full health. There's nothing there to stop this Zero Edge yet.
Well, Incineroar is certainly going to try. And Intimidate drop very valuable into both of these physical attackers for Dawei, as the close combat is going to come out next. But Sneasler is going to be able to push through that. And Justin's takes a pretty critical defense drop, as the Dire Claw is going to break the Focus Sash. Maybe Zero Edge can finish the job. It goes through the paralysis. Bitter Blade connects onto the Sneasler and knocks it out. We are now at a tied Pokemon game with 3 apiece, heading into the final couple turns of Game 3.
Yeah, what was a difficult position for Justin gets more difficult. Was really hoping to get the Sneasler KO there, which would keep Incineroar safe from any future close combats, because you're going to need that tool if you want to try to create pressure with Floette ever again. Of course, that's got such an uphill battle already, and as Floette hits the field, you don't even know whether you needed the KO on the Sneasler to stop close combat or you needed it to stop the Dire Claw into Floette. But for now, the fake out pressure buys you a turn. Sneasler doesn't want to just go down to fake out here, and so is going to need to protect itself through this turn. That may buy you a chance to, for instance, Calm Mind up.
But it can't. Dawei's Sneasler doesn't have Protect.
So instead you'll have to switch into the oh no, just going to leave it around, going to risk just taking a fake out into Sneasler here.
I wonder if you just care more about being able to keep that Milotic a little bit more healthy, since that still has a lot of HP lurking in the back. And so Sneasler goes ahead and chances it. Floette protects itself from this Bitter Blade, but that was a very brave turn again from Dawei to leave this Sneasler on the field.
Very brave turn, and Incineroar doesn't get to attack that turn, takes a Throat Chop, and doesn't Parting Shot out And now the Serial Edge gets kind of a free bulk up there. We talked about how the bulk ups, they're not so much about boosting the defense, there's not so many physical attackers there, but you've got to keep your attack stat high as Intimidates and possible future parting shots come in. And yeah, this continues to get more and more difficult for Justin. You lost your turn of possible fake out pressure, so Sneasler will get to swing this turn and will be able to swing towards Floette, which just protected itself, and so yeah, has to once again switch out. Can't risk a Dire Claw going there, but Justin is quickly losing pieces.
I mean, Sinistras just doesn't have that much health either because it already took a huge Shadow Sneak on the switch in. It's going to have to take this Dire Claw too. Well, it's not enough on its own to be able to get the knockout. I mean, it just feels like it's so much worse for wear. We see the Flare Blitz finally knock out this Sneasler after it had just a little bit
Justin
of
crossing
HP
his
remaining.
fingers. Needs
He's
it.
hoping that this is just not going to be something that gets a KO, but unfortunately the Sinistras does go down.
Yeah, I was hoping for the fully para there. Really's going to need a little bit of luck to close this one out. Now down to 2 Pokemon. No more Hospitality, no more Intimidate, no more chance at a win.
So Justin Tang forfeits the match and Dawei C wins the set 2-1.
What a fun view on this team, bringing no megas. Showing why these teams that are built around a couple of boosting megas can have a secondary option for the right matchup and decides that this is the matchup. We're putting all the eggs in the Serial Edge basket and going to boost it up along the way.
Really fun to be able to see Dawei's take on the Serial Edge, and after the small update that she ended up making to the team, that Sneasler showing off a lot of impact as that final adjustment in that third game to really lock down that win for her.
Managed to just adjust the game plan enough. The Sneasler is enough of a mix-up in the middle of the game to throw off the way that Justin had played it, but also the lack of poison, and she was able to be a little bit more aggressive with the Serial Edge in turns 2, 3, 4 in a way that meant that Justin never found that same space. It always felt like it was in the brink for Justin game 2. It was Floette barely hanging on through Bitter Blade, being threatened by a KO at the right turn, having to just buy enough space to Moon Blast, and one extra turn of space and not that poison coming in made all the difference, where it certainly suddenly turned to a blowout in the favor of Serial Edge.
It really did, and after that paralysis came through, Serial Edge was like, okay, Dawei, you've trained me up really well. I will make sure that I don't get fully paralyzed for you. We're gonna win this game together. Super well done, and I always love to see the type of creative team building that we end up seeing from Dawei. I feel like it's always, you know, one maybe underutilized Pokemon in the meta that really just makes her team building shine.
Yeah, manages to find that right piece with so many Pokemon out there. There's always going to be one that fits the format very well. Interesting that we didn't see anyone else pick up Serial Edge in the meantime. It's probably still one of the only ones in the field, but lots of Megas out there that it has such strong matchups against. Floette, Delphox, Charizard, all of these Pokemon are really strong matchups for Serial Edge.
I was gonna say, even Garchomp, if you get enough bulk ups.
You need quite a few of those before you're not worried about Earthquake anymore.
You know what I mean? But Garchomp's running Rock Slide, that's not getting the same type of attack bonus, and even if it's still super effective damage, I'm just saying, Serial Edge, definitely a Pokemon to look out for, as well as Dawei as a Pokemon trainer. But this is still not the end of the road for Justin. Of course, with 6 wins, he is already locked in for phase 2 of our competition, but this is where you just got to keep racking up the extras. This is just additional benefit to make your way towards that top cut when you do need to have a record of 2 losses or better.
Yeah, you need to have, you can't take a 3rd loss, and not every player with 2 losses is guaranteed to make it into the top cut. And so you really got to keep those wins coming, and so important to now move on to 7-0 for Dawei.
We're going to take a quick look back at that match with more of Scott's thoughts. So, Scott, what are your thoughts on Serial Edge?
My thoughts are, I thought it was the North America International Championships, not the North America Interviewless Championship, so it's okay. We got some thoughts here. We're going to go back through that match. A lot of fun. Really interesting matchup in general. We don't get to see Serial Edge basically at all, kind of the only trainer Dawei there using that one. And I think it was really neat to see how this team is constructed, where it's a really tough Pokemon to fit in your team, right? I don't think anyone's contesting that Serial Edge is a very strong Pokemon. It's just very difficult to build a team around. I think Milotic in particular is really valuable next to it because it complements its strengths by both helping with kind of like the fire, water, grass type triangle thing, but also by deterring those Intimidates, at least in theory. I don't know if an Intimidate was deterred all that much over the course of the match that we saw there, but because of that, we see on her team. This is a little bit different than we normally see, right? It's very similar to actually the team construction of like the Sajin team, where you've got the 2 Mega Evolutions and all these supportive Pokemon, except for in order to fit the Ceruledge instead of the Mega Evolved Pokemon, we see this interesting strategy for this match where there's just no Mega Evolved Pokemon selected at all. I don't think we saw that happen at all in Indianapolis. I think we were close where we had one player not bring it for game 1 or game 2, and then it did show up at game 3. So at least as far as I'm aware, the first fully Mega-less win we've seen on stream. So you can do it. I think it shows some expertise and some confidence to be willing to do that. So props on that. Other side of the field, I can't believe Justin lied to us. He said he's just going to use the top 6 most used Pokemon, but look at him using a team a little different. Definitely a popular strategy, but it's sort of interesting in a lot of ways where even though it's not a mirror between 6 Pokemon back and forth, it is a 6 Pokemon strategy mirror back and forth. They're both them kind of trying to do the same sort of thing. I think to get us back into the game here, we see pretty early on here what both sides are trying to do, right? Where we've got that battle of nasty plot versus bulk up. I think Len made an interesting point too. Like, this is just like not a thing you consider when you use Psyshock over Psychic on Delphox, but we, over the course of this first game, kind of really see the pitfalls of targeting the physical defense stat instead of the special defense stat. Almost always better in this format, just because the Pokemon that you want to hit with Psychic type attacks tend to be weaker on the physical side, and you already have Heat Wave as your strong special attack. But it did not work out so well here, where Ceruledge very immune to Heat Wave, and that makes things tricky. Jumping ahead a little bit, I think it's just really cool in this first game to see the power of this strategy, where Ceruledge starts this turn with 65 hit points. It is burned all the way down, and this just winds up being a really devastating turn. Incineroar is going to switch out for that Sinistcha, give a little snack to its friend Ceruledge, and Ceruledge, just don't worry, I can steal the rest of my hit points back on my own with a huge attack here. Calls the Protect of the Delphox. I think throughout the course of this set, both players making some really great reads on when the opposing attacking Pokemon was going to protect it, getting the most out of his turn. And then, by healing up fully, it allows it to make one more cool turn a little bit later in the game where it survives a double, right? A Psychic would be a knockout here, but Psyshock instead, Ceruledge able to tank it, get another bulk up off, and then Throat Chop is going to come in here and get shrugged off as well thanks to this held item. So you don't see this every day. Really interesting combination of attacks. Takes all of about 22 damage, I think, from that Throat Chop. Really cool. Definitely, Pokemon's tricky to use, though. Maybe one of those things to file under. Don't try this at home. I tried it a little bit after Indianapolis, and the games that looked good were really good. The games that looked bad were really bad. Maybe you'll do a little bit better than I did, but I think just a really fun strategy. And then, kind of closing out this first game, and the last time we're going to see poor Delphox over the course of this set. Ceruledge going to get that big Shadow Sneak off, going to negate that awesome natural speed that Delphox has with the priority move, and things are kind of just over from here. Len mentioned it during the game too, but I do really like the forfeit here we're eventually going to see as well without revealing the final Pokemon. Maybe it doesn't matter, right? In the end, Justin loses the set anyway, but I just think it's smart, right? At this position, he realizes, hey, I'm not going to win the game anyway. It's not to my advantage to reveal this information and play this one out, so I'm not going to. I think it's just a wise thing to do. It's not like, I think sometimes players will see players do this on rank battles, oh, they rage quit, but no, it's obviously you don't have to maintain information, but when the game's over, the game's over, right? So we jump through to the second game, and we see some adjustments where it's Floette now, and while this seems a little unintuitive at first, it makes a lot of sense. I think also smart as we see Justin's strategy, which, it is to get that poison out, right? You have a pretty good chance of poisoning between Direct Claw and Poison Touch. And in this second game, Sneasler was the strongest Sneasler in all the lands, where I think it gets Poison Touch on its first try, 2 different occasions, both of these Pokemon. And we see because of that, it just becomes a very uphill game for Dawei, where she's just never able to really maintain control. The coil goes up for Milotic, but it's also going to have some trouble here on the second turn, where Ceruledge is going to try and boost up, but we're going to see first the poison on the Milotic, and then there's a timer on both of these Pokemon, right? We've seen how powerful this is with other strategies, Toxapex, for instance, but instead here, just the pressure on both these Pokemon. Moonblast going to nearly knock Ceruledge out, and it's harder just to trade these resources back and forth with healing, even though the advantage in this matchup is normally that Ceruledge is natural healing, right? It's not completely reliant on Sinistcha to heal it up. It can heal itself by attacking. You don't get as many attacks off when you're poisoned like this. Both sides are protecting a lot to position, and even with that big Hypnosis hit there, still not a super great position. Sneasler kind of a middling importance in this matchup. A little bit later, we see Justin switching this out for the Incineroar, giving the competitive boost, but it doesn't matter because he correctly reads the switch into Milotic. It's going to wind up being a huge one-hit KO onto the Sinistcha. Poor Sinistcha had this happen twice where the Sinistcha on Dawei side of the field didn't have quite as great of a series as Justin's did, but able to help out just enough over the course of the 3 games. This one not going to look so good, though, and the writing starts to be on the wall for this second game as Sinistcha goes down here, and it's just too important, right? Where with both these Pokemon poisoned, unlike in the eventual 3rd game, the healing was really critical to keep on the board and just not able to get it. Floette taking that attack very well, thanks to the help of Incineroar, cycling those Intimidates, and kind of the final key point here is yet another Intimidate comes down onto the Ceruledge in the following turn, or parting shot rather, is that the Milotic's going to miss this Hypnosis onto the Sinistcha. I don't think it was like super critical, whereas Sinistcha wasn't rage powdering this match anyway. It was just participating in the hospitality fake out cycle, but it makes it a little hard to predict when you have to play around the possibility of rage powder for the rest of the game. Eventually, this kind of just gets locked up by the lack of any ability to break through this cycle of the supportive Pokemon. And then we see a great adjustment in the 3rd game eventually where Dawei realizes, okay, I can't afford to pick this. I need some way that I can apply pressure, and we'll eventually see Sneasler in the next game. But to start out this game, we actually get exactly the same inputs as the 2nd game, but see how different it can go if the roles are a little bit different from the players there, where we're not going to see any sort of RNG on the first game of this, first turn of the 3rd game. Instead, all the Pokemon just safely getting their stat boosting moves off, and it really changes the way that this turn plays out. I think both sides kind of crossing their fingers every time Sneasler is able to act, but hey, you can't get Poison Touch every time. The second turn, I think, also pretty interesting, where both sides are going to kind of trade one of these cool moves where Dawei feels threatened, so protecting the Ceruledge. Justin calls it, gets a Calm Mind off for free here, and at this point, it really looked like he was in the driver's seat once again. Still really need to get that Poison. I think getting the Poison is more important than the additional Paralysis, but the Hypnosis miss, the free Calm Mind, just wind up being an incredible turn. Because of that, we see something that we saw that seemed like it was a momentum changer in the 2nd game, which is Sinistcha having to switch in, immediately getting picked off again from the Floette. But this time, the critical difference is that final Pokemon, right? Well, there was no Sneasler in the previous game. This time, it's able to come in to replace the Sinistcha, and instead of just staying pinned, it's going to be able to exert the pressure needed in order to keep Dawei in this game. Because of that, we're going to see basically the 2nd turn again, but in reverse, where this time the Floette's intimidated into having to use Protect, and it's the Ceruledge that's able to get a free bulk up off and start to get back into the game. A really, really critical turn there because as you'll see throughout the game, with Incineroar switching in so frequently, those bulk ups are huge to start negating those Intimidates, where even though Ceruledge has the advantage of kind of becoming nearly invulnerable to the damage of everyone but Floette, the extra attack is necessary to maintain the healing. A little bit later on here, we get near the end of the game, and Sneasler's going to kind of be MVP here. I guess maybe before I say, I should comment. I think Paralysis extremely beneficial for the Ceruledge there, where Justin, kind of part of his strategy in this game was to try to poison the Ceruledge, and the paralysis is like actively bad, where the odds of being fully paralyzed have gone down this generation. Certainly it could have still have happened, but in Pokemon Champions, unless the speed is really going to matter, paralysis kind of just, it's a permanent lumberry, where I think Justin would much have preferred not gotten that roll. Because of that, ends up being a pretty good spot here. And then this turn we see Throat Chop doing something that it almost never does. If you're not familiar, Parting Shot is a sound-based move. Not an interaction we see too frequently. Typically, you think of Throat Chop as being a move that's used to counter, in particular, Paris Song, but it ends up being an incredible catch here where, it's such an important part of this matchup is the cycle of repeatedly reducing the physical attacks of these Pokemon, and it just winds up being a really cool read by the Sneasler eventually, where it seems like you have to go for the fake out into this slot, but opts to read into okay, well, there's no way that Justin thinks that I'm going to leave Sneasler in, so it gives me an interesting opportunity. Actually, it's a Dire Claw turn first, but yeah, I may have missed it. Regardless, huge play. Anyway, incredible match, right? Where the Sinistcha just able to not quite to get enough done here. Gets pinned. I think that was the turn here where it gets burned down once again by the Sneasler doing just enough. Incineroar previously I promise it happened. Got throat chopped and lost the parting shot, and the position's just too strong here. It's a really strong game by Dawei, where able to show how powerful it is to avoid getting that poison, and without it, it just not able to be defeated. absolute carry by Ceruledge, and really fun match. It shows that, hey, no matter what, doesn't always have to be a mega evolution. You can, with the right strategy, matching up with your opponent, you can sweep to the team. So fun match, and we'll have to have some, see what other fun matches we get soon. But for now, we're gonna go to a little break.
Everybody has a favorite player, but who is your favorite player's favorite player? Let's find out.
My favorite player is Colin Hire because he perfectly embodies the highs and lows of playing Pokemon.
My favorite player is Alex Underhill because he just plays with so much confidence and swag.
My favorite player is Marco. I think he's one of the best players in the world right now, and I don't think there is someone who plays better than him nowadays. So yeah, Marco is my favorite.
My favorite player is Keen Campbell because he loves missing moves too.
One of my favorite players competing this weekend at NAIC is Christopher Hahn. He's one of the first friends I made when starting the game, so I'm really excited to see how he does.
One of my favorite players at NAIC this year is Kerry Diortona because we did a live matchup prep together. We talked about the team like the past 2 weeks almost every day, and honestly, like, he's a very nice guy, and I'm very grateful that we could work together.
I think my current favorite Pokemon player is Marco Silva right now. I think the way he approaches the game is very interesting and very dynamic, and I also love his team choices in the way that he usually runs something standard but with some slight innovation in order to push the meta forward.
My favorite player competing this weekend is my really good friend Giuseppe Musicco. We call him the old fox in the Italian community, and he's doing crazy well recently, so I hope he keeps doing well. And he also the first guy who beat me in Turin last week, so I hope I can have my revenge on him this time.
My favorite player is Marco Silva because I saw him starting in this game. I saw him improving. I saw him becoming one of the greatest, winning internationals, winning regionals. I hope that he will win Worlds. Is the only thing that is lacking, and that's my biggest dream in VGC, so that's why he's my favorite player.
My favorite player is Patrick Connors because he really has a great philosophy towards the game. We had a long conversation before EUIC finals this year, and just the way he thinks about the game, both in terms of actually playing it and all the different things that are outside the game, like mentality, is just really great, and for that reason, he's one of my favorite players.
My favorite player competing this weekend is Marco Silva. I really like just watching dominant players consistently perform at the highest level. Marco's coming off an event win this last weekend, and I think he's looking in pretty much perfect form. And I think he's just someone I look up to, not because we play similarly at all, but just I really can appreciate very talented players, very consistent players, because I think that's what every top player strives to be.
Marco, you are our favorite player's favorite player, but who is your favorite player?
So my favorite player is probably Shohei Kimura. I feel like the way in which he sees the game, it's really impressive. He always finds a way to win, and even if he doesn't play in our circuit, he plays in Japan. I feel like every time he plays in the Western circuit, he always does so well. He hasn't been able to win a tournament in particular in our circuit, but I feel like this might be the time.
We are nearing the end of day one of NAIC. It has been a long road, a fun one for our trainers, albeit a little bit stressful, as of course all eyes on phase 2 of the competition. Because of course, if you want to be the best, well, you got to make it to that next part. Sierra, Scott, and Lee, we have another feature match as we're waiting for our next match. So we just loved Scott's thoughts so much, so we had to get more of them with another match.
But somebody loved them.
We love them.
Everyone loves them. Guarantee.
Let's hype Scott up.
Yeah, we just heard you guys liked your matches, so we gave you a little match to go with your match.
We love matches. So let's get into this one. Of course, having the feature matches have been so much fun. That means we're just diving right into this. We got Louis, we got Colin, and we got a lot of very strong Pokemon with its regulation.
Yeah, more of the Sylveon Fergraph. I'm all about this. I really love this combination, especially with the Charizard. So Colin having lots of success with it. Probably not in the best of positions right now in front of the Sneasler, the Basculegion. The Sylveon feels really pressured here, and Fergraph in a position where it can potentially just get a free Trick Room off, depending on how it's been trained. But there is the potential you double up into that to remove that Trick Room option.
Yeah, I think it's such a fun read in that regard, because, if it does get the Trick Room up, the table's really turned where Sylveon's looking really good the other direction, so I'll have to see what these trainers go for. Like, do you risk ignoring the Sylveon and just, let it trade into you anyway? I love these reads.
I mean, what we've gotten to see from Sylveon in a couple of our matches, you can't quite ignore it for too long, but I think a little bit of a bear threat on the field, eyeing up this Fergraph. You do not want it to be setting up a Trick Room or anything else, so the double up, we're just going to take it out straight away. A lot of damage with recoil into the Basculegion, but the response, Sylveon Hyper Voice, a lot of damage into both of these Pokemon.
Yeah, I kind of don't mind that too much. You say, okay, well, I don't get my Trick Room, but I do get some value out of that turn with the Hyper Voice. And you can see how much damage it put onto the field. Now, Charizard can come in. It's still going to be susceptible to that Dire Claw, the Wave Crash, especially if it is Mystic Water, which it feels like from that damage. So, not plain and sailing for Colin, but do you just do the same thing again? Do you say pick a target? If you get the wrong one, then you're going to lose 2 Pokemon, and then the score's evened up again.
I think it's a lot of fun, right? I think Basculegion's really driving this turn, where will it pick the right target?
Well, I mean, if it was trying to eye up the Sylveon is gone, with Kingambit coming out onto the field instead. But of course, short little intermission, we have Mega Evolution out on the field as Mega Charizard comes out to play. Of course, when you're eyeing up one in to get some of these powerful attacks, you need that Sun. You want to get that little extra boost going on forward. And of course, the Sun will mitigate some of this water type damage the Basculegion is trying to serve. Sneasler, just a little protect, Aqua Jet into the Charizard. Even with the Sun, got a good amount of chip, but it's going to be what can be done in return. Sneasler, again, it'll stay safe. The Basculegion has taken a lot of damage. This is with the Sun, so it will be enough to take down the fish.
Yeah, get a little chip damage in, but in return, for Lee, it's crisp, and I think that Basculegion's a little crispy after getting hit by that heat wave.
Yeah, definitely a little bit crisp. It's off the park, and now you're in that position where you kind of bring in the Kingambit, and it's a really nice play because you think, okay, if the Basculegion sticks around this turn, I got that nice check into it, but it also counts towards that Sneasler as well, where the Sneasler's taken so much damage from that first original Hyper Voice that it is probably in range from a Sucker Punch from the Kingambit as well, if it is holding the black glasses, because kind of don't have all the information with the items here.
Yeah, it's critical too, because I do think it's right at that HP where if it doesn't have the glasses, it's not going to work. And then also critically here, Lycanroc just hopping into battle, and we've seen the Lycanroc struggle a little bit to get on the field at the right time, but this seems like just absolutely the best situation where its pal Sneasler is helping check Kingambit for it. Hopefully, certainly can't be Sucker Punch. Charizard kind of checked too, so really tough spot for Colin now, and kind of seeing the dividends of Trick Room getting denied, where everything just seems like a little bit too slow.
Yeah, and I think if you are Colin here, you've got to hope that you've got the, no switching either, and, Sucker Punch nowhere near enough.
You try for a little critical hit, see what can happen, but it's going to actually be a Rock Slide, and it's a miss onto the Charizard. We talked so much about how well these Lycanrocs can check the Charizard, but if you can't connect your moves, then absolutely no shot. Sneasler took the hit so well, and Kingambit cannot in return close combat. Extremely effective to take down a Pokemon, and things very quickly. This is all over the place. The Charizard's still around. It probably shouldn't be.
Kind of surprised we didn't see Nacelle Rock there, really, because I think that is a guaranteed knockout onto the Charizard, and you just check that spot. The only reason I kind of think you don't is maybe you suspect expect a Garchomp switch in the rough skin.
I was kind of wondering, again, we don't know the item. It certainly wasn't Black Glasses, where, although with the damage we saw, like, you needed to find a choice band from last year. Maybe it was Focus Sash, right? At which point you would need Rock Slide to break the Sash.
Yeah, that makes a lot more sense. And now we've got the Frostlass coming in, so perfect timing for it to come in to be able to disrupt the sun. Still not going to have the greatest time in front of the Charizard, but you've got your best buddy, your Lycanroc, next to you, and it's probably, well out of range from a quick attack from the Sylveon, but, you've got to remove that. Have you got the ability to move the Sylveon? I don't know if you've got the ability to remove it before it can get a Hyper Voice off. It's still pretty healthy.
Surely it's not going to miss Rock Slide again, right?
Surely, right?
Because this time I feel like you kind of have to go for it, because you need the damage on Sylveon.
Yeah.
How many times can you miss Rock Slide in a row? I definitely haven't heard our players talk about their disaster stories of missing multiple, right? So we'll get to find that one out in due time. But of course, with Frostlass hitting the field, we have to go ahead and Mega Evolve. That's going to be important as well, because when you're eyeing up that sun, you don't want it to stick around. You want to get your snow. Lycanroc, though, will be spared from the potential of missing, as we will go for Protect. And make sure you have a little bit more longevity. If you're uncertain about maybe surviving a quick attack, well, Aurora Veil is definitely going to help you survive anything happening your way. Charizard, Heat Wave, definitely going to be a lot less damage without that sun, but still so much into that Frostlass.
Yes, probably and the burn as well to boot. Not great here for Lewis as the Hyper Voice. Even behind the Aurora Veil, it's... that's just too much damage, and now you feel... Maybe, I don't know, I feel like Sylveon, is still in a really strong position here, because, the Charizard's checked by the Lycanroc, but then how do you deal with this Sylveon? I think, it's not really going to go down to a Rock Slide Blizzard combination. You're kind of hoping for a flinch, really, aren't you?
Yeah, and if he has quick attack, too, you can kind of deny that option. You can try to Protect here, which, see if you can fish out a Protect on the other side.
I mean, it'll be a Protect. It'll be a Detect.
Still a burn damage?
Yeah. Get the burn through. Rock Slide, again, doesn't have to worry about missing, as both targets are just protecting instead. So this one is just a lot of animations playing out on the field.
Well, now it's like really, really in quick attack range if he has it.
Yeah, I mean, it is going to go down to the quick attack, right? But I don't think you lock into it. I think you just go Hyper Voice, right? You just risk the Rock Slide. I don't think, the chances are more in your favor not to flinch than flinch, and I think the Hyper Voice kind of closes the matchup.
Well, we solved the first part of the puzzle. We get the connection with the Rock Slide. Charizard is down. Blizzard, single target. Sylveon will be sticking around to try and go back, but there is the flinch.
That's the only way that game could have ended. Yeah. Why not?
Rock Slide missed now, and then the Sylveon's back in the game, I think.
Believe in yourself, Sylveon. You can do it.
Why are we just trying to go for the caster cursor? There you go. Rock Slide connects. Sylveon goes down. What a flinch. But that was a crazy, crazy little match for our feature stream. And you know what? This is why the feature matches are so fun, because that's something we wouldn't have gotten to see otherwise. And that was a fun one.
That was, and you were correct. With the quick attack there, Sylveon probably would have won out. You don't care about the flinch at that point, and then...
What a fun match, though, right?
It was very much, yeah.
I wouldn't want to have let Regulation MA go away without watching one of those.
Yes, 100% agree.
I mean, spoilers for the match. Colin ended up winning that one, but we got to move on with our competition. So let's talk about trainers that are on their winning ways as we say goodbye to Scott, who will hear, some thoughts from him later on. But we got a competition to get back to. 7-0s. I mean, these are players that are already locked in for Phase 2. But of course, once you're locked for Phase 2, you have your eyes set on getting as many points as possible to get your spot in top cut. So sure, you're feeling good for today, but you still got to keep up those winning ways.
Yeah, it's always the case. You feel like, I can rest a little bit, but you can't, because Swiss continues on into tomorrow's proceedings. And you've got to make sure that you take as few losses as possible so you can secure that place in top cut when we get to that stage of the tournament.
And some really big names that we do have here at 7-0, as well as some names that we haven't necessarily seen on broadcast, which I think is so exciting. But a couple of those names that we do know. I mean, we just saw Dawei with that win. Well, if he's won a couple of events or two. Colin's such a skilled trainer, as we just got to see within our feature match. Alex Gómez, NAIC has been truly stacked so far, and I'm so excited to see those trainers be able to push on forward. But as said, a couple of names that are a little bit more unfamiliar to the broadcast end of things, which I think is so exciting because you never know who is about to really just make that run and kind of start their story right here, right now.
Yeah, I think that's one of the really big values about these events, right? We had the fairy tale story of Pat a couple of years ago here at this event and winning the whole thing kind of out of nowhere. And I think it's those journeys, those stories when players come out of nowhere and then just take it all that I really love it the most. And like you say, it's a great opportunity for the players that have maybe got into Champions recently or played for a long time but felt like this was the first opportunity where they wanted to come along to an event. And you hear these stories time and time again where it is a breakout event and these players just bring something that they believe in that might not be exactly the meta that we're used to seeing, and then they just have an absolute storm.
And of course, with Pokemon Champions, I mean, this is the new era, so what a way to start off a new era with some names that, again, that maybe aren't as familiar on the broadcast end or in the audience's eyes that we can be able to showcase. So getting into our notable matches, and for our next feature matchup, we have Kareem Muakkit going up against Swaroop. And this is so exciting because, as I said, these aren't, it's not Wolf luck, right? Like, we can't show Wolf every round, but I'm so excited about these because to get 7-0, I mean, this is the same record as all those trainers that we're talking about. Oh my gosh, so many winning ways, right? So I think this is so exciting. I'm really excited to dive into this and see what these trainers are capable of.
Yeah, it's always great to feature some of the players that we might not be so familiar with because now we can get a little bit more familiar with them. And like you say, what an incredible accomplishment to get to 7-0 at such a high stakes event with, over 1,000 players coming into the event this weekend. And both of these are on the cusp of, getting that step further. And to get this far, they've done so well. So it's great to see what they've been using and what they'll be featured going into this next one.
And with two teams that, we're going to get a little bit of a weather war. So for Kareem, we get to see, Mega Charizard and Mega Floette. I feel like I've seen these Pokemon a couple of times today. These are kind of like the Pokemon, and this team has been the defining team of the regulation. Whereas on the opposing end, some Pokemon that should match up really well. We get to see a little bit more of that sand mode. Corviknight, which is one of my favorite picks within this regulation, and I'm just really excited to see how it's going to fare going into this match, because apparently in this competition, he's 7-0. It's doing good.
Yeah, it's doing very well so far, so it feels like a great pick from Swaroop, but we'll start off with Kareem. We've, like you said, seen this 6 quite a few times because it is just generally that good. There are some variations between the builds from player to player, and we can see some alterations here. There's no sword stance on the King Gambit going Iron Head. Sometimes we see the low kick there, but proving a valuable option. In the mirror in particular, gives you a good option against the Floette here. And then the Basket Legion, we've seen a million times. You're going to be leveraging the Whimsicott in this match a lot to get that Charizard into a strong position to use those big, powerful fire type attacks boosted by the sun. You've got the Garchomp to also support that, and then that Floette is an alternative Mega with that instant burst damage if you need it.
And this is such a powerful team, but it's not going to be the first time for Kareem to be on a stage of this side. Of course, we talk about trainers being able to start off their Pokemon Champions era right, but in the past, he has been able to find those winning ways as well when you look back at what he's accomplished within the seniors division. We've gotten to see those runs, we've gotten to see those wins, including an NAIC title. So it's within the wheel kit. We've seen it before, and we could see it here again within the match. I'm getting ahead of myself, but this is a great start to it. I'm so excited to see what he's capable of on this stage of an event with so many players. But on the opposing end, let's talk about Swaroop and this team, because I love this team. There is so many respectfully annoying pieces on it. Mimikyu is not something that we've gotten to see the most of within this regulation, but that disguise and just the coverage that it has, it can do so much damage, or the Trick Room to set up other Pokemon in this team, and I think that is so annoying to go up against.
Yeah, and I really like the setup options here. Swaroop's got, you've got that Sword Stance on the Excadrill. Normally there you would see something like Rock Slide to give that kind of coverage against Charizard that are so prevalent, and especially if you're in the right conditions with that Sand Rush ability, take advantage of it with that Sash to give it a security blanket. But the Sword Stance makes it so dangerous once you get one of those off, and it helps mitigate the Intimidate as well. You've also got the setup on the Corviknight as well with that bulk up. Only one attack there as well, kind of foregoing Iron Head, saying, well, I've got it on my Excadrill, I don't need it there. The Brave Bird's great, and I can roost off any damage that I take. And then you've got Trick Room as an option on the Mimikyu, so that's nice to have with that disguise disguise ability, almost guaranteeing there with the Fairy Feather boosting that play rough. It isn't anything you need to scoff at. It will be hitting very hard. And I think that this Scarfed Rotom in particular, really nice for being able to get that speed control if the Trick Room isn't an option. So that Electro Web can lower the speed on things, put things like that Tyranitar, that Corviknight into better, more stronger positions, and then the Scorvillain kind of rounding off the team as an alternative Mega, and does support those setup options pretty well as allowing room for maybe Mimikyu to get a Trick Room up in a key position, or just as bulk ups and Corviknight into a spot where it's just unstoppable going forward.
The dangerous thing with the setup Pokemon is sometimes you're not always allowed that time. So a lot of support on this team. We'll have to see if we go for the setup or some of the pure damage option as the team offers. 7-0 for both of these trainers. Time to see who could be ending off their Phase 1 undefeated as we get into the match. For Kareem, it's going to be Whimsicott next to that Floette. And for Swaroop, well, we get the Mimikyu right away with that Tyranitar.
Yeah, I like this position from Swaroop because you've got the option where in the face of Tailwind, you can say, well, you can go for that. I'm going to set up my Trick Room here and then put my Tyranitar into a really strong position, and then protecting Tyranitar here. You don't really worry about that on-call because if it's Dark typing, you're immune to the Prankster, so you've got the ability to do that here and then get yourself in that spot where you can then go for those big, powerful double-ups maybe with your Mimikyu. It's got that Fairy Feather that's, if we see the Floette Mega Evolve, it's going to have a Fairy Aura boost as well, so lots going for this turn if everything plays out, but Swaroop not wanting to commit there. Corviknight feels a little bit more stable.
Well, especially looking at the potential attacker on the opposing end, as Floette will go ahead and Mega Evolve, something that can resist that just a little bit better, or just make sure you can keep that disguise intact. It will be the Mega Evolution, that Fairy Aura to get the boost to the Fairy type attacks, and a Tyranitar that wants absolutely no part in that Protect on this turn. This allows the Whimsicott, he could have gone for a Tailwind, but instead we're just going for the damage. Corviknight, a good little dunker, all things considered, even though it's not very effective. Oh, thanks to that critical hit. And now we can see a follow-up. Floette, Light of Ruin. Corviknight coming out onto the field. Preventive Swap, it will survive, but that is a lot of damage.
That is huge damage when you consider how bulky Corviknight is, and these are resisted hits, just showing off the power of these Fairy types, and a really nice switch there to preserve that Mimikyu, because that Moonblast breaking the disguise, the Light of Ruin would have undoubtedly knocked that Pokemon out, so kind of preserving things here. But are you any further forward in the match? I don't think so. The Corviknight feels like it's in a really awkward spot where even a Moonblast boosted by that Fairy Aura will take it down now, and then a Light of Ruin's got a free shot into the Tyranitar. And do you have the offensive capabilities to kind of get any further forward in the match with just your Mega Tyranitar? It maybe feels a little bit awkward for Swaroop now. Might want to try and adjust, or just let the Corviknight go down, try and get some damage onto the board, finally with the Tyranitar, and then try and get something next to it that can, maybe like that Extra Drill. It's going to get that Sand Rush boost to put it in a position to threaten these fairies.
I mean, Tyranitar, the fact that it protected on that last turn, I don't think anything is really safely swapped into a barrage of hits here. So Tyranitar, that is a double KO. Such a commanding lead to this game one coming out from Kareem. Corviknight goes down. Tyranitar going only with 2 Pokemon to try and make his way through this match. And you had already highlighted that a Moonblast and a Light of Ruin into Mimikyu could just take it down.
Yeah, that's the problem. I think if you've got the Extra Drill in the back, it does help out slightly, but you've lost your Pokemon that you want to be megaing in this matchup, right? And then we know that Charizard isn't coming here, so there won't be any way of disrupting this, but you've only got 3 turns of sand left, and is that enough to help you get around things? You've got 2 Pokemon in the back, and if one of those is the Garchomp, you can potentially set up your Tailwind with your Whimsicott and bring Garchomp in, but it is still dangerous to go for that sort of play. I think you need to remove that Mimikyu as soon as possible, so that play of going for the Moonblast, Light of Ruin into that Pokemon really makes things easier to close the game up.
Yeah, there definitely is some possibilities here. Just got to make sure that you're moving on carefully. I mean, the Extra Drill too, when you're like, it will be fast, and it does pack a punch.
It definitely packs a punch. It threatens a knockout onto the Floette here, so you've got the option where you have to kind of Tailwind, right? Or just allow something to get knocked out here. But because that Mimikyu's got no Protect, the double up into it is kind of tempting to do, but you're so far ahead if you Kareem in this match. I think just getting damage onto the board, breaking the sash on this Extra Drill now, and getting rid of that disguise on the Mimikyu definitely helps out a lot.
So now, I mean, Whimsicott's down, but Whimsicott's kind of done what it's needed to do, and you can safely kind of bring something out on to the field. But we are getting a twist of the dimensions, though, so Trick Room's going to be something that's a little bit more useful for that Mimikyu going on forward. So really putting all the eggs in the Mimikyu basket.
Yeah, because it's not really that useful for the Excadrill, and this scenario, you know, the Excadrill with that Sand Rush ability doubles its speed in sand. You've still got 2 turns of sand to go, so it's really going to be a bit more of a hindrance to the Trick Room here rather than it being a benefit. And yeah, the Mimikyu's in a good spot where it can potentially get an attack off, pick up the knockout onto that Floette, but now you've got the Basket Legion to come in, and now it is going to be in a spot where it can threaten big damage and knockout onto that Excadrill, probably in Aqua Jet range as well, because it is boosted by that Mystic Water, and it doesn't really care about the field conditions. That's why we're seeing that Protect.
Yeah, knowing that it's not necessarily in the safest spot of Protect, but Basket Legion, no, Aqua Jet's just going to target with that last Respects down into the Mimikyu. A Trick Room, everything kind of riding on the Mimikyu within this match, and it's now a non-factor. Only one Pokemon remaining over on the opposing end, and the Excadrill, Focus Sash broken in Trick Room is just not it.
No, you don't even need to consider the Aqua Jet when you've got Lapse Respect and you know you're slower than everything on the other side of the field. So the Basket Legion coming in at the perfect time, cleaning up. And Kareem taking game 1 in a very commanding style.
100%. I mean, it all started with that turn number 1, the amount of damage into that Corviknight when Tyranitar protected. And then we get into turn number 2 and we get a double KO and really quickly just running Swaroop out of options. I mean, there are so many different ways this team can play. There's so many strong Pokemon on it. We've praised so much Charizard, etc. But Floette and Whimsicott, those two did so much work.
So much work, and I think there's an emphasis here really on, you know, if you get your leads wrong in a match and you're on the back foot and you start trying to reposition your board against the threats that are of the nature of that Mega Floette and the Whimsicott with that Fairy Aura, even if you're resisting these attacks, you get punished so hard, and Swaroop just didn't get into a position where they were able to get any sort of handle back on board positioning. Even when the Excadrill came in, the kind of last-ditch attempt from the Mimikyu to flip the dimensions was really kind of one of those double-edged swords where, in one respect, yes, you kind of give the Mimikyu maybe a little bit of a boost, which actually didn't help out overall, but you kind of counterintuitively get rid of the advantage that the Excadrill had in that situation, which, yeah, really didn't give them a way back in. I think they've got to probably go with the Excadrill Tyranitar as a lead here to have that instant pressure.
Yeah, that's exactly it, that pressure, because, I mean, Kareem, I just don't really think at any point in that match felt any, right? Anything that's Swaroop had, I mean, a double up would just KO it, right? You're kind of switching around, you're still taking 1,000,000 damage on that swap in. So if you really want to make use of the Excadrill, you need to have it in just a lot sooner. Things like that Iron Head, I mean, either of those Pokemon would necessarily appreciate it. Kareem could try and go heads up and kind of anticipate that, though. I mean, we didn't even get to see the full game plan coming out from Kareem, right? So we talk about the Excadrill, we talk about the sand, but it is something that I'm sure Kareem could have an answer to. So heading into this game, too, it's first off time to see, do we see an adjustment of these leads? Scoville and Mimikyu instead, though, so Sand, at least not on the lead. We get the spicy lizard pepper thing out instead.
Yeah, we do. The Scoville in a bit of a change-up. It gives a little bit extra support to the Mimikyu that was such a kind of easy target in that last game because of no Protect there. Now you've got the Rage Powder, but a great adjustment again here from Kareem with the Basket Legion. It is going to come in. Yes, if you target into that, then there is a potential of picking up a knockout at the cost of getting burned, but is it worth it to get rid of the Mega again? I would suggest yes, you've got the play where you could possibly Dazzling Gleam Wave Crush. So Scoville not in an easy spot either, but Kareem looking like they don't want to get that burn just yet.
Instead, Preservation on the Basket Legion, a swap out. Whimsicott hits the field, and Mega Evolution once again for this Floette. It had so much impact in game number 1, and even something like Dazzling Gleam to, I mean, get around any sort of Rage Router and to be able to break that disguise would just be oh so useful. As of course, you see Scoville on the field, you'll see Mega there as well.
Yeah, you will. And now this is going to be, I would be interested to see what the Scoville does this turn. If it goes for, just the Rage Powder, just to protect that Mimikyu. And now this almost forces the Floette to go for that Dazzling Gleam to get around that. You will take a burn for your troubles, but the most important thing is you break that disguise for later on down the line when you're in a position where you can just go after that Mimikyu. And you could imagine the Mimikyu here mean, I would like to see it go for a player up, but it might set up the Trick Room to put everything in a more favorable spot.
Yeah, this guy's is broken, but Mimikyu, that will be the Trick Room. Definitely a lot better position for it this time around, since you're slow, you're not next to a super speedy drill, right? So now it's going to see what responses what and Whimsicott can have.
Yeah, and you've got to remember this Mimikyu does have the Fairy Aura boost now, so those player ups boosted by its Fairy Feather will be doing a lot of damage. You've got the Skull Villain as well that can potentially get the overheat onto the Whimsicott, and maybe the switch out here is because you don't want locked in with the Encore to that Trick Room, right?
But instead, Encore, so playing heads up, you don't want to be locked in, but it's going to be the Skull Villain that is locked in, so Rage Powder forcing the attacks again to go towards it. And when you're eyeing up again the Floette using the Dazzling Gleam, it made so much sense on last turn, but now you're kind of just stuck. And that, I mean, a lot of damage with the critical hit. Corviknight does make its way onto the field fairly safely, haven't taken too much damage, but it still needs to do so much to make an impact here.
Yeah, that is a lot of damage. You know, I think the Corviknight gets onto the field now in way better position than it did in that game one. Now it's threatening the Brave Bird. The Whimsicott does still have its sash, so it's got a little bit of security here, I think, against being knocked out. But the Floette in that position where it probably doesn't really want to take an unnecessary Brave Bird, but you can't give it too much room because it has got the access to bulk up, so you don't really want to allow it to get set up so it becomes a bit more of a threat when Trick Room rooms expire.
I mean, Skull Villain, Rage Powder's normally a lot of help and a lot of fun, but kind of forced to switch out if you want to be doing any damage with this Pokemon. And on the same turn, eyeing up the Flex could be maybe targeted down a swap out into King Gambit, something definitely a lot better position to take something like a Brave Bird, as it instead tries to target down into the Whimsicott. So great protect, great switch coming on out. And King Gambit now hitting the field, I mean, that's a lot of pressure into Mimikyu.
Yeah, and you've got to imagine the King Gambit is feeling pretty safe, right? It does have to worry slightly about the player up, but it's not overly concerned about it. Doesn't worry about that Corviknight at all because it's only got the Brave Bird as an offensive attack. So taking no damage there, then it's going to be able to get at least a very strong attack off into this Mimikyu. In particular, it does carry Iron Head and it will be slower in the Trick Room, so that Mimikyu is not in a safe spot. And the Whimsicott now, it still has its sash, it can potentially stay on the field, but you could just switch it out as well to be in a better position going forward.
I mean, with the Mimikyu being pressured, a swap makes a lot of sense, and when you have this Skull Villain in the back to maybe try and tank it instead, a great little switch up. But Encore will be going into the Corviknight, so we won't be seeing any roost, we won't be seeing any, setups. Instead, just going to be pure damage. And if it's going to be a Brave Bird targeting into that Whimsicott, that Kowtow Cleave did a lot. Whimsicott, it will go down to Focus Sash, but it's going to be notably sticking around in the Corviknight. That is going to be a lot of recoil coming on through. Not quite enough for the KO. But again, when you're eyeing up King Gambit with Sucker Punch.
Yeah, it's very close. And you would say now, I think one turn of Trick Room left, so you're probably safe here to just protect with your Whimsicott. You could switch back into maybe Faster Legion here. It's kind of risky in front of the Skull Villain, of course. Or you could just use your King Gambit to attack, because I think a Kowtow Cleave is going to do decent damage, as you probably don't want it to get burned, and Rage Powder feels like the optimal play for Skull Villain now. It's back on the field in this scenario to allow Corviknight a little bit of room, but you do see the switch out. It's going to stick around for later as the Tyranitar comes out.
All right, Tyranitar comes on out. Sand is here. Skull Villain goes down with help of that critical hit. So, of course, leaving a parting gift on the King Gambit of that burn. As one Pokemon goes down on the turn, Whimsicott, though, again, notably no protect, will get a hit into this Tyranitar on the swap in, and still a good amount of damage. At least, though, for the Whimsicott, the Sand is here. The Whimsicott does go down. Something at least gone from Kareem.
Yeah, it's a nice switch to Tyranitar there. I think getting the stand up so you can guarantee getting a knockout onto the Whimsicott. So when this Trick Room does expire, then Tailwind isn't an option for Kareem to use any longer. We know that the Floette is in the back that comes out now. It's going to be in a real good position because now the disguise has been broken. We talked about this earlier, how important it was. The Floette in the position where it will be able to knock out that Mimikyu before it can set up a Trick Room. And then the King Gambit as well is in that spot where it can just go for the Iron Head, even burned. It's still going to be doing good damage onto that Tyranitar. to just get it closer to the point of knocking it out, setting it up for maybe the Basket Legion to come in a little bit later on and close this one up.
I mean, yeah, looking at these Pokemon and the fact that, again, the Tyranitar took a good amount of damage on that swap-in, and the Mimikyu doesn't have the disguise, and I'm just looking at that pure power of the Floette here and the being done. It kind of just seems like there's just going to be that out damage potential here. And Tyranitar, I mean, kind of just has to protect, but if you're thinking that Tyranitar is protecting, you can just target down into the other Pokemon. Moonblast brings it down to 12 HP. Flare Up, not enough to take down the Floettes either, and Ironhead will follow up, take Mimikyu out of the equation.
Yeah, it's good targeting here from Kareem, just saying, you know, if the Moonblast gets it, then the Ironhead will revert onto the Tyranitar, but if not, I'm covering just in case it does survive, and that's exactly what happens, preventing the potential Trick Room, taking Play Rough in the meantime, but that does surprisingly a lot of damage. You can see the value of that Fairy Aura there, but things are slipping away slowly for Swaroop, and it just feels like the resources that Kareem's got left with the Basket Legion in the back, just a little bit too much at this stage with the Corviknight. Solo health, Floette going to be easily able to pick up a knockout there. The Corviknight, unfortunately, doesn't have a way to protect itself, so it's an easy Dazzling Gleam Ironhead play here, and it feels like this might be the game locked up.
I mean, a Pokemon KO, 2 Pokemon burn, but the Corviknight has not really much to it. Sucker Punch, though, attempt into the Corviknight will fail. A little indication of what it tried to go for, but the Dazzling Gleam is just more than enough for the double KO. And what a commanding set coming out from Kareem. I mean, that was just fantastically played. He has been an NAIC champion before within that seniors division, and he's going to be ending off phase 1 of the competition here today undefeated. What a victory coming out.
Yeah, flawless victory here from Kareem. What a showing in how to pilot this team against what on paper looks like a really tough matchup. I think, Sean, you know, you've mentioned that they were previously a senior champion in the NIC at this event. So taking that experience, they know what it's like to be up on this big stage and in the Masters Division now, having a great start to this tournament. 8-0. Moving on to next round is incredible.
Yeah, I mean, there is a reason that this team is one to be feared, right? Especially in a very capable trainer's hands. And it felt like in both of those games that Kareem just had such a stronghold on the game. Even when Swaroop was able to get a Trick Room, it was never a free Trick Room, right? You had the pressure of the Encores that, I mean, Scovillain couldn't do any damage. It was forced into those Rage Powders, breaking the disguise so early on, so Mimikyu couldn't really take advantage of that Fairy Feather and that Fairy Aura to get damage out, right? And of course, that adjustment to bring that Scovillain meant Excadrill wasn't there, which could have been such a nice piece once the Trick Room was done, but sometimes you make the adjustment and it doesn't work out.
Yeah, and I think that was the problem there. I think Kareem adjusted really well with the Basket Legion going into game 2, and then I think Swaroop just probably led a little bit awkwardly into game 1 that put them on the back foot instantly and made it really impossible against a player of Kareem's caliber and also the team that they were piloting to kind of get any sort of momentum swing back in their favor because of just the damage output of that Fairy or Flora and then the Whimsicott and how well they were played. So yeah, it was a little bit of the same kind of story in game 2, and I just think there wasn't enough emphasis on the Excadrill that could have been there to pressure those Fairies in the right scenarios. And then have the cover alongside it. But of course, it's a lot easier said than done. But all credit to Kareem for putting on a great show there and being so convincing at this late stage in the tournament.
I mean, yeah, 8-0 is phenomenal. To be able to end off phase 1 of the competition in that way is fantastic.
Yeah.
I mean, there's still a lot of tournament to be played. Don't get us wrong. That's only the first step to being able to do it with an 8-0 as opposed to a 6-2. Just a couple of matches away of being able to make your way into a top cut, which I think is really, really impressive. And for Swaroop here, I mean, maybe that's not how you wanted that match to go, but 7-1 is still very respectable. You are still locked for phase 2 anyways, and if he was able to get 7 wins, he can get some more to get his own top cut spot.
Yeah, you would imagine able at this stage, coming so deep in and then being able to, yeah, with the record so far, I'm no doubt they'll turn it around and hopefully push on and see how much further they can get into the tournament, of course.
Yeah, but of course, ending 8-0 and how he did it, I need to hear more. So Rose standing by with Kareem for our interview.
Thank you so much, Lee and Sierra. I am here with your winner of Swiss round number 8, Kareem Muakkit, our NAIC champion from 2019, all the way back in the seniors division. So how are you feeling? And you're undefeated now, so what's phase 2 feel like?
I'm feeling really, really great. I've done a couple events in Masters. None of them have really panned out for me. And I was feeling really bad going into this one because I thought, oh, the Big Six, like the balance, like everyone knows it, it's over. But it's not over because I'm 8-0, which is crazy. I didn't think I'd get this far. Yeah, that's how, I'm over the moon. I'm very, very happy.
Yeah, I saw you played a couple of events in Scarlet and Violet. So, were you just like not feeling terrestrialization? Did you just want to take a break?
I was not feeling terrestrialization. That is correct. Yeah, I full respect. A lot of people like it. Not for me. So I basically just waited until the game became interesting to me again. Do things out of the game. And this format, Mega Evolutions, it reminds me a lot of 2019, which is my sweetheart. I love that format. So yeah, I play the game when it seems interesting. I have a lot of friends I work with who catch me up onto speed when I take a break. And yeah, so far it's working out pretty well.
Well, I want to talk to you a little bit and walk down that memory lane from 2019. Remind the people about the team that you ran to actually win the North America International Championships back then. You had Amanda Lucario on your team. You also had, of course, the favorites, the classics, Incineroar and Smeargle. But I feel like the standouts, because back in 2019, we were playing that GS Cup format, you had Lunala as well as Xerneas. Were there any things that you took away from your experiences in 2019 that felt like maybe prepared you to return to a mega format?
I'm so glad that I get to talk about 2019 up here. This is so awesome. With regards to that, I would say as far as team construction goes, that team is very, very hyper-offensive, very flowcharty. I felt that it wasn't very free-flowing, but I knew all the flowcharts, so it worked out fine. The team I'm playing today is also pretty hyper-offensive, but I feel like there are more protects. There's a lot more leeway for me to come up with things on the fly. And as far as lessons from the game itself, in 2019, I was doing very well, but I was very stressed before tournaments. I was like shaking the morning of events. That NAIC in particular, very stressful. And I think that the key is just to try your best, go in with no expectations at all. No matter how many years you've played, don't go in with any expectations or you'll be very upset. And that's what I did. And so far it's working, so I'm very grateful.
I mean, the weight off your shoulders must feel amazing now heading into Swiss phase number 2. And you look so good on the team. Talk about the hyper offense that maybe translates a little bit here. In game 1 of your set on stream, we saw you be able to take a really critical KO onto the opposing Tyranitar with just a Moonblast and a Dazzling Gleam. Was that a KO that you were confident in getting with that double up, or what were you thinking about for that game plan?
For that game plan, it was Whimsicott and Floette. Yeah, it had to have been. I was feeling pretty good. I figured that he would have to be really, really tanky to take it, and I forget if he mega evolved or not, but I don't think so. Yeah, which I was surprised. It might be, maybe there's like a speed stats change or something, and that's why. But I was feeling pretty good. I felt even if it didn't go down, I got a Basque Legion in the back probably. I can just Aqua Jet. It's all good. It's all good. We're fine.
So now, looking forward to competing in phase 2, are you still feeling like the pressure's off? I'm playing with house money right now. What's the mood? Are you trying to qualify for Worlds with a finish here?
A qualification for Worlds would mean top 4. And I keep saying this joke with all my friends. Every time I'm with 3 of my friends that also haven't played, we're like, top 4? Us. But no, I still don't have any expectations. I'm just trying to play good Pokemon like I have in my practice. With all my friends who I'm so grateful for. And yeah, I'm just trying to take it one game at a time.
Well, it looks great. You've got some people in the crowd supporting you. So are there any final shout outs you want to make before we send you off to get ready for phase 2?
Yeah, dude, I have so many. I want to shout out my friends Zen and Steven and Rob and Kyle and Zach and Wacka, who won me the Switch 2 that I'm playing on when we went to Japan together. Dude, I love that guy. And I want to shout out all my friends watching from home, Claire, James, who he's been messaging me all day today. That guy's awesome. And yeah, just everybody. Alfredo, so many people who I've met through so many years who have stuck with me. It's a really great thing. I went on a Japan trip with people I knew from VGC this year, and I met them like 10 years ago. It was crazy. But yeah, I'm so grateful. Yeah.
Really speaks to the community that we build up in the video game. Kareem, thank you so much for your time. Congratulations once again on the undefeated record, and best of luck in the rest of your phase 2. All right, we're going to go back to actually a short break, and then we'll continue with the action once we've got all of Swiss Phase 2 ready. See you soon.
The best advice I've gained from my friends is to probably not give up. I've been to many regionals. This is actually, I think, my 18th, and I have only ever day 2'd at one of them, but I've played all of my day 1s always because all of my friends are always like, don't give up. One of these days you'll break through, and when I finally did, it was really awesome, and that's helped a lot with enjoying these tournaments and making sure that even if I'm not doing the greatest, I'm still having a good time.
The best piece of advice I've received from my friends is learning my move count so I can optimize my gameplay.
The best piece of advice I've gained from my friends is probably to take it slow. More specifically in a match when you're like really stressed out or maybe you made the wrong read. Try to just, you have a little time, take a breath, take a step back, reevaluate it, and then just see if you have any outs or see where you can go from there. It doesn't hurt.
I believe the best piece of advice I've received from my friends is to just take it a game at a time, relax, don't worry about it, know your lines, and just have fun.
Best piece of advice I received from my friends is, when you lose a match, there's always a lot to learn from it. So I always say, losing's learning, and that's a great way to improve and a good outlook to do better in future tournaments.
I think one big piece of advice that I would give to people, or that has been given to me by my friends, is to find a Pokemon you like. Obviously, you can kind of see my get up here. I found Glaceon. I decided to use it on my team this year. It tests your limits in ways you probably wouldn't otherwise, using more meta picks. And those are totally fine to use, but for me, choosing my favorite Pokemon and finding a way to make it work, it was really impactful for me.
This is going to be a no-holds-barred match between Shiliang Tang and Justin Tang, two friends meeting each other in the finals of the San Antonio Regional Championships.
My name is Justin Tang, and I'm born in Maryland. If I was a Pokemon, I would probably be a Dark type. Wait, I messed it up. Wait, can we reset that?
A rising star who cannot be stopped, the 3-time regional champion, Justin Tang.
If I was a Pokemon, I'd probably be a fighting type, just because of Pancham, my favorite Pokemon, so.
I mean, you must be on top of the world right now.
I don't know, it feels better than the first time and the second time, I guess. I don't know, man, it's so good to be real.
My first partner Pokemon was Mudkip, had a copy of Emerald. I didn't really know how the game worked at the time, so I just gave it all the HM moves, and I was kind of circling around the sea for hours and hours, and I don't think I ever beat the game, so yeah, I guess that's my favorite.
I mean, I've only been playing for a year and a half in VGC, and I'm playing against guys who've been going for 10+ years, and it's really insane. It's really cool to not just be winning, but to meet all these people, and it's just been great.
That's awesome.
I got into committed Pokemon through a lot of YouTube creators. Wolfe was everyone's example, right? Cybertron, watching them ladder and trying to make my own teams and then trying to play the game, even though I wasn't very good back then.
This should be enough to clean it up. Justin Tang, your Knoxville Regional Champion.
The first team I used at Knoxville was a variant of the Wolfe Orlando team. And I think it shows that you gotta start somewhere.
To watch out for
Justin Tang
winning his second regional championship here in Fort Wayne.
So impressive.
It's in the red, and with a third surging strikes, Ice Rider Calyrex goes down, and Justin Tang, 3-time regional champion, winning the San Antonio Regional Championships.
Winning an event again, it just feels unreal. This is something I've been chasing for a long time. Winning 2 your first season is really a hard goal to achieve, and to try to come back at that peak, it's tough to kind of falling short when you're so close, because I topped at countless tournaments last year. I topped 16 almost every tournament this year.
A long time coming after Justin had such an explosive start to his competitive career.
And I'm finally back. Paired from this finals to my other 2 I've had so far, honestly, it's been so long. I feel like it feels similar. It's just that adrenaline that hits. Just because I've been shooting for this. Before, it was unexpected. I kind of went in blind. I didn't have those standards at the time, and having another win after chasing it for another year now, it feels really good.
Is there a player or just a mentor in the scene that you have?
It's gotta be Tang. You know, he's one of the most calculated players in the world. Like, whenever I watch a stream game of him, it's some of the most impressive work. Like, he sees things that most people don't see. Like, we're both grinders. Like, we both put in the work because, you know, we love this game and we want to do well.
Tang, one Pokemon knockout away from moving on to the top 4 and closer to another regional championship title.
We'll forfeit the match, and Tang is our first Tang in the finals.
And I feel that I'm learning something new from him every day. It's just been great working with him just because I, you know, find someone that just fits me best. So, yeah.
And Justin, one Pokemon away from moving on to the finals where he has to face his team building partner.
Some parts of my gameplay I want to try to get better in is kind of just thinking more in turns. I feel that I can be calculated when I'm thinking right, but sometimes I just overthink. I try to cover things that I can't always cover, and I end up losing for it or trying to make overreads. During my top 8 set, I almost lost because I spored to a sleeping Calyrex already because I misclicked. If I just gave more thought, I can just sport out a slot. I've also had experience like with that at Toronto, like trying to cover Wolfe's every move.
But our Chaladon not going for the protect.
Which wasn't possible. Like thinking things that he wouldn't do realistically, and he didn't, of course.
Who do you predict to win the San Antonio Regional Championship?
In my heart, he's been feeling the energy. He's been getting really into it, so I'm gonna have to lock in Justin here.
I knew I was gonna win finals after I saw the last turn trick room. His only way of winning was if he high horsepower crit me, and he didn't. It was Cali Ice versus Land of Ursh. Like, the moment I saw the bar go down to like 20, I knew I had the game won, and it felt really good. I can't lie. Like, finally able to beat Tang too. He always beats me in mirrors or in practice, so you know, it feels good being one of the best players in the world. My #1 goal for this season is to do well at Worlds. Tang actually last year, he knocked me out of Worlds in the exact 6-1 mirror. So it feels really good to have my revenge on that. This year, I hope that things can be different and I can finally have that Worlds dub or cut, something that's just better than what I've had before. After 2 Worlds of maybe not the best results I wanted, I just want more.
Welcome back, Pokemon trainers. We have successfully concluded 8 rounds here at the North American International Championship. And usually that's when the day comes to a close, team. But today is not that day, as we will be streaming round 9, the first round of phase 2 here today in just a little bit as we get ready for that. Joe Brown, Gabby Snyder, Len Duel. It's been a long day. It's going to be a little bit longer. It's going to be just as hype.
Oh, it's going to be more fun. Yeah, so many players here this weekend that we need so many rounds. We got to get a little bit of the work done still today on to round 9.
I think this is also the first time we've had a round 9 on day 1 of the competition here in North America, so that's kind of exciting.
Yeah, over in Europe, they do it pretty frequently.
Yeah.
We get to try it out.
And our trading card game friends, they get to experience this every regional that they go to, so they're used to it. So we'll see how fun it is, but we're going to focus on our feature match from round 8. It's going to have some really important players. This is a win-in scenario. This is also one of the most historic players of VGC history, Shoma Honami versus Sean. I'm going to say Worcester. I know, like, the Massachusetts people are going to say Worcester.
I was just about to...
We'll call him Sean. Shoma versus Sean. How about that?
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. No Worcester pronunciation battles here this weekend.
Like you said, only one of these players, we won't spoil it, but only one of these players has moved on to round 9. This is a match to stay alive that includes our 2015 world champion, and in kind of a mirrory match, both players using Charizard, using some of the most common Pokemon in the format. I don't know, if I was Sean, I think Shoma's about the one player I wouldn't want to see on the other side, matching me with the 6th most used Pokemon. Of course, won the World Championship win. That entire top 8 was using the Chalk archetype in a format that was dominated by a big 6.
Exactly. You have to assume that the trainer who won one of the hardest World Championships with one of the best teams, I think, constructed in that format would be very comfortable playing in mirror matchups like this. And we get some information here. We see one Whimsicott move first, and now we see the Garchomp outspeed bring that Whimsicott down to its focus sash, and you have to wonder if that was a speed tie, or if you look at the HP on those Whimsicotts, it does look like Shoma's is a little bit more bulkier. Could have been a speed tie, or could have just been something else.
There's a wave crash back into Garchomp. Does not get the one hit KO, but that's a lot of damage. Len, my heart always like stops when you see a poison jab into Whimsicott, because there's the chance at poison, but then also you're like, please don't poison. I don't want a better sweeper in the back to come in for free.
I don't know though, here Whimsicott's still threatening like a Moonblast into Garchomp is a little bit of damage, and it is a 30% chance to poison. So pretty likely that you get that poison, get the full KO into Whimsicott, not just the focus sash, but doesn't get it there, and then Basculation almost gets the KO back.
There's also the threat of an encore into the opposing Whimsicott if that was faster, but at the end of the day, you know, the Moonblast into the Garchomp looks nice, maybe also an Aqua Jet then to the Garchomp too. Like, there's options for Sean. It's not over.
Yeah, I mean, Sean looks like he's in the better position,
Yeah.
right? Has his choice of ways to KO the Garchomp that either one will move before the Garchomp on the other side, like you called out, could even threaten Encore as well.
Oh,
but no, it's
so
going to be
speed
Shoma
tie.
going for the Encore.
Yes, Shoma now moving first before Sean's Whimsicott, which means they are, in fact, speed tied. Basculation with the Aqua Jet gets the KO there.
We don't necessarily know it's an Encore. It could have been, or speed tie. It could have been a Moonblast.
He could have
yeah,
only one side.
That's right.
Totally,
Yeah.
Great call. Great call. It could have went for the Moonblast or a regular attack. Great call. Also, the shiny Whimsicott comes out better in that trade.
Yeah, we end up, like Abby was calling out, get confirmation at the end of the turn because of when the attack went off, what the input was, and so yeah, just a Moonblast there.
It's always tough with the Whimsicotts too, because like you know that you have trained your speed for a very specific reason, your Garchomp for a very specific speed, but you don't know if your opponent is thinking along the same wavelengths.
Right, you can only, like, you know, if you're max speed, you know you at least have a 50-50 shot. You don't know that you have a 100% chance, but you can feel like it's pretty likely. You know, the Whimsicott speeds have really ranged. So many Pokemon in this format are ranging in speeds really significantly. But it feels like this weekend, we've seen the speeds all go way up.
For sure, and Sean, I think, just really wanting to knock out that Garchomp, so just going for the double attack there to ensure that regardless of what happened, it would go down. Unfortunately, that does mean that Shoma now gets the Floette in what feels like a pretty comfortable position. I mean, that just looks like a dazzling gleam KO, right?
Yeah, this feels ideal. You have the Whimsicott on the other side locked in. You have the speed advantage with Floette. Very difficult to switch into this. Like, do you really want to bring in your ordinary Charizard and take a bunch of damage in this position? King Gambit, Garchomp, Floette would all be disasters as well. So yeah, it feels like a huge advantage for Shoma despite being down 3-4.
Shoma swapping his Whimsicott out for King Gambit, revealing his 4th Pokemon here in this Game 1. And the Mega Floette, such a dominant force we've seen throughout all of Phase 1, and we're certainly going to see it continuing later on this weekend. The Tailwind, he's stuck. Unfortunately, Sean just has to keep clicking Tailwind, and it's not really working out there. Aqua Jet's only going to do just more than I thought, but you know, not enough to stop this double dazzling gleam.
Do you think AZ knew just how powerful his Floette was, and that's why he kept it from us for so long? Or is this just like a happy accident?
I think he had a lot of other stuff going on in his mind.
That's
I don't
fair.
know if AZ was real focused on the Regulation MA metagame.
I had to ask. Someone has to ask.
It's a fair question.
Yeah, I was waiting for like a true emergency to pull out Mega Floette.
That's why he waited 3,000 years for it, because it's so good.
Well, it's so good, you just have to do it twice, right?
Yeah, I'd expect, you know, you ask for mirror matches. It doesn't get much more mirror than this. King Gambit facing down King Gambit, Floette facing down Floette. Both players have Tailwind up. It is fully mirrored out. Just a little bit of damage advantage for one side, but also a whole Pokemon advantage of the Whimsicott lurking in the back to set up a second Tailwind
exactly,
someday.
huge that you have a Pokemon advantage, but it's also Whimsicott, you're saying, at the end of this turn when Tailwind expires for both of these teams, Shoma at some point will be able to get his Whimsicott back in to give his team the speed advantage.
Speed advantage might not be so important if it's about the King Gambits. I don't think we know the full movesets for these King Gambits. You know, that is a piece that varies a lot with these big 6 teams. We've seen 6 different moves used across King Gambits this weekend. If one has low kick and the other doesn't, that's a huge advantage in this position.
That is a good point to bring up, though. Like, I think in the past, Big Six has always been like associated with a specific six, but this is the first time I've heard it used to sort of apply to just whatever's in vogue, if you will.
Yeah, that's fair. It's not necessarily 6 Pokemon. It may feel like 8 or 9 that are usually going to be on your team of 6. But that Light of Ruin into King Gambit. Oh my goodness! Massive damage. That's supposed to be a neutral hit, guys. It took itself out on the part of the trade, though, I guess.
It's really interesting. We've saw a Light of Ruin into a King Gambit earlier on today that only did about 70%. Just showing the range of how you train your Pokemon. This King Gambit may be a little less bulky, this Floette may be a little more offensive, and we just see the one-hit KO.
Yeah, there's the forfeit there. Sean knows, excuse me. You can just bring Whimsicott back in and eventually get the dub. So then we're moving on to game 2. Shoma 1 win away from making phase 2.
And what do you know? We're looking at same leads, I believe.
Well, King Gambit.
King Gambit, right.
Out on the field, no Garchomp this time, and makes life a little bit awkward for Basket Legion here.
Sean's facing a world champion. He's got to be wary here. You can't just, like, it's not the normal Whimsicott mirrors here.
No, and I mean, very difficult position to play because you don't want to do anything with Basket Legion, and you could just lose it here.
I was going to say, I mean, this could be like the same Whimsicott mirror on paper, but you're not necessarily playing the team sheet, right? You're playing the mind of a world champion. That's intimidating. But not the ability to intimidate, it's just...
Which, yeah, King Gambit doesn't really care about.
Yeah, there's layers here that you got to work through.
It's like, bring on the intimidates, make me a +1 attack here, and, you know, at least Basket Legion is going to be fast. With Tailwind, but it's never going to be faster than the Sucker Punch if you're not locking yourself into Aqua Jet. So maybe trying to bait a Sucker Punch into that now Garchomp slot. And no Tailwind from Sean, going for the offense with a Moonblast, looking like it'll be a 2-hit KO. Shoma responding with a Moonblast of his own, doing relatively close to the same amount of damage. And now King Gambit with the Iron Head. Now Sean can't get Tailwind for the rest of the game.
Yeah, Moonblast traded a piece, but I think a pretty big advantage to just get a Whimsicott up here.
Yeah, I think so. Shoma correctly identifying that if I'm the only one that can use Tailwind, that's already a huge board piece in my advantage. So doubling into the Whimsicott, Sean trying to pivot to maybe get an advantage against the opposing King Gambit eventually, but just didn't work out.
Brent Ford kind of forces Basket Legion off the field, wants to pick up some damage. I think we probably saw the same attempt to get Moonblast into Whimsicott in game 1. Gets it this time, but still only does about 50%. And now things get really awkward. Like, you want an Earthquake, but your Floette like would have to protect on that turn. What do you risk Moonblast coming out alongside Sucker Punch and just KOing Garchomp before it moves? Like, maybe you don't have to go for Tailwind here. There's like nothing safe for Sean this turn. You're gonna, whatever you click, you've got to know that you're fearing one particular input from Sean.
Yeah, your back's against the wall, so it's not necessarily like I have to make the safe play, I have to make the hard read, right? You just have to think of something that Shoma will not be prepared for, or will not just immediately result in a double KO or something like that.
You do have to wonder, though, if Shoma is thinking more about like this immediate turn, or if he's going to be using Whimsicott more to try and position the Pokemon in the back with something like the Tailwind.
There is, yep, going to double his speed for the next 4 turns. Now King Gambit, depending on how it's trained, now it does outspeed the Mega Flow, and that's a clean one-hit knockout. This is why, if King Gambit, I think, was like 46% usage on phase 1, when we go into tomorrow, it's definitely going to be up there 60% with how strong it is.
Yeah, this is the risks I was talking about, right?
Yeah.
Sean, in retrospect, would have loved to click Protect plus Earthquake and picked up quite a bit of damage and lost nothing on the turn with the Floette, but doesn't know what the input's going to be. You would have risked Moonblast plus Sucker Punch, and so instead lets that Iron Head happen and becomes kind of irrevocably far behind in this game when you give up Floette as Tailwind goes up. And like you mentioned earlier on, Joe, not always great to just let Tailwind go up and then immediately KO the Whimsicott, give a free entry for the Floette in the back.
I mean, these are the mind games, though, that make up Pokemon. Like, how do you weigh these different options when you are playing someone as strong as a world champion?
Was it to be looking for kind of what are the least bad worst case scenarios? What input can you make? And I think in that turn, you know, Sean doesn't find the least bad worst case scenario, because that was a worst case scenario that was devastating. But I think that, you know, you have to be a couple turns before that, because either way, one of those worst case scenarios is kind of terrible and instantly game losing. And so you just have to take a swing.
Because at that point, especially in a win-and-in scenario, right, you're kind of trying to recoup from a difficult turn 1. You're really trying to mitigate a try not to lose instead of a play that will help you try to win the game against Shoma.
Exactly, and now that these trainers are in this position with the Mega Floette on Shoma's side, with that King Gambit threatening down the Basque Legion, yes, there will be a little bit of damage on the field, but Shoma is just looking in such a dominant position right now.
Oh, there's the Rosalie Berry. I think we saw the footage earlier, Gabby, that was somewhere like 12 to 15% usage across all of the in-game stats on Pokemon Champion. So pretty relatively common item for Sean to be breaking out here on the Garchomp. Counts out Cleave into the Basque Legion. A clean one-hit KO, and that's why you go for the Aqua Jet, right? Because you know you're not getting really any more damage off for the rest of the game.
All right, well, Floette gets knocked out. That's something.
It's a trade, but you don't want to trade when you're behind. I mean, this just puts Shoma in more of a controlling position. At this point, has, you know, a 2-to-1 advantage against a low-health Garchomp. You don't win those.
Tailwind up.
Yeah.
I think that's just how you got to play. Like, if you look at this matchup, like, we talk a lot from Sean's perspective because he's a player trying to come back, right? But if you were to rewatch this match as Shoma, you feel, okay, this is how you set your win conditions up.
Yeah, once you're ahead, like that turn 1 of this game, too, you want to take as many trades as you can get.
Yeah. For sure.
Critical hit just for the fun of it. Congratulations, Shoma Honami, moving on to Phase 2 here in New Orleans.
It's exciting to still have a world champion in the running. And I say a, but there's actually a couple of world champions still in the running, as Wolfe Glicke is one of our undefeated players moving on to Phase 2. That being said, we actually have another feature match ready to go. And Len, you're going to be so excited because this is going to be a match featuring a Tyranitar Sand team. And I know this is your favorite kind of team to talk about.
This is my favorite kind of archetype. Alberto is a player I love watching, of course, also a SoCal player, so near and dear to my heart, both the team and the player here. So I'm going to be rooting. I got a little bit of a vested interest here. Apologies to Giulio on the other side.
If it was just Alberto, it's one thing. If it was just a Tyranitar team, it's another. It's the combination of the two that makes it such a tough factor. And Giulio, a top Italian trainer, absolutely went crazy during the Players' Cup era. If you remember those tournaments, top cut a bunch of those Players' Cups as well. So Giulio is definitely a big threat in this match.
It's interesting, though, to see the dual weather here with, you know, the Tyranitar and the Mega Frostlass. I imagine the Tyranitar can play, though, without necessarily Mega Evolving.
Yeah, it doesn't always have to Mega Evolve. This has actually become the most common secondary Mega with Tyranitar. We saw quite a bit of it in Indy. We saw it earlier on in this tournament as well. So, yeah, pairing that works well together. The Frostlass really helps cover for Garchomps on the other side too. Kind of Tyranitar's #1 enemy, especially when it's top 6 in usage, so you love to have the Frostlass to answer it.
That seems calculated for Frostlass to hang on at 7 HP. That was definitely, Alberto ran some numbers there.
And we've seen some pretty good training. I think in Indy we saw a bunch of Frostlasses hang on just barely. It has a surprising amount of bulk when the snow is up.
For sure. Sinistcha coming out onto the field now, bringing with it some hospitality to heal that Sneasler right back up. But here comes that Aurora Veil now, happy to boost Alberto's defenses.
I wonder what the New Orleans version of Sinistcha would be, like a hot gumbo instead of a hot tea or something. Still use a matcha gacha or, like, you know, a variant of the burning people. Gumbo gacha.
Oh, that missed opportunity for Alberto there. Imagine that had been a blizzard. As Sinistcha comes in, it's probably enough damage to just KO the Sneasler, but doesn't think the opportunity's there, wants to just get the Aurora Veil in the meantime, gives up Frostlass. But it could have been a game-swinging turn if you just land a blizzard into both of these Pokemon.
I mean, I'm assuming you have experience with this team, because when I think of you, I just assume you try every Tyranitar team in the world.
Well, I did focus a little bit more on Michael Zhang's after Indianapolis.
Fair enough.
Which shared most of these same pieces.
Okay.
But I think quite a bit different, because Alberto loves his Choice Scarf Garchomp.
Of course.
We haven't seen confirmation that this one is Choice Scarf, but usually that's the play for Alberto, and it was in Indianapolis.
But surely you have experience with Mega Frostlass deciding between Aurora Veil and Blizzard. So I'm curious how you would have read that turn.
I think you kind of had Aurora Veil there because King Gambit was on the field going into the turn. You don't want a Blizzard if you think you're just going to get Sucker Punched. They're very easy to scare and makes it a lot more safe to bring in Sinistcha. Oh, this coaching is fascinating, though.
Yeah, time for practice. Attack and defense increase on Sinistcha to take less damage from the Tire Claw. And the Brave Bird's super effective, but your +1 defense is actually going to take that really well. Is Giulio going for Trick Room here?
that would be one way to get around the fast Sneasler for sure.
I think that's the first time I've seen coaching used to set up Trick Room.
Yeah, usually it's to help your physical attacker do more damage, right?
That's really cool.
Recognizing the opportunity there to get Cischke defense boosted up, recognizing the double target was pretty likely to come in, or you don't mind the defense boost even if the Brave Bird's into Sneasler and you're losing it on that turn. Maybe even better if Sneasler goes down, because then you have Trick Room next to King Gambit and you have the defense boost. Now the Sneasler is pretty awkwardly positioned because Brave Bird is imminent and sped up because of the Trick Room.
Yeah, when I think of Alberto, I think of Corviknight. I remember him getting second at OCIC with his Terra Dragon Corviknight that he was setting up and destroying every other opponent along the way. So I think he's very comfortable being in Trick Room right now with his trusty Corviknight.
Of course, the one thing you do have to worry about with Corviknight is that if it does get burned from the Matcha Gacha, then that's one thing not in your favor, but Cischke just gets knocked out after that second Brave Bird.
So now the Dire Claw out from Alberto, technically underspeeding now that we're in Trick Room. Just does get a status condition, gets the sleep. Now Sneasler is going to have to take that guaranteed first turn of sleep. We don't know what it clicked. I'm not like, I mean, maybe just close combat for the most effective damage into Corviknight. I don't know how much that changed the turn here.
I mean, but at least skipped a turn, and now Corviknight can just go after Sneasler. Kind of opted between two very juicy Brave Bird targets, and then kind of gets a buy one, get one free deal when the Dire Claw lands the sleep there. And a lot of novel things. I'm not sure I've ever seen in Trick Room one Sneasler outspeed another Sneasler and Dire Claw at the sleep. This is a very unique game we have going on.
I wish I knew how these Sneaslers were trained, because I do know there's been more bulky Sneasler as of late, right?
Yeah, I mean, there was even, we saw one in Indianapolis that was jolly, so a plus speed stat alignment, and yet was slower than the Garchomp on the same team.
That's my favorite.
It was just bluffing. It was actually an inefficient stat spread just to show jolly on their side. So a lot of them going bulkier. Like I mentioned earlier on, this weekend, one of the stories for NAIC for me has been how much all of the Pokemon have sped up. So many jolly. Garchomp, we saw Timid on Wolf's Charizard earlier. Pokemon are speeding up. We're getting out of the bulk window from the last few weeks. Yeah.
Body press.
Body press.
Ooh, okay. I think this Corviknight, it's living the dream for Alberto right now. Gonna it's not boosted obviously, but it's still super effective, even with the Chople Berry bringing it down to under half HP. And then you just have the Sneaslers yet again. Alberto's going for the close combat and taking Giulio down to the Sneasler. And then, he hasn't revealed his fourth Pokemon yet.
Making sure to fully capitalize on the snoozing Sneasler on the other side. Don't bother with it if it's just going to take a nap.
Yeah. And that's the kind of prioritization that you would need.
It did actually wake up, though. And now Sneasler on Alberto's side goes down into the red, and they're both going to get the speed boost, right?
Do they both have White Herb? No, I think this
Is that Poison Touch?
Oh, it didn't activate a White Herb either, so I think...
Alberto had White Herb.
Yeah, Alberto had White Herb. So this is what I was going to call out. So now he was moving first in Trick Room, but now has unburdened himself, presumably, and so will be moving second in Trick Room. But of course, Floette would have moved before the Sneasler in Trick Room anyway, and we've seen Corviknight won't have Iron Head, is not threatening a KO back into this Floette, so now suddenly Floette looks okay in Trick Room here, but do you ever have the damage into Corviknight? Like, let's see what this Floette can do.
I was going to say, like,
work cut out for it.
If it's Light of Ruin, I don't even know if that would two-hit knockout.
I was going to say, yeah, we saw Shoma Oko King Gambit, but that's a very different scenario than trying to Light of Ruin Corviknight.
And a neutral hit, not a resisted one.
Yeah.
Yes, exactly here. So you can argue Alberto burdening himself with the unburdened activation and making himself slower, but Corviknight takes out Sneasler, so it's only going to be one attack from Giulio, but what an attack it will be from this Mega Floette. Corviknight's still incredibly healthy, right? Oh, go for the Calm Mind boost. I wonder, but how many times can you set up Calm Mind before Trick Room expires and then the unburdened Sneasler can Dire Claw?
I mean, I think you have to swing now, but you did a really good job of taking advantage of the Protect on that last turn. Couldn't have got the KO on Sneasler anyway, get a boost in the meantime. Now you know it can't protect itself, so you're either going to get damaged into that Sneasler, or if Alberto doesn't like the matchup for whatever he has in the back versus Floette, you're just going to get to hit into that while the Sneasler resets itself to come back in and threaten a Dire Claw against Sneasler, against the Floette in the future, but it's still a lot of damage you're going to have to deal with. Future Dire Claw, whatever this Corviknight does right now, it's a lot of damage.
Yeah, and if you do opt to go for the Dazzling Gleam here as well, that's more chip onto the Corviknight, which means when you do go for that big swing into it, you're more likely to knock it out.
There's the Brave Bird, bring it down.
Okay.
Oh, you'll go back up to full HP. Hold on a second. Alberto had to sacrifice the Garchomp there to keep the Sneasler around. I don't know if this Corviknight, if we saw it bulk up earlier or not, but when Sneasler is coming in on the field, Ree has access to fake out. So if you can set up with Corviknight, right, like this could be a free turn to do it.
Yeah, I'm not sure that Corviknight carries bulk up. It didn't in Indianapolis, so that would be an adjustment if Alberto actually has that. I think it was just Tailwind support there instead. So we'll see if it takes an opportunity. But yeah, meanwhile, the job kind of done for Floette. They're able to get the KO onto the Garchomp and also get crucially back to full health.
Giulio has to protect on this turn to avoid getting faked out, and that's exactly what Alberto goes for. The question is, what does Corviknight do? Oh, it's just a roost, which is, I think, just as equally viable as if it had set up. You're going to go back up to full HP. It just feels nearly an impossible hill to climb to get rid of this Corviknight.
I don't know that it does. Like, if you take a Dire Claw, you can just Draining Kiss the Sneasler. Corviknight's, then you get Brave Birded. If you can Draining Kiss enough to kind of withstand the Brave Birds. Oh, that's so much damage.
That's a lot.
That's so much damage.
Damage from the
And the fully parry. We're not even going to see the Floette move again. It's just going to be Brave Bird.
Oh, Alberto with two. Alberto brought us back to Reg H if you close your eyes, getting the Dire Claw sleep and the Dire Claw paralysis there. Would have been, I think, my only worry there, like even with Giulio, if he does get the KO and Draining Kiss, is you're only recovering off of 25 total HP, right? So at that point, the Brave Bird might still get it.
Yeah, you'd have to probably boost up and hit the Corviknight. I was expecting the Dire Claw to do a lot less. We've seen some Dire Claws into Floette do significantly less than that, but of course there was no Intimidate there, and the Floette maybe a little bit more aggressive and so less able to take that Dire Claw. But yeah, right into game 2 and some big pivots.
Yeah, your friends on the field. I see Tyranitar.
And Garchomp, I love them. They're out there on the field. We'll learn a little bit about their movesets here in a second, but I'm not sure either of them love the position that they're in. Tyranitar fearing that Sneasler on the other side, and then Garchomp has to kind of choose if you want to try to lock into Earthquake. You won't be doing anything to this Aerodactyl. I don't know if it has Ice Fang. We've seen a lot of them with Tough Claws, Mega Aerodactyl with Ice Fang. It's immediately a threat to Garchomp. But for now, Aerodactyl into the back. Intimidate, not great for these pair either. Tyranitar just got to get out of there.
Yeah, you can't risk the close combat. Corviknight taking close combat neutrally, obviously a lot better than Tyranitar would. And you want to preserve the drama for Len, because we got to wait to see what happens.
All right, there it is.
For Garchomp.
We just saw that in round 8 too. The fake out Poison Touch is just so clutch.
Yeah, in a format that feels so much about trading damage and trying to get just over the edge, Poison Touch can be so valuable. We saw that earlier on in the day.
It's fascinating too, because Unburden has been so meta-defining for so long. Seeing this shift into Poison Touch and actually seeing it make a difference is fascinating.
Now Aerodactyl coming back in, still hasn't revealed if it's the Mega or not, but you can assume most likely it is, just because how strong the Mega can be as an option. And you're able to chain these fake outs to not allow the Garchomp to move, but it doesn't stop Corviknight from clicking Tailwind.
Or Garchomp has only taken 2 fake outs so far and has lost half of its health bar between the 2 turns of Poison and 2 relatively high attack stat fake outs. But Aerodactyl gets Tailwind in the meantime, or rather the Corviknight gets Tailwind in the meantime, finally opens up some space for Garchomp to attack. But it's -1 Garchomp. It's only got 1 Earthquake targetable Pokemon on the other side. This really isn't a great position. And I don't think there's Iron Head on this Corviknight, so you can't really chase down the Aerodactyl either. And if that's Body Press hitting a Sinistcha, this starts to look bad for Alberto quick.
Yeah, I was wondering if the Incineroar was going to stay in, anticipating because it was -1 on the Garchomp. Like, hey, maybe I'll just tank the Earthquake, be able to Parting Shot, do something afterwards, but doesn't want to lose any damage, or any health, excuse me, on the Incineroar. Stomping Tantrum into a Grass type at -1. Really tough for Giulio on the turn. And no Tailwind to match, instead just going for the Rock Slide flinches. The only one that you can flinch would be Corviknight here, and we're not going to have that. It's Brave Bird into the Sinistcha swap.
That Intimidate, though, paying off in dividends. That Sinistcha is going to be able to hold on. But for how long with the Sandstorm chip?
Yeah, 1 more turn of Sand Chip will do it. A really good cover from Alberto there.
Yeah.
You want the Incineroar, and you want Brave Bird will be extra good damage into Incineroar, but you know that both switch targets, because the Pokemon have been revealed, and you can imagine a Sinistcha back there. Brave Bird's going to give you a lot of extra damage. And you throw a Body Press to try to finish the KO Incineroar, a lot riskier. So it gets the safer option, gets really valuable damage into Sinistcha, but I'm worried about these health bars kind of chipping down. If Garchomp and Corviknight go down, and you are left with Tyranitar to fight Sneasler in a long end game, like that isn't necessarily the position you want to be in. So it gets a lot out of that turn, but I feel like the macro, the bird's eye view of this game is still not looking great for Alberto.
And remember, just like our feature match we just showed, this is a win-and-in scenario for both Giulio and Alberto. So even though they weren't on the main stage, they still have the extra pressure of being a feature match where all the mistakes might end up ending your tournament here. Mega Aerodactyl with the Rock Slide as Sneasler switches in. So Alberto has revealed all 4 of his Pokemon finally in this game. It does make Corviknight healthier thanks to its Citrus Berry, and Roost is going to bring it back up to full HP.
Yeah.
Now the Machagacha is...
Yeah.
Really, if you get a burn on, especially on Corviknight, right? Oh, you got it off Sneasler. That's pretty huge for your Aerodactyl on your side, since close combat's neutral. So that's gonna. Oh, it's a double burn!
A disaster.
Giulio is on fire, if you will, with these double burn Machagachas.
And even more of a disaster when you consider that Alberto could have just swung with either Pokemon into the Sinistcha and denied that attack on that turn, but takes a more passive turn, maybe thinks that Sinistcha will switch in order to preserve hospitality for the future, and doesn't try to throw any targets in there and gets hugely punished. Sneasler switches in, shows itself in the match for the first time, is already below half health and burnt. Corviknight with no way to boost up. That burn really neuters its damage output for the rest of this game. I mean, things were kind of looking bad in the bird's eye view for Alberto before. Now they look terrible.
My other thought initially, if Alberto playing passive that turn, not targeting it. Oh, goes for the close combat.
Really wants to switch.
Anticipating Incineroar swapping in, you got to respect that he went for the call. But my thought was he thought Sinistcha either swaps, like you said, or clicks Trick Room, or does anything and then knocks itself out to the sand chip at the end of the turn. So trying to leave it alone, let it KO itself. And now with the life dew and the healing from the Machagacha on the last turn, this Sinistcha will not go down.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, also, like, the burn is going to make it Sneasler can't go after this KO in Sinistcha. Gravebird probably, no, I'm not sure it is actually. After we saw the damage earlier, it's going to be close, but Burnt now, the Corviknight might have the damage. Sinistcha having a huge impact in this game. And you know who else is having a huge impact? That Aerodactyl has put out so much damage while we're focused elsewhere.
I know. It's like Alberto has
to
focus in on that Sinistcha because of how much of a threat it has just by cycling in and out, in and out. And while that's happening, Aerodactyl's just like, hey guys, I'm just going to click Rock Slide. It's what I do best. And it's already having such an impact with Alberto down to his final 2 Pokemon.
I will say Alberto did get 2 Dire Claws in game 1, so the 2 Machagacha burns feels like it's evening out.
All right, so we'll look for game 3, most likely, to even out the luck here, because this looks like such an uphill battle at this point. Aerodactyl just getting to free fire for so long with Rock Slide. The Tyranitar back on the field, but now you have Sneasler in the back.
Yep.
Corviknight, Tyranitar, and Garchomp are all in close combat KO range.
Yep.
Sneasler is going to get a chance to just take the KO it wants in the future, and I'm not sure how Alberto forces Sneasler out onto the field. We have an uphill battle to even get to that point.
Yep. 4 fully healthy, I mean, Sinistcha's at half health, but relatively fully healthy entire team on Giulio's side. And how many turns we're into this game? In fact, we still have 4 Pokemon, and a lot of them are, hardly even touched.
Yeah, because it feels like Tyranitar is going to have to go after Sinistcha. That just needs more time for Aerodactyl to attack.
Yep.
Ooh, Sinistcha does swap out into the Incineroar if they went for the Tyranitar went for a knockoff or something that's going to be resisted, and it's also intimidated, right? Incineroar intimidating itself thanks to Corviknight's Mirror Armor ability. It's not like Corviknight's doing much since it's burned anyway there. You don't care about the non-attack drop because your attacks are already mitigated from the burn. Terra on Tyranitar, mixing up my letters here in the name Mega Tyranitar coming out and goes for the Rock Slide, but this Aerodactyl, it just keeps vibing, right? It just keeps sticking around every turn.
Just hangs out. I mean, does finally catch Incineroar with a super effective move on the switch in, takes a passive turn and uses it to heal up Corviknight, so it's out of close combat range. So that's it's undoubtedly a positive turn for Alberto. Man, the macro still looks bad. That bird's eye view is like, what do you do with this team? I mean, Incineroar now has fake out pressure into Tyranitar that buys you more space to just keep rock sliding with Aerodactyl. The Incineroar isn't going to be 2-hit KO'd by Rock Slide, it doesn't look like.
Like in these situations, I feel like what I always look for is like, okay, well, what's in critical hit range? Like, where are the big damage shifts possible? And I just don't necessarily see it.
There's a critical hit.
Sorry, Alberto. I don't necessarily see it, you know? It seems like as long as this Aerodactyl can just keep using Rock Slide, as long as those chips keep adding up, I don't necessarily see the tides change.
I really like that Tailwind. I think that what it's going to allow is for Incineroar to parting shot into Incineroar or into the Tyranitar before Tyranitar can Rock Slide. Then you get back into Sinistcha, the damage is off of Aerodactyl again. Things just continue to get more and more impossible for Alberto. But at least these two Pokemon are staying healthy for now.
I had totally forgotten that Corviknight set up Tailwind because I was like, that's the fastest Tyranitar I've ever seen in my life. And I was like, okay, wait, I understand now. I understand how he outspent Aerodactyl.
Now the Tailwind has switched sides. The winds have shifted. They're now coming from the west. And the Incineroar able to move first if it wants. But for now, just Hospitality and Incineroar got to spread the love a little bit.
And most of that Rock Slide damage was recovered from Hospitality.
Yeah. You're keeping the Intimidate around for later on. I like that. Like, Aerodactyl is really powerful, yeah, but the Intimidate has really been doing dividends for Giulio.
Now back up to full HP for this burned Corviknight. Oh, no parting shot on the Tyranitar. Instead, just a super strong Flare Blitz into that Corviknight spot.
You do have to find the damage into the Corviknight at some point. Otherwise, it's kind of risk of being a win condition against you despite being burnt. Aerodactyl's never really going to get there. You're going to have to rely on some flinches to get past Roost. You know, close combat. If you drop your defense and then you take a Brave Bird, like that could be a KO even if the Sneasler, even if the Corviknight is burnt, especially if you've had to throw a close combat at Tyranitar or Garchomp already. So, you know, good to get some damage in there, but also you gave up a lot of health on this turn, and then Corviknight may just roost it all right back off again.
Maybe it's not as, from the bird's eye view, maybe it's looking a little closer and closer as it goes on. Just a few turns ago, we said, wow, look at how much HP Giulio had on his entire team. And then the Musicco misses the Tyranitar, so it hardly does any damage to the Corviknight. It's already burned, so you're not going to get too much healing off the Musicco either. Now it's in order because of the Tailwind, going to be moving super effective into Corviknight. It hangs on at 6. Does it go for a Roost and go back up to effectively half HP? And no, we're going to find out after the Rock Slide, which does connect. Finally getting rid of Incineroar. No more Intimidates. No more parting shots. It's so important. What did Corviknight click? It's
okay.
Had to hold our breath there.
I know. The suspense was like right there.
Alberto slowly but surely then kind of clawing his way back.
Certainly clawing his way back. I mean, I still worry about that Sneasler. It's always felt like it was the thing lurking in the back. It was the actual win
well, now
condition.
It's in the front.
Here now it's finally going to hit the field, but it is a little vulnerable. It's a single targeting Pokemon that's going to drop its own defenses as it does that. I mean, you want to be checking the Tyranitar, but you can like cycle into Garchomp to drop a defense, get a lot of some recoil back with Rough Skin, and undo the Intimidate off of Tyranitar as well, because you probably need Tyranitar's damage to beat the Aerodactyl in the long term.
I was going to say, after what, like 2 close combats, the Corviknight's damage should be like it wasn't burned, roughly-ish.
This is the last. Is this the last turn of Sand as well? Yes, the last turn of Sand. If you cycle into Garchomp right now, you also get Sand back to get some extra chip into the Sneasler in the future. So, you know, if you can get there, if you can keep Corviknight healthy and make one Brave Bird a KO into Sneasler, this game's not over.
I mean, this is kind of what Corviknight does best, though. I feel like every time I'm seeing Corviknight claw a win away from an opponent like this, it just has been allowed to sit on the field forever.
Oh, Tyranitar protecting, not going for the free swap into Garchomp there. And Giulio doesn't. Close combat into T-Charge protect. He goes for Corviknight. It's not enough. Corviknight's able to retaliate with the Brave Bird, knocking out Sneasler.
All right.
Yeah, -1 defense, just enough to do it.
And now Scarf Garchomp's able to come back onto the field when the Tailwind and Sand's everything over, but the Tailwind on Giulio's side has expired.
Yeah, crucially, Tailwind gone there, no unburden. And Sneasler gone off the field, but Sinistcha is going to come back kind of irrelevantly, going to heal back an Aerodactyl that's pretty healthy. And then where's the damage against Tyranitar at this point? Tyranitar is going to get a lot of attacks off. You didn't get your close combat into it, and so that should be it.
And your Hospitality healing a relatively healthy Aerodactyl, right? Probably not as valuable as the heals that were on the Incineroar throughout the game.
Yeah. No, Alberto just having confidence in that Corviknight, being able to either get the knockout without the defense drop or making enough damage in that situation, or just confident enough to take that close combat.
Yeah, I wonder if the close combat had just gone into protect, how much better of a position this is.
Without the
Because you don't get the
right?
defense drop, then the recoil comes back into Corviknight, then it's definitely in close combat K range, or maybe even in Rock Slide K range.
Rock Slide hits on both, so Cischke can't even try to burn Tyranitar anymore at this point. It's just Aerodactyl clicking Rock Slide. Garchomp is poisoned. I'm not sure the exact number on my head if it's going to get KO'd at the end of this turn or barely hang on. But the knockoff follow-up, it's Aerodactyl. I don't know how Alberto did it, but he did it.
Well, okay. There's still some rock slides. Let's not get carried away before we see that we don't get like 4 consecutive rock slide flinches and the most tragic comeback ever. But yeah, I mean, Garchomp does kind of tragically go down to nothing but rock slides, fake outs, and poison damage.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
All from fake out poison touch, by the way.
Yeah.
It does do all of the damage that it needs
that did
to.
more than I thought.
Yeah, that could be a
Is there a
KO.
flinch?
Okay,
No.
no, we got it.
There's no flinch. Alberto Lara, never back down, never give up. Poisoned 2 burned Pokemon, and he doesn't care. That's incredible.
Yeah, I mean, I think some mental fortitude to stay with that game. I think a lot of players would get double burnt by Machagacha, be up 1 game, and go, I'll just figure it out in game 3.
I would have top left. I would have
gone
been
right
like,
out
we're going
of
to game 3. I'm not dealing with this.
But I feel like every time I watch Alberto, he has that mental fortitude. That's something I always associate with him, particularly his Klefki play. I feel like he's always just been able to hang in there. So that was a really exciting match to watch. Thank you so much, Alberto, for sharing that with us. Congratulations on making Phase 2. And hey, if you're watching along at home and you want to be rewarded for hanging with us for so long, you can get your own Blastoise in a Cherish Ball if you watch the stream for 60 minutes. Now, this is very important. You have to set up a couple of things in order to be able to redeem this Pokemon. So make sure that you follow the instructions that are on our Twitch profile. This only works on Twitch. But after you watch 60 minutes, after you go and click redeem on the drop, you can have your own Cherish Ball Blastoise, which is just an awesome Pokemon to have. I love Mega Blastoise. He's a bro.
I'm naming my Blastoise Scott, because Scott loves that Blastoise team that's going on. Let's see what else is happening on the other streams here at NAIC. You can see everything available. I would recommend get those 60 minutes in right now for your Blastoise so you can take advantage of the TCG Live rewards, the Pokemon Go rewards, and the Pokemon Unite rewards. I need more Platinum Boost Emblems personally, so I gotta lock in on Unite.
Len, did you get your Elite Charge TM yet?
I haven't got my Elite Charge TM yet. I gotta get back there and figure out my login from my phone so I can make it happen.
Gotta watch 45 minutes.
I was able to make it happen, but my phone almost ran out of battery because I was also playing Go at the same time. So if you need a charge, I got you.
All right, thank you so much.
Yeah, a lot of great things here this weekend for you, the viewers at home. Take advantage of for all 4 of our different competitive games at NAIC. I mean, that was a wild time, guys. We had 2 awesome feature matches. We saw a world champion really clutch it up with a 2-0 victory, and then Alberto Lara, one of the best players in North America, have the mental fortitude to win that there. That was just crazy.
Yeah, Alberto trying to keep it around 2, isn't in World's Invite position now, hasn't played that much this season, so trying to keep hope alive a little bit.
All right, so real quick, if you want to follow these steps to get your Twitch drops, here's just a quick recap. Go to rewards.pokemon.com. Log into your Pokemon Trainer Central account. Make sure you remember that password. It's very important. Link your Twitch account and then watch your desired stream for a period of time to earn rewards. And there is an additional step where you have to click a redeem button on Twitch itself before it'll show up on rewards.pokemon.com. So follow all those steps. If this is too much for you to remember, don't worry. It is all written down on the Twitch page itself on rewards.pokemon.com. It's really easy. You can do it from your phone. I verified it myself.
All right, it's that simple. So make sure you do that because you don't want to miss out on the awesome rewards. We're going to actually now have the time to start up our round 9 here at NAIC. We're going to say adios to Len for now as we get ready to take a look at the Swiss standings.
All right, so as we start phase 2 of the competition, anybody who has a record of 2 losses or fewer is moving on in the tournament. And as a result, we have 5 undefeated trainers remaining. And what's fascinating to me is we have this mix of trainers with a ton of experience. You know, world champions, we have regional champions, and then we have some trainers who haven't ever played in a tournament before, which is so exciting to me.
That's incredible. That's an awesome storyline we hope we can continue showcasing throughout here today and, of course, on tomorrow's broadcast. I'm really looking at Tsukide. We saw Shoma qualify for Phase 2 earlier, and I said, oh, yeah, there's another Japanese player performing really well. 8-0. That's as well as you can be. He can't be performing any better, Gabby.
For sure, for sure. We have some amazing matchups as well coming to you, of course, from here on the main channel and from our feature matches as well. And we'll actually be featuring Tsukide versus James Parmley on this stream. So please stay tuned for that. Tsukide has been doing a fantastic job, like you said, undefeated. And James, undefeated, this is his first IRL tournament.
That's incredible.
It's absolutely incredible. He's been playing online for a year, but he just rolled up here in person today, undefeated, playing on stream, starting off our Phase 2 of competition. Cannot wait to see these two duke it out. It's going to be such an amazing match. You're not going to want to miss it.
Yeah, that's some incredible matches there. We got current reigning NAIC champion Federico Camporese, Marcus Dion, Henry Rich, right? And Rajan and Leonard Kraft, like crazy matches. Let's lock in. We're doing tomorrow's Swiss today, right now. Swiss round 9, the first round of Phase 2. Tsukide, James Parmley.
Tsukide is our 2019 Senior World Champion. He got top 64 here last year. Also has done very well in previous international championships and got top 16 at Worlds in 2022. His current best placement of this season is top 16 at the European International Championships. But of course, as a Japanese player competing over here, he would have to get top 4 or higher to lock in his Worlds invite if he did not already lock it in via the Japan qualification system. That being said, he's running a team that should look familiar to you if you have tuned in before, but if you are just tuning in, let's run it down.
Yes, the team to beat, arguably in Regulation MA here in Pokemon Champions, Charizard Y, Floette, Basculegion, Garchomp, King Gambit, and Whimsicott. Whimsicott is what makes this variant of the top team different.
And what's really unique about Whimsicott on this team is it allows trainers to run it in many different ways. This particular variant appears to have a fast Garchomp with the Jolly stat alignment, but it's holding a citrus berry, so you have to wonder if it's going to be a little bit bulkier than some of the other Garchomps we've seen. There's a King Gambit with the Choco Berry, so maybe that means it also has a little bit of investment in bulk, meant to take some of those big fighting type attacks we've seen throughout the tournament. And of course, you know, Charizard, Basculegion, Floette as well. We've seen these Pokemon trained so many different ways throughout the weekend. It's really going to come down to just what we see in game that's going to tell us how Ko has approached this matchup. Because yes, these Pokemon look the same, but they've just been so different. You can't necessarily prepare for the matchup beyond, I have these pieces, let's hope they work.
Well, James Parmley is certainly going to try to prepare against Tsukide, an incredible trainer. James also 8-0 at this time with his own Charizard Y, Basculegion, Garchomp, King Gambit, Venusaur, and Whimsicott.
So at first glance, this team reminded me a little bit of the team that Arsal used to win the Indie Regional Championships here in North America a couple weeks back, but it does have some significant differences. You know, that Venusaur with the Aqua Berry, so it takes less damage from fire-type attacks, means that the Whimsicott can hold a Focus Sash and set up Tailwind. Of course, the Whimsicott also being on that team is a bit of an adaptation. I also really like how this King Gambit as well, it's a brave nature, so that will actually lower its speed. So if James were to play against somebody who had a Trick Room set up, for example, that means it's going to be really slow. In this matchup, though, that's probably going to be the slowest Pokemon in play. To balance that out, you have your own Jolly Garchomp, you have your own Jolly Basculegion with Choice Scarf, and a timid Charizard. That is another newer adaptation we've seen throughout this tournament. So even though, you know, you see these pieces that seem to be a little bit bulkier, that King Gambit, at the same time with Whimsicott, timid Tailwind, you know, timid Charizard, Jolly Basculegion, Jolly Garchomp, there are a lot of fast Pokemon in play for James.
James has been one of the few trainers we've seen on stream today actually rocking a solo mega team. That Venusaur is the only change on the teams there because Ko has a mega Floette in that position, holding the Aqua Berry. You're expecting to play a lot of Charizard mirrors, right? So you want to be able to take a hit. Same as Arsal, not using Giga Drain or Energy Ball, instead using Sleep Powder to try to, you know, flip the turns there. And it's Mystic Water on Ko's side for his Basculegion compared to the Choice Scarf. So you got Timid Charizard, Choice Scarf Basculegion. I feel like the speed's going to be in James's favor.
It absolutely is. And that Sleep Powder as well, I'm really glad you called it out because it's kind of scary to be looking down. You know, it's not known to be the most accurate move at the end of the day, but we've seen so many times in VGC history where someone is allowed to get a couple of Sleep Powders to connect or get a couple of Spores to connect. The Pokemon goes to sleep, and as a result, you're able to get a couple of attacks in while those Pokemon are otherwise unable to move, and then the game shifts in your favor. I think one of the reasons why we saw Arsal do so well with Venusaur, the Chlorophyll ability, and Charizard in particular is because this just isn't a strategy that a lot of people are prepared for. And as a result, you can just open up the board state. You can find those opportunities. We know Heat Wave does a lot of damage. We've seen it all day today. Yes. And it just makes it that much easier to find that positioning.
Tsukide, a former senior world champion. James Parmley, a first-time IRL attender for competitive Pokemon. You can't get more different with the levels of real-world VGC experience, but James is looking to shock the world and start his Phase 2 journey at NAIC with a 9-0 record. But Ko is standing in his way. This is game 1. Neither of these players will be eliminated, Gabby. These are both 8-0, so you really want to keep that momentum as one of the only few undefeated trainers remaining.
And both of these trainers starting out with what feels like pretty classic leads for these styles of teams, where you have the Whimsicott and the Garchomp on the field for James, and the Charizard and the Garchomp on the field for Ko. With Charizard and Garchomp on the field together, that allows Ko to just immediately go on the offense, threatening something like a Rock Slide plus a Heat Wave or an Earthquake plus a Heat Wave. You don't necessarily have to worry so much about your partner Pokemon. You can just go on the offense and force your opponent to respond. I like the Whimsicott next to the Garchomp on James's side of the field, though, because this Whimsicott has that board pressure of the threat of Tailwind. It has the board pressure of a potential Encore a couple turns from now. That's going to force Ko to think really hard about his targeting, because you don't want to get locked into a move. You don't want to automatically be slower than your opponent when it is going to be a powerful Pokemon like a Garchomp.
The other thing that can help James with his Whimsicott is both James and Ko have Jolly Garchomp. So if you're not confident that your Garchomp will outspeed at some point in this match, you can click Tailwind to give yourself the speed there. The Moonblast, though, goes into the Charizard for some okay damage. Here's an Earthquake in response, hitting both of James's Pokemon, and of course, not your own teammate there. Critical hit Whimsicott, so that does more than it should have without the crit. And a Rock Slide! Charizard hangs on with 4 HP!
That is a Charizard that has invested in some bulk, able to fire back this Heat Wave, lock in the KO on the Whimsicott. That was an clutch survival there from that Charizard.
And these are some of the things that can teach you how to play matchups with Open Team Cheat with stat alignment now on it. Ko is modest, Charizard. James is timid, so now Ko can anticipate that as modest, you maybe invest more in your bulk, you're more likely to endure a Rock Slide than a timid Charizard.
And on top of all that, the Jolly Garchomp on James's side as well with the Citrus Berry, not the maximum amount of attack you can invest into that Pokemon. So if there was a chance of that Charizard surviving that turn, this was its best odds.
That's a great call by being Jolly instead of Adamant. If it was Adamant Garchomp, the Rock Slide gets the KO.
Exactly. That's 10% more damage, and that's definitely 4 HP more of damage. Now, that all being said, Venusaur is out on the field under the sunlight. Its Chlorophyll ability is activated, and as a result, it should be the fastest Pokemon on the field, regardless of any other field conditions in play. So it should be able to target down the Charizard for a KO if it wants. It could just go straight for that Sleep Powder, though, and it connects.
I was wondering, would you rather KO Charizard, or would you rather put Garchomp to sleep? And that's exactly what happens for James. 75% accuracy, and it lands first try. Ko has lost his Mega Evolution here in game 1. Dragonclaw takes out Charizard.
So a little bit of a risky play there if you're worried about the Sleep Powder missing, but we saw the opposing Garchomp go for the Earthquake the previous turn, and we saw how much damage that did. If you think that you're going to be able to connect it, or if you think that your own Garchomp can take that Dragon Claw and you can guarantee the KO, it doesn't feel as risky.
And now with no Whimsicott remaining for James, the speed advantage potentially is on Ko's, and Whimsicott cannot be put to sleep as a grass type, and Garchomp has a chance to wake up now from this sleep powder. James having to swap out his Venusaur into Charizard. Oh, and then Garchomp's not going to be able to attack yet again. This allows James to go for the super effective Dragon Claw, bringing Ko's Garchomp down very, very low.
And also that switch allowed the Venusaur to avoid being locked into Sleep Powder because of Encore from that Whimsicott. So Charizard just in a much better position than that Pokemon. The fact that the Garchomp on the opposing side of the field does work in this Charizard's favor, provided that James's own Garchomp will be able to knock out the opposing Pokemon prior to it getting to attack. Now, we don't know much about James's own Charizard other than that stat alignment, so it's possible that this Rock Slide could be much more threatening for that Pokemon. So it's a tough call to make. You would assume that you just want to try and get rid of that Pokemon as soon as possible, but it looks like James is sending out that Venusaur, possibly hoping to put it right back to sleep.
And Ko has taken his 2 turns, of sleep. For those who are just watching Pokemon Champions for the first time this weekend, that's one of the mechanic changes. Now, after 2 full sleep turns, you will wake up instead of that 3rd chance that we used to have in Pokemon games. So Ko can be more secure knowing that Garchomp will wake up, as it does here. Gets a special attack drop onto the Venusaur as it switched in, and Charizard goes down.
It's extremely effective. I mean, that's 4 times weak. We've seen it do so much damage throughout the weekend, and with both of these Mega Pokemon knocked out, really without accomplishing too much in this matchup, it seems like these Garchomp are really the key Pokemon, with James and Ko's strategies centered around them. With Venusaur back on the field for James, though, having not used an attack yet, James has a tough decision to make here. If you look at the Venusaur on the team sheet, it does have both Protect and that Sleep Powder, so if James wants to, he could try to go for that Sleep Powder and then follow it up with Protect to avoid the Encore for a couple of turns. But I think this Venusaur really needs to focus in on damage, which is why I love this play from Ko, just scouting out what's going to happen.
Exactly. You know, James is going to have to choose something. Oh, actually just protecting on his own. So you see the players. The players are aligned. They both, as you said, Gabby, understand how important Garchomp is remaining in this game.
And now that those turns of Protect have all passed, the Garchomp...
And the Sun's gone.
And the Sun's gone as well. This Venusaur is now so much slower than it previously was. The Garchomp on James's side of the field could be locked into Protect if that's something that Ko wants to prioritize. And then all of a sudden, Ko just has this momentum rushing back to his side of the field.
Whimsicott still hasn't taken any damage. It's felt very safe. Oh, James actually going for a double Protect, only a 30% chance, and does not get it. Now it's finally time for Ko to click Tailwind with his Whimsicott. Dragon Claw into the other Garchomp. That's a clean knockout. And this Venusaur, who's now slower than both of Ko's Pokemon because the Sun is no longer activating its Chlorophyll abilities, in a tough spot. Sludge Bomb does barely any damage to the Garchomp.
It's a little bit of a strange play when you think about it, but James recognizing that threat of an Encore and maybe thinking, if you get the double Protect, then that just postpones it another turn. Whimsicott's kept busy, and then maybe if you connect a couple of Sludge Bombs against that Garchomp, if you get a Poison during that time as well, and can navigate towards this Venusaur Whimsicott endgame, there's a possibility that Venusaur is able to take that. However, Ko just very smartly able to get rid of the Garchomp instead and bring us to a 2v1.
And now protecting your Whimsicott yet again. Don't want to take any side Earthquake damage is going into the Venusaur, brings it down under 50% remaining. We saw the last Sludge Bomb do hardly any damage, and this one's doing none into Whimsicott's Protect.
Yeah, this Whimsicott, it's so funny. It's been such a key Pokemon in so many teams throughout this tournament. and you wouldn't necessarily think of it being so powerful looking at it, as it's just, you know, it's so cute. It's a cotton ball Pokemon, but at the end of the day, the Prankster ability really gives it so much power. It's just so naturally fast as well. Even though this Moonblast is resisted, that's more than enough damage to lock up this game.
Yeah, with the Dragon Claw follow-up, don't even have to hit your own Whimsicott there for Dragon Claw to get the KO, and Tsukide one victory away from moving on to 9-0 here at the end of our first day.
Correctly calling, I think, that the Whimsicott was really going to be key in that matchup, and then switching it out, saving it for later on in the game so it could come back and give him that last bit of momentum he needed to power it through. And, you know, I think James had a lot going in his favor in that early game. You know, we saw him get that early advantage. We saw the early KO on the opposing Charizard as well. But at the end of the day, it just felt like he ran out of steam the second the sunlight went down. The Venusaur all of a sudden was just too slow. It just couldn't get the damage fast enough.
You know, Gabby, there's an old adage in VGC that's changed throughout the generations. You'd say the first to Dynamax usually often loses. The first to Terrestrialize often loses. And you could apply it to the Whimsicott here. The first Whimsicott might lose the matchup. Ko was able to hold his Whimsicott in the back to win, quote unquote, win the Tailwind Whimsicott mirror, where James led Whimsicott, making it a lot more vulnerable to those heat waves. And I think that was a huge factor for Ko. Whimsicott never even took any damage that game.
Exactly. I do think that James has some interesting play with the weather and chlorophyll that could give him a little bit more outs when it comes to just this weather. It doesn't have to be Tailwind necessarily. I think if there's enough damage on the board, Venusaur could get some KOs between Sludge Bomb and Earth Power that would essentially make up for the fact that Tailwind would not be active. But that's assuming the sunlight stays up, right? So if you're in James's position, I think you have to look at your own Charizard, you have to look at your own Venusaur, and just how you're going to juggle these Pokemon and juggle all these statuses on the field against Ko's team, which, you know, he led a very offensive start with that Charizard and Garchomp, and then just was able to start with big damage and just keep it up throughout the match.
And what can James do in this game 2 to force a game 3 against Tsukide? If he loses this game, it's okay. Still 8-1 going into round 10 tomorrow morning. So there's not too much pressure, but here you're on the big stage. It's your first IRL event. You're facing a former senior world champion. What can you do to force game 3?
Well, we see a Pokemon adjustment from both of these trainers, and unfortunately for James, it's going to be his Basculegion staring down the King Gambit on Ko's side of the field. And we know how this matchup plays out when you are a Choice Scarf Basculegion staring down a King Gambit that knows Sucker Punch. Unfortunately, that is a guaranteed amount of damage, assuming that King Gambit decides to lock into you. So James, I think that was a great idea. You could potentially go for a flip turn into a Charizard if that was the Pokemon of choice, and then pivot and respond to whatever you see Ko lead. Just did not work out in this position.
Basculegion does not swap out, is willing to accept there's a chance of a Sucker Punch, and Ko doesn't go for it. He's able to flip turn. It does some okay damage. No groundbreaking amount of damage from the flip turn.
That was a big call, though.
Keeping Basculegion completely healthy is absolutely huge.
That was a very risky play. A big call, and Venusaur now out on the field. Certainly will take a dark type attack a little bit better, but having to take your own Earthquake as well?
Flip turn plus Earthquake is not enough for and you crit your own Venusaur! James's Garchomp, you're supposed to crit the other Pokemon, not your friends. Counts out Cleave, brings Venusaur down into the red before it even got a chance to click a move, Gabby.
At least Venusaur has Sleep Powder, which would still be valuable and not deal damage, so you don't have to worry again about the priority of Sucker Punch. But without the sunlight on the field, the Venusaur will be slower than the opposing Garchomp. I love what James was thinking there. He made the call. He knew Sucker Punch was not going to happen. Unfortunately, that critical hit just meant that Venusaur is hanging on with just too low health to really do too much in this position. Now, of course, you could try and protect. Maybe you can get a Charizard in at some point and set up the sun so Venusaur can be effective, but at such low health, just doesn't feel good.
Oh, there's the Sucker Punch. It is going to fail into the Protect, and now we'll have...
no!
Oh, no! Ko said, hey, I like that idea. I like Earthquaking my own Pokemon. He does get 2 KOs for it. You have to respect that Sucker Punch play because obviously that means Ko understands no matter what, it's getting knocked out this turn. I might as well go for some cheeky damage.
Yeah, and I respect is the perfect word for it, I think, because had that Sucker Punch connected with the opposing Garchomp, that plus the Earthquake should have been enough to proc the Citrus Berry on James's own Garchomp, and that's a huge tool on James' tool belt that would no longer be available to him. But at the end of the day, you know, trading a Venusaur for a Kingambit, I feel like James got the better end of that trade.
Wait a sec, Gabby. If I'm counting correctly, I see 4 Pokemon revealed on James's end, which means Charizard, his Mega Evolution that's gotten him here to 8-0, is not in Game 2.
That is really interesting. So, we know that James's final Pokemon is going to be that Basculegion that's holding a Choice Scarf. We see the 2 Whimsicots staring each other down. So, hypothetically speaking, if the Tailwinds do match, that does mean that this Basculegion is guaranteed to be the fastest Pokemon on the field. And Basculegion's last respects only gets more powerful the more Pokemon that are knocked out.
And with no Kingambit for Ko, you're free to lock into last respects.
Exactly. So James definitely got the better end of that trade, but can he capitalize on it?
Encore into the Garchomp, forcing it to keep going for the Earthquakes instead of Dragon Claws. And a Moonblast into James's Garchomp does take that hit and will recover 25% of its HP thanks to eating that Citrus Berry, going back to about 50% remaining, hitting all the Pokemon. We just love side hits in this game too from our own Earthquakes, but as grass types and Whimsicots don't really care about that damage. And a Dragon Claw from one Garchomp into another now brings them down pretty low. However, Ko comes out way better in that trade because James is in the red and Garchomp on Ko's side is 50% health.
The key thing to keep an eye on here is when do these trainers go for the speed control versus when are these Whimsicots inevitably potentially going to try and encore each other? Because if Ko or James is able to lock each other out of a potential Tailwind with this Choice Scarf Basculegion lurking in the back, that is going to be a win condition, I think, for either of these two. So I'd be very curious if we're going to see a potential Tailwind here.
That's first
one.
Tailwind. Gotta see 1 to see 2, and that's exactly what happens here, Gabby. So now that both teams have doubled their speeds for the next 4 turns, that means that neither of them is going to be any faster than they already were. James does outspeed. He's able to trade his own Garchomp to take out Ko, saying, I'm taking you with me, brother. Both of these Dragon types are no longer in play for Game 2.
We're just trading Pokemon left and right here. I love it too. So now we're down to just that Choice Scarf Basculegion and whatever Pokemon Ko has left. And if it's like game number 1, it would be that Mega Charizard, but you have to wonder if there was another adaptation made.
If it's Basculegion, he's in trouble too. Could you imagine neither of these players bringing their Mega Evolution?
Would be insane.
No, okay. Ko being a little more traditional, respectable, deciding to bring Mega Charizard wide.
All right. So again, this Basculegion is the key Pokemon for James, and the key move is going to be that Last Respects, as it is going to be a Ghost type attack and completely unaffected by the weather that can be set up by Charizard.
But if Charizard can tank a Rock Slide, can it tank 150 base power Last Respect?
But could it also take a 200 base power? Remember, there's still the potential of this Whimsicott being knocked out first.
Ooh, this is a really scary turn for both of these trainers. James has to win this game to force a Game 3. If not, Ko will start tomorrow 9-0. Oh, there's the Encore. He wins a potential speed tie if they are trained evenly, forcing James to be locked into Tailwind for the next 3 turns. Now James with the last respect. Charizard takes it. Charizard does not get knocked out and can respond with a super effective 1-turn Solar Beam into James's Basculegion, the only Pokemon that can attack remaining on his team, and James hangs on with 1 HP.
With the opposing Whimsicott now locked into Tailwind, all Ko has to do is double target the opposing Basculegion. It can only attack 1 Pokemon, but then we might end up with a Whimsicott versus Whimsicott match.
I mean, yeah, James is in a really tough spot.
Yeah.
This is Musicco for at least 2 more turns, has to continue clicking Tailwind. This just allows the Charizard or even the Whimsicott to start whittling it down with a Moonblast.
But both these Pokemon on Coast side of the field have access to Protect. No Protects.
No Protects, feeling confident. The last respect is into the Whimsicott, taking it out. And now it's Ko going for single target, guaranteed 100% accurate Weather Ball. Yes, does not risk the Heat Wave miss. And Basculegion goes down. A valiant effort from James to hang on through Solar Beam at 1 HP, but it's not gonna be enough as Whimsicott is still encored into Tailwind.
Ko finding the out there, recognizing that all he had to do was target down that Basculegion, guarantee the KO that turn, and Charizard would power his way through this matchup to bring him into tomorrow undefeated.
A sigh of relief from Ko Tsukide, one of our few undefeated trainers remaining going into round 10 tomorrow morning.
But what an exciting end to that game. I mean, both those Pokemon just holding on with a thread of HP at the end. It really came down to whether or not Ko was going to go for a Protect on that final turn. And it's such a, scary play to make, right? At the end of the day, you want to try and protect your Pokemon. You want to try and scout out what your opponent's going to do. But really, as long as you have those 2 attacking options available to you, it doesn't necessarily matter what your opponent targets down, because you just need to be able to land an attack into the opposing Whimsicott to pick up the KO afterwards.
Anybody in the venue, you run into James, you give him a high five, you give him a fist bump. He played his tail off in that set against Ko. It looked like a 2-0, or it was, I understand, but that was so close. That was such a stressful match against an incredible player in Ko Tsukide. Love seeing James Parmley, debut performance here at an IRL event here for VGC.
And don't count him out just yet. At 1 loss, he is still...
Look at his face!
I know. I mean, that was what we looked like back here, too. Don't count him out. At 1 loss, he is still in contention for top cut tomorrow at the end of Phase 2. Certainly, Ko Tsukide has a lot of momentum going for him. There's going to be 13 total rounds of Swiss this weekend, so having concluded our 9th round of Swiss, that means we're going to play round 10, 11, 12, and 13 tomorrow. That's 4 rounds. Yeah, I counted to make sure. That was so exciting. I had to, Anyways, 4 rounds of Swiss tomorrow. As long as Ko is able to win at least 2 of those rounds, and as long as James is able to win 3 of those rounds, they should be moving on to top cut, assuming the math's out.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, as we're saying, James is still in this, still has an incredible run in him tomorrow, and we have so many trainers, obviously, that are going to remain in the hunt. They're going to get a good night's sleep, hopefully, and be able, well-rested, well-prepared for tomorrow. But it's hard to say that anybody has a better chance than Ko, who's currently one of the, I think it will be 3 trainers starting round 10 tomorrow at 9-0.
Yeah, I mean, talk about momentum, right? You have that former world championship title under your belt. You just played an incredible set on stream. You get to go home, rest up, maybe study some of the other matches we've had on stream here this weekend, and then come in tomorrow morning all fresh up and ready to go.
And that's how these mirror matches, Gabby, can change up, right? You see similar Pokemon, similar builds, similar moves, but Modest Guard or Charizard versus Timid, right? Mystic Water, Basculegion versus Choice Scarf. The way the Whimsicotts were trained, you can have 6 Pokemon that are the same Pokemon potentially, but the way that they're trained and the way that you operate them to success can be varied.
Oh, 100%. And one thing that I do have to wonder as well is that, so while the stat alignment being on the team sheets is something new here in basically any circuit outside of Japan, the Japan Championship Series has been playing with open stat alignment for several years. So I do have to wonder if Ko Tsukide just has a little bit more comfort making those calls and just being able to judge how his opponent's Pokemon are trained. It's something I've actually really wanted to talk to some of our Japanese players about, but I just haven't had time nor a translator to do so. So maybe someday. But it's been a really unique change here for us, and I've really been enjoying just the insight that it gives us here at the desk, because you don't necessarily get a lot of insight into training until you see the attacks. But here, at least with the natures, you can get an idea. I mean, yes, there are situations where people are able to. It's been a decent indication of how those Pokemon are trained, and it does give us something to expect and look forward to, which I enjoy.
Well, Gabby, you might get your chance to talk to Coach Tsukide because we're ready on the stage to speak with our 9-0 trainer. Ko and friends, take it away.
Thank you so much. I am here with Ko, undefeated still at NAIC. Undefeated, 9-0. How are you feeling?
So, 結構嬉しいは嬉しいんですけど、明日勝たないと意味がないと思ってるので、明日も頑張りたいと思ってます。
Well, undefeated or not, it's not, well, it's just good to be here.
We're definitely glad that you're here. And you just got 7th at the Japan National Championships. So did you feel ready to compete this weekend?
PJCS で7位になりましたね。ですから今の NAIC は準備が完了しましたか
？PJCS が終わってからの準備は本当に時間がなくてギリギリだったんですけど、うまく PJCS から変更したところがうまくいってて、この調子でいきたいと思います。
Well, there wasn't really much time to do much changes between Japan Nationals and NAIC, but I did what I could.
I mean, it's definitely been impressive. And I mean, it's been a long day. I want you to be able to rest. But before you go join friends, do you have any shout outs or final words?
誰かに、友達か、家族か、を、この名前を呼び出したい、とかがありますか？
日本人だったら一緒にチームを考えたりしてた浜里さんに感謝したいと思います。
I'd like to shout out Hamasato-san for the teams, for team building.
Congratulations yet again. Thank you so much. As for us, it's been an incredible day of competition. Time to send it back to the casters to wrap it up.
Congratulations, Ko. My heart is still racing, Gabby. That was such an epic way to start phase 2 of NAIC.
I love how he started that interview too, because he was just like, yeah, I'm okay.
Yeah, I just take rock slides for a living. No big deal.
No, just very humble and, very, you can tell just the confidence that he had, especially coming off of his performance at the Japan Championship Series. So, best of luck to him tomorrow in our tournament. And for those of you at home who are curious what tomorrow is going to look like, we do have the usage stats from phase 2 of our competition. And let me tell you, these are some top 12 Pokemon.
Of all the 12 Pokemon, these are certainly 12 of them, Gabby. 70.7% King Gambit usage. Is that a Fluttermane cosplay? What's going on?
I was going to say, I don't think I've ever seen Incineroar get that high. Right?
Wow.
Yeah.
Over 6 Pokemon have 30, or actually 7 if you count Charizard, because half a percentage different. 7 Pokemon have 34%, or more than 1/3 of the teams. That's crazy.
I'm going to make a prediction right here, and it's going to be a little bit crazy. I think King Gambit's probably going to win on Sunday.
You have a 70% chance, I guess.
Hey, I like to play the odds, just saying.
I love the Lycanroc at 15%.
That is really
There's always
cool.
some pesky anti-meta Pokemon that barely scrapes into the top 12 usage, and Lycanroc, after its great performance in Turin, has kind of lived up and continued its Charizard countermeasures at 15%.
Oh yeah, and I think someone was saying on the Turin broadcast, and forgive me, I forget who it was, but Lycanroc just kind of ran out of steam towards the end. It ran out of Charizards in order to make its way to the top. Yeah, I think we have a good chance of seeing some Lycanroc make it into Top Cut, if not further. So I'm really excited. I love that team. I think it's such a cool idea, especially with the priority Accelrock as one of its key tools that it has access to. And you can just see all of its friends right there along with it. Like, I feel like this is 2, maybe 3 different teams kind of broken down across these 12 Pokemon.
Yeah, so this is the Mega Frostlass and Mega Scovillain. You'd imagine that's pretty much the entirety of their usage, right? You're not using the non-Mega versions. They are way closer to Charizard Y and Eternal Flow, than they were in prior tournaments.
For sure, for sure. So we're going to give you some time to digest these numbers. Of course, you can also go online on Pokemon Champions even and maybe build some teams of your own. Look at those stats that we were going through.
And start with King Gambit.
So yeah, start with King Gambit, work your way down the list, try out your own versions of these teams, and come back tomorrow with your experience to join us in Phase 2 of the competition. We'll be starting at 9 a.m. Central Time. You can see all the other times down there in the lower third. I can't see other than 9 a.m., so someone else is going to have to read those. But we'll be here. It's going to be a fantastic day of VGC and of Pokemon. You are not going to want to miss it.
Yeah, absolutely incredible start to our first ever international championship for Pokemon Champions. Gabby, we have waited so long for this day, and these first 9 rounds of coverage have exceeded our expectations.
All right, of course, follow us on socials if you don't already. Shout outs to YouTube, where not only can you check us out on the Pokemon YouTube channel, but there's the Play Pokemon YouTube channel as well, where you can find past broadcasts, highlights. I believe there's also going to be the feature matches up there at some point. So there's a lot of cool stuff there you can check out while we are, taking a break for the evening. So check those out if you haven't already, and I think that's it.
Like, comment, subscribe, hit that notification bell. You know the deal.
I got the bell for you. We're good.
Is there anything else, Gabby?
No, I think that's it. Thank you all so much for joining us here today. Of course, thank you to all of our judges, our professors, our production staff who make this all possible. Y'all are great. I know it's been a long day. We're going to do it again tomorrow.
Yeah, bright and early, Phase 2, Day 2 coverage of the North American International Championships in New Orleans takes off 9 a.m. Central. We'll see you there.